Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 237, Chapter 237 The City Rules. Soul Society. Distorted Reiatsu reaction detected in the Western Outer District. Alert order issued for Zones 3 through 8. Repeating, Western. The usual peace and tranquility of the City was suddenly broken by alarm sirens. What happened? Could it be an enemy invasion? Upon hearing the alarms, Shinigami within the City couldn't help but start discussing. 10th Division. As the alarms sounded throughout the City, Toshiro, who was taking a walk within his division grounds, couldn't help but look up at the sky. They've arrived, haven't they? Kurosaki Ichigo. Meanwhile, border between West Rakongai and City. Boom. With a loud noise, after experiencing a heart-stoppingly dangerous journey through the Senkamen, Ichigo and his group landed in the Soul Society. So this is the Soul Society. After getting to their feet, Ichigo surveyed their surroundings. What appeared before them was a collection of simple, worn-out wooden houses. That's right. This is the Soul Society. However, the place we're in now is the Rakongai. This is where the spirits guided to the Soul Society initially live. The Rakongai is located on the outer periphery of the City, where the Shinigami reside. It's the poorest, freest, and most populous area in the Soul Society. Yhwach glanced at the surroundings, a trace of nostalgia flashing in her feline eyes. Why is there no one around? Yuryu wondered. At that moment, Ichigo suddenly noticed a cluster of exquisite, ornate buildings not far away. Compared to the shabby wooden houses of the Rakongai he'd just seen, it was like heaven and earth. Moreover, the architectural style was quite similar to the streets of Karakura town where he lived. Instantly, Ichigo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What's going on? That place looks just like the streets where we live." Hearing Ichigo's words, Yhwach explained, You mean there? That's actually. I get it. That must be the place where the Shinigami live, what's it called? Say something place, right? Before Yhwach could finish, Ichigo answered his own question. Then, with a shout, Ichigo charged forward ahead of everyone else. Idiot. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. Yhwach hurriedly shouted. Hearing Yhwach's words, Ichigo instinctively stopped and turned to look at her, puzzled. However, at that very moment, walls suddenly descended from the sky. Boom. 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 The walls slammed into the ground, the huge impact shaking the earth violently. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere. Then, a booming voice suddenly rang out. Haven't seen this in a long time. Brat daring to charge at the Cityman without an entry pass. Ichigo turned to see a giant of a man, towering in height and powerfully built, appear before him. This person was none other than Jidanbo, the gate guardian of the White Road Gate. Finally, a chance to stretch my muscles. Kid, let me spar with you for a bit. Jidanbo's voice rumbled like thunder. With that, Jidanbo slammed the handle of his giant axe hard against the ground. Boom. The ground shook. A large crater was instantly formed by Jidanbo's strike. Come on. Attack from any angle you like, kid. Jidanbo said, looking at Ichigo. At that moment, Yuryu, Orihime, and the others in the distance were also staring in shock at the suddenly appearing Jidanbo. What a huge guy. Who is he? With a build that big, he can't be human, right? Yuryu exclaimed in astonishment. His name is Jidanbo. He is one of the heroes chosen by the Soul Society, and the guardian of the Western Gate of the Four Citymen, also known as the White Road Gate. Yhwach explained. The guardian. So that means if we want to get in, we have to defeat him first? Yuryu asked. Correct. But it's by no means easy. He has guarded this gate for over 300 years, and to this day, no one has ever managed to break through the White Road Gate. Yhwach said gravely. Is he really that powerful? Yuryu asked with a serious expression. Legend says his strength is immense. With a single swing of his axe, he can take out 30 hollows. Yhwach explained to Yuryu. Regarding Jidanbo, even Yhwach hadn't seen him fight. She only knew from rumors that his strength was formidable. So how do we deal with him? It seems we can only use our wits. Yuryu bit his thumbnail, deep in thought. Forget that for now. First, let's call Ichigo back and come up with a plan before acting. Yhwach said. With that, Yhwach shouted loudly, Hey! Ichigo! However, before Yorichi could finish, Orihime and Chad suddenly charged forward. Kurosaki-kun. Wait for us, we're coming to help. Orihime shouted as she ran. But before the two could get close, Jidanbo suddenly swung his giant axe, slamming it heavily onto the ground. Crash! The ground collapsed. The churned-up earth actually formed a wall blocking their path. That's too much. Just swinging his axe flipped the entire ground over and made a wall. Yuryu was stunned. Jidanbo looked at Orihime and Chad from behind the wall and said unhappily, "Ah. Are you from the countryside or something? Listen up, the city has its own rules. First, when you come home from outside, wash your hands first. Second, don't pick up things that have fallen on the ground and eat them. And also, during a duel, only one person fights at a time." Jidanbo counted off on his fingers. Hearing Jidanbo's words, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. Hey, what kind of rules are those? Washing hands, eating things. Are you a child? Ichigo, standing beside Jidanbo, said speechlessly. What? You dare look down on my rules? Jidanbo immediately became furious. These are the city rules Toshiro taught me. Looking down on me is one thing, but daring to look down on the city rules Toshiro taught me is unforgivable. With that, Jidanbo raised his axe to attack Ichigo. Wait! Ichigo suddenly shouted. What? Surrendering. Too late. Daring to look down on the city rules Toshiro taught me, you're dead today. Jidanbo said. No. I'm not surrendering. I just have a question. Who is this Toshiro you mentioned just now? What's his full name? Ichigo stared intently at Jidanbo. Hearing Jidanbo mention Toshiro just now, Ichigo suddenly remembered that before coming to the Soul Society, Kisuke had said if they were in dire straits, they could seek help from someone named Hitsugaya Toshiro. Ha. Upon hearing Ichigo's question, Jidanbo suddenly burst into laughter. Then, Jidanbo thumped his chest proudly and declared, "Listen up, kid. Toshiro's full name is Hitsugaya Toshiro. He is the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13 and the captain of the 10th Division. The undisputed number 2 figure among the Shinigami. Alongside Genryu Saidano, he is hailed as the strongest Shinigami. And I am Toshiro's good friend. The city rules are what Toshiro taught me." Chapter 238, The Ice Axes. What? That's incredible. Ichigo exclaimed in shock. Although Kisuke had mentioned seeking help from someone named Hitsugaya Toshiro if in danger, Ichigo never imagined this Hitsugaya Toshiro would be such a major figure. Vice-captain commander of the Godai 13, captain of the 10th Division, the number 2 figure among Shinigami. Thinking that such an existence was on their side, Ichigo instantly felt the chances of successfully rescuing Rukia this time were very high. This big guy in front of me says he's Hitsugaya Toshiro's friend. So that means this big guy is also on our side. Ichigo thought to himself. Thinking this, Ichigo said to Jidanbo, "Hey. Big guy, I don't want to hurt you. So why don't you just open the gate and let us through?" "What did you say?" "Brat." Jidanbo said, his face filled with anger. "Kid, if you want to pass, you'll have to defeat me first." Jidanbo pointed his axe at Ichigo. "Can't be helped, I guess." "Then I'll just have to defeat you," Ichigo said resignedly. Originally, since he considered Jidanbo on their side, Ichigo didn't want to fight him. However, judging by Jidanbo's attitude, he wouldn't let them pass easily. Even so, Ichigo didn't mention Toshiro to make Jidanbo let them through. Kisuke said to seek Toshiro's help only when in danger, as a last resort. Ichigo understood the meaning behind those words very well. They were invaders infiltrating the Soul Society, while Toshiro was a Godai 13th Shinigami. Helping them would undoubtedly put him in a difficult position. So unless absolutely necessary, it was better not to seek his help. Therefore, even though mentioning Toshiro's name might make Jidanbo let them pass, Ichigo decided to rely on his own strength to defeat Jidanbo and get through the White Road Gate. However, considering Jidanbo was on their side, Ichigo decided not to injure him, just defeat him. "Hey. Big guy, I'll let you make the first move," Ichigo said, drawing the Zanpakuto strap to his back and pointing it at Jidanbo. "Humph, kid, you'll regret this. If I make the first move, you won't have any chance," Jidanbo boomed. With that, Jidanbo swung his massive axe, delivering a powerful, heavy blow straight at Ichigo. Boom. As Jidanbo's axe descended, the tremendous force generated a violent gust of wind, stirring up dust everywhere and obscuring the area where Ichigo stood, making it impossible to see what happened. "What?" Jidanbo suddenly exclaimed in shock. As the dust settled, Ichigo stood there completely unharmed. Jidanbo's giant axe was easily blocked by Ichigo's Zanpakuto. "So. Big guy, if you surrender now, there's still time," Ichigo said. Oh ho 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 ho. Jidanbo suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ichigo asked, puzzled. Hey. Kid, you've got some skills. That's great. It's been several decades since anyone could withstand my axe. Jidanbo laughed. It seems, today I can finally have a good, satisfying fight. Kid, do your best. Up until today, including you, only 3 people have managed to withstand my first axe strike. And as for someone who can withstand the second strike, no one has been born yet. Before his words even faded, Jidanbo brought his axe down on Ichigo's head once more. Seeing this, Ichigo calmly raised his sword horizontally to block overhead. Clang. Jidanbo's giant axe was firmly stopped, utterly unable to affect Ichigo. Huh. And not bad, kid. You can still stand. Seeing Ichigo block his attack so calmly and composedly, Jidanbo couldn't help but feel a bit panicked inside, though he kept up his brave front verbally. But it's not over yet. Die. Tenfold Great Festival. Boom. 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 Jidanbo swung his giant axe with incredible speed, launching a continuous barrage of attacks at Ichigo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Under Jidanbo's relentless assault, the entire ground shook continuously. The sheer force of it made Yuryu and the others feel uneasy. 7, Sev. 8, Huff Huff, 6, 8. Continuously swinging the giant axe with all his strength rapidly drained Jidanbo's stamina. He couldn't even keep count anymore. It's about time to end this. Ichigo's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing Ichigo's voice, Jidanbo's pupils contracted. He instinctively swung his giant axe at Ichigo again. This time, however, Ichigo didn't just defend. He actively swung his Zanpakuto. Boom. Ichigo's powerful spiritual pressure scattered the billowing dust. The wall of earth Jidanbo had created earlier was also severed by a single slash from Ichigo. Had enough of swinging? Well then, my turn. Ichigo said, looking at Jidanbo with an unfriendly glint in his eyes. Who says I'm done? I've still got one more trick up my sleeve. Jidanbo said, sweat dripping from his forehead. As he spoke, Jidanbo pulled out another giant axe from his attire. You. Ha. Take this. Ultimate finishing move. 10,000 Years Grand Festival. After shouting, Jidanbo prepared to swing both axes at Ichigo. However, at that moment, Ichigo suddenly spoke. Sorry, but I'm going to break your tools. Since Jidanbo claimed to be Toshiro's friend, Ichigo considered him on their side. Therefore, Ichigo didn't want to injure Jidanbo. So he decided to destroy Jidanbo's axes, rendering him unable to fight. Then, Ichigo suddenly slashed at both of Jidanbo's axes with his sword. Clang. Jidanbo felt an immense force transmitted from Ichigo's blade. Then, Jidanbo was sent flying through the air. Thud. Jidanbo's massive body crashed heavily onto the ground. Crack. A shattering sound suddenly rang out. What? A shocked voice exclaimed. This time, however, the shocked person wasn't Jidanbo, but Ichigo. Jidanbo's 2 axes had indeed shattered, but it was only the outer shell that broke. As the shattered shell fell away, it revealed 2 ice blue crystal axes underneath. Kid, you're pretty strong. If these axes weren't specially made for me by Toshiro using his ice, but my old axes, they definitely would have been shattered by you just now. Jidanbo said, still shaken. Chapter 239, Chapter 239 Jin arrives. Your axe is made of ice. Ichigo said incredulously. That's right. These 2 axes were made by Toshiro using his own power, specially given to me as a birthday present. Jidanbo said, getting up from the ground. How is that possible? If it's ice, how could it block my slash without breaking? Ichigo still couldn't believe it. The slash Ichigo just delivered could cut through steel, let alone ice. If the axe were as thick as an iceberg, maybe. But Jidanbo's axe, while huge, wasn't exaggeratedly large like an iceberg. Seeing Ichigo's doubtful look, Jidanbo suddenly put on a serious expression. Hey. Kid, who do you think you are? Toshiro's Hyarinmaru is the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. So the ice Toshiro creates is harder than steel and will never melt. Well, never melt is a bit of an exaggeration. But unless subjected to extremely powerful force or Toshiro himself acts, his ice won't melt under ordinary circumstances. Moreover, the ice used to make these axes was specially compressed by Toshiro using his own power. Its ratio density is extremely high, so in terms of hardness, it's not inferior to a Shinigami Zanpakuto at all. Jidanbo said proudly. Then what about that outer shell on the axe that shattered earlier? Ichigo asked. Without that outer shell, the ice blue crystal axes looked extremely cool. But with that stone-like shell, they just looked like ordinary stone axes at first glance. That's just an insulating layer against the low temperature. Toshiro's ice isn't just incredibly hard, the most terrifying thing about it is the ultra-low temperature. So, to avoid hurting the person holding the axes, Toshiro sealed the ultra-cold power inside the ice axes. However, even with Toshiro's seal, if you hold the axes for a long time, you can still get frostbitten by their power. So, in the end, Toshiro added a thick insulating layer on the outside. Jidanbo explained. Incredible. Something he created just using his own power is this formidable. Then how powerful must the person himself be? Ichigo marveled. Ichigo had used most of his strength in that last strike. But apart from the outer insulating layer, the two axes were completely undamaged. This meant that if Ichigo faced Toshiro, he couldn't even break Toshiro's ice, let alone have any hope of winning. Are all captain-level individuals this formidable? Ichigo couldn't help but ask. If all the captains of the Gotei 13 were this powerful, Ichigo felt his chances of success this time were truly hopeless. Not exactly. Although captains are strong, compared to Toshiro, they're still far from being a match. Among all the Shinigami in the Soul Society, there are only two at Toshiro's level, Toshiro himself, the vice-captain commander of the Gotei 13, and the captain commander, Genryu Saidano. Jidanbo shook his large head. Phew. That's good. Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. Good what? Kid. Even though I lost to you this time, at best, your strength is only equivalent to a lieutenant. And the Gotei 13 has 13 captains, not to mention those monster-level captains above. Although the other captains aren't as terrifying as Toshiro and Genryu Saidano, they're still not opponents you can handle. Jidanbo said, looking at Ichigo. Lieutenants and captains, huh? But no matter how strong they are, I won't give up. Ichigo said with firm determination. Well, whatever. Since I lost to you just now, I'll let you pass. As for whether you live or die after entering the Siriidii, that's not my concern. Jidanbo said gravely. Oh. You'll let us pass. Ichigo Kurosaki said, somewhat pleasantly surprised. The white road gate behind Jidanbo was extremely heavy. Even if Ichigo defeated Jidanbo, without Jidanbo's help, it would be very difficult to open the heavy gate. Toshiro said a person should keep their word. And I said earlier that to pass through here, you have to defeat me. Although you didn't shatter my axes just now, you did knock me down. So, you won this round. Since you won, I must keep my promise. Jidanbo said solemnly. Originally, given Jidanbo's personality, he wouldn't easily admit defeat. But Toshiro once told him that as a man, one should have integrity. If you lose, you lose. Be able to accept defeat gracefully, not stubbornly deny it after losing. So, influenced by Toshiro, Jidanbo didn't stubbornly refuse to admit defeat. Oh, right, your name is Kurosaki, right? Jidanbo suddenly asked. Yes, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo introduced himself. Ichigo, huh? Such a cute name. Jidanbo praised. Why you stop it? It's the Ichi for number 1 and the Go for guardian god. What's cute about that? Ichigo said, flustered and annoyed. Anyway, be careful, Ichigo. Although I don't know why you want to pass through here, the people inside are all tough characters. Jidanbo warned. I understand that very well. Ichigo nodded seriously. Is that so? Then I'll open the gate and let you in. With that, Jidanbo placed both hands under the gate and began to lift with all his might. You. As Jidanbo exerted his full strength, the heavy gate began to rise. Incredible. He's actually lifting that entire heavy gate. Ichigo marveled. Although Ichigo was stronger than Jidanbo, in terms of pure physical strength, Ichigo couldn't compare. What? Suddenly, Jidanbo, as if seeing something terrifying, let out a startled cry and stopped his actions. Hey! Why did you stop? Ichigo asked, puzzled. As he spoke, Ichigo walked over to Jidanbo's side. Through the half-opened gate, he saw a Shinigami with short, silver hair standing inside. Who is he? Ichigo frowned. The 3rd Division Captain. Ikamaru Jin. Jidanbo said, sweat pouring down his face. Era, this won't do. How troubling. As the guard, opening the gate isn't your job. Jin revealed a dangerous smile. Swish. A flash of silver light abruptly appeared. Schlick. A spray of blood instantly bloomed from Jidanbo's left arm. Chapter 240 Shoot to Kill, Shinso. Yhwach. Feeling the intense pain from his left arm, Jidanbo couldn't help but cry out in agony. Ichigo and the others looked closely. Jidanbo's left arm bore a deep, bone-visible gash. If Jin's attack had been just a bit stronger, Jidanbo's left arm would have been severed outright. What happened just now? What did he do? Ichigo and the others exclaimed in surprise. Just a moment ago, they only saw a flash of light before their eyes, then Jidanbo screamed. No one had seen how Jin attacked. Clatter. With Jidanbo's left arm injured, the heavy gate instantly dropped a bit. Ha! Jidanbo shouted, immediately supporting the gate with his uninjured right hand. Humph. Seeing this, Jin snorted coldly. Supporting the gate with just one hand. As expected of the Soul Society's premier great hero. However, you are not qualified to be a guard. Jin's expression suddenly turned cold. At that moment, Yhwach in the distance, seeing Jin's appearance, said gravely, "Ikamaru Jin, captain of the 3rd Division. I was too careless. I never expected him to appear here. It's completely beyond my expectations. If we clash with him head-on now, the consequences would be unimaginable." Yuri couldn't help but nod. We've always heard how powerful they are, but now it's clear that captain-level figure is simply beyond imagination. Yuri didn't even know how Jin attacked just now. If they truly fought, they probably stood no chance at all. Why did you want to open the gate and let them in? Jin asked, looking at Jidanbo. Because I lost. And a guard who has lost opens the gate. What's wrong with that? Jidanbo stared back at Jin without backing down. What nonsense are you spouting? You don't understand at all. A guard cannot open the gate even if he loses. Because if a guard loses, it means he must die. Jin sneered. Considering you are Captain Hitsugaya's friend, my attack just now only injured your left arm instead of cutting it off. But if you remain obstinate, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you realize your mistake now and close the gate, I'll spare your life. How about it? Jin asked. Toshiro once said a person should keep their word. So I must refuse. Jidanbo refused Jin's demand without hesitation. Is that so? Jin narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous smile. Since you are so stubborn, helping these Ryoka, then even if I kill you, I suppose Captain Hitsugaya would have nothing to say. With that, Jin drew his Zanpakuto, which was only slightly longer than a dagger, and swung it towards Jidanbo. However, at that moment, Ichigo suddenly acted, passing through the half-open white road gate and placing himself in front of Jidanbo. Clang! Ichigo blocked Jin's strike with his Zanpakuto held horizontally, then both retreated a few steps. Hey! What exactly do you want? Our match with Jidanbo is already decided. You sly guy suddenly popping up from behind. Ichigo said indignantly. Jin. What do I want to do? Aren't we enemies? Isn't what I want to do obvious? Jin said somewhat speechlessly. Then, Ichigo said to Orihime without turning around, in no way, Jidanbo's injury is up to you. You understood. Orihime behind Ichigo hurriedly agreed. Afterwards, Ichigo stared intently at Jin. Then bring it on. Since you're so eager to fight, I'll keep you company. A guy who can kill an unarmed person. I'll definitely kill you. Ichigo shouted. Humph. Jin sneered disdainfully. You're really something, kid. Aren't you afraid of me? Ichigo shook his head without hesitation. Not at all. Enough. Ichigo. Let's retreat first. Yhwach shouted loudly from behind. Ichigo. Jin's expression shifted slightly. Orange hair, plus a katana as tall as he is. So you're Kurosaki Ichigo? Jin asked. Huh? You know me? Ichigo asked, puzzled. Well, so it really is you. As he spoke, Jin actually turned and began walking into the Siri-idi. Huh? Seeing Jin turn and leave, Ichigo was completely dumbfounded. Hey! Where are you going? Ichigo hurriedly asked. In that case, I definitely cannot let you pass. Jin said with his back to Ichigo. This distance should be enough. After walking a certain distance, Jin suddenly stopped and said. Then, Jin turned around again, pointing his Zanpakuto at Ichigo in the distance. Hey! What are you doing standing so far away? Don't tell me you're going to throw that short sword. Ichigo asked, confused. Jin corrected him with a serious expression. It's not called a short sword. This is my Zanpakuto. Then, Jin Ikamaru suddenly chanted softly, shoot to kill, Shinso. Swish. Jin's Zanpakuto instantly extended at high speed, thrusting towards Ichigo in the distance. Ichigo's pupils contracted. He instinctively placed his Zanpakuto horizontally in front of him. Clang. Jin's Zanpakuto pierced Ichigo's Zanpakuto blade in an instant. Then, a powerful impact force instantly sent Ichigo flying back. Thud. Ichigo, sent flying backward, crashed directly into Jidanbo, who was still supporting the white road gate behind him. The powerful impact blasted both Ichigo and Jidanbo away together. With Jidanbo's support gone, the heavy white road gate began to fall rapidly once more. Bye-bye. Jin bent down, waving and smiling at Ichigo and the others through the not yet fully closed gate. Boom. Just as Jin's words fell, the white road gate closed completely. Mission accomplished, then. Jin said lightly. Naturally, Jin didn't appear at the white road gate for no reason. The reason Jin was here was entirely due to Aizen's orders. Chapter 241 Emergency Captain's Meeting. Kisuke's former base in the Soul Society was located in the West Rakongai. Therefore, Aizen had known from the start that Ichigo and the others would appear in the West Rakongai. The gate leading from the West Rakongai into the Siriidai was the White Road Gate. So, Aizen's order to Jin was to prevent Ichigo and the others from passing through the White Road Gate, thereby forcing them to seek out Shiba Kukaku and enter the Siriidai via the Flower Crane Cannon. This way, when Ichigo and the others entered the Siriidai, they would likely be scattered. Consequently, the Godii 13 would also have to disperse their forces to search for and capture Ichigo and his companions. Moreover, with the group scattered, it would require more manpower and time for the Godii 13 to apprehend them. This would allow Aizen to take action while they were distracted. The next day. 6th Division's prison. Renji, what is it? Has my execution date been moved up? Rukia looked at Renji and the group of Onmitsukido's members behind him. No. It's just that there are only 14 days left until the execution. So, I need to transfer you to the Senzakyu, the Palace of Penitence. Renji said with a somber expression. I see. Let's go, then. Rukia cooperated actively. Senzakyu is a tall, white tower-like structure located on high ground south of the Godii 13's barracks, in the center of the Siriidai. It was a place for imprisoning major criminals. Very few were usually imprisoned in the Senzakyu. Today, however, Rukia was escorted here by Renji and the Onmitsukido. Rukia, do you see? Through that window, you can see the Sokayaku. Inside the Senzakyu cell, Renji looked at Rukia with a complicated expression. Those are the 2 execution tools that will be used for your sentence. You can see them through the window every day, to repent for the crimes you have committed. That's the origin of the name Senzakyu. Renji explained. Repentance, huh? Rukia murmured to herself. At that moment, an Onmitsukido's member suddenly spoke up. Lieutenant Abarai, thank you for leading the prisoner transfer. However, now that the task is complete, you should leave with us. All right. Renji said helplessly. Renji had wanted to talk with Rukia a bit more, but it seemed there was no chance now. But just as the Onmitsukido turned away, Renji quickly whispered into Rukia's ear, listen, Rukia. I have unconfirmed news. Yesterday, Ryoka invaded the Soul Society. There are 5 of them. I heard among them is a Shinigami with orange hair, wielding a katana as tall as he is. Hearing Renji's words, Rukia's heart stirred, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Orange hair, a katana as tall as the wielder. It was very likely Ichigo. Thinking this, Rukia couldn't help but feel overjoyed, but also worried about Ichigo's safety. Cough. Lieutenant Abarai, why aren't you leaving yet? The Onmitsukido's members had taken a couple of steps before noticing Renji hadn't followed. Turning back, they saw him still standing there. Oh. Coming. Renji hurriedly responded and caught up with the Onmitsukido. Senzakyu corridor. Renji walked alone down the corridor. How long has it been since I last saw Rukia look that excited? However, the one who confronted them was Captain Ikamaru. That guy. I'm afraid, it's over. Well. That's probably how it should be, right? Renji walked, lost in thought. At that moment, a voice suddenly reached him. Yo, Renji. Long time no see. Hearing this, Renji looked up to see Aizen walking towards him. Renji was instantly surprised. Captain Aizen. Could I have a word with you? Aizen smiled warmly. Come to think of it, it seems we haven't spoken like this in a long time. Ever since you graduated, decades have passed without us having a proper conversation. Aizen remarked somewhat nostalgically. Oh. Renji responded casually, but inwardly wondered why Aizen was seeking him out. Although Aizen had invited Renji to join the 5th Division when he graduated, Renji, on Toshiro's advice, went directly to the 11th Division instead. Over the years, they hadn't had much contact, and their relationship wasn't particularly close. So Renji truly didn't know why Aizen specifically wanted to talk to him. You're in the 6th Division now, right? Aizen asked. Yes. Is there something you need from me? Renji asked, puzzled. Renji, your relationship with her, with Kachiki Rukia, it's not ordinary, is it? Aizen asked with a smile. Well, that. Renji hesitated, unsure how to answer. I know all about it, Aizen said, his expression implying understanding. That's right. Seeing that Aizen knew about his relationship with Rukia, Renji admitted openly. Then I won't beat around the bush. From your perspective, does she truly deserve to be executed? A glint flashed in Aizen's eyes. Exclamation point. Hearing Aizen's words, Renji's heart instantly tightened. Ah. I don't quite understand what you mean. Renji's expression changed. Don't you find it suspicious? Her charges are, transferring her powers to another without permission and losing them, and overstaying her mission duration. I've never heard of such charges warranting execution by Sokayaku. Also, the order to immediately return and destroy the Jigai, the reduction of the reprieve period from 35 days to 25 days. And then the Sokayaku being specifically used for the execution. No matter how you look at it, it's all very strange. I feel this entire matter, from beginning to end, is being manipulated by someone. Aizen said with a grave expression. As Renji listened to Aizen's words, a chill rose from the depths of his heart. Wait. Captain Aizen, what exactly are you? Before Renji could finish asking, Aizen said with a somber expression, Renji, I have a very bad feeling about this. It's possible that I... Attention, all captains. Attention, all captains. An emergency captains meeting will be held immediately. Repeating, all. Before Aizen could finish speaking, an announcement echoed throughout the Siriiti. Ah. Never mind. I shouldn't tell you this. I wouldn't want to implicate you. Aizen sighed. With that, Aizen turned and left to attend the emergency captains meeting. Chapter 242 Questioning Jin. Watching Aizen's departing figure and thinking about his earlier words, a powerful impulse rose within Renji. So someone is manipulating the events surrounding Rukia from behind the scenes. Renji thought to himself. The more Renji thought about it, the more plausible Aizen's words seemed. That would mean Rukia is innocent. The reason she's in this situation is because someone is framing her from behind. In that case, then, I must save Rukia. Yes. I will save Rukia. Renji firmly resolved. At that moment, the announcement for the emergency captains meeting sounded once more. Right. If there's a captains meeting, lieutenants have to attend too. Renji suddenly realized. Although lieutenants couldn't participate in the captains meeting, they needed to accompany their captains to the 1st Division and attend a separate lieutenants meeting presided over by the 1st Division, S lieutenant. Thinking this, Renji had to temporarily set aside the matter of Rukia and hurriedly head towards the 1st Division. 1st Division. Renji rushed down the corridor, heading towards the 2nd waiting room. Really, what's with calling a meeting and making us wear the lieutenant's insignia? Renji grumbled as he ran, fastening the insignia to his left arm. Renji hadn't been carrying his insignia earlier, so he had to make a special trip back to the 6th Division. Tell me about it. This is the first time I've encountered being forced to wear the insignia too. The one who spoke is Iba Tetsuzeman, the lieutenant of the 7th Division. He's catching up to Renji as he ran. Oh, right. The order said lieutenants must wear their insignias and report to the 2nd waiting room, correct? Tetsuzeman asked. Yeah, that's right, Renji replied. 2nd waiting room. What's going on? No one's here. Are we the first ones? Seeing the empty waiting room, Renji couldn't help but comment. Who could blame them? Captains and lieutenants are scattered all over the Soul Society, busy with their duties. Gathering everyone would take at least half a day, right? Ranjaku said as she walked in. Our captain is unreachable too. It's so annoying. I don't even know if he'll make it to the captain's meeting on time. Ranjaku tugged at her golden hair, sounding somewhat irritated. Don't worry, Lieutenant Matsumoto. I think I saw Captain Hitsugaya earlier. He should be arriving soon. Tetsuzeman tried to console her. Then the captain's meeting should start soon too, right? Renji said. Captain's meeting room, not far from the 2nd waiting room. Toshiro and Kayaraka walked in together. Yamamoto glanced at the two, then said gravely, Is everyone here? Good. Then I shall explain the matter regarding this meeting. Captain of the 3rd Division. Ikamaru Jin. As soon as Yamamoto's words fell, the meeting room doors opened again, and Jin, who had been waiting outside, walked calmly into the midst of everyone. What's the matter? Summoning us so suddenly, making such a big fuss. All you captains responsible for various districts of the Soul Society, surely you haven't gathered just for me. Jin said with his eyes narrowed, feigning a flattered and surprised expression. Era. The captain of the 13th Division doesn't seem to be here. What happened to him? Jin looked around the room and asked calmly. He is on sick leave, Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division, said flatly. Oh. Still not better. He should take more care, then, Jin said, pretending concern. Enough. We weren't summoned here to listen to your small talk. Zaraki walked up to Jin, his expression unfriendly. Let me ask you, didn't you go to deal with the Ryoka on your own earlier? And it seems you didn't eliminate them. What's the meaning of this? For someone of your level, dealing with 4 or 5 Ryoka shouldn't be a problem, right? Era. That kid didn't really die, did he? Jin pretended to be surprised. What do you mean by that? Zaraki asked. Ah, I thought he was definitely dead at the time. Has my intuition grown dull? Ah. My apologies. Jin rubbed the back of his head apologetically. Kukukuku. Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division, suddenly laughed mockingly. Don't spout such boring jokes. Captain-level figures like us would surely know whether the opponent's Ryatsu has vanished. Could it be you were simply incapable from the start, so you claimed negligence? Era, really now? You make it sound like I deliberately let him off, Jin said with a smile, his eyes narrowed. That's exactly what I mean. Mayuri said with a hostile tone. Hey. You shut up, Kuratsuchi. Can't you see I'm talking to him? Get out of the way. Zaraki stared at Mayuri with a challenging expression. Of course, if you want to kill me, that's a different story. Zaraki grinned ferociously. Seeing the three of them arguing endlessly, tensions rising, the captains of the other divisions reacted differently. Suifeng said indifferently, how boring. Kayaraka said helplessly, yar. Byakuya showed an aloof expression. All right. Zaraki, Mayuri, both of you stop arguing. Toshiro suddenly spoke up. Then, Toshiro walked over to stand beside Zaraki and Mayuri. You two wait a moment. I have something to ask him. Era, what does the vice-captain commander wish to ask me? Jin revealed a fox-like smile. I heard you injured Jidanbo. Toshiro said with a cold expression. As Jidanbo had said earlier, he and Toshiro were indeed good friends. Toshiro's home was in Junranin district, the first district of West Rakongai. Jidanbo guarded the White Road Gate, the very gate leading from the West Rakongai into the Siri-Idi. During his free time, Toshiro often returned to the Rakongai to visit his grandmother, who lived alone. Therefore, he passed through the White Road Gate frequently. Over time, he became acquainted with Jidanbo. Although Jidanbo was much older and bigger than Toshiro, he was a very simple person with a pure heart. Interacting with him was quite pleasant. After they became friends, Jidanbo often visited Toshiro's home to help his grandmother. Although since Toshiro became a Shinigami, his family no longer had to worry about livelihood, his grandmother was elderly after all. Living alone inevitably had its inconveniences, and Toshiro couldn't bring his grandmother to live within the Siri-Idi. It wasn't that Toshiro lacked the authority. In fact, as vice-captain commander of the Godii 13 and captain of the 10th Division, bringing someone to live in the Siri-Idi was a trivial matter. But Toshiro's grandmother was just an ordinary soul with no Riryoku, while the Siri-Idi was filled with Shinigami possessing powerful Ryatsu. Bringing her to the Siri-Idi would be practically wishing for her early demise. So, Jidanbo frequently helping Toshiro's grandmother at home was a great assistance to Toshiro. Therefore, Toshiro was very grateful to Jidanbo. Chapter 243 Toshiro's Warning. Moreover, the axes Jidanbo currently used were specially made by Toshiro as a birthday gift for him. But Toshiro had recently heard that Jin injured Jidanbo while dealing with the Ryoka. This undoubtedly made Toshiro extremely angry. Ikamaru Jin, what is your explanation for injuring Jidanbo? Toshiro stared intently at Jin. Oh. An explanation? No, I have nothing to explain. Jin said. What? Toshiro's expression grew even colder. Jidanbo, as the guardian of the White Road Gate, intended to help the Ryoka. It wasn't just injuring him, even if I had directly killed him, what would be wrong with that, Captain Hitsugaya? Jin Ikamaru retorted. On the contrary, Captain Hitsugaya should be more mindful. As the vice-captain commander of the Godii 13 and captain of the 10th Division, how can you associate with an incompetent guard like Jidanbo? And to be precise, although I prevented Jidanbo from helping those Ryoka this time, the fact remains that Jidanbo indeed intended to aid the Ryoka. He really can't be called a qualified guard. To make an example and deter other gate guardians, I think we should arrest Jidanbo and punish him. When the time comes, we should let Captain Hitsugaya personally execute him. What do you think of my proposal? Jin said with a smile. Are you Gin? Toshiro's voice was ice-cold and piercing, as if it could freeze the soul itself. You have thoroughly angered me. Regret your words. Toshiro's tone was extremely calm, but everyone could sense the boundless rage hidden beneath his calm words. Era, how scary, Captain Hitsugaya. Surely you're not going to attack me. Before Jin could finish, Toshiro took a step forward, and a powerful, suffocating, despair-inducing Ryatsu erupted forth. Boom. Toshiro's Ryatsu, held back no longer, crushed down upon Jin. Ugh. Under the pressure of Toshiro's Ryatsu, Jin let out a grunt. He then felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him, even moving a finger required several times his usual effort. Drip, drip. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Jin's forehead. What powerful Ryatsu. This level of Ryatsu probably isn't weaker than Aizen's. No. It might even be stronger than Aizen. Jin thought, shocked. As expected of the Soul Society's #1 genius. It seems provoking him was a foolish decision. Jin thought regretfully. Earlier, Aizen had instructed Jin to act more conspicuously recently to attract Toshiro's attention. That's why Jin had deliberately provoked Toshiro just now. However, now, experiencing Toshiro's Ryatsu firsthand, he couldn't help but feel some regret. An angered Toshiro was truly terrifying. Jin even suspected that if it weren't for Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis ability, Aizen might not be Toshiro's match. What a pity. If he weren't under the effects of Kyoka Suigetsu, he could indeed defeat Aizen. It seems now, if I want to kill Aizen to avenge Ranjaku, I'll have to rely on myself. Jin thought to himself with emotion. Simultaneously, sensing Toshiro's Ryatsu, the captains of the other divisions couldn't help but had their expressions changed. Although Toshiro's Ryatsu was mainly directed at Jin, what they felt was just the aftershocks. Even so, they still felt considerable pressure. Upon sensing Toshiro's Ryatsu, Yamamoto's eyes flickered. Toshiro's strength has improved again. I wonder if I could still gain the upper hand if we fought now. When Toshiro made his breakthrough earlier, he had fought Yamamoto in the Dangai. Although no clear winner was decided, during the battle, Yamamoto undoubtedly held the upper hand. In fact, if the fight had gone to the end, the victor would likely have been Yamamoto. But if they were to have a rematch now, Yamamoto wasn't confident he could achieve ultimate victory. However, I should stop Toshiro for now. Yamamoto thought. Regardless, Jin was a captain. Although his words just now were excessive and angered Toshiro, Toshiro publicly using his Ryatsu to oppress Jin during a captain's meeting was indeed inappropriate. Thinking this, Yamamoto immediately shouted, "Enough. Toshiro, stop." Humph. Toshiro snorted coldly but ultimately withdrew his Ryatsu. Huff, huff. Huff. After Toshiro withdrew his Ryatsu, Jin gasped heavily for breath. Era, that was really something. To suppress me with just Ryatsu. As expected of the vice-captain commander. Truly not on the same level as us captains. Jin said, still shaken. You had better watch yourself. Next time you dare harm my friend, it won't end so simply. Toshiro warned. With that, Toshiro returned to the lineup. Cough, Captain Zaraki, Captain Kuratsuchi, you two step back as well. Yamamoto coughed lightly. Hearing this, Zaraki and Mayuri didn't cause any more trouble and returned to their respective positions. Now, let the meeting continue. Yamamoto said gravely. Ikamaru Jin, you were already informed of the reason for summoning you this time, correct? On this occasion, you acted without orders, taking individual action, and ultimately allowed the targets to escape. As a captain, this is extremely disgraceful behavior. That is why this captain's meeting was convened. Well. Do you have anything to say, Ikamaru Jin? Yamamoto fixed a piercing gaze on Jin. I have nothing to say. Jin curved his lips, appearing completely at ease. What? Yamamoto was surprised. I have nothing to say. This was my failure. I do not wish to defend myself. Jin scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Very well. No matter what the punishment, you should have no calm. Wait a moment. Aizen suddenly spoke up, interrupting Yamamoto. Aizen stepped forward. I have something to say regarding Jin. At that very moment, urgent alarm sirens suddenly echoed throughout the Siri-IDI. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Intruders within the Siri-IDI. All divisions, hold your positions. Repeating. What's going on? Intruders. The captains exclaimed in surprise. Could it be the previous Ryoka? Yamamoto said gravely. Chapter 244 Exaggerated Acting. At the same time, everyone within the entire Siri-IDI heard the alarms. The long peaceful Siri-IDI inevitably experienced some panic. The captain's meeting was also interrupted by this sudden turn of events. Tap, tap, tap. Zaraki suddenly turned and ran out of the captain's meeting room. Hey! Wait, Zaraki, it's not. Seeing Zaraki run out, Toshiro instinctively tried to stop him, but before Toshiro could finish, Zaraki had already vanished. After running out of the meeting room, a figure suddenly lunged at Zaraki. Ken-chan. A voice followed. Yachiru. Hearing the voice, Zaraki looked up to see Kusajishi Yachiru. Swish. Yachiru landed precisely on Zaraki's shoulder. Enemies. Gonna go kill them. Yachiru laughed happily, as if talking about going to play rather than kill. Yeah. That's right. The intruders this time are Ryoka. Although I don't know the reason, they're probably the guys who survived after facing Ikamaru. So, I want to go see for myself. As he spoke, Zaraki excitedly stuck out his crimson tongue to lick his lips. Captain's meeting room. No helping it. The captain's meeting can only end here. Yamamoto said helplessly. As for the disciplinary action against Ikamaru Jin, everyone will be notified later. All divisions, immediately return to your positions and defend the Siri-IDI. Meeting adjourned. Then, the captains all turned to leave. While leaving, Aizen seemed to unintentionally walk beside Toshiro. As the two passed by Jin, Aizen suddenly spoke. The alarm sounded quite timely, didn't it? Era, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Captain Aizen. Jin said, his eyes narrowed. Do you think you can get away with this? You must not underestimate me. Aizen said righteously with his back to Jin. Looking at Aizen's demeanor at this moment, anyone unaware would think he was a hero determined to fight evil forces to the end. Watching the two of them acting so earnestly beside him, Toshiro really wanted to say, your acting is so exaggerated. Deliberately saying these things next to Toshiro was clearly to arouse his suspicion. And in the original work, Toshiro did indeed fall for it, believing there was something wrong with Jin. However, in reality, there was something wrong with Jin, but the biggest problem was Aizen, the mastermind. Now, knowing the truth, watching the two of them act, Toshiro felt completely unmoved and even somewhat amused. But seeing them putting so much effort into their performance, Toshiro decided to play along. So, after hearing Aizen's words, Toshiro immediately pretended to look at Jin with a suspicious and doubtful expression. Seeing Toshiro's expression, Aizen and Jin ended their performance satisfactorily and then left separately. Since the play is over, I should head back too. Toshiro thought to himself. Afterwards, Toshiro also walked out, preparing to return to the 10th Division and lead his members to guard against the intruders. Just as Toshiro stepped out of the captain's meeting room, he saw Ranjika waiting for him outside. Ah, Captain, you're finally out. The captains and lieutenants from the other divisions have already left. Ranjika said, sounding a bit impatient from waiting. Oh, that. I was watching a play just now, so I came out a bit late. Toshiro said somewhat casually. A play? Ranjiku asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Let's go back, Ranjiku. Toshiro didn't mention Aizen's matter to Ranjiku. Captain, I heard you had a conflict with Jin during the captain's meeting just now. On the way back to the 10th Division, Ranjiku suddenly asked hesitantly. Earlier, while waiting for Toshiro, Ranjiku overheard a few captains who had left the meeting saying Toshiro and Jin had clashed. Ranjiku originally wanted to ask Jin personally if he was hurt or anything, but when Jin saw Ranjiku approaching, he turned and left immediately, giving her no chance. Ikamaru Jin injured Jidanbo and also provoked me during the captain's meeting. So I gave him a little taste of my power. Toshiro explained. Then, is he alright? Ranjiku immediately asked with concern. What? Worried about your sweetheart? Don't you know how to worry about me a bit? Toshiro said somewhat unhappily. Although he knew Ranjiku and Jin liked each other, and Ranjiku worrying about Jin was normal, Toshiro still felt inexplicably displeased. It wasn't that Toshiro had any particular feelings for Ranjiku. But as her captain, after clashing with the person she liked, hearing her express concern for Jin's safety right in front of him naturally made Toshiro somewhat dissatisfied. Ah, Captain, it's not that I'm not concerned about you. But your strength. I know it well. In the entire Soul Society, aside from the Captain Commander, who could possibly be your match? Jin is a captain too, but how could he possibly be your opponent? Ranjiku quickly shook Toshiro's arm, acting cute. Well, that's true. That guy Jin is definitely no match for me. Toshiro said somewhat proudly. So, what happened to Jin exactly? Ranjiku continued asking. Don't worry. Your sweetheart is fine. I just intimidated him with my Ryatsu earlier. I didn't actually attack. Toshiro said. Thank you, Captain. Ranjiku said sincerely. Ranjiku understood very well that her captain was someone who highly valued his friends. This time, Jin had injured Jidanbo, and the fact that Toshiro could restrain himself from directly attacking was probably partly due to consideration for her, not wanting to put her in a difficult position. In fact, Ranjaku wasn't wrong. The reason Toshiro didn't directly attack at the time wasn't just because he couldn't act recklessly during a captain's meeting, part of it was indeed to avoid making Ranjaku feel torn. Alright, Ranjaku, no need for thanks. I'll let it go this time. Next time he provokes someone close to me, I won't let it slide so easily. Toshiro said with a serious expression. I understand, Captain. Ranjaku nodded. Hey. Ranjaku. Toshiro suddenly said. What is it, Captain? Whenever you call me by my name directly, it's never good news. Ranjaku said with a wary expression. If one day Jin were to stand against the Soul Society, what would you choose? Toshiro looked at Ranjaku and asked. Hearing this, Ranjaku's body stiffened. Then, with a solemn expression, she said, Captain, I am the lieutenant of the 10th Division. I am now, and will be in the future. As long as you don't remove me, I will always be your lieutenant. Is that so? Toshiro couldn't help but smile. Let's go, Ranjaku. Let's return to the 10th Division. Chapter 245, Chapter 245 The Goddess of Flash, Shihoi Nyuruchi. 10th Division. After returning to the 10th Division, Toshiro immediately assembled all the members. Alright, everyone. I assume you've all heard the alarm earlier and know that intruders have breached the Siriidi. Now, form groups of 5 and conduct a thorough search within the Siriidi. Toshiro said loudly. Yes, Captain. Everyone responded loudly. Then, the members of the 10th Division mobilized, patrolling everywhere within the Siriidi to search for the Ryoka. Toshiro also personally took a few members to participate in the search. Simultaneously, various divisions of the Godii 13 also mobilized, conducting patrols throughout the Siriidi. Siriidi, a certain road. Toshiro was casually strolling around with a few members. Why did the sky suddenly light up? A member suddenly said. As they walked, they suddenly noticed the originally dim sky had brightened. Then, everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a blue sphere of light in the dusky sky, descending like a meteor towards the Siriidi. What is that? Something's falling. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Though he knew what it was, Toshiro still gestured and said, Everyone, retreat. Be careful not to get hit. Yes, Captain. Then, everyone hastily dodged backward. But Toshiro remained standing where he was, unmoving. They've arrived, haven't they? Kurosaki Ichigo. Toshiro murmured to himself. Who has arrived, Captain? A voice suddenly sounded beside Toshiro's ear. What? It's just you, Ranjaku. Toshiro, lost in thought, was startled by the sudden voice beside him. Turning around, he saw Ranjaku standing next to him, looking like a curious child. Why aren't you hiding in the back with the others? Instead of directly answering Ranjaku's question, Toshiro asked in return. Hee. Since Captain is still standing here, it means this place isn't dangerous, or even if there is danger, Captain can definitely handle it, right? Ranjaku said with certainty. Well, maybe. Toshiro said evasively. Captain, about the Ryoka, do you know some? Boom. Before Ranjaku could finish, the blue sphere of light in the sky suddenly collided with the Siriidi's spiritual barrier, the Shikanmaku, and stopped. It hit the Shikanmaku and stopped. Ranjaku exclaimed in shock. It collided but didn't disappear. That means it's a spiritual body with extremely high density. Ranjaku said in amazement. The Siriidi's Shikanmaku could dissolve any object composed of Raisher, acting as a barrier against enemies. Now, the sphere had collided with the Shikanmaku but wasn't dissolved, meaning its Raisher density was so high that the Shikanmaku couldn't completely dissolve it immediately. Pop. The blue sphere in the sky suddenly exploded like a firework, and the people inside scattered in 4 directions across the Siriidi. Split into 4 parts. Captain, which one should we pursue? Ranjaku hurriedly asked. Ranjaku, you take the others and go pursue. I'm going to act alone. Toshiro said calmly. Act alone? Captain, you're not coming with us. Ranjaku asked, puzzled. I alone am enough. Toshiro said. Well, all right then. Ranjaku hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. Oh, right, Ranjaku. If you encounter the Ryoka, just capture them. Don't kill them. Toshiro suddenly instructed. Just capture them. Why, Captain? Ranjaku asked, confused and puzzled. Ryoka invading the Siriidi was a major crime. Under normal circumstances, it would be normal to kill them on sight. Don't ask too much for now. Just do as I say. When the time is right, I'll explain everything clearly. Toshiro thought for a moment but decided not to explain everything to Ranjika now. Well, all right. Although she didn't understand Toshiro's reasons, Ranjika chose to obey his command. Then I'll go first, Ranjiku. With that, Toshiro chose a direction where one of the Ryoka had fallen and pursued. Captain, what exactly is happening? And what are you hiding? Watching Toshiro's departing figure, Ranjika said with some worry. Ranjiku had recently noticed that Toshiro's behavior lately had been somewhat strange. He would either suddenly disappear or often space out, deep in thought about something. And just now, he even ordered her not to kill those Ryoka. Could it be that Captain has some connection with those Ryoka? Ranjiku couldn't help but think. No, no, no. How could I doubt Captain? Ranjiku shook her head repeatedly. But regardless, regarding this Ryoka invasion incident, Ranjiku always felt it wasn't that simple. A sense of foreboding lingered in her heart. Ah, really? What exactly is going on in the Soul Society lately? Ranjiku tugged at her hair, feeling restless and uneasy. Ah, whatever. I'll leave everything to Captain. I just need to follow Captain's orders. After thinking for a long time but unable to come up with any clues, Ranjiku reluctantly gave up. Siriiti, Eastern District. A black cat stood on the roof of a building, surveying its surroundings. Ryatsu clashes can be felt everywhere. The black cat suddenly spoke. 1, 2, 3. You mustn't die. You absolutely mustn't die. At that moment, the black cat seemed to sense something and suddenly looked at the ground not far away. Swish. Toshiro's figure suddenly appeared there. This is the place, right? Toshiro looked at the meteor crater formed on the ground. I wonder who I'll encounter this time. Toshiro showed an interested expression. When Ichigo and the others broke through the Shikanmaku, they split into 4 parts. Toshiro had just randomly chosen a direction to pursue. Toshiro suddenly sensed something and looked towards a building on the right. Oh, interesting. So the one I've encountered is... Toshiro revealed an amused expression. Swish. Toshiro used Shuinpa, appearing directly on the roof of a building to the right. Seeing Toshiro suddenly appear before her, the black cat couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It's him. Seeing Toshiro, the black cat was inwardly surprised. Although Urahara said we could seek his help in a desperate situation, it's better not to make contact with him for now. The black cat thought to herself. In her view, Toshiro was, after all, the vice-captain commander of the Gotei 13 and captain of the 10th Division. Their positions were opposed. Although he agreed to help them out of consideration for Isshin, if Toshiro were to go back on his word, they would be finished. So, it was better not to contact Toshiro unless absolutely necessary. Thinking this, she decided to leave. Meow. The black cat meowed twice at Toshiro, then swaggered forward, preparing to leave. In her view, Toshiro had never seen her before and didn't know about this form. So she wasn't worried at all that Toshiro would recognize her. Oh my. Is the renowned goddess of Flash, Shihoin Yuruchi, planning to leave just like that? Toshiro suddenly said. Chapter 246, Chapter 246 The Pure Toshiro. Upon hearing Toshiro's words, the black cat, which had been strolling leisurely forward with feline grace, froze in its tracks. It then turned around to face Toshiro. Era, exposed already. Truly worthy of being the vice-captain commander of the Gotei 13. The black cat said in a hoarse male voice. Yuruchi Shihoin, known as the Goddess of Flash, former captain of the 2nd Division, and former leader of the Onmitsukido. I've heard much about you. Toshiro smiled. How did you recognize me? We shouldn't have met before this. Yuruchi asked curiously. Guess. Toshiro showed a playful expression. Well, if you don't want to say, forget it. Yuruchi didn't press further. Although she had left the Soul Society over 100 years ago, many within the Soul Society still knew of her, and some were aware she could transform into a black cat. It was possible Toshiro had heard about her from someone familiar with her. Captain Hitsugaya, why have you sought me out? Yuruchi asked. Ah, not really. I wasn't specifically looking for you. When you broke through the Shikanmaku, you split into 4 parts. I just randomly chose a direction to pursue and happened to encounter you. That's all. Toshiro explained casually. Is that so? Yuruchi said noncommittally. Then why did you stop me? You're not here to capture me, are you? Yuruchi said, seemingly casual. However, her golden feline eyes were extremely vigilant, fixed on Toshiro. If Toshiro made any unusual moves, Yuruchi would react immediately. No, no, no. Why would I want to capture you? Not only will I not capture you, but I'll also help you when necessary. After all, I promised Captain Isshin to look out for you. If something happens to you, I wouldn't be able to answer to Captain Ishin. Toshiro denied. Is that so? Since you're not here to capture me, I'll be going now. With that, Yhwach began to walk away with feline steps, though her attention remained focused on Toshiro's every move. Swish. In a flash, Toshiro suddenly appeared in front of Yhwach. So fast. Yhwach was shocked. She had barely seen Toshiro's movement earlier. By the time she reacted, Toshiro's figure was already blocking her path. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Shihoin Yhwach. Since we've met, let's have a good spar to pass the time. I'm quite looking forward to experiencing the strength of the goddess of Flash. As he spoke, Toshiro actually picked up the black cat Yhwach. Such smooth, silky fur. Just like a real cat. Toshiro stroked the black cat's fur, sounding somewhat amazed. Hey. Brat, you're being very rude. The black cat Yhwach said somewhat angrily. Oh, sorry. Toshiro apologized verbally, but his actions didn't stop at all. Instead, he intensified, rubbing the black cat's fur even more. The texture is really good. No wonder so many people become cat slaves. Toshiro thought to himself. You little brat, I'm really angry now. The black cat Yhwach's fur bristled. Brat, I'll let you witness the power of the goddess of Flash. The black cat Yhwach said gravely. However, this form isn't suitable for fighting. Better return to my original form. Poof. A cloud of white smoke billowed, obscuring the black cat Yhwach. Then, as the smoke cleared, a young woman with long purple hair and brown skin appeared before Toshiro. Urk. Toshiro stared at the suddenly human-shaped Yhwach, stunned. Shocked, aren't you? No wonder. Although you knew my identity beforehand, when you actually see my human form, it's inevitable to be stunned. Yhwach said proudly. Tisk, although you're the vice-captain commander of the Goti I-13 and captain of the 10th Division, the number 2 figure among Shinigami, in the end, you're still young, not mature and steady enough. But, come to think of it, that feeling when I reveal my true identity and transform into human form in an instant is always fantastic. Because every one of you gets so shocked you look like a fool. Yhwach said with a pleased expression. Why are you bleeding from your nose? Yhwach suddenly looked at Toshiro, puzzled. Hearing this, Toshiro hurriedly wiped his nose, then glared fiercely at the pair of weapons. Finally, with great difficulty, he turned his head away. Cough, I've been a bit overheated lately. It's not because of any other reason. Also, you should put on some clothes first. Naturally, Toshiro hadn't been surprised because Yhwach returned to human form. It was because when she transformed back, she was completely naked, without a stitch of clothing on her. Sorry. It's been so long, I almost forgot. Yhwach acted as if she had just realized, wearing an apologetic expression. Then, Yhwach, out of nowhere, produced a set of clothes and began putting them on unhurriedly. However, I never expected you to be so pure. Is this the first time you've seen a girl's body? Yhwach teased. Shut up. None of your business. Toshiro said, flustered and angry. But to be fair, Yhwach wasn't entirely wrong. In his previous life, Toshiro hadn't had a girlfriend. In this life, although he had established a relationship with Momo early on and their feelings were strong, they were both still young. So, they hadn't had any intimate physical interactions yet. Judging by your reaction, I hit the mark. Well, considering your age, you're probably not even an adult yet, right? So not having experienced these things is quite normal. Yhwach chuckled triumphantly. Toshiro snorted coldly, ignoring Yhwach. Seeing Toshiro's flustered and annoyed state, Yhwach became even more enthusiastic. She deliberately swayed in front of Toshiro. Hey, aren't you going to take a few more glances? Such smooth skin. If you miss it now, you might not get another chance. You talk too much. Mind your own business and hurry up and put your clothes on. Toshiro shouted loudly. You're really easy to tease, Toshiro-chan. Yhwach teased. However, her hands quickened their movements, and she swiftly donned her clothes. All dressed now. Then let the fight begin. Let me see the strength of the so-called goddess of Flash. If you disappoint me, it's not impossible that I'll capture you and hand you over to the Soul Society for judgment. Toshiro said gravely. Chapter 247 Battle of Ultra High Speed. Oh my, Toshiro-chan, you're too impatient, Yhwach teased. However, since you're so eager for a fight, I'll grant your wish. Swish. Before her words even faded, Yhwach's figure flashed, instantly appearing beside Toshiro. Then, a high roundhouse kick whipped straight towards Toshiro. Seeing this, Toshiro remained calm, casually extending his right arm to block in front of him. Thump. Yhwach's kick was easily blocked by Toshiro's right arm, unable to advance an inch. "Is this all you've got, Shihoin Yhwach?" Toshiro said expressionlessly. "Hey, that was just a greeting, Toshiro-chan," Yhwach chuckled lightly. Then, Yhwach immediately retreated, putting some distance between them and staring intently at Toshiro. "Next, let me show you the true power of the goddess of Flash," Yhwach said seriously. As her voice fell, Yhwach moved instantly. Swish swish swish. Yhwach's figure revolved around Toshiro at extreme speed, creating numerous afterimages due to her ultimate velocity. At a glance, it seemed as if countless Yhwachs were circling Toshiro. Toshiro's eyes followed each of Yhwach's afterimages. Truly worthy of the title Goddess of Flash. At this speed, there are indeed few in the Soul Society who can match you. Before Toshiro could finish, countless Yhwachs suddenly attacked him together. Swish swish swish. Countless Yhwachs attacked Toshiro with punches and kicks. Seeing this, Toshiro's hands also blurred into afterimages, meeting Yhwach's attacks. Bam 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 bam. Fists and feet collided. In the briefest instant, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. However, in their clash, Toshiro ultimately gained the upper hand. Under Toshiro's punches and palm strikes, countless Yhwach figures continuously vanished. Finally, only one figure remained, leaping into the air and delivering a whip kick towards Toshiro's head. Slap. Yhwach's right foot was caught firmly in Toshiro's hand, unable to break free. Your movement speed and attack speed are indeed fast. Few in the Soul Society can rival you. But unfortunately, I am faster than you, Toshiro said gravely. I thought if it were the Goddess of Flash, at least your speed could impress me. But in the end, it's only this level. Did I overestimate your strength? Toshiro said somewhat disappointedly. No, it's not that my strength is too weak. It's that your strength is too strong, like a monster. Yhwach said with a serious expression. She understood very clearly that she was no match for Toshiro. After all, Toshiro was the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13 and captain of the 10th Division, his strength comparable to Yamamoto, hailed as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. So even if she ultimately lost to Toshiro, Yhwach wouldn't be particularly surprised. But what truly surprised her was that Toshiro hadn't even used his Zanpakuto, suppressing her with just Hakuta. As the former captain of the 2nd Division and commander of the Onmitsukido, Yhwach's specialties were Hakuta and Ho-Oh. But now, in Hakuta, Yhwach was completely at a disadvantage, which genuinely astonished her. I'm too strong. Perhaps, Toshiro said noncommittally. Although Toshiro's strength was indeed formidable, he wasn't invincible. Not to mention others, within the Soul Society alone, there were Yamamoto and Aizen who could rival Toshiro. Perhaps one was slightly stronger or weaker among the three, but they were generally on the same level. And that was just within the Soul Society. If it were the final boss, Yhwach, Toshiro wouldn't even have confidence in winning with his current strength. However, let's end this boring fight now, Toshiro said with a bored expression. With that, Toshiro, holding Yhwach's right foot, suddenly slammed her towards the ground. Swish. Yhwach's body plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Before Yhwach could hit the ground, Toshiro's figure appeared beneath her at several times her falling speed and kicked towards her. Yhwach hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her to block. Thud. Although Yhwach blocked Toshiro's kick, under Toshiro's immense power, her already rapidly descending body was sent flying back into the air. Just as Toshiro was about to pursue and attack again, Yhwach suddenly flung a bandage that wrapped around a nearby tree. Using the leverage, she swung back onto a rooftop. Toshiro-chan, if you have the skill, come catch me. Yhwach suddenly taunted Toshiro. Then, using Shuinpa at full power, she ran into the distance. Tap. 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 Yhwach's figure appeared on the rooftops of various buildings, using light steps to propel herself further away. Humph, let me show you what real speed is, Shihoin Yhwach. Toshiro shouted. Shunkuho. Tap. 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 Toshiro's figure continuously flickered, pursuing Yhwach at a speed even faster than hers. With Toshiro using Shunkuho at full capacity, the distance between them began to shrink. What? Yhwach, running at extreme speed ahead, glanced back to see Toshiro's figure flickering, rapidly closing in at a speed surpassing her own. It seemed he would catch up in no time. Yar, even in speed. I've lost. In that case, what does that make the Goddess of Flash? Yhwach said somewhat bitterly. Yhwach had always taken pride in her speed, believing no one could surpass her. But now, she had to admit Toshiro's speed was far greater than hers. If I keep running like this, it's no solution. I'll be caught soon, Yhwach frowned. Thinking this, Yhwach immediately pulled out several throwing knives from her body and suddenly turned, flinging them towards Toshiro. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Combined with Toshiro's forward momentum, the knives reached Toshiro in an instant. Throwing weapons. Seeing this, Toshiro had no intention of dodging. Instead, he actively charged forward. Clang clang clang. The knives struck Toshiro's body. However, Toshiro remained completely unharmed, while the knives snapped in half. What? Seeing this, Yhwach couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What an incredibly strong physique. Yhwach said incredulously. Swish. While Yhwach was stunned, Toshiro's figure flashed, instantly catching up. Caught you, Shihoin Yhwach. Toshiro shouted. Then, Toshiro threw a punch towards her. Chapter 248, Chapter 248 Shunko. Seeing Toshiro throw a punch at her, Yhwach immediately ducked to avoid Toshiro's attack, then pressed her hands against the ground and kicked towards Toshiro with her right foot. After his punch missed, Toshiro saw Yhwach kicking towards him again. His fist immediately changed direction to meet Yhwach's right foot. Thump. Fist and foot collided. Toshiro remained standing where he was, while Yhwach used the recoil to perform a backflip, creating distance between them. Hey, Shihoin Yhwach, you should show your real strength. Otherwise, defeating you wouldn't be interesting. Toshiro said calmly. Alright, I'll let you witness the Shunko I created. Yhwach said with a solemn expression. Oh. Shunko. Toshiro showed an interested expression. He was quite intrigued by the technique Shunko. In the original work, Yhwach never used her Zanpakuto, and her Shirkai and Bankai weren't even seen. But after using this technique, Yhwach's strength instantly increased dramatically, as if she had used Bankai. It could be said that Shunko was another form of Bankai, granting power not inferior to Bankai. Shunko is a technique I created by combining Kido and Hakuta. To be honest, I originally didn't plan to use this technique because I haven't mastered its control. However, for someone like you, it shouldn't be a problem, Captain Hitsugaya. Yhwach said seriously. Truthfully, since creating Shunko, Yhwach had never fully unleashed it. Because this technique was extremely powerful, and Yhwach hadn't mastered its control, it was prone to causing unintended harm. Therefore, Yhwach had never fully employed it in battle against an opponent. But now, facing Toshiro, Yhwach decided to cast aside her reservations and use this technique to engage in an unrestrained battle with Toshiro. Because Yhwach understood very well that, given Toshiro's strength, even if she truly used Shunko, she wouldn't be his match, let alone cause any unintended harm. Just thinking about being able to fully unleash Shunko and fight unrestrainedly excited Yhwach. Shunko! Yhwach shouted. Boom! A powerful Ryatsu erupted from Yhwach's body. Simultaneously, Yhwach's clothes instantly burst apart. After activating Shunko, her orange garments exploded, revealing the black, shoulder-exposing, form-fitting combat suit underneath. Moreover, high-density, compressed Kido, like lightning, coiled around Yhwach's shoulders. Then, Yhwach extended her left hand, fingers curled, palm aimed at Toshiro. Powerful Ryatsu materialized, gathering in her hand like a storm of thunder and lightning. Clang! Facing Yhwach's imminent attack, Toshiro drew his Zanpakuto for the first time, standing ready. Thunder strike! Yhwach chanted lightly. Boom! High-density compressed Ryatsu transformed into a violent force, blasting towards Toshiro. Seeing this, Toshiro instantly swung his Zanpakuto, unleashing a Kanatsu to meet Yhwach's attack. Boom! Toshiro's Kanatsu collided with Yhwach's Thunder Strike. However, after holding for a moment, Toshiro's blade pressure was shattered by Yhwach's Thunder Strike. Although Yhwach's Thunder Strike had its power partially neutralized after breaking Toshiro's Kanatsu, it stubbornly continued towards Toshiro. Seeing this, Toshiro frowned slightly and immediately used Shuinpa to evade Yhwach's attack. Boom! After Toshiro dodged, Yhwach's Thunder Strike completely obliterated the cluster of buildings behind where Toshiro had been standing. Swish! Toshiro's figure flashed, suddenly appearing in front of Yhwach, then slashed at her with his sword. Yhwach reacted instantly, her right fist wrapped in high-density compressed Kido, punching towards Toshiro's Zanpakuto. Clang! Toshiro's Zanpakuto struck Yhwach's fist, producing a metallic clang. Then, Toshiro felt a powerful force transmitted from Yhwach's fist. His body involuntarily staggered backward. Tap tap tap. Toshiro retreated several steps before regaining his footing. Yhwach only swayed a couple of times before steadying herself, then flashed forward, charging rapidly towards Toshiro. Ha! Yhwach shouted, using Hakuta to launch a storm-like assault on Toshiro. A sky full of fist and leg shadows, dense as raindrops, enveloped Toshiro. Toshiro also used his Zanpakuto to counterattack continuously. Clang 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 clang. The collisions between Yhwach's fists and feet and Toshiro's Zanpakuto produced a series of metallic clangs. Moreover, as they fought, Toshiro actually began falling into a disadvantage. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Toshiro suddenly slashed out with a Kanatsu, breaking free from Yhwach's onslaught. Then, with light steps, he used Shuinpa to create some distance between them. Did I perhaps get a bit too overconfident? Toshiro looked at Yhwach not far away, frowning slightly. After using Shunko, Yhwach's speed and strength increased dramatically. Although Toshiro still held a slight advantage in speed, Yhwach's overall strength had clearly reached a level surpassing that of an ordinary captain. While Toshiro's true strength far surpassed Yhwach's, currently, he hadn't even released his Zanpakuto. Facing a fully powered Yhwach at advanced captain level, it was inevitable he would fall into a disadvantage. Should I release my Zanpakuto? Toshiro hesitated internally. This time, Toshiro just wanted to witness the strength of the goddess of Flash. He didn't plan to engage in an earth-shattering battle with her. Hey! What's wrong, Toshiro-chan? Giving up already? It seems the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13 and captain of the 10th division are only at this level. And what's this about being hailed as comparable to the strongest Shinigami, Captain Commander Yamamoto? I think you've just been boasting about yourself. Having been suppressed by Toshiro earlier, even her prideful speed surpassed by him, Yhwach couldn't help feeling quite frustrated. So now, finally gaining the upper hand, she couldn't resist getting a bit carried away, actively taunting Toshiro. Hearing Yhwach's sarcastic remarks, Toshiro felt his temples throbbing with anger. You. Fine. I'll take this fight a bit more seriously. Toshiro said gravely. Chapter 249, Chapter 249 Pseudo-Bankai. Upon hearing Toshiro's words, Yhwach's expression immediately turned grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. Although she had gained the upper hand after using Shunko, Yhwach didn't believe she was truly a match for Toshiro. Yhwach understood very well that after using Shunko, she was already at full strength, while Toshiro hadn't even used his Shurikai. Damn, it seems I've angered this kid. He's going to get serious now. What to do? I shouldn't have provoked him just now. Yhwach thought regretfully. However, it was too late for regrets. Toshiro had already decided to take the fight seriously. Pseudo-Bankai. Daiguren Hyarinmaru. Toshiro shouted. Boom. A pillar of blue Ryatsu shot into the sky. Dark clouds gathered, covering the entire Siri. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, as if it were the apocalypse. Simultaneously, Toshiro's appearance underwent a drastic transformation. His sword-wielding right arm was covered in ice crystals, resembling a dragon's limb. A pair of massive frost wings spread behind him, almost enveloping his entire body. Then, 3 clusters, each with 4 petals, 12 ice crystal red lotus petals in total, appeared behind him. He looked sacred and majestic. Boom. Powerful Ryatsu erupted from Toshiro's body, shaking the surroundings. Yhwach, not far away, even felt her breathing become somewhat labored. However, instead of being shocked by the formidable power Toshiro displayed, Yhwach showed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Although his Ryatsu increased dramatically after Bankai, it shouldn't be only at this level. Yhwach wondered internally. Yhwach could sense that although Toshiro's power surged and his Ryatsu greatly increased after Bankai, becoming much stronger than her, it felt roughly comparable to someone like Kairaku. For example, while a captain at the peak of the advanced captain level was stronger than one at the early stage, both ultimately belonged to the advanced captain level. That's the feeling Toshiro gave Yhwach now, stronger than her, but still within the same level. Although this level of strength is already top tier among the captains of the Godai 13, if he's supposed to be the vice-captain commander and comparable to Captain Commander Yamamoto, it seems far from enough. What's going on? Could Hitsugaya Toshiro's vice-captain commander title be just for show? Yhwach speculated. Oh, right. When he called out his Bankai just now, it sounded like Pseudo-Bankai. Yhwach suddenly remembered. But what is Pseudo-Bankai? Yhwach had never heard of such a thing. Hey! Captain Hitsugaya, what's this Pseudo-Bankai you mentioned just now? Yhwach asked with a serious expression. As the name implies, Pseudo-Bankai is naturally not a true Bankai. You've heard, right? My Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru, is the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. Because Hyarinmaru is too powerful, even after breaking through to captain level, I couldn't master its true Bankai. The Bankai I used when I first became a captain wasn't the true Bankai, and it was just an immature, flawed version. It was only later, after my strength advanced further and surpassed a certain threshold, that I mastered Hyarinmaru's true Bankai. And now, the Pseudo-Bankai I'm using is precisely that immature, flawed Bankai I grasped when I first broke through to captain level. Toshiro explained. I see. But why not use your true Bankai? Are you looking down on me? Yhwach said somewhat unhappily. it's not entirely that. Although your strength indeed doesn't warrant me using my true Bankai, the bigger reason is because we're in the Siri. Although you've left the Soul Society for over 100 years, you were once a captain. You should know that captain-level individuals are not allowed to use Bankai casually within the Siri. Especially the more powerful the Bankai, the stricter the regulations. That's why I'm using pseudo Bankai. Toshiro explained to Yhwach. For captains like Toshiro, they were generally not permitted to fully release their Zanpakuto within the Siri. For those ranked at the bottom among captains, with Bankai of relatively low power, it might be more permissible. And if a true emergency arose, using Bankai might be acceptable. But for those with immense strength, Bankai with massive destructive power or difficult to control Bankai, even in an emergency, they couldn't use Bankai lightly without permission. After Toshiro became Vice Captain Commander, the Central 46 specifically issued an order prohibiting Toshiro from using Bankai within the Siri. Even in emergencies, he had to report and obtain permission first. But if he encountered an enemy within the Siri that he couldn't handle without Bankai, that would be troublesome. So, to deal with such situations, Toshiro thought of the immature pseudo Bankai he had mastered when he first broke through to captain level. Strictly speaking, pseudo Bankai was not a true Bankai. Even if Toshiro used it within the Siri, the Central 46 couldn't accuse him of violating the order. This was Toshiro exploiting a loophole. After experimentation, Toshiro discovered that although he had mastered Hyarinmaru's true Bankai, he could still use the immature pseudo Bankai from before. However, after using pseudo Bankai, Toshiro's strength could only reach the peak of advanced captain level, not the demigod level power of his true Bankai. Although he couldn't unleash power comparable to his true Bankai, reaching the peak of advanced captain level was sufficient for most situations. Like now, facing Yhwach, if he only used Shirkai, Toshiro could still defeat her, but it would require more effort. If he wanted to defeat her swiftly and decisively, then Toshiro needed to use either pseudo Bankai or his true Bankai. Now that I've explained everything, let's end this battle quickly. Toshiro said gravely. Hearing this, Yhwach immediately showed a solemn expression, ready for battle. Although it was only pseudo Bankai, Yhwach could feel that Toshiro was still significantly stronger than her. Hail Flower Dragon. Toshiro's ice wings flapped once, and his figure shot towards Yhwach at extreme speed. By the time Yhwach reacted, Toshiro was already beside her. Then, Toshiro simply thrust his sword towards Yhwach. At that critical moment, Yhwach instantly concentrated high-density compressed Kido power into her right hand and threw a punch, intending to directly counter Toshiro's attack. Swish. Their figures passed each other. Then, Toshiro stood proudly in midair, while Yhwach was frozen into a cross-shaped block of ice. Chapter 250, Chapter 250 The Lion and the Tiger. However, immediately after, Toshiro's ice wings fluttered, and he flew back to Yhwach's side, who was still frozen in a cross-shaped block of ice. Then, Toshiro lightly tapped the cross-shaped ice block with his Zanpakuto. Crack! The ice shattered, revealing Yhwach inside. Achoo! Emerging from the ice, Yhwach couldn't help but shiver and sneeze. So cold. I almost froze to death. Yhwach said, trembling. Oh. Feeling cold already. I didn't truly try to kill you just now. Toshiro released his pseudo Bankai and chuckled lightly. Toshiro indeed hadn't tried to kill her earlier. When using Hail Flower Dragon, he only froze the surface of Yhwach's body and the freezing power didn't invade her internal organs. Otherwise, not only the ice would have shattered. Yhwach would have shattered along with it. Yhwach glared at Toshiro, furious but not daring to speak. You little brat. Well then. Goddess of Flash. Goodbye. Toshiro said slowly, emphasizing each syllable mockingly. Yhwach's temples throbbed with anger, and she gritted her teeth. You. Despicable guy. However, before she could finish, Toshiro took light steps and headed into the distance. It seems now that Hitsugaya Toshiro is more friend than foe. Watching Toshiro's departing figure, Yhwach couldn't help but murmur to herself. Although Isshin had said Toshiro would help them if they were in danger, Yhwach still couldn't fully trust Toshiro. After all, Isshin had left the Soul Society many years ago and hadn't had contact with Toshiro for a long time. Although Toshiro had agreed to help them on the surface, Yhwach couldn't be certain what Toshiro would actually do. If Toshiro were to say one thing and do another, they would be in great danger. So, unless absolutely necessary, Yhwach originally hadn't planned to contact Toshiro. However, judging by Toshiro's behavior just now, he likely harbored no hostility towards them. Otherwise, he would have directly killed or captured her just now. Siri, Western District. Ranjaku was currently leading a few squad members surrounding a Ryoka. This Ryoka had a robust build, brown skin, and curly brown short hair. Moreover, his right arm was unusually broad, covered in black and red stripes, looking quite peculiar. Undoubtedly, this person was Sado Yasutora, Chad. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, the plot had deviated slightly, leading to Chad encountering Ranjaku and the others right from the start. Ryoka, you are surrounded. Surrender now. Ranjaku sternly advised. Because Toshiro had ordered not to kill the Ryoka, Ranjaku hadn't immediately attacked. Instead, she wanted the other party to surrender voluntarily. I refuse. Chad glanced at the Shinigami surrounding him and refused without hesitation. Hearing Chad's reply, Ranjaku frowned slightly. If the other party wouldn't surrender, they would have to resort to force. Thinking this, Ranjaku didn't hesitate any longer and ordered, attack. Capture him. But be careful not to take his life. Upon Ranjaku's order, the Shinigami surrounding Chad immediately attacked. Seeing this, Chad also swung his right arm of the giant to meet them. Thump thump thump. Under Chad's iron-fisted attacks, the Shinigami surrounding him were sent flying, knocked unconscious, unable to get up. What? Ranjaku exclaimed in shock. Chad defeating the surrounding Shinigami with a few punches greatly exceeded Ranjaku's expectations. Although these Shinigami were ordinary ones with moderate strength, the ease with which Chad defeated them indicated his strength was certainly not weak. Ryoka, your strength is indeed good. But with only this level, you cannot defeat me, a lieutenant. Captain ordered not to kill Ryoka, so I don't want to attack you. Surrender voluntarily. Ranjaku said gravely. You're a lieutenant? Chad asked, somewhat surprised. Chad had heard that within the Soul Society, the strongest were captains and lieutenants. That this beautiful woman before him was a lieutenant genuinely surprised Chad. If you're a lieutenant, then you must be very strong. It seems I need to take this seriously. Chad said with a serious expression. Clang. Ranjaku drew the Zanpakuto at her waist. It seems you don't intend to surrender. In that case, I'll have to resort to force. I'll try my best not to kill you. Ranjaku said solemnly. With that, Ranjaku initiated the attack. Swish. Ranjaku's sharp blade slashed towards Chad. However, remembering Toshiro's order, she didn't aim for vital spots. Facing Ranjaku's incoming slash, Chad didn't retreat. Instead, he directly swung his right arm, punching towards the blade. Clang. Ranjaku's Zanpakuto collided with Chad's right fist, producing a metallic clang. What? Ranjaku was shocked. Blocking a Zanpakuto with a bare fist. How is this possible? Ranjaku was greatly puzzled. Blocking a Zanpakuto with one's body wasn't impossible. Shinigami with exceptionally strong bodies, like Zaraki, could do it. But Zaraki was a powerful captain-level figure, so him being able to do that was normal. And while Ryoka before her was strong, Ranjaku didn't believe he could compare to a powerful captain-level figure. Could it be because of his right arm? Ranjaku suddenly thought. She had noticed earlier that Chad's right arm had a peculiar appearance, black with red patterns. Then let's try avoiding his right arm and attacking other parts. Ranjaku thought to herself. Then, Ranjaku attempted to bypass Chad's right arm and attack other parts of his body. However, Chad possessed beast-like sharp instincts. Every time Ranjaku attacked, he used his right arm to block her Zanpakuto. Clang clang clang. Ranjaku's Zanpakuto and Chad's right arm continuously collided, sparks flying. But as they fought, neither gained a decisive advantage. Chad's right arm was incredibly strong, blocking Ranjaku's attacks every time and then counterattacking. However, Ranjaku was extremely agile, evading Chad's iron fists each time. Thus, the two found themselves in a stalemate for the moment. If this continues, it's not a solution. It seems I'll have to release my Zanpakuto. Ranjaku thought to herself. On the other side, Chad also prepared to unleash his strongest attack, El Directo. Growl, hey Nico. El Directo. Wait. Just as both were about to unleash their ultimate moves, a voice suddenly rang out. Then, a figure abruptly appeared between the two, pressing down on their arms, preventing them from continuing their attacks. Captain. Why are you here? Seeing the newcomer, Ranjaku couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Captain. Hearing Ranjaku's address for the newcomer, Chad was shocked. Yo. Hello, first time meeting. I'm Toshiro, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13 and Captain of the 10th Division. Toshiro looked at Chad and said with a light smile. Chapter 251, Chapter 251 Chad's Strength. So you are Hitsugaya Toshiro. The Hitsugaya Toshiro, the Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13 and Captain of the 10th Division. Chad said incredulously. Hey, although I do look very young, in terms of actual age, I'm several times older than you. Toshiro said unhappily. Well, whatever. No need to apologize. Toshiro then said somewhat helplessly. Because of his age, being doubted wasn't a rare occurrence. Toshiro was long used to it. May I leave? I still need to find Ichigo and the others. Chad couldn't help but ask. Before Toshiro could answer, Ranjaku immediately interjected, "What are you saying, Ryoka? How could we possibly let you leave after you've invaded the Siri? However, Chad didn't pay attention to Ranjaku and instead looked at Toshiro. It was clear that between the two, Toshiro was the one who could make decisions, not Ranjaku. Moreover, Kasuke had said if they were in danger, they could seek out Toshiro. So, in Chad's view, Toshiro shouldn't give him a hard time. Yet, after a moment of thought, Toshiro suddenly refused. "Sorry, but I'll have to ask you to come with us to the 10th Division as our guest." "What?" Chad was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you Urahara-san's customer? Didn't you agree to help us?" Chad stared warily at Toshiro, who seemed to be going back on his word. "Urahara-san? Customer?" Toshiro was a bit confused. Hadn't I agreed to Ishin? And what was this customer nonsense? But then Toshiro understood, this was probably the excuse Urahara Kasuke made up to fool Ichigo and the others. Since Ishin didn't want Ichigo to know about his situation yet, he must have Urahara Kasuke made up a random reason. At that moment, Ranjaku suddenly glared angrily at Chad. "Hey! You Ryoka, don't casually slander our captain. How could the captain possibly have agreed to help you, Ryoka? But Urahara-san definitely said, if we were in danger, we could seek out a Shinigami named Hitsugaya Toshiro." Chad argued. Well, I did indeed promise to help you. But precisely because of that, you should come with me to the 10th Division and stay put. Otherwise, if you encounter captains or lieutenants from other divisions, you'll be in trouble. Toshiro explained. In the original work, Chad encountered Kairaku, who didn't kill him. But if he met other captain-level figures, he might not survive. So, for safety's sake, it was better for him not to wander around the Siri freely. "Hey! Captain, what are you saying? You actually promised to help the Ryoka." Before Chad could speak, Ranjaku beside him looked at Toshiro incredulously. "Could it be? Captain, have you betrayed the Soul Society?" Ranjaku looked at Toshiro with a pained heart. All right, Ranjaku. I'll explain this matter to you later. For now, just follow my orders." Toshiro said helplessly. "Well, all right then." Ranjaku ultimately nodded. She still trusted Toshiro deeply. Although she didn't know why Toshiro had promised to help the Ryoka, she believed Toshiro must have his reasons. "By the way, what's your name?" Toshiro then asked Chad. Although he knew about Chad, this was, after all, their first meeting, so Toshiro still asked. "I'm Chad, Sato Yasutora." Chad replied. "So, Chad, how about it? Will you come to the 10th Division as our guest?" Toshiro asked. Immediately, Chad adopted a fighting stance. "Please step aside. Otherwise, I'll have to defeat you." "Defeat me? Heh. Interesting." Toshiro couldn't help but chuckle. "If you can do it, then come defeat me," Toshiro said with a serious expression. El Directo. Chad suddenly threw a punch. Boom. A massive blue Ryatsu pillar instantly blasted towards Toshiro. Seeing this, Toshiro casually extended his right hand. Thump. Chad's Ryatsu pillar was easily blocked by Toshiro's single hand. Then, Toshiro clenched his right fist. Bang. Chad's blue Ryatsu pillar instantly shattered. Your strength is indeed not bad. In terms of power, an attack of this level has reached lieutenant level. Toshiro commented calmly and composedly. Of course, while the attack's power reached lieutenant level, it didn't mean Chad possessed lieutenant level overall strength. To be a lieutenant of the Godai 13, apart from Zanpakuto abilities, one needed proficiency in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido. Their comprehensive strength should be greater than Chad's current level. Even so, Chad's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a third seat, even comparable to some Shinigami who had just entered the lieutenant level. Even against a seasoned lieutenant like Ranjaku, if she released her Zanpakuto, defeating Chad would require a tough battle. This level of strength still surprised Toshiro somewhat. After all, Chad had only awakened his abilities not long ago and had already reached this level. Meanwhile, Shinigami in the Soul Society might train for centuries without necessarily reaching this point. Could it be because Chad is the protagonist's close friend and also influenced by the protagonist's plot armor? Chapter 252, The Reason to Fight. Seeing his attacks shattered by Toshiro's single hand, Chad didn't give up. Instead, he continued to launch attacks relentlessly. Boom. 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 Chad used El Directo one after another, firing off blue Ryatsu pillars towards Toshiro. Toshiro merely swatted away Chad's attacks casually, as if batting away balls. Thump. 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 The attack swatted aside by Toshiro exploded with loud booms, creating craters in the ground. Not a bad shot. Keep going, Toshiro said leisurely while deflecting Chad's attacks. Huff, huff. Chad panted heavily. Continuously using El Directo drained his stamina and Ryoryoku significantly. Swatted away again. Chad thought anxiously. Except for the first attack, which he shattered with one hand, all the subsequent attacks were casually batted away. Not a single attack harmed him. All attacks were ineffective. The female Shinigami I fought earlier claimed to be a lieutenant, just one rank below captain. Just one rank, yet the difference in strength is so vast. Are captain-level individuals really this strong? Chad wondered to himself. Hey. Chad, you should really give up. You should understand clearly. Your strength is indeed impressive, fast, powerful, destructive force greater than many Shinigami. But, your attacks are completely useless against me. To be honest, if I weren't worried about ruining my clothes, even if I stood there and let you attack freely, you couldn't harm me. Continuing this fight, the outcome is obvious. So, why not come with me obediently? Toshiro advised. Thank you for the advice, but I cannot retreat. Chad said with firm determination. With that, Chad threw another punch. Thump. Toshiro casually batted away Chad's attack again. Just as Chad stubbornly prepared to continue attacking, Toshiro took light steps, and his figure instantly vanished. Where? Chad's heart tightened. Stop, Chad. You should understand that techniques are divided into two types, those that cannot be used once consumption exceeds the limit, and those that can still be used by pushing beyond the limit at the cost of one's life. Obviously, you belong to the latter, Toshiro's voice suddenly came from behind Chad. You've already exceeded your own limits. Every attack you launch now will cause severe damage to your body. If this continues, you'll lose your life, Toshiro frowned. The reason he wanted Chad to come to the 10th Division was to avoid encountering other powerful individuals in the Soul Society, preventing life-threatening situations. But now, Chad was being so stubborn. Toshiro hadn't counterattacked, only defended. Yet Chad was pushing himself to death. However, Chad paid no heed to Toshiro's words. Instead, he turned and threw another punch at Toshiro. Thump. Toshiro casually batted away Chad's attack again. You really are a headache. Toshiro looked at Chad and said helplessly. Chad staggered towards Toshiro, wanting to attack again. Thud. Before Chad could reach Toshiro, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Huff, huff. Chad lay on the ground, gasping heavily. He felt dizzy and weak all over. Earlier, Chad continuously used El Directo, exhausting his strength. Then, despite knowing it would damage his body, he forced himself to attack again. So, Chad's current condition wasn't good. Even so, Chad struggled to get up. I still have to rescue Rukia. Thud. Chad struggled, trying to stand, but ultimately fell back to the ground powerless. Seeing Chad collapsed and unable to fight, Ranjaku, who had been nearby, walked over. You said you want to rescue Rukia. Ranjaku asked in surprise. Ranjaku didn't have much interaction with Rukia, but she knew Rukia was Toshiro's friend from the same Shino Academy year and the adopted daughter of the Kachiki clan. After Rukia was sentenced, even the Kachiki clan didn't try to save her. Apart from feeling some pity, Ranjaku couldn't do anything, more accurately, there was nothing she could do. But she never expected these Ryoka had come to rescue Rukia. However, didn't Rukia only disappear in the living world this spring? Such a short time, your friendship with her can't be that deep, right? It shouldn't be worth dying for her, Matsumoto Ranjaku said, puzzled. Lying on the ground, Chad spoke intermittently, indeed. I don't know Rukia at all. There's no need to risk my life for her. But Ichigo wants to save her. Ichigo has already staked everything for this. That's enough. For me to risk my life, that's the best reason. Chad said with firm determination. Hearing Chad's answer, Ranjaku was also moved by the friendship, or perhaps bromance, between Chad and the Ichigo he mentioned. Then, supported by his indomitable will, Chad actually trembled as he stood up again. Staggering, he walked towards Toshiro, wanting to continue fighting. Yar, what a troublesome guy. For Kurosaki Ichigo to have a friend like you, it's truly something to envy, Toshiro sighed lightly. However, this battle ends here, Toshiro said with a serious expression, looking at the swaying Chad now before him. Clang. Toshiro drew the Zanpakuto from his back, then swiftly swung it at the back of Chad's neck. Seeing Toshiro's Zanpakuto coming at him, Chad wanted to dodge, but his body, long past its limits, didn't obey. Sorry. Ichigo. I'm going to fail. Probably will lose my life. If I survive this time, it'll be my turn to make a vow. The same promise as back then, the same words as back then. As Toshiro Zanpakuto approached, Chad's mind flashed through memories of his time with Ichigo since they met. Siriitii, a certain corner. Ichigo was engaged in an intense battle with Ikaku. However, right as the battle reached its peak, Ichigo suddenly stopped. Chad's Ryatsu. It's gone. Ichigo exclaimed in shock. Chapter 253, Chapter 253 Treatment. How is that possible? Chad was defeated. What happened to Chad? Is he dead? No, it can't be. That's impossible. Chad couldn't have died. In his panic, Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help but murmur to himself. Hey! Why'd you suddenly stop fighting and start muttering to yourself over there? Seeing Ichigo suddenly stop fighting and talk to himself, Ikaku didn't attack immediately but asked impatiently. Hey! Shinigami. Who was fighting Chad just now? Ichigo asked Ikaku. Chad. Who's that? Ikaku asked, puzzled. My companion. His Ryatsu suddenly disappeared. Ichigo explained. Oh, you mean your friend? Ikaku understood. Ikaku had also sensed one Ryoka's Ryatsu vanish. I advise you to brace yourself. Your friend is probably already dead. Ikaku said with a serious expression. No way. With Chad's strength, how could he die? Ichigo refused to believe it. Heh. I don't know how strong your friend Chad is, but no matter what, he would lose. After all, he's facing the captain. Ikaku said solemnly. A captain. Chad's opponent is a captain. Ichigo's expression turned grim. Although Ichigo had great confidence in Chad's strength, if his opponent was a captain-level figure, Ichigo had to admit Chad indeed stood little chance. Back in the living world, Ichigo had witnessed Byakuya's power. If Chad's opponent was also a captain, their strength shouldn't be weaker than Byakuya's. In that case, even if Ichigo believed in Chad's strength, he didn't think Chad could defeat a captain-level expert. Kid, don't hold on to false hope. Your friend is facing Captain Hitsugaya. Captain Hitsugaya's strength far surpasses other captains. Even our 11th Division captain is no match. In the entire Soul Society, aside from the captain commander, no one can rival Captain Hitsugaya. So your friend absolutely cannot be Captain Hitsugaya's opponent. And now that your friend's Ryatsu has disappeared, it means he's already been killed by Captain Hitsugaya. Ikaku said. You said Captain Hitsugaya? Ichigo's heart stirred. Earlier, Jidanbo had told Ichigo about the situation in the Siriitii, especially emphasizing the captains of the Godii 13. Therefore, Ichigo remembered that among the 13 captains, the only one with the surname Hitsugaya was Hitsugaya Toshiro. Damn Hitsugaya Toshiro. I don't care who you are. If you hurt Chad, I'll definitely defeat you. Ichigo thought with hatred. And that Urahara guy, he's completely unreliable. Saying Hitsugaya Toshiro is some important customer, telling us to seek his help if in danger. But now Chad. Chad was. But is Chad really dead? Ichigo thought sorrowfully. Ichigo suddenly sensed something. This is Chad's Ryatsu. Although it's so weak it's almost undetectable, it hasn't disappeared. So Chad is still alive. Ichigo suddenly felt overjoyed. Earlier, Chad's Ryatsu hadn't vanished, it had just become extremely faint, so much so that Ichigo thought it had disappeared. Only after calming down did he sense Chad's flickering Ryatsu again. After confirming Chad was alive, the despondent and sorrowful Ichigo became reinvigorated. I have no time to be despondent and sorrowful now. Wait for me, Chad. I'll defeat my opponent quickly. Then I'll come save you. Thinking this, Ichigo immediately perked up and launched a frenzied attack at Ikaku. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. Ikaku also eagerly met the attack. Toshiro's location. Captain, didn't you order us earlier not to kill the Ryoka? Then why did you kill this Ryoka just now? Ranjaku looked at Chad, who had been struck down by Toshiro's sword, with confusion. Idiot. Look carefully. I used the back of the blade. And this guy isn't dead, I just knocked him out. Toshiro said exasperatedly. Toshiro naturally hadn't intended to kill Chad earlier, he just wanted to knock him out. Judging by Chad's earlier behavior, he was clearly willing to fight to the death. So, as a last resort, Toshiro used the back of his blade to knock Chad out. Well, the reason he used the back of the blade instead of his hand was simply because Chad was too tall. He couldn't reach Chad's neck with his hand. Then, Toshiro crouched down to examine Chad's condition more closely. This guy's condition isn't good. Toshiro frowned. El Directo was Chad's strongest move at present, but its consumption was also the greatest. Even after Yoruchi's special training, he couldn't use it many times in a day. Yet during his fight with Toshiro, Chad continuously used this move, rapidly depleting his Ryoryoku and stamina. Nevertheless, Chad didn't stop attacking. He forcibly continued using El Directo, causing significant damage to his body. In that case, we'll have to send him to the 4th Division for treatment first. Toshiro said helplessly. Ranjaku, call some people over. Have them take him, along with the other unconscious division's members, to the 4th Division for treatment. Toshiro instructed Ranjaku. Aside from Chad, the several 10th Division's members knocked out by Chad earlier also needed to be sent to the 4th Division for treatment. Toshiro and Ranjaku alone couldn't carry them all. Yes, Captain. I'll call others to help immediately. Ranjaku nodded. Subsequently, Ranjaku found a few people to send Chad and the other unconscious 10th Division's members to the 4th Division. Toshiro and Ranjaku also followed. 4th Division, 2nd Treatment Room. Captain Hitsugaya, this Ryoka is no longer in serious condition. After some proper rest, he should recover. After treating Chad Sato, Unohana said to Toshiro. Thank you for the trouble, Captain Unohana. Toshiro apologized. No, treating the injured is part of my job. It's no trouble at all. Unohana said gently. However, why did Captain Hitsugaya specifically send the Ryoka to the 4th Division for treatment? Unohana then asked, somewhat puzzled. Generally, when capturing Ryoka, killing them on the spot was normal. But Toshiro had sent the Ryoka to the 4th Division for treatment, which seemed excessively kind. I just want to capture all the Ryoka first, have them face the Soul Society's judgment, and then execute them openly and properly. Toshiro explained. Is that so? Unohana nodded with an inscrutable expression, unclear whether she believed it or not. Since the treatment is complete, I'll take my leave now, Captain Hitsugaya. With that, Unohana walked out. Chapter 254, Chapter 254 Mayuri comes with ill intent. After Unohana left, only Toshiro, Ranjaku, and the unconscious Chad remained in the treatment room. Captain, why are you helping the Ryoka? Ranjaku asked hesitantly. Although she trusted Toshiro and knew he must have a special reason, Ranjaku couldn't help but want to know the reason. Toshiro glanced at Ranjaku, thought for a moment, and finally said, do you know who the leader of these Ryoka is? Probably that Ichigo this Sato mentioned earlier, right? Ranjaku guessed. Earlier, Chad had said he came to the Soul Society because Ichigo wanted to rescue Rukia, appearing to follow Ichigo's lead. So, Ranjaku guessed this Ichigo was the leader of the Ryoka. You're right. The leader of these Ryoka is indeed the person Chad Sato called Ichigo. But do you know who this Ichigo is? Toshiro smiled. Who is he? Isn't he just a Ryoka? Oh, right. Before, they said Rukia's powers were taken by a human. Could it be this Ichigo? Ranjaku suddenly thought. Well, that's partly true. But what I'm talking about is this Ichigo's background. Toshiro said. Background? Ranjaku asked, puzzled. This Ichigo's full name is Kurosaki Ichigo. He is Captain Shiba's son. Toshiro said with a serious expression. Captain Shiba's son? Ranjaku exclaimed in shock. But, shouldn't Captain Shiba's son be named Shiba? Ranjaku asked, confused. Well. Back when Captain Shiba left the Soul Society and lived in the living world, he married a human named Kurosaki Masaki and then changed his surname to Kurosaki. Toshiro explained. Captain Shiba. He really loved his wife that much. Ranjaku said, somewhat speechless. In Japan, women traditionally change their surname to their husbands after marriage. But Isshin changed his surname to his wife's, essentially meaning he married into the Kurosaki family. And Isshin was once the captain of the 10th Division and the head of the Shiba clan's branch family, one of the Soul Society's 4 great noble houses. Marrying into a human family was practically disgracing the Shiba family's noble status. If the Shiba clan's ancestors knew, they'd probably rise from their graves to strangle him. To think the leader of these Ryoka is Captain Shiba's son. Ranjaku said with some emotion. It had been many years since she last saw Isshin after he left the Soul Society. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is Captain Shiba's son, if he violates the Soul Society's laws, I wouldn't easily decide to help him. Toshiro said gravely. Although it sounded somewhat cold, if Ichigo truly violated the Soul Society's rules without reason, Toshiro, as the Vice-Captain Commander and future Captain Commander of the Godai 13, couldn't disregard the Soul Society's laws to actively help Ichigo and the others. The reason I agreed to help Kurosaki Ichigo is that there are hidden circumstances regarding Rukia's situation. Toshiro explained. Hidden circumstances? Ranjaku tensed. Yes. This matter with Rukia is being manipulated by someone behind the scenes, trying to take advantage of the situation for their own nefarious purposes. Toshiro said with a serious expression. How could that be? Ranjaku looked incredulous. Anyway, don't worry about this for now. The truth will come to light soon enough. Toshiro didn't plan to reveal everything to Ranjaku now. The matter was too shocking, and no one would believe it without seeing it firsthand. Ranjaku wanted to ask more, but seeing Toshiro's demeanor, he didn't intend to explain in detail, so she didn't press further. At that moment, Toshiro suddenly seemed to sense something and looked towards the first treatment room next door, separated by a wall. This is Madarame Ikaku's Ryatsu. Toshiro said in surprise. Ikaku? The third seat of the 11th division. Ranjaku said. Come, Ranjaku, let's go take a look. Toshiro instructed. First treatment room, next to the second treatment room. Ikaku had been brought here and was being treated by members of the 4th division. Yo, Ikaku. You look really pathetic. Toshiro walked in and mocked directly. Captain Hitsugaya. Why are you here? Ikaku, lying there, was surprised to see Toshiro. Several members of our 10th division and a captured Ryoka were injured, so I sent them here for treatment. Toshiro explained. Captured? Not killed. Ikaku said, somewhat surprised. During his fight with Ichigo, Ikaku had also sensed Toshiro's battle with another Ryoka. As expected, Toshiro won, and the Ryoka's Ryatsu vanished. Ikaku originally thought the Ryoka fighting Toshiro had died. He never expected Toshiro not only didn't kill the Ryoka but even sent him to the 4th division for treatment. Seeing Ikaku covered in bandages, Ranjaku couldn't help but exclaim, Ikaku, you're all bandaged up like this. Were you defeated by a Ryoka? Ranjaku didn't know Ikaku could use Bankai. But even then, in Ranjaku's view, although Ikaku was only a 3rd seat, his actual strength wasn't inferior to hers, a lieutenant. So she never expected Ikaku to be in such a sorry state. Yeah, he was a really strong guy. Ikaku said seriously. At the start of the battle, Ikaku and Ichigo fought fiercely. Later, when Ichigo sensed Chad's Ryatsu suddenly disappear, he stopped, and Ikaku didn't take advantage. But after Ichigo sensed Chad's Ryatsu again and knew he was alive, he became invigorated. His morale soared, and his strength exploded, directly overpowering Ikaku. And Ikaku, not wanting more people to know he could use Bankai, didn't use it in his fight with Ichigo. Even if he had used Bankai, he might have still been overpowered by the plot-armored Ichigo. But regardless, if Ikaku had used Bankai, his chances of winning would have greatly increased. Then, Ranjaku asked curiously, Ikaku, the Ryoka who defeated you was? Hee hee. Madarame Ikaku, how pathetic. To be defeated by a mere Ryoka. A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Ranjaku. And unlike Toshiro's earlier teasing, the newcomer's tone was blatantly mocking. Toshiro and the others turned to see Mayuri entering with his lieutenant, Kuratsuchi Nimyu, clearly with ill intent. Madarame Ikaku, you waste. Since you lost to a Ryoka, at least be useful and tell me the Ryoka's information. Mayuri said arrogantly. Chapter 255, Chapter 255 Ikaku who knows nothing. Yo, Captain Kuratsuchi. You came too. Toshiro greeted. What? It's you, Captain Hitsugaya. Why are you here? Don't tell me you were also defeated by a Ryoka. Mayuri Kuratsuchi said dismissively. Mayuri showed no respect towards Toshiro. Although Toshiro was the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13 and, in principle, held a higher position than a captain like Mayuri, Mayuri wasn't particularly respectful even towards Captain Commander Yamamoto. For Mayuri, aside from his own research and experiments, nothing else mattered much to him. Hey, Madarame Ikaku. Quickly tell me about the Ryoka. After speaking one sentence to Toshiro, Mayuri turned his unfriendly gaze back to Ikaku. Humph. Seeing Mayuri's arrogant demeanor, Ikaku snorted coldly, turned over on the bed, showing Mayuri his back, completely ignoring him. Hey, so you don't plan to talk, huh? Mayuri sneered. With that, Mayuri intended to use force to make Ikaku submit. Stop. Please. Please don't do that, Captain Kuratsuchi. Seeing Mayuri looking ready to attack, the 4th Division's member treating Ikaku, dressed in a nurse's uniform, said fearfully. Captain Kuratsuchi, please stop. Fighting is prohibited inside the treatment room. Shut up. Before the 4th Division's member could finish, Mayuri interrupted directly. Then, Mayuri waved his hand, and a Ryatsu projectile shot towards the 4th Division's member. Ah. Seeing the Ryatsu projectile coming at her, the 4th Division's member screamed in terror. Bang. The treatment room wall was blasted open with a sizable hole. However, the 4th Division's member was unharmed because Mayuri's attack had only passed by her shoulder, not actually hitting her. Seeing this, even Nimyu beside Mayuri couldn't help but advise, Mayuri-sama. You shut up too, Nimyu. Do you want to be dismembered by me again? Mayuri scolded. I am very sorry, Mayuri-sama. Nimue said somewhat fearfully. Hey, Captain Kuratsuchi. Don't go too far. Toshiro frowned. Humph. Mayuri snorted coldly but ultimately didn't seem inclined to attack further. Madarame Ikaku, you'd better confess honestly about the Ryoka. Otherwise, withholding information will also get you punished. Mayuri threatened. Hearing this, Ikaku frowned, then spoke up, it's not that I won't say. I really don't know anything. The Ryoka's goals, whereabouts. I don't know any of it. I see. You gained zero information, yet dared to return after being defeated. Mayuri said with a hostile tone. Yeah, I didn't see the opponent's appearance, didn't hear their voice. So I have no information at all. Ikaku spouted lies even he wouldn't believe to brush off Mayuri. You, very good. Seeing Ikaku clearly trying to fool him, Mayuri trembled with anger. Since you know no information, then pay the price for your incompetence. Mayuri suddenly reached out to grab Ikaku. Toshiro frowned, about to intervene and stop Mayuri. However, at that moment, Toshiro suddenly sensed something and stopped his hand. Slap. A figure suddenly appeared, grabbing Mayuri's hand as it reached for Ikaku. Truly surprising. Since when have you gained the authority to punish members of other divisions, Kuratsuchi? Mayuri turned to see the newcomer was Zaraki, captain of the 11th division. Kenpachi. Mayuri looked at Zaraki warily. Mayuri usually disregarded everything, showing little respect even for Toshiro and Yamamoto, the captain commander. But he was somewhat wary of Zaraki alone. Although Toshiro and Yamamoto were stronger than other captains, as long as Mayuri did his job properly, they wouldn't cause him trouble. But Zaraki was different. He was like a fearless madman. If you provoked him, he'd definitely latch onto you for a fight to the death. TCH. Since the captain's here now, forget it. I'll head back. Mayuri brushed off Kenpachi's hand and said irritably. Nimue, let's go. With that, Mayuri turned and walked out. Stop dawdling, hurry up. Yes, Mayuri-sama. Captain. Ikaku looked at Zaraki, feeling ashamed and unsure what to say. Yahoo. A small head suddenly popped out from behind Zaraki's shoulder. Ah. Lieutenant came too. Ikaku exclaimed in surprise. Needless to say, the only one who could perch on Zaraki's shoulder was Yuichiro. Are you okay? I was really worried about you, Baldy. Yuichiro said sweetly. I told you not to call me that nickname anymore, Pipsqueak. Ikaku had a dark line on his forehead. Yuichiro giggled, showing no intention of changing. Yo. Shiro-chan. Long time no see. Yuichiro also greeted Toshiro. Please call me Captain Hitsugaya, Pipsqueak. Toshiro said with an aloof demeanor. While Toshiro and Yuichiro bickered, Zaraki suddenly spoke. I heard, Ikaku. You were defeated. My deepest apologies. Although I know being defeated is shameful, I still returned. Ikaku said somewhat guiltily. Was he strong? Zaraki asked with a serious expression. Very strong. Ikaku said equally solemnly. Then, Ikaku glanced around. The treatment room now contained only Toshiro, Ranjaku, Yuichiro, Zaraki, and Ikaku himself. As for the 4th Division's member treating Ikaku earlier, she had been scared off by Mayuri. As for Toshiro, his relationship with Zaraki was actually quite good. Therefore, in Ikaku's view, Toshiro was also trustworthy. As for Ranjaku, with Toshiro present, she wouldn't say much. So, Ikaku solemnly explained to Zaraki, he has orange hair, wields a katana as tall as he is, and is heading to the Senseikyū. Chapter 256, Chapter 256 Toshiro's request. Because of that condemned prisoner? Zaraki asked in surprise. The only one currently imprisoned in the Senseikyū was Rukia. Knowing where Ichigo and the others were heading made their objective obvious. I told him about Captain's appearance and warned him to be careful. If he remembers me, then no matter where you meet, it should be a great fight. His strength is impressive, but his strongest aspect is his rate of improvement. By the time Captain encounters him, he might have become even stronger than before. Ikaku said with a serious expression. Really? Hearing Ikaku's words, Zaraki couldn't help but show a very interested expression. What's his name? Zaraki asked with a ferocious grin. His name is Kurosaki Ichigo. Toshiro suddenly interjected. Oh. You know him too, Toshiro. Zaraki was surprised. Well, I definitely know more than you do. Toshiro replied. TCH, whatever. Anyway, he's my prey. Don't you dare try to take him this time. Zaraki said adamantly. Humph, I am a kind-hearted Shinigami. My greatest wish is world peace. I'm not like you, wanting to charge into battle every time you see someone strong. Toshiro said disdainfully. Kind-hearted. World peace. TCH. Such boring things. Zaraki said dismissively. Boring or not, there's one thing I must remind you. It's fine if you want to fight Kurosaki Ichigo, but you better be careful. Don't end up killing anyone. Toshiro advised. What? What nonsense are you spouting? When fighting, of course, you go all out. Who has time to worry about life and death? Besides, death is just a price to pay for enjoying a fight to the fullest. What's there to fear? Zaraki looked at Toshiro as if he understood nothing. Stop spouting your twisted logic. In short, that Kurosaki Ichigo is connected to me. I don't want to see him die by your hand. Toshiro frowned. Toshiro's worry wasn't unfounded. Although in the original work, under the influence of protagonist plot armor, Ichigo, after a power-up, defeated Zaraki, or more accurately, it was a draw, that was only the result in the original work. Now, even if Ichigo powered up, he might not necessarily defeat Zaraki. Because the current Zaraki was stronger than the Zaraki from the original work. Many knew that Zaraki's strength at his peak was formidable, not necessarily comparable to Yamamoto and Toshiro, but at least stronger than Unohana, the first Kenpachi. The current Zaraki, though strong, was far from his peak strength. The reason was simply that Zaraki's immense power was unconsciously sealed by himself. It only gradually unlocked when he faced life-threatening crises. Ever since Zaraki was defeated by Toshiro years ago, Zaraki often came to fight Toshiro. The former's life-risking fighting style repeatedly put him in dire situations, even nearly costing him his life. But precisely because of this, Zaraki's sealed power gradually unlocked. Compared to his late captain-level strength during his first fight with Toshiro, Zaraki had now reached the peak, just a step away from entering the advanced captain level. So for the current Ichigo, who hadn't yet learned Bankai, even with protagonist plot armor and a power-up, defeating Zaraki would be very difficult. To prevent Ichigo from being killed by Zaraki during their fight, Toshiro had to talk to Zaraki beforehand. Hey, Zaraki. Did you hear what I said? Toshiro reminded again. TCH. Zaraki clicked his tongue, didn't answer Toshiro, and directly turned and left the treatment room. Seeing Zaraki leave, Ranjiko looked worriedly at Toshiro, hesitating to speak. Captain Zaraki, he. If she didn't know Ichigo's identity, Ranjiko wouldn't care whether Zaraki killed him. But now, knowing Ichigo was Ishin's son, she didn't want Kenpachi to kill Ichigo during their fight. Although I don't know your relationship with that Ryoka, you don't need to worry, Lieutenant Matsumoto. Ikaku, still lying there, suddenly spoke. Captain didn't refuse just now, which means he's already agreed to Captain Hitsugaya's request. Ikaku explained. Is that so? Ranjiko was surprised. Zaraki had just left looking very displeased. It was hard to tell he had agreed. I've known Captain for many years. I understand his personality too well. As long as he doesn't explicitly refuse, it means he's agreed. Ikaku said with certainty. Yar, such an unstraightforward personality, that Zaraki. Toshiro chuckled with amusement. Well then, Ikaku, continue resting here. We'll take our leave now. Toshiro bid farewell to Ikaku. Ranjiko, let's go. Then, Toshiro led the way out, followed by Ranjiko. First Division, second waiting room. Most lieutenants were gathered here. Earlier, after captains and lieutenants returned to their divisions, they led teams to search for the Ryoka for a while. Then they were required to report to the First Division and were now stationed there on standby. Lieutenants were ordered to wait in the second waiting room, while captains waited in the first waiting room. Third seat Madarame Ikaku of the 11th Division and fifth seat Iasegawa Yamachika of the same division, both seat officers have withdrawn from combat due to severe injuries. Detailed damage reports for each division are still under further investigation. However, reports received from the 11th Division are almost entirely of total losses. A messenger Shinigami reported to the lieutenants gathered and on standby in the second waiting room. No way. The 11th Division is a combat division. Such heavy casualties after just a few hours of invasion. Hearing the damage report, the lieutenants couldn't help but discuss in shock. Currently, 3 Ryoka have been confirmed. Based on obtained intelligence, 2 of them have taken a member of our 4th Division hostage and are moving towards the center. Hearing this, Renji's heart tightened. The center of the Siriidii. That's where the Senzeikyuu is. That guy. Could he really have come to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia? Renji thought to himself. And the other one was defeated by Captain Hitsugaya and is currently receiving treatment at our 4th Division. The messenger Shinigami reported all currently known intelligence to everyone. Chapter 257, Chapter 257 Beneath the Senzeikyuu. Captain Hitsugaya. That Ryoka was truly unlucky to encounter Captain Hitsugaya, Kira sighed. By the way, our division's 4th seat has also lost contact just now. He's likely in grave danger. Please dispatch someone to search near West District 20. Tetsuzeman, lieutenant of the 7th Division, suddenly spoke up to the messenger Shinigami. 4th seat? Isn't that Ikenzaka Jirobo? I recall he's Jidanbo's younger brother, right? Even he was defeated. Hisei Shuhei, lieutenant of the 9th Division, exclaimed in surprise. What exactly is going on? Who are these people invading the Siriiti? The lieutenants from various divisions all showed grave expressions. Things are getting serious. Renji, huh? Where's Renji? Kira wanted to discuss the Ryoka matter with Renji, only to find that Renji, who had been beside him moments ago, had vanished. Outside the second waiting room, Toshiro and Ranjika happened to be passing by when they saw Renji emerging from the second waiting room. Yo, Renji, Toshiro greeted. Ah. Hello, Captain Hitsugaya, Lieutenant Matsumoto, Renji hurriedly responded. Captain Hitsugaya, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Renji said with a flustered expression, walking away hurriedly. Huh? The order from above was for captains and lieutenants to remain on standby in the waiting rooms. Why is Renji leaving? Could he be carrying out some special mission? However, he doesn't seem to be wearing his lieutenant's insignia, does he? Ranjika watched the departing Renji with confusion. Well, maybe he's rushing off to deliver some experience points to someone, Toshiro said thoughtfully. Leaving at a time like this without even wearing his insignia, 9 times out of 10, he was going to fight Ichigo. Deliver experience points? Ranjiku showed a completely puzzled expression. Alright, no need to worry about him. Let's part ways here, Toshiro waved to Ranjiku and headed alone towards the first waiting room. Good grief, what's going on? This captain, always saying half and leaving half unsaid, Ranjiku grumbled, watching Toshiro's departing back. After muttering to herself, Ranjiku entered the second waiting room. Upon entering, Ranjiku greeted everyone, found a corner, leaned against the wall, and closed her eyes to rest. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, a voice suddenly spoke. Matsumoto-senpai. Ranjiku opened her eyes to see Kira, avoiding others' gazes, sneakily approaching her. Kira, you don't need to call me senpai. We're both lieutenants. Just call me Matsumoto, Ranjiku waved her hand. Ranjiku was relatively senior among lieutenants. For those like Kira who hadn't been lieutenants for too long, calling her senpai was normal. But Ranjiku didn't like such titles because they made her feel old. Matsumoto-senpai, Renji has disappeared. Kira whispered, lowering his voice. As he spoke, he glanced around surreptitiously, afraid of being noticed. And not only that, he left his lieutenant's insignia behind. Kira took out a cloth-wrapped lieutenant's insignia from his attire. Renji. I saw him when I came in. He seemed to be heading outside. I thought he was carrying out some mission. Isn't that the case? Ranjiku said, somewhat surprised. There's no mission for lieutenants. The order from above is for us to remain on standby here. That guy Renji, what is he doing? Leaving without authorization at a time like this violates orders. He'll be punished. Kira said, both angry and anxious. Toshiro, Momo, Renji, and Kira had entered the Shino Academy together as classmates decades ago. They were old friends. So now that Renji was violating orders and leaving without authorization, Kira was extremely worried because if discovered, Renji would face punishment. Matsumoto-senpai, do you know where Renji is going? I need to bring him back. Kira said. Ranjiku shook her head. I don't know. And he left very quickly just now, so I don't know his destination. Even if we tried to chase him now, we probably couldn't catch up. Damn it, what should we do now? Kira frowned deeply. Does Captain Kuchiki know about this? Ranjiku asked. No. I originally wanted to report to Captain Kuchiki, but then Renji would also be punished, Kira said with a troubled expression. Precisely because he feared Renji being punished, Kira hadn't told anyone else and came to discuss it with Ranjiku. Although Kira and Ranjiku weren't familiar, Ranjiku was Toshiro's lieutenant. So in Kira's view, Ranjiku probably wouldn't reveal this because Toshiro was also Renji's friend and surely wouldn't want Renji punished either. Forget it, Matsumoto-senpai. I'll go out to look for him and try not to be discovered by the captains, Kira said after some thought. Then go. I'll cover for you here and buy some time. But you better hurry. If you're gone too long, you'll definitely be discovered. Then not only Renji, but you'll also be punished, Ranjiku advised. I understand, Kira nodded. With that, Kira avoided the lieutenants from other divisions and slipped out of the second waiting room. Directly beneath the Senseikyū. Led by their hostage, Yamada Hanataro, Ichigo, and Shiba Ganju reached directly beneath the Senseikyū via the underground waterways crisscrossing the Siriiti. So this is the Senseikyū. Ichigo looked up at the tall, white tower-like structure not far away with emotion. So majestic. However, we're probably in for a tough battle, Ganju said with a serious expression. Huh? Ichigo suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it, Ichigo? Ganju asked, puzzled. There seems to be someone on the stairs. Ichigo's eyes glinted sharply. Ganju and Hanataro looked closely. Indeed, a figure stood on the stairs leading up to the Senseiku. Tap, tap, tap. The person on the stairs descended step by step, arriving before Ichigo and the others. Yo. Long time no see. Do you remember me? The newcomer said with an icy expression. Abarai Rinji. Ichigo said coldly. Chapter 258, Chapter 258 The 10th Division's Privilege. I never expected you to remember my name. It seems your memory is quite good. Rinji said. Thank you for the compliment. Ichigo said expressionlessly. Who is this guy? His Ryatsu is completely on a different level from the ones we encountered before. Ganju was covered in cold sweat. That person is Abarai Rinji, lieutenant of the 6th Division. Hanataro trembled all over. Lieutenant. Ganju exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Rinji gripped the Zanpakuto at his waist with his right hand, looking at Ichigo with a hostile expression. I'm really surprised. I thought you would have already died under Captain Kuchiki's blade. I don't know how you survived. It's indeed extraordinary, commendable. But this ends here. Clang. Rinji's Zanpakuto was fully drawn. I said I would kill the person who took Rukia's power. So you will definitely die here today. Rinji shouted. Then, he actively attacked Ichigo. Humph. I still have to rescue Rukia. How can I fall here? Ichigo also shouted, swinging his sword to meet Rinji's attack. After an intense battle, Ichigo defeated Rinji. However, although he defeated Rinji, Ichigo himself was severely injured and fell unconscious. Ichigo. Seeing Ichigo unconscious on the ground, Ganju and Hanataro rushed to his side. Hey. Ichigo, are you okay? Answer me. Ganju shouted worriedly. But Ichigo remained unconscious. Bad news. Someone seems to be coming. Hanataro suddenly warned. What? If someone comes now, we're in trouble. Let's retreat first. Quick, lead us to a place with no people to hide. Ganju hoisted the unconscious Ichigo onto his shoulder and urgently said to Hanataro. Then, carrying Ichigo, Ganju hurriedly followed Hanataro to evacuate the area. Just as Ganju and the other two left, several Shinigami arrived. The leaders were none other than Kira and Momo. The reason Momo was also here was due to Kira's call. Because the Siriidii was so vast, it would be nearly impossible for Kira alone to find Rinji in a short time. So, Kira first sought out Momo. Momo was from the 10th Division, the Security and Patrol Division, very familiar with the Siriidii's layout. With Momo's help, finding Rinji would be much easier. Moreover, Momo and Rinji were also friends. She wouldn't reveal that Rinji had violated orders and left his post without authorization. Upon learning about Rinji's situation, Momo immediately brought a few reliable people and joined Kira in searching for Rinji within the Siriidii. Finally, they found him. That's Rinji. Kira, seeing the blood-covered Rinji, immediately rushed forward. No way. Even someone of Rinji's strength was defeated. Momo said incredulously. It seems someone escaped. Should we pursue? A 10th Division Shinigami then asked Momo. No need. The most urgent matter now is treatment. Momo shook her head. First Division, a room adjacent to the waiting rooms. Kira and Momo temporarily brought Rinji here. What kind of people are those Ryoka? To think they could defeat Rinji. Momo looked at the still unconscious Rinji. Among their group, aside from Toshiro, Rinji was arguably the strongest, having reached the peak of lieutenant level. One more step and he could learn Bankai, becoming captain level. That the Ryoka could defeat Rinji truly shocked Momo. Sigh. If only I had found Rinji earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Kira said somewhat self-reproachfully. No, it's not your fault, Kira. Anyway, contact the 4th Division quickly. Momo said. Although contacting the 4th Division would expose Rinji's violation of orders and unauthorized engagement, possibly leading to punishment, they couldn't worry about that now. Alright then. I'll go to the 4th Division now and request the advanced relief team to assist. Unnecessary. Just throw him in a cell. Before Kira could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted. Captain Kuchiki. Momo and Kira turned to see Byakuya had suddenly appeared here. Why should Rinji be thrown in a cell? Momo retorted unhappily. Rinji faced the Ryoka alone, yet you. I don't want to hear your explanations. He engaged alone, and failure is absolutely unacceptable. A fool who doesn't even understand such a basic thing is useless. Byakuya remained unmoved by Momo's explanation. With that, Byakuya waved his hand dismissively. Such an eyesore. Quickly take him away and lock him up. Hearing Byakuya's excessively harsh words, Momo gritted her teeth angrily, her fists clenched. Then, seeing Byakuya turn as if to leave, Momo couldn't help but shout, "Please wait. Captain Kachiki." Byakuya turned back, expressionless. "Do you have something else, Lieutenant Hinamori?" Momo said angrily, "You're too much. How can you say such things?" "Enough. Momo." Kira suddenly interrupted. "But, Izuru." Momo wanted to say more but was stopped by Kira. "My sincerest apologies, Captain Kachiki. Momo has just become a lieutenant and is a bit carried away. Please forgive her." Kira hurriedly bowed to Byakuya. As he spoke, Kira tugged at Momo. "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive just now." Reminded by Kira, Momo realized that offending a captain was a serious offense. Confronting Byakuya like that gave Byakuya the right to punish her according to regulations. Byakuya looked deeply at Momo, then finally said, "I'll let it go this time. Be more mindful in the future. As a lieutenant, you are far from mature enough." With that, Byakuya turned and left. Regarding the lieutenant Kira and Byakuya mentioned, it wasn't incorrect. Momo was indeed a lieutenant of the 10th Division, just that she held the position jointly with Ranjaku. Within the Godai 13, positions from 3rd seat and below could be held jointly, and a division could have 2 or even more 3rd seats. But generally, there was only 1 lieutenant per division. However, there were exceptions. For example, the 1st Division, because its captain was also the captain commander of the Godai 13, could have 2 lieutenants. It's just that 1 ST Division's lieutenant, Sasaki Chojiro, had served Yamamoto for over 2,000 years, their friendship deep, so Yamamoto hadn't appointed another lieutenant. And ever since Toshiro became the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13, the 10th Division also gained certain privileges similar to the 1st Division. One of these was the ability to appoint 2 lieutenants. Chapter 259, Chapter 259. 3 captains startle in a row. Momo hadn't been officially appointed as lieutenant of the 10th Division for very long. It happened shortly after Rinji became a lieutenant. Back then, the appointment document for Rinji as lieutenant was delivered by Toshiro. At that time, Kira and Momo were also there, so in the end, Toshiro and Momo returned together. On the way back, Momo had said somewhat dejectedly that she wished she could also become a lieutenant. Because back at the Shino Academy, Momo, Rinji, and Kira had all said they wanted to become lieutenants. Seeing Kira and Rinji both become lieutenants, achieving their life goals, while she hadn't yet, Momo couldn't help but feel dejected. Seeing Momo's downcast expression, Toshiro felt somewhat self-reproachful. In the original work, Momo was indeed a lieutenant, even becoming one earlier than Rinji. But in this life, due to Toshiro's interference, Momo ultimately stayed in the 10th Division and didn't go to the 5th Division, so she didn't become a lieutenant. Seeing Momo's dejection, how could Toshiro, as her boyfriend, remain indifferent? Naturally, he wanted to help Momo achieve her wish. Then Toshiro remembered that as the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13, he also had the authority to appoint 2 lieutenants. So, Momo became a lieutenant that way. This was actually beneficial for Toshiro too. Ranjaku was usually too lazy. Toshiro, as the vice-captain commander and captain of the 10th Division, had more affairs to handle than ordinary divisions. Momo becoming a lieutenant could help Toshiro share part of the workload, making his life easier. After Byakuya left, both Momo and Kira couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Byakuya had insisted on punishing Momo for confronting him earlier, she might have truly faced consequences. Of course, Byakuya not pursuing the matter might have been partly out of consideration for Toshiro's sake. Just as the two relaxed, a voice suddenly came from behind. Wow, so scary. Momo, who had just relaxed, suddenly hearing a voice from behind, couldn't help but jump in fright. Turning around, she saw Jin, captain of the 3rd Division, had appeared behind them at some point, smiling as he looked at them. "Captain Ikamaru." Momo exclaimed in surprise. "Yo. Hello there." Jin waved a greeting. Then, Jin walked up to them and continued, "Never thought Captain Kachiki would say such things. He's really terrifying." The two somewhat agreed with Jin's words. "But, what should we do about Rinji now?" Momo asked worriedly. Byakuya ordered them to lock Rinji in a cell. But in Rinji's current condition, without proper treatment, his life might be in danger. "Don't worry. I can help you call someone. If Captain Kachiki questions it, just say it was my order." Jin took the initiative to handle the matter. "All right, Izuru, come with me. Let's go call the 4th Division." Jin said to Kira. Yes, Captain. Kira replied, then said to Momo, Momo, look after Rinji for now. Captain and I will go call the 4th division. Then, thank you so much. Momo bowed to Jin and Kira. Then, Jin and Kira left. Momo was left alone, looking at the still unconscious Rinji with a worried expression. Wow. Rinji, how did you get so messed up? A voice sounded from behind Momo again, and simultaneously, a figure leaned against her, back to back. Wah. Startled, Momo couldn't help but scream again. After her scream, Momo turned to look and exclaimed in surprise, too. Toshiro. Seeing it was Toshiro, Momo relaxed. Then, she couldn't help but lightly pound Toshiro's chest with her fists while complaining, really? You captains walk without making any sound. You almost scared me to death. Counting Toshiro, this was the 3rd time Momo had been startled by a captain today. Momo pounded Toshiro twice, then immediately felt heartache and started rubbing his chest. Toshiro, are you okay? Did I hurt you? Momo asked guiltily while rubbing. Silly, don't say pounding, even if you used a sword, you couldn't hurt me. Toshiro held Momo's small hands. Hearing this, Momo felt relieved. She knew a bit about Toshiro's strength and knew his words weren't exaggerated. Oh, right, Toshiro, why are you here? Momo asked. I should be asking you that. I just came to check on Rinji. What about you? I instructed you to stay in the 10th division and not wander around, didn't I? Toshiro said, frowning. In the original work, Aizen wanted to kill Momo. Although in this life, Momo hadn't joined the 5th division and wasn't closely involved with Aizen, so Aizen might not target her. Toshiro, to be safe, had told Momo to stay in the 10th division recently and not go out unnecessarily. Even for coming to the 1st division this time, Toshiro only brought Ranjaku, not having Momo, also a lieutenant, come along. But now Momo was at the 1st division, which truly surprised Toshiro. Hearing Toshiro's words, Momo immediately explained, it's like this, earlier, Izuru suddenly came to the 10th division looking for me, saying Rinji had disappeared and wanted my help to search for him. So I brought some people and went with Izuru to search for Rinji. After finding him, we brought Rinji here. Izuru, huh? Toshiro frowned. Was it Kira's own idea to seek Momo's help, or was it directed by Ikimara Jin? Toshiro recalled that in the original, I hope you can redeem yourself. Yamamoto glanced at Jin. Thank you. Jin smiled faintly, as if he had expected this. Yamamoto continued, given the critical situation, all high-ranking seat officers, including lieutenants, must carry their Zanpakuto at all times within the Siri. Moreover, you are permitted to fully release your Zanpakuto in combat. Everyone. A full-scale war may be about to begin. Hearing Yamamoto's words, everyone's expressions turned grave. The above is the main content of this meeting. Do you have any other questions? Yamamoto asked. Captain Commander, I have something to say. Byakuya stepped forward. What is it, Captain Kachiki? Yamamoto asked. Considering that my division's lieutenant, Abarai Rinji, engaged without authorization and was defeated by the enemy, which is utterly disgraceful, I wish to dismiss him from his position as lieutenant. Byakuya explained. Is that so? Regarding Captain Kachiki's proposal, what are your thoughts? Yamamoto didn't directly agree or oppose but inquired about everyone's opinions. I oppose. Toshiro opposed without hesitation. Although he engaged without authorization, violating orders, he did so to deal with the Ryoka. Therefore, dismissal is too severe. Locking him up is punishment enough. Moreover, the situation is so critical. All divisions are focusing on dealing with the Ryoka. If a lieutenant is suddenly dismissed, once word spreads, morale will surely be affected. Toshiro spoke up for Rinji. Seeing Toshiro defend Rinji, Kairaku, who is on good terms with Toshiro, also voiced support. Toshiro is right. With a major battle imminent, dismissing a lieutenant isn't appropriate in terms of reason, public or private interests. I think we should let it go. Aizen stepped forward, acting like a good person. Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Kairaku are correct. Punishing Rinji now isn't good. Let's drop it, Captain Kachiki. Besides, Rinji is your own chosen lieutenant. Dismissing him so soon after appointment isn't good for you either. Most other captains also expressed opposition, disagreeing with Byakuya's approach. Seeing everyone dissuade him, Byakuya didn't insist further. Since everyone disagrees, the matter of dismissing Abarai Rinji is dropped. Everyone, return and prepare to deal with the Ryoka. Yamamoto made the final decision. The meeting ended, and everyone began leaving the meeting room to reunite with their respective lieutenants before departing. After leaving the 1st division, the captains went their separate ways back to their own divisions. Toshiro and Ranjaku also prepared to return to the 10th division. As for Momo, since Rinji was locked up and undergoing treatment, she would return a bit later. Just as Toshiro and Ranjaku were about to leave, Toshiro suddenly noticed that Zaraki and Yachiru weren't taking the route back to the 11th Division. That direction is towards the Senseiku. Toshiro murmured to himself. Oh, interesting. It seems Zaraki plans to wait passively for Ichigo to come to him. Toshiro thought. Earlier, Zaraki had learned from Ikaku that Ichigo Kurosaki's goal was Rukia, who is imprisoned in the Senseiku. So now, Zaraki going to the Senseiku was naturally to fight Ichigo. Captain, what are you muttering about? Ranjaku, seeing Toshiro muttering to himself, couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Let's go back, Ranjaku. Toshiro said. A cell within the 1st Division. Due to Byakuya's order, Renji was temporarily imprisoned here. Currently, Renji was receiving treatment from a 4th Division's member, while Momo watched over him. The treatment for Lieutenant Abarai ends here for now. As long as he rests properly afterwards, he should be fine. The 4th Division's member said to Momo. Thank you for your trouble. Momo expressed gratitude. Not at all, it's my duty. Since treatment is complete, I'll take my leave now. With that, the 4th Division's member left. For a moment, only Momo and the still unconscious Renji remained in the cell. Just as Momo also prepared to leave and return to the 10th Division, a messenger from the 1st Division hurriedly ran over. Special Wartime Order. Chapter 261, Chapter 261 Momo's Melancholy. Special Wartime Order. The messenger from the 1st Division first bowed to Momo, then reported respectfully, first, permission is granted for high-ranking seat officers, including lieutenants, to carry their Zanpakuto at all times within the Siriidi. Second, permission is granted to fully release Zanpakuto during combat. The above are orders issued by Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, Captain Commander of the Godi 13 and Captain of the 1st Division. Everyone must remain vigilant. After all, the opponents have already defeated Lieutenant Abarai. They could attack the division barracks and all members at any time. Lieutenant Hinamori, please also be cautious. I understand. Momo nodded. After delivering the orders, the messenger left to notify others. The cell fell quiet again. Special Wartime Order. Permission to carry Zanpakuto. Renji, why did you end up like this? And you didn't have to engage without authorization. Isn't maintaining peace wonderful? Why must everyone fight and kill each other? In the silent cell, Momo talked to herself. Regarding the recent turmoil in the Siriidi, Momo felt deeply uneasy from the bottom of her heart. Momo sat on the floor, hugging her shoulders, trembling slightly. Toshiro. I really don't want to fight. In her anxiety, Momo instinctively wanted to rely on Toshiro. Thinking this, she glanced at the unconscious Renji. Renji, rest well here. I'll go back now. Night, 10th Division, Toshiro's residence. Inside the room, candlelight flickered. Toshiro wore a coat, sitting cross-legged before a desk, handling leftover work from the day. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound. Toshiro, are you asleep? Momo's voice came from outside. Not yet. Come in. Toshiro replied. Creak. Momo pushed the door open. Seeing Momo wearing a light nightgown that perfectly outlined her graceful curves, looking quite captivating, Toshiro was momentarily stunned. Ahem, what is it? Do you have something, Momo? Regaining his composure, Toshiro coughed lightly, asking somewhat unnaturally. Late at night, Momo not sleeping, coming to his room dressed like this, what did she mean? Toshiro couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Sorry. Can I talk with you for a bit, Toshiro? Momo said, her face red. Although she had already established a relationship with Toshiro, coming to his room dressed like this at night still made Momo feel extremely shy. Earlier, she only thought about finding Toshiro. It wasn't until she was outside his room that Momo realized she had come wearing only her nightgown. I know it's not good to disturb you so late. But I really couldn't sleep. So I wanted to talk with you. I'm sorry. I'm always doing such embarrassing things in front of you, unable to help you at all. Momo's face was red like a ripe apple, as if about to turn into a steam machine. Heh. Seeing Momo so nervous, Toshiro couldn't help but laugh. What are you nervous about? We're already a couple. It's not like you haven't been to my room before. As he spoke, Toshiro stood up and walked over to Momo, draping his coat over her shoulders. Find a place to sit. I still have some work to finish. Come to think of it, you must be quite tired today, first searching for Renji, then looking after him. So if you want to stay here, it's fine. Even if you stay all night without leaving, it's okay. Toshiro teased. Hearing Toshiro's words, Momo blushed and lowered her head but didn't refute. Then, Toshiro continued sitting cross-legged at the desk, handling work. Momo surveyed Toshiro's room and finally sat down on the futon where Toshiro slept. There's no special meaning. Momo sat there simply because there were no other comfortable places to sit in Toshiro's room. Although Toshiro, as the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13 and captain of the 10th Division, held high rank and authority, his room was very simple. Aside from a desk, there was only the futon for resting. Oh, right. How is Renji's injury, Momo? Toshiro handled work while chatting with Momo. Renji is fine after treatment. Momo replied, sitting on Toshiro's futon. Is that so? That's good. Speaking of which, during the captain's meeting today, Byakuya wanted to dismiss Renji from his lieutenant position. But because some opposed, it was eventually dropped. Toshiro said. Some opposed? That must have been you, Toshiro, right? Momo said with certainty. Well, although I spoke up first, others also didn't agree with dismissing Renji. Toshiro explained. I knew Toshiro wouldn't just watch a friend get punished. Momo smiled. Can't say that. Right now, the Godai 13 is fighting the Ryoka. Dismissing a lieutenant would affect morale. So, for both public and private reasons, I wouldn't agree. Toshiro said. Time passed slowly. Toshiro handled work while chatting with Momo. Momo's originally anxious and uneasy heart gradually calmed. Toshiro's words. Toshiro's voice. Everything about Toshiro is so reassuring. I'm glad I came here today. Being with you is truly blissful, Toshiro. In this peaceful, comfortable atmosphere, drowsiness gradually overcame Momo. She eventually couldn't help but lie down on Toshiro's futon and fell asleep. Yar, can't be helped. After finishing work, Toshiro turned to see Momo lying on his bed and sighed helplessly. Then, Toshiro walked over and tucked Momo in properly. Afterwards, Toshiro went outside and sat down on the corridor floor in front of the door. Aizen will probably die tonight, right? What should I do next? Toshiro looked at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky and murmured. Sitting at the door for a while, having thought about how to proceed, Toshiro returned to the room. Then, where should I sleep? Toshiro looked at the bed occupied by Momo, somewhat troubled. Toshiro's room wasn't large, and there was no extra bedding. Well, no choice. Have to sleep together. With that, Toshiro lifted the covers and slipped in. Chapter 262, Aizen's death. The next morning, Toshiro's room. Beep beep beep. The sound of an alarm clock rang out. Yawn. Momo yawned, waking from her sleep, and turned off the alarm. Still groggy for a moment, Momo suddenly remembered she had been talking with Toshiro the previous night when she grew drowsy and fell asleep without realizing it. Which means, this is Toshiro's room. I fell asleep in Toshiro's bed. Momo thought, her face turning bright red. I'm sorry, Toshiro. I fell asleep without noticing. Toshiro. He's not here. Momo was about to apologize to Toshiro but found he wasn't in the room. Then, Momo inadvertently noticed the alarm clock beside her. Wow. It's already this late. I slept this long. Toshiro really. If he woke up early, why didn't he wake me? Momo muttered. Momo suddenly saw a note next to the pillow. Picking up the note, she read, Momo, I've gone to the 1st Division for the regular meeting. You rest well. After reading the note, Momo lay back down on the bed, pulled the covers over her head. Then, Momo took a deep breath. Toshiro's scent. It's so reassuring. After staying under the covers for a bit, Momo sat up again. So, what should I do now? Momo wondered aloud. According to Yamamoto's orders, all captains and lieutenants, unless occupied with urgent matters, were to attend the regular meeting to discuss the intruder situation. By the order, as a lieutenant, Momo was also required to attend. However, firstly, Ranjaku was already attending. Secondly, Toshiro had asked Momo to remain stationed at the 10th Division. So, Momo hadn't attended previous meetings or regular assemblies. Most of the division members are out searching for the intruders. There's not much to station for. Maybe I should go find Toshiro, Momo thought. Recently, with various incidents occurring one after another in the Siriiti, Momo felt very uneasy inside. Only by staying by Toshiro's side did she feel calm. Because of this, Momo made up her mind. Let's attend the regular meeting. That way, I can spend more time with Toshiro. Thinking this, Momo sprang up and ran out the door. After only 2 steps outside, Momo suddenly remembered she was still in her nightgown. Last night, in her haste, she had run to Toshiro's room in her nightgown, so her clothes were still in her own room. So, Momo hurried back to her room, got dressed, and then ran all the way to the 1st Division, the meeting location. I woke up too late. At this rate, I won't make it, Momo thought as she ran. I have to take a shortcut. So, Momo scaled walls, leaped over rooftops, using Shuinpa, rushing towards the first division at full speed. Great. I should make it. After scaling one wall and seeing the destination close, Momo couldn't help but cheer. Huh. As she ran, Momo noticed something on the wall to her left. She suddenly stopped and turned to look at the left wall. Then, she saw a blood-drenched corpse pinned to the east holy wall. Heya! In her terror, Momo instantly screamed. Second waiting room. What's going on? Who's screaming? The sound came from the east holy wall. All the lieutenants gathered for the meeting exclaimed. This is Momo's voice. Kira thought, his heart chilling. As Momo's good friend, Kira instantly recognized her voice. Momo, what's wrong? What happened? Kira worried. Then, Kira immediately ran towards the east holy wall. First waiting room. At this moment, aside from those absent due to other matters, most captains had gathered here. Toshiro was naturally present. Era, why isn't the ever-diligent and responsible Captain Aizen here today? Jin said, smiling with narrowed eyes. Well. Perhaps something delayed him, Toshiro said, glancing at Jin, his tone noncommittal. No. I think Captain Aizen might have worked too hard, fell ill, and thus couldn't come. Jin said meaningfully. Is that so? How would you? Before Toshiro could finish, a terrified scream echoed from the distance. That's Momo's voice. And it's from the east holy wall. Don't tell me. Toshiro thought, his heart chilling. Thinking this, Toshiro immediately ran outside. Whoosh. Seeing Toshiro run out, Jin chuckled lightly and followed. East holy wall. Swish. A figure flashed, and Toshiro instantly appeared here. Although, distance-wise, the lieutenants in the second waiting room were closer to the east holy wall, Toshiro's full-speed dash brought him here first. Toshiro. Seeing Toshiro suddenly appear, the terrified Momo immediately reacted, throwing herself into Toshiro's arms. Toshiro, look. Captain Aizen, he's dead. Momo trembled all over, pointing behind her with a finger, but her head remained buried in Toshiro's chest, not daring to look back. Toshiro looked in the direction Momo pointed. The blood-drenched Aizen was pinned to the east holy wall by his own Zanpakuto. His miserable state left no doubt he was dead. Yeah, I see. Toshiro gently stroked Momo's head, comforting her softly. However, the next moment, an icy blue light flashed in Toshiro's eyes. The corpse of Aizen hanging on the east holy wall transformed, in Toshiro's sight, into Aizen Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijetsu. At that moment, Kira and the other lieutenants also ran over. Momo. What hap? Before Kira could finish asking, he noticed the Aizen pinned to the east holy wall. What? Kira exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. The other lieutenants were also shocked speechless. Era, what's everyone doing? What's all the shouting so early in the morning? A voice suddenly came. Everyone turned to see Jin walking over unhurriedly, step by step. Chapter 263 Level 1 State of Emergency. Oh my, isn't this Captain Aizen? Jin, upon approaching and seeing Aizen pinned to the east holy wall, showed an astonished expression. This truly is a major incident. Jin feigned shock. Yes, it certainly is a major incident, Toshiro said meaningfully. But let's not discuss other things for now. First, we should take Aizen down. Toshiro instructed Kira and the other lieutenants. Yes, Captain Hitsugaya. Kira and the others quickly agreed and carefully took Aizen down from the east holy wall. Captain Ikamaru, you and I will go report this matter to the Captain Commander, Toshiro then said to Jin. Yes, Vice Captain Commander Sama, Jin responded. Then, Toshiro patted Momo in his arms. Sorry, Momo, I need to report the situation to the Captain Commander. Stay with Ranjaku, Kira, and the others for now. Okay, I understand, Toshiro, Momo said, letting go of her tight hold on Toshiro and nodding. Earlier, Momo was simply shocked by suddenly seeing a captain of the Godai 13 brutally killed. With Toshiro's comfort, she had mostly recovered now. Captain's meeting room. At this moment, an emergency meeting was being held. Apart from Aizen, Kairaku, Zaraki, and Yukitake, the other 8 captains had gathered here once again. Toshiro, please explain the reason for convening this emergency captain's meeting to the other captains properly, Yamamoto said solemnly. Before the meeting started, Toshiro had already informed Yamamoto about Aizen being murdered, but the other captains were still unaware. Therefore, Toshiro needed to explain again. Cough. Toshiro cleared his throat and began explaining, "Everyone, just moments ago, the lieutenants and I discovered that Captain Aizen has been killed." "What? Captain Aizen is dead? How is that possible?" As soon as Toshiro finished speaking, everyone was instantly shocked, each showing an incredulous expression. "Everyone, calm down first. Let me continue." Toshiro raised his voice. "This is what happened. My division's lieutenant, Hinamori Momo, was on her way to the 1st Division for the regular meeting. While passing the East Holy Wall, she discovered Aizen, covered in blood and pinned to the wall. Caught off guard, Momo was shocked and screamed in terror. Those of us in the first waiting room and the lieutenants near the East Holy Wall heard the sound and immediately rushed over. Although the lieutenants in the second side chamber were closer, by using Shuanpa at full speed, I arrived at the East Holy Wall first. There, I found the terrified Momo and Captain Aizen, pinned to the East Holy Wall by his own Zanpakuto. Afterwards, the lieutenants and Captain Ikamaru also arrived at the scene. That is the sequence of events, Toshiro said. Well, everyone, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yamamoto asked the group. Based on Captain Hitsugaya's description, Captain Aizen was undoubtedly murdered. However, the question is, who is the perpetrator? Kamamura Sujin said. He wore a wooden bucket on his head, hiding his appearance and making his voice sound somewhat muffled. Is the perpetrator perhaps those Ryoka? But do the Ryoka truly possess the strength to kill a captain? Moreover, the location is the East Holy Wall, so close by. To silently kill a captain without alerting the captain commander, who is always stationed at the 1st Division. This is truly rather unbelievable, Captain Suifeng of the 2nd Division said, full of doubt. Suifeng continued her analysis. The East Holy Wall is separated from the 1st Division by just a single wall, which is extremely close. If there were any unusual movements, Captain Commander would notice immediately. But the result is that Captain Aizen died silently, without any commotion. Not even Captain Commander, stationed nearby, detected anything. Under these circumstances, there are only two possibilities. First, Captain Aizen was taken by surprise by the perpetrator without any defense, killed in a single strike. Second, the perpetrator's strength is incredibly powerful, powerful enough to instantly kill Aizen, not giving him any chance to retaliate or sound an alarm. If it's the first case, it suggests the perpetrator is someone Aizen knew well, someone he had no vigilance against. Or the perpetrator's stealth abilities and personal strength are both outstanding. Otherwise, even with a sneak attack, instantly killing a captain-level existence shouldn't be possible. If it's the second case, where the perpetrator is strong enough to instantly kill Aizen, then the situation is truly dire. Although she said this, Suifeng didn't believe it was the second case. Not for any other reason, but simply because she didn't believe the intruders were strong enough to instantly kill Aizen. In Suifeng's view, Aizen was, after all, a captain. To kill him instantly in a fight head-on, not giving up him any chance to react, there might not be anyone in the entire Soul Society who could do that. If forced to say, perhaps only the captain commander of the Godai 13, Yamamoto, reputed as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, and the vice captain commander, Toshiro Hitsugaya, whose strength rivals Yamamoto's, could accomplish such a feat. Thinking this, Suifeng instinctively glanced at Yamamoto, then glanced at Toshiro. After hearing Suifeng's words, Yamamoto pondered, Captain Suifeng's analysis certainly has some merit. However, the truth of the matter remains uncertain. Only through investigation can we know. But regardless, the situation is now critical. We cannot let it go unchecked, or more captains might fall victim. Therefore, I propose we immediately issue a level 1 state of emergency. What do you think, Toshiro? Yamamoto inquired of Toshiro. The level 1 state of emergency is the highest level caution order in the Siri-IDI. Once issued, the entire Siri-IDI would enter the highest state of combat readiness. The level 1 state of emergency has far-reaching implications. Even Yamamoto, as captain commander of the Godai 13, cannot decide alone. It only takes effect when jointly signed by Yamamoto, captain of the 1st Division, and Toshiro, captain of the 10th Division. The situation is indeed extremely critical now, so I agree to immediately issue the level 1 state of emergency. Toshiro responded to Yamamoto's inquiry without hesitation, nodding directly in agreement. Very well. This meeting is adjourned. Toshiro, you will join me in jointly signing the level 1 state of emergency. Then, Captain Suifeng, immediately order the issuance of the level 1 state of emergency, and send the Onitsukido to notify the captains and lieutenants not present at the meeting. And Captain Unohana, immediately go examine Captain Aizen's remains. Finally, all other captains, be prepared for battle at any moment. Yamamoto issued command after command in an orderly manner. Then, the entire Siri-IDI immediately began to operate. Chapter 264, Chapter 264 Ichigo vs Saraki. 8th Division, in a spacious training room. Kayaraka lay on the wooden floor, the straw rain hat he usually wore covering his face as he rested with his eyes closed. Beside him, a tray held a pot of sake and some side dishes. It seemed Kairaku had just had a hearty drink and was resting there, satisfied. Captain, if you're so free, why didn't you attend the regular meeting? The 8th Division's lieutenant, Ise Nanao asked, looking displeased at Kairaku lying on the floor. Well, I wasn't feeling too well today, so I skipped the regular meeting. It's not like anything important happens anyway. Going would just be a waste of time. Besides, look, Toshiro didn't go either, did he? Kairaku defended himself. Humph. Captain Yhwach didn't go because he's sick. You, Captain, are clearly pretending to be sick just to be lazy. Nanao retorted scornfully. Heh. Kairaku chuckled softly but didn't bother to argue further. Knock knock knock. A sudden knocking sound came. Nanao, putting aside her argument with Kairaku, immediately went to open the door. Creak. Opening the door, Aizen was surprised. Omnitsukido. The visitor's attire was distinctly different from other Shinigami, easily recognizable as a member of Omnitsukido. What business brings you here? If it's just a message, a hell butterfly would suffice, wouldn't it? Aizen asked, puzzled. But this order is jointly signed by Captain Commander Yamamoto and Vice Captain Commander Hitsugaya. The Omnitsukido's member stated gravely. Jointly signed by Captain Commander Yamamoto and Captain Hitsugaya. Could it be, is it the level 1 state of emergency? Nanao's expression turned solemn. Correct, it is the level 1 state of emergency. The specific matter is. After delivering the message, the Omnitsukido's member hurriedly left, as he still had to inform other captains and lieutenants. Nanao then walked back into the room with a serious expression. Captain. Something terrible has happened. Captain Commander Yamamoto and Captain Hitsugaya have jointly issued the level 1 state of emergency. The specific reason is because Captain Aizen has unfortunately been killed. Aizen reported gravely. What? Kairaku sprang up from the floor. You said Aizen is dead. Kairaku's expression turned grave. Captain Commander Yamamoto and Vice Captain Commander Hitsugaya jointly issued the level 1 state of emergency, so the information shouldn't be wrong. The specific cause of Captain Aizen's death was the removal of his Seketsu and Hakusui by a Zanpakuto, and his heart was also attacked. Based on the injuries, it seems he was murdered, not an accidental death. The body is currently being examined by Captain Unohana. Nanao explained. I see. Sosuke. Kairaku's expression showed some sadness. Although he didn't interact much with Aizen outside of work, Kairaku had a very good impression of him. Aizen was always diligent, responsible at work, kind to others, and approachable. Very few in the entire Soul Society had a bad impression of him. Ah. I'll go see him one last time, Kairaku said in a low voice. Yes, Nanao nodded. Yar, things have gotten serious, Kairaku muttered. Senseiku. Zaraki, who had been lying in wait here all night, finally encountered Ichigo. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. Ha ha ha. This is so exhilarating. Zaraki laughed loudly. Kid, your strength is pretty good, actually comparable to mine. Haven't felt this excited in a long time. The last time I enjoyed myself this much was fighting that guy, Toshiro. But in recent years, that guy fights less and less. Every time I ask him for a fight, he makes excuses. But today is really lucky. To encounter another guy who can get me excited. With you as my opponent. I can fight with all my might. There shouldn't be a problem, right? With that, Zaraki tore off his eye patch. His immense Ryatsu erupted without restraint. Not far from the battlefield, on top of a tall building, Yuichiro watched their battle with great interest. Ken-chan looks very happy, Yuichiro said with a smile. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared behind Yuichiro. Lieutenant Kusajishi. I am a member of Omnitsukido. I am ordered to deliver an emergency message. The person announced loudly. Oh, wait a moment, Yuichiro said without turning her head. Huh. The Omnitsukido's member was dumbfounded. But. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Kusajishi. This is a level 1 state of emergency jointly issued by Captain Commander of the Godai 13 and Captain of the 1st Division, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, and Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13 and Captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Oh, I said wait a moment. Yuichiro's tone became somewhat impatient. The Omnitsukido's member grew anxious. That won't do. Lieutenant Kusajishi. I am ordered to deliver this to all division captains and lieutenants as quickly as possible. You're so annoying. Ken-chan is fighting over there. Stop chattering on and on endlessly. Yuichiro finally couldn't help but turn around, glaring angrily at the Omnitsukido's member. Irk. The Onitsukido's member instantly felt as if he were being stared down by a ferocious beast, his life in imminent danger. Emergency orders and such can wait until later. Ken-chan is fighting now. We don't have time to listen to you chatter. As for the Captain Commander and Shiro-chan, I'll explain to them later. Don't get in the way here, Yuichiro said coldly. Yes. Ultimately, under Yuichiro's imposing aura, the Onitsukido's member chose to yield and then hurriedly left the area as if being chased. Yuichiro continued to watch the battle between Zaraki and Ichigo. On the battlefield. Ha! You can still raise your Ryatsu at a time like this. Interesting. Zaraki said, somewhat surprised. Of course I can. Because I'm borrowing Zangetsu's power, fighting alongside Zangetsu. And you're just alone. How could I lose to you? Ichigo shouted. Zangetsu, that's your Zanpakuto's name. Borrowing your Zanpakuto's power and fighting alongside it. Someone once said something similar to me. But I still can't understand it. Zaraki yelled. So stop with the nonsense. Let's decide this in one blow. Ichigo. With that, Zaraki gathered all his power into his Zanpakuto and charged at Ichigo. Seeing this, Ichigo also gathered all his own power and met Zaraki head-on. Reiwa. The two, bathed in golden and blue Ryatsu, collided in an instant. Boom. Violent shockwaves swept out in all directions. The surrounding buildings crumbled and collapsed under the impact of the immense power, and billowing dust obscured the two figures. As the dust settled, Zaraki and Ichigo stood facing each other. Zaraki's Zanpakuto was embedded in Ichigo's chest, while Ichigo's Zanpakuto was lodged in Zaraki's shoulder. Squelch. Blood spurted from the massive wound on Ichigo. Sorry, everyone. Thud. Ichigo's body fell heavily to the ground. Ha. You did well, Ichigo. You almost had me. Zaraki's body swayed a couple of times but ultimately remained standing steadily. Chapter 265, Chapter 265. Who is that man? Whoosh. As soon as the battle ended, Yuichiro flashed onto the scene. However, Yuichiro didn't immediately go to speak with Zaraki. Instead, she gave a formal, 90-degree bow to the fallen Ichigo. Thank you so very much. Ken-chan was able to enjoy himself so much all because of you, Ichigo-chan. I haven't seen Ken-chan this happy in a long time. Thank you so much. Yuichiro said, smiling brightly. Then, Yuichiro returned to Zaraki's side. Ken-chan, you won this fight. That's wonderful. TCH, I did win, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, Zaraki said dismissively. Indeed, it was as Zaraki said, a Pyrrhic victory. Although he defeated Ichigo, Zaraki was also severely injured. The reason he was still standing now was only due to sheer willpower, and his physical condition wasn't much better than Ichigo's. To be honest, the battle reaching this extent was beyond Zaraki's expectations. Although Ikaku had previously mentioned Ichigo was strong, Zaraki never expected him to be this strong, nearly defeating him. Moreover, Ichigo hadn't even mastered Bankai. At this level, he could contend with Zaraki and almost defeat him. This couldn't help but surprise Zaraki. Ichigo's terrifying talent momentarily made Zaraki feel as if he were facing Toshiro. Although Ichigo's current strength was far from comparable to Toshiro's, his monstrous talent astounded Zaraki. Back when Zaraki first fought Toshiro, he was defeated by the then lieutenant-level Toshiro. Now, Ichigo had almost defeated Zaraki as well. From this perspective alone, Ichigo's talent was not inferior to Toshiro's. Zaraki greatly anticipated whether Ichigo could grow into an existence of Toshiro's level in the future. Suddenly, Zaraki's body staggered, nearly falling. Ken-chan. Yuichiro exclaimed, rushing forward to support him. Let go, Yuichiro. I'm not so weak that I can't even stand, Zaraki frowned. I won't let go. I just want to hold your hand, not support you. Yuichiro insisted stubbornly. TCH. Fine, do as you like. Zaraki ultimately yielded. Ken-chan, let's go to the 4th division to have your injuries treated. Yuichiro suggested. Zaraki's injuries were severe. If left unattended, they could even be life-threatening. All right, Zaraki agreed somewhat reluctantly. Although going to the 4th division meant possibly encountering that person who made him feel uncomfortable, his injuries needed treatment. Zaraki wasn't afraid of death, but he had enjoyed the battle's exhilaration. So, he agreed to Yuichiro's suggestion. Then, Zaraki glanced at the fallen Ichigo. Hey, Ichigo. Don't you dare die on me. If there's a chance in the future, let's fight again. The reason Zaraki chose not to kill Ichigo wasn't just because of Toshiro's request, but also because he acknowledged Ichigo's strength and hoped to fight him again. Then, with Yuichiro supporting him, Zaraki headed towards the 4th division. Whoosh. Not long after Zaraki and Yuichiro left, a black cat suddenly appeared beside Kurosaki Ichigo. To have fought Saraki Kenpachi to such an extent. You're truly surprising, kid, T% black cat, Yoruchi remarked with a sigh. 13th Division Captain's Quarters, Yugendo Quarters. Yugendo Quarters was an exquisite cottage situated on a lake, surrounded by beautiful, serene scenery. However, the usual tranquility of Yugendo Quarters was broken today. What? Aizen was killed. Yukate's agitated reaction startled the Onitsukido's messenger so much that he fell back onto the floor. First scared off by Lieutenant Kusajishi, now frightened to the ground by Captain Yukatake. I'm really unlucky today. The Onitsukido's member cursed inwardly. When? Who did it? Why? Yukatake fired off questions rapidly. It was early this morning. The perpetrator and motive are still unknown, the Onitsukido's member replied. Cough, cough. Damn it. For this to happen while I was recuperating. It's unforgivable. Yukatake said angrily. Because the loss of a captain is far too serious, Captain Commander Yamamoto and Captain Hitsugaya have jointly issued the Level 1 state of emergency, the Onitsukido's member reported. Ah. It is indeed serious enough. It's been how many years since a captain-level casualty occurred? It seems I can no longer stay here and rest. Yukate's expression turned solemn. Previously, although Ryoka had invaded the Siriidii, Yukatake hadn't paid it much mind. In his view, with the Godii 13's formidable strength, defeating some Ryoka shouldn't be difficult. But now, with the captain's death, Yukatake could no longer rest peacefully and remain idle. Senzekyu. While Ichigo fought Zaraki, Ganju and Hanataro took the opportunity to reach Senzekyu. They knocked out the guards and met Rukia. The moment he saw Rukia, Ganju recognized her as the killer who had murdered his older brother years ago. Then, Ganju, who had originally come with Ichigo and the others to rescue Rukia, immediately began clamoring to kill her. Rukia offered no defense, allowing the misunderstanding, appearing resigned to her fate. Only Hanataro desperately tried to stop Ganju. However, at that moment, an immense Ryatsu suddenly appeared in their senses. What's going on? Who's coming? Ganju said with difficulty. The newcomer didn't intentionally release Ryatsu to pressure them, but even the naturally emanating Ryatsu made Ganju and the other two feel it hard to breathe, their bodies growing heavy. Ugh, ah. He is. Looking at the figure walking calmly, coldly, and arrogantly along the wooden bridge, the only connection between the Senzekyu and the outside world, Hanataro trembled all over, too terrified to even speak. Hey! Who the hell is he? Ganju asked again. Kuchiki Byakuya. Captain of the 6th Division. Hanataro Yamada answered, his face pale. Chapter 266, Chapter 266 The Men of the Shiba Clan. Kuchiki Byakuya, so it's him. Ganju said with a grim expression. You know Captain Kuchiki too, Ganju-san. Hanataro asked, trembling all over. Of course. The Kuchiki clan is one of the 4 great noble houses, holding the title of Shoichii. Kuchiki Byakuya is hailed as the most capable head of the family in history. Among the captains of the Godii 13, he's very famous. This is bad. Of all times to run into him. Ganju's face was extremely unpleasant. We're finished. How could the two of us possibly be a match for Captain Kuchiki? Hanataro said in despair. No. Maybe we should beg for his mercy, ask him to spare our lives. Ganju suddenly suggested. What are you saying, Ganju-san? Hanataro shouted angrily. What we should do now is take Rukia-san and escape quickly. Hanataro said. Are you brainless? Escape where? The only exit is that bridge. Do you want to defeat Kuchiki Byakuya on the bridge and then leave calmly? Ganju roared. And you want me to die for my brother's killer? That's absolutely impossible. Ganju pointed at Rukia and yelled. Then, all right. I can't blame you. Ganju-san, you have no obligation to rescue Rukia-san. I was wrong to try and force you. However, when you escape, please try to take Rukia-san with you. I'll stay behind and hold off Captain Kuchiki. Despite trembling uncontrollably under Byakuya's Ryatsu, Hanataro resolutely stepped forward. Upon hearing Hanataro's words, both Ganju and Rukia couldn't help but surprised, looking at him in surprise. Neither Ganju nor Rukia expected the usually timid Hanataro to say such things. Hey! Are you crazy? Snap out of it. How could you possibly be a match for that Kuchiki Byakuya? Ganju tried to dissuade him. Hanataro shook his head. I understand how you feel, Ganju-san. If it were me, I wouldn't die for my enemy either. I'm not talking about that. Kuchiki Byakuya's Ryatsu is so immense. How could we possibly fight him? Ganju roared. I know that. But I came here to rescue Rukia-san. How can I leave without doing anything? With that, Hanataro bowed to Ganju. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Well then, I'm going. Hanataro offered a bitter smile, then turned and walked towards Byakuya on the bridge, carrying a sense of tragic determination, as if marching to his doom. No. Don't go, Hanataro. Rukia wanted to stop Hanataro, but Ganju grabbed her. What are you doing? Let go. Rukia struggled. Ganju ignored Rukia, staring at Hanataro's back. You idiot, you didn't even bring your Zanpakuto. What can you do? Look how you're shaking, you must be terrified inside. You're so useless, yet you still try to play the hero. Then, Ganju pushed Rukia aside and shouted as he ran out. Whoa! Ganju kept yelling, pumping himself up. What's that noise? Hanataro, having just reached the bridge, heard the sudden shouts from behind. Turning around, he saw Ganju catching up to him. Ganju walked up to Hanataro, his expression serious. Step back. Leave Kachiki Byakuya to me. Ga Ganju-san. Erg. Without waiting for Hanataro to speak, Ganju passed him and walked towards Byakuya in the distance. Sorry, big brother. I'll avenge you later. If you want to blame someone, blame our sister. She taught me I can't abandon a companion and run for my life, Ganju thought to himself as he walked. Then, stopping about 10 meters away from Byakuya, Ganju halted. I'm here. Young master, let me be your opponent. Ganju pointed at Byakuya provocatively. However, Byakuya looked at the provoking Ganju as if looking at an insect, showing no sign of anger, only disappointment. I thought perhaps a skilled individual had suppressed their Ryatsu and slipped in. But it's just a small fry. How disappointing. Let me end this boring farce. Hearing Byakuya's words, Ganju's heart sank. This is terrible. Just standing face to face like this makes me tremble uncontrollably. His Ryatsu is too strong. Since the difference in strength is so vast, any tricks are useless. Then I can only gamble. Thinking this, Ganju drew the large sword at his waist, let out a shout, and charged at Byakuya. Upon reaching Byakuya, Ganju suddenly extended his left hand, which had been behind his back all along. In it, he held several objects resembling shuriken. You fell for it. Take my ultimate technique. Blood tear ball. Whoosh. Byakuya's figure flashed, instantly appearing behind Ganju. Squelch. Blood spurted from Ganju's shoulder, and the shuriken in his hand scattered on the ground. With a thud, Ganju couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Get lost. I'll let you go this time. Don't be an eyesore here. My sword isn't meant for slaying small fry like you. With that, Byakuya ignored Ganju and walked towards Rukia not far away. Erg. You stop right there. Ganju yelled. Byakuya paused, frowning. Didn't you hear me? I told you to disappear. Save your breath, young master. I don't care if you're a noble or not. A man of the Shiba clan won't be intimidated by you like this. Ganju struggled to his feet and roared. Chapter 267, Chapter 267 Give me some respect. You are a member of the Shiba clan. Then my earlier behavior was truly discourteous. Since you are a member of the Shiba clan, I cannot let you leave alive. Byakuya stated gravely. With Byakuya's pride, he disdained killing a lowly, insignificant underling. However, after learning Ganju's identity, it was different. Although the Shiba clan had declined, they were still one of the former 5 great noble houses. Byakuya, who always valued noble honor, couldn't help but view Ganju in a higher light because of the Shiba name, deeming him worthy of dying by his hand. Then, Byakuya drew his Zanpakuto, pointing the tip upward, holding it vertically before him. What is he doing? He's so far away. Watching Byakuya's action, Ganju couldn't help but feel puzzled. No. Nisama. From afar, upon seeing this, Rukia instantly understood what Byakuya intended to do. But Byakuya paid no heed to Ganju's confusion or Rukia's cries. Scatter, son. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared behind Byakuya, directly reaching out and grasping the blade of Byakuya's Zanpakuto. Crackle. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the hand holding Byakuya's blade. Then, the Zanpakuto, which was about to split into countless tiny blades, was instantly frozen, covered in a thick layer of ice crystals. Seeing the thick layer of ice on his Zanpakuto, Byakuya couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Yar, is it necessary to release your Zanpakuto against someone so weak, Byakuya, the newcomer said. Ha! Seeing the blue ice crystals on his Zanpakuto, Byakuya didn't need to look back to know who had arrived. In the entire Soul Society, only one person could instantly freeze a captain's Zanpakuto, preventing its release, the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13 and captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Then, Byakuya used his Ryatsu to shatter the ice on his Zanpakuto, looking displeased at Toshiro. What is the meaning of this, Toshiro? Forgive where forgiveness is due, Byakuya, Toshiro advised. C.A. Captain Toshiro. Seeing Toshiro suddenly appear here, Rukia exclaimed in surprise. Yo. Rukia. Haven't seen you in a few days. You look a bit thinner. Are you okay? Toshiro waved a greeting to Rukia not far away. Hey. Toshiro, why are you stopping me from killing him? Watching Toshiro casually greet Rukia, Byakuya frowned. Byakuya, if you want to stop them from rescuing Rukia, just arrest them, right? Why insist on killing? As a peace-loving Shinigami, I must say, life is priceless. Killing casually is not good. Watching Toshiro preach his principles, Byakuya remained unmoved, only staring expressionlessly at him. All right. The real reason is, he's from the Shiba clan, Toshiro said helplessly. The previous captain of our 10th division was the head of the Shiba clan's branch family. Captain Shiba and I were close friends. Although Captain Shiba has been missing for many years, I must show some consideration for the Shiba clan. Otherwise, if Captain Shiba returns one day and finds out his nephew died, how would I explain it to him? So. Byakuya, give me some respect and spare him, Toshiro said. Humph. Byakuya snorted coldly but sheathed his Zanpakuto, showing no further intention to act. Yo. Toshiro, Byakuya, hello there. At that moment, Yukitake also arrived suddenly. Jushiro, weren't you recuperating? Why come here? Toshiro asked. I heard Aizen was suddenly killed, and you and Genryusai-sensei jointly issued the level 1 state of emergency. How could I rest peacefully and do nothing at a time like this? So I planned to go to the 1st division to see the situation. On the way, I suddenly sensed Byakuya's Ryatsu, so I hurried over to see what was happening, Yukitake explained to Toshiro. Then Yukitake looked at Byakuya. Speaking of which. Byakuya, I saw from a distance earlier. You were about to release your Zanpakuto, weren't you? How can that be? Have you forgotten? Releasing a Zanpakuto in the Senseikyu is a level 1 prohibited action. Even though you're dealing with intruders. This is under the special wartime order, which already permits Zanpakuto release, Byakuya explained before Yukitake could finish. Special wartime order? Is the Ryoka invasion truly that serious? Yukitake asked, surprised. Could it be Aizen's death is also because? However, at that moment, an immense Ryatsu suddenly emanated. Feeling this suddenly appearing powerful Ryatsu, everyone except Toshiro, who had expected it, couldn't help but be shaken. This Ryatsu, what is it? It's captain level. But it's unfamiliar. Who is it? Where did it come from? Yukitake said, startled and uncertain. Hanataro exclaimed joyfully, this Ryatsu feeling. Rukia said incredulously, could it be? Should I say, as expected of the protagonist? He hasn't even learned Bankai yet, but his Ryatsu has already reached captain level, Toshiro thought to himself, impressed. Although the person hadn't appeared yet, Toshiro knew. Kurosaki Ichigo had arrived. Whoosh. A figure suddenly flew up from below the bridge. Everyone looked up to see the newcomer wearing a device with a single wing on his right hand, hovering in midair. Then, the person flipped in the air and landed beside Rukia. Seeing the newcomer, Rukia, with a complex expression, was about to speak, but the person directly passed by her and walked over to Hanataro. Yo. You alright, Hanataro? Ichigo said. I'm really sorry for telling you to go ahead earlier. I didn't expect you to get so scared. And, where's Ganju? Oh, right. Rukia. I came to save you. Ichigo glanced at Rukia awkwardly, then said as if casually. Judging by Ichigo's demeanor, one might think he came to save Hanataro and was, incidentally, rescuing Rukia. Rukia looked at Ichigo with a complex expression, surprise, worry. Hey. What's with that look? I came all this way to save you. You could at least act a bit happier, Ichigo complained loudly. You idiot. Tears welled up in Rukia's eyes. I told you not to come, if you came after me, I'd never forgive you. Look at all these injuries, idiot. Seeing Rukia about to cry, Ichigo felt somewhat flustered. Geez, if you want to scold me, you can do it later however you want. Ichigo turned to face Byakuya, who stood with Toshiro and Yukitake. Right now. I have to defeat him first. Chapter 268, Chapter 268 I am no longer who I was before. Ichigo looked at Byakuya, and Byakuya likewise stared at Ichigo. Their gazes met, and for an instant, it seemed as if sparks of electricity flashed between them. Ichigo. Rukia called out from behind him. What? You're not going to tell me to go back now, are you? Ichigo said without turning his head. Let me tell you, that's impossible. Even if you say you want to die here, that won't do. Even if I have to drag you, I'll save you. From now on, all your opinions are vetoed. Got it. Ichigo said firmly. You're still the same, you never listen to my advice. Rukia said, helpless yet somewhat happy. Of course. All you ever say are things worrying about me. But you can't always worry about others. Sometimes you need to worry about yourself more. Ichigo turned around, gently patting Rukia's onion head. Ichigo. Rukia's eyes grew moist. Sigh. Oh man. Not far away, Toshiro watched Ichigo and Rukia, showing affection, and couldn't help but showed a pained expression. What's wrong, Toshiro? Yukitake, seeing Toshiro's expression, asked curiously. Ah, my stomach hurts, Toshiro replied, looking uncomfortable. I'm saying, since you care about each other so much, why aren't you together? Toshiro said with a resentful look. Not together. What are you talking about, Toshiro? Yukitake Jushiro asked, confused. Never mind, Toshiro waved his hand. Ah. The pain of being a Ichiraki shipper is something you can't understand, Jushiro. Toshiro lamented inwardly. Speaking of which, Byakuya, who is that person? He's targeting you, right? Yukitake asked Byakuya with a serious expression. Yukitake couldn't help but be concerned about the suddenly appearing Ichigo because he looked so much like his former lieutenant, Shiba Kaien. To Yukitake's question, Byakuya responded indifferently, it's none of your business. But he looks like Ka. He is nothing. Just an intruder. Byakuya interrupted Yukitake. I will deal with him. That settles it. This pointless dispute will end here. With that, Byakuya walked towards Ichigo. After comforting Rukia, Ichigo also walked towards Byakuya. Their battle was about to erupt. Ah, if only I had a watermelon right now. Then I could be a spectator, eating watermelon while watching the fight, Toshiro suddenly remarked. Yukitake didn't know how to respond to Toshiro's words. Stop joking, Toshiro. Do you know that intruder? His appearance is just so much like Kaien, right? Toshiro finished his sentence. Yes. Could he be Kaien's brother? No, Kaien only had Shiba Ganju as a younger brother. Then who is he? If he's not related to Kaien, why do they look so alike? Yukitake wondered, puzzled. Well, perhaps you'll find out later, Toshiro said meaningfully. Alright, don't overthink it. For now, let's just be good spectators and watch their fight properly, Toshiro said. While Toshiro and Yukitake were talking, Ichigo and Byakuya stopped a few meters apart. Yo. Byakuya, I've been talking to Rukia for so long, and you just stood there. It seems you don't take me seriously at all, Ichigo said, gripping the Zanpakuto on his back and looking at Byakuya. Do you know who you're talking to? Do you think I need to take advantage of an opening against a mere ant like you? Don't get too cocky, kid. Byakuya said disdainfully. With that, Byakuya's immense Ryatsu erupted. Under the pressure of Byakuya's Ryatsu, Rukia, Ganju, Hanataro, and the others all felt their bodies grow heavy, their breathing difficult, barely able to stand. Those who could remain unaffected under Byakuya's Ryatsu were Toshiro and Yukitake, and Ichigo, who stood facing Byakuya. Oh. You can remain unfazed under such Ryatsu. It seems you've improved quite a bit. That is indeed praiseworthy, Byakuya said in a flat tone. TCH. Your high and mighty attitude is really annoying. I wonder if you can still be this arrogant after I defeat you, Ichigo said grimly. Byakuya frowned. Don't be so presumptuous. Whoosh. Before Byakuya could finish, Ichigo's figure suddenly vanished. Shuenpa. Byakuya exclaimed in surprise. The next instant, Ichigo suddenly appeared beside Byakuya, swinging his sword at him. Senka. Byakuya's figure flashed, directly avoiding Ichigo's attack and appearing behind him, thrusting his sword towards Ichigo's Seketsu and Hakusui. Unlike the last time he faced this move, when he couldn't react at all and had his Seketsu and Hakusui pierced, this time Ichigo quickly blocked behind him with Zangetsu's broad backside. Clang. Byakuya's Zanpakuto stabbed against the back of Ichigo's Zanpakuto. What? Byakuya wore a shocked expression. Ha! Ichigo shouted, forcefully parrying Byakuya's Zanpakuto and standing firm 3 meters away. You say I'm presumptuous? Byakuya, I am no longer who I was before. This move of yours won't work on me anymore, Ichigo said with a somewhat proud smile. Is that so? It seems I underestimated you. Then, before you become intoxicated with your own strength, let me show you properly. The decisive gap in strength between us, something even 1,000 years of hard training couldn't bridge. Byakuya pointed his sword tip upward, his expression cold. Seeing this, Rukia, not far away, suddenly shouted, "Ichigo! Run!" However, neither Ichigo nor Byakuya paid heed to Rukia's cry. Scatter. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared, instantly flicking out a bandage that tightly wrapped around Byakuya's zanpakuto. That is. You are. Shihoin Yuruchi. Seeing this suddenly appearing figure, Yukitake and Byakuya exclaimed in shock. Chapter 269, Chapter 269 A Clash of Shuinpa. Shihoin Yuruchi. Who's that? I have never heard of her before. Rukia wondered, puzzled. No. I've heard that name before. She's the former captain of the 2nd Division, Commander the Omnitsukido. Shihoin Yuruchi. At this moment, after the initial shock, Byakuya glanced at his zanpakuto, tightly wrapped in bandages. Even with his typically detached personality, he couldn't help but feel an urge to swear. For the second time today, Byakuya was interrupted just as he was about to perform his shurikai. Shihoin Yuruchi, it's been a long time. Having been missing for over 100 years, I thought you were long gone. Byakuya looked at Yuruchi, his expression somewhat complex. Byakuya and Yuruchi were old friends. Both families were among the 4 great noble houses, so the two had known each other from the start. Ever since Byakuya was a child, Yuruchi, relying on her Shuinpa, often bullied and teased him, leaving him in a sorry state. But precisely because of this, Byakuya also learned the essence of Shuinpa from Yuruchi. Although Byakuya's overall strength among captains was only above average, his Shuinpa was among the very best. Yo. Long time no see, Byakuya-chan, Yuruchi greeted Byakuya casually. Byakuya looked at Yuruchi, frowned slightly, but said nothing. At that moment, Ichigo suddenly spoke up, "Yuruchi-san, you came to help me, right?" "Thanks, but sorry, please step aside. I have to defeat him." "Defeat him? With you? Idiot." Yuruchi mercilessly mocked Ichigo. Then, Yuruchi suddenly attacked Ichigo. Squelch. Blood splattered. Caught off guard, Yuruchi directly thrust her right hand into Ichigo's abdomen. What? Seeing this sudden turn of events, everyone except Toshiro was instantly shocked. What is this, Yuruchi?" Ichigo looked at Yuruchi incredulously, wearing an expression as if betrayed. Schlick. Yuruchi withdrew her right hand, now covered in Ichigo's blood. Ugh. Ichigo groaned in pain, his eyes closing as he fainted directly. Yuruchi quickly reached out to support Ichigo's falling body, hoisting him onto her shoulder. Medicine. Yukitake suddenly said. Suten or Hoten. You sent a potent anesthetic directly into his organs, intending to treat his injuries, right, Yuruchi? Yukitake asked. Initially, Yukitake was indeed startled by Yuruchi's sudden attack on Ichigo. However, upon seeing the densely wrapped bandages on Ichigo's body, Yukitake understood. Ichigo had been through a series of intense battles, his body covered in numerous wounds. Yuruchi's sudden attack was to directly administer medicine into his internal organs to help treat his injuries. Yukitake, Byakuya-chan, and Captain Hitsugaya, see you next time. Yuruchi glanced at the 3 captains, and then, carrying Ichigo, prepared to leave. Do you think I'll let you leave just like that? Byakuya suddenly spoke. Surrender quietly. You cannot escape. Byakuya said gravely. Oh. Big words, Byakuya-chan. During our tag games in the past, when did you ever beat me? Yuruchi looked at Byakuya with amusement. Hearing Yuruchi's words, Byakuya's eyebrow twitched, involuntarily recalling the scenes from his childhood when Yuruchi bullied and teased him. Let's test that. Shihoin Yuruchi. Byakuya said coldly. Whoosh. Before the words fully faded, Byakuya's figure flashed, leaving behind multiple afterimages as he pursued Yuruchi. Swish swish swish. Yuruchi's feet tapped rapidly, her speed so fast she also created countless afterimages, evading Byakuya. Seeing this, Byakuya frowned and began to exert his full Shuinpa ability. Then, the two moved and shifted on the bridge, one evading, the other pursuing. Although Yuruchi was hailed as Goddess of Flash, and her Shuinpa was indeed superior to Byakuya's, while carrying someone, she was gradually approached by Byakuya, the distance between them shrinking. Whoosh! After a round of pursuit, Byakuya finally closed in on Yuruchi. With Shuinpa of this level, you still think you can escape? Byakuya said coldly. Then, Byakuya mercilessly drew his sword and slashed at Yuruchi. Whoosh! Although the Zanpakuto struck Yuruchi, Byakuya's expression suddenly changed. Rustle. The Yuruchi struck by Byakuya suddenly transformed into a piece of clothing. Way of Onmitsu, third of the Shiho, Utsasimi. Yo. Byakuya-chan, did you think you could catch me with Shuinpa of this level? The real Yuruchi landed on the roof of a nearby building, looking down at Byakuya teasingly. Shihoin Yuruchi. Byakuya's voice grew even colder. Byakuya-chan, give me 3 days. Just 3 days, and I can make Ichigo surpass you. Before that, do whatever you want. For now, let's call a truce. If you want to keep chasing, come on. But you can't catch up to me, the goddess of Flash. With that, Yuruchi, carrying Ichigo, used Shuinpa to head into the distance. Byakuya hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not continue the pursuit. Yar, as expected of the goddess of Flash. She still managed to escape, Yukitake remarked with a sigh. But Toshiro, why didn't you act? With your speed, even she would be caught by you while carrying someone, right? Yukitake asked, puzzled. As a close friend, even a fellow disciple, Yukitake was well aware that Toshiro also excelled in speed. Among the 13 captains of the Godai 13, with Yamamoto present, Toshiro couldn't be called the strongest in terms of overall power, but his speed was definitely the fastest. Even the Shuinpa specialist captain of the 2nd division was no match for him. In Yukitake's view, even if Toshiro's speed hadn't surpassed Yuruchi's, it was at least not slower. And with Yuruchi carrying someone, if Toshiro had acted, he definitely could have caught up to her. Facing Yukitake's question, Toshiro smiled lightly. Shihoin Yuruchi is hailed as the goddess of Flash. The only one who might catch her is probably Urahara Kasuke. Chapter 270 A mere Hanataro. Well, in a certain sense, what you said is indeed correct. Yukitake couldn't help but smile slightly, and he stopped pressing Toshiro on why he didn't act. He believed Toshiro must have his own reasons for doing so. After Yuruchi escaped carrying Ichigo, Byakuya also turned and left without the slightest intention of conversing with Toshiro or Yukitake. Hey, Byakuya. Where are you going? What about these two? Shouldn't you be the one to handle the aftermath? Toshiro glanced at Ganju and Hanataro. I've lost interest. You deal with it, Byakuya said without turning his head. Yar, you're really willful, Toshiro said helplessly. Oh, right, Byakuya. Considering how hard you fought earlier, I'll tell you. Actually, if you had continued chasing just now, you could have caught up to Shihoin Yuruchi. Although her Shuinpa is indeed superior to yours, based on my observation just now, her movements when using Shuinpa were somewhat rusty. So, I judge that in the 100+ years she's been missing, she probably hasn't used Shuinpa much. It's inevitable that she'd be rusty. Plus, carrying someone and continuously using Shuinpa at high intensity consumes a lot of stamina. So if you had kept chasing, Shihoin Yuruchi would have eventually exhausted her stamina and been caught by you. Toshiro explained, seemingly helpfully. Hearing Toshiro's words, Byakuya, who had been walking away, stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Byakuya's mouth twitched. He turned his head, staring at Toshiro. Why didn't you say that earlier? Well, that. I thought you could figure it out yourself. Actually, I even suspected you might have let Shihoin Yuruchi go on purpose because of your past friendship. Now it seems I misunderstood you. My apologies, Byakuya, Toshiro said apologetically. You. Humph. Byakuya let out a somewhat stifled snort, flicked his captain's Hayori, and turned to leave. In a deserted corner. Huff, huff. Yuruchi put down Ichigo, whom she had been carrying on her shoulder, and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Sigh, is it because I haven't been in actual combat for over 100 years? After just using Shuinpa a couple hundred times in succession, I'm out of breath. If Byakuya had kept chasing, it would have been dangerous. Have I really gotten old? Yuruchi couldn't help but wonder. Wake up quickly, Ichigo. You need to become stronger. When you wake up, I'll tell you the secret of Zangetsu's true power. Yuruchi murmured to herself. Senzekyu. Just after Byakuya left, Rukia suddenly felt dizzy and involuntarily fell toward the ground. Rukia. Toshiro's figure flashed, instantly appearing beside her to catch her. What's wrong with Rukia, Toshiro? Yukitake asked urgently. Toshiro checked carefully, then replied, nothing serious. Rukia has been imprisoned for so many days, so her body was already weak. Earlier, her mind was in a tense state the whole time. When Byakuya left, her mind suddenly relaxed, so she fainted. Is that so? That's good, Yukitake sighed in relief. But just to be safe, let's contact the 4th Division and request the advanced medical team, Jushiro, Toshiro suggested. Right. I'll go to the 4th Division and get someone, Yukitake said, preparing to head to the 4th Division. Wait a moment, Jushiro, Toshiro stopped him. After Byakuya left, the people present besides Toshiro, Yukitake, and the unconscious Rukia were Ganju and Hanataro. Yo, Shiba Ganju. Do you remember me? After stopping Yukitake, Toshiro asked Ganju. Earlier, when Byakuya was about to use his Shirkai to kill Ganju, Toshiro had intervened, so Ganju hadn't been severely injured by Byakuya as in the original work. You are Hitsugaya Toshiro, right? I remember you went to our house before with Uncle Ishin, Ganju recalled. Correct. Back then, I was the third seat of the 10th division. I went to the Shiba house with Captain Shiba and met you, Toshiro reminisced. However, after Shiba left the Soul Society, married Masaki, and changed his name to Kurosaki Ishin, Toshiro's contact with the Shiba clan diminished, and he hadn't visited the Shiba house again. You were lucky to run into me this time. Otherwise, even if you didn't die by Byakuya's hand earlier, you'd at least have been severely injured. Alright, I won't talk more with you. You should go to the 4th division to treat the injury on your shoulder. And that Yamada Hanataro, you're from the 4th division too, right? Regardless of your reasons, you still helped the intruders. So, you return to the 4th division as well. How to handle you specifically will be left to Captain Unohana. Toshiro arranged. Jushiro, take these two to the 4th division together. With that, Toshiro prepared to take Rukia back to her cell. However, Hanataro blocked Toshiro's path, not letting him pass. Hey, you're blocking my way, Yamada Hanataro. Could you please move aside? Toshiro frowned. I won't. I can't let Rukia-san be sent back to the cell. Despite trembling all over in fear, Hanataro resolutely stood in Toshiro's way. Oh. A mere Hanataro dares to block me. Toshiro couldn't help but express surprise. Do you know who I am? Toshiro asked. I know you are the Vice Captain Commander of the Godi I-13, Captain of the 10th Division. You are second only to the Captain Commander among all Shinigami. Hanataro stammered. What's this? You do know. Since you know my identity, you still dare to stand in my way. Your courage is quite something, Toshiro remarked. I remember your Zanpakuto is quite impressive. If you had your Zanpakuto with you, you might even hold your own against a captain-level opponent. But now, empty-handed, you'd better not seek death, Toshiro warned. Chapter 271, Chapter 271 Strike First. To be honest, although Hanataro has a weak, timid personality, his actual strength isn't weak at all. Hanataro is the 7th seat of the 4th Division and the leader of the 14th Advanced Medical Team. Being able to become a seated officer, and the 7th seat at that, shows Hanataro's Ryatsu is definitely not weak. Most importantly, his Zanpakuto is quite peculiar. Hanataro's Zanpakuto, Hitsugamaru, is a medical-type Zanpakuto. It heals by cutting a person's wounds and absorbing the damage. If that were all, it would just be an excellent medical Zanpakuto. But when Hitsugamaru absorbs a certain amount of damage, it transforms into the scalpel-shaped Akairo Hitsugamaru, which can then release the absorbed damage to attack enemies. Moreover, if the absorbed damage reaches its maximum, its power can even fell a Minos Grande in a single strike. At such a moment, Hanataro might even be able to put up a fight against a captain-level opponent. However, this time, Hanataro didn't bring his Zanpakuto. To be honest, Toshiro felt a bit regretful not getting to see Hanataro's Zanpakuto. C.A. Captain Hitsugaya, could you please let Rukia-san go? Don't lock her back in the cell, Hanataro pleaded pitifully. Hanataro knew the person he was facing was far stronger than Byakuya, someone he couldn't possibly oppose, so he could only choose to beg. Sigh. Toshiro sighed. Do you think I want to lock Rukia in a cell? Rukia is my friend too. I want to save her as well. But there are some things even my position doesn't allow me to do arbitrarily. I promise you, Jushiro, myself, everyone, we will all try to find a way to save Rukia. But for now, she has to endure a bit longer. With that, a wave of Ryatsu emanated from Toshiro, pushing Hanataro aside. Then, Toshiro carried Rukia back towards the cell. Watching Toshiro's retreating figure, Hanataro couldn't help but ask Yukitake, please tell me. You want to ask why Toshiro saved you, right? Yukitake said. Yes, Hanataro nodded. If Toshiro hadn't appeared, Ganju and Hanataro likely wouldn't have escaped death. Although Captain Hitsugaya said he saved Ganju-san because of the Shiba clan, I don't think that's the only reason, Hanataro said timidly. Indeed, it's not just that. The most important reason is that you wanted to save Rukia. Rukia is Toshiro's friend and also my subordinate. Although your methods were wrong, just the fact that you wanted to rescue Rukia from prison means we couldn't stand by and watch you get killed. Yukitake said solemnly. All right, enough of that. Come with me to the 4th Division. Yukitake said. Then, Yukitake took Hanataro and Ganju to the 4th Division. Inside the Senzei-Kyu, Toshiro placed Rukia back in the cell. You two, step outside. I need to stay here alone to look after Rukia until Yukitake arrives. Toshiro said to the two Shinigami guarding the cell. Originally, these two guards were knocked out by Ganju and Hanataro, but they woke up during Byakuya and Yoruichi's battle. This. Captain Hitsugaya, Kuchiki Rukia is a serious criminal. Without orders from above, even visitation isn't allowed, let alone being alone with the prisoner. So, perhaps you should step out. One of the guards said cautiously. What did you say? You dare tell me, a captain, to leave? Toshiro said coldly. No. You can stay if you wish. But could we remain here to supervise, the guard quickly said. Didn't you hear me? I'm telling you to leave. Don't disturb me while I'm looking after Rukia. Toshiro insisted firmly. But, we'll have trouble reporting to. All right, Captain Hitsugaya. We'll leave now. You can stay as long as you like. One guard, who wanted to argue further, was forcibly dragged away by the other before he could finish. Hey! How could you agree to let Captain Hitsugaya be alone with the prisoner? The Central 46 issued strict orders prohibiting the prisoner from contacting anyone. If something happens, we'll be in deep trouble. Idiot. What could possibly happen? If Captain Hitsugaya wanted to free the prisoner, he wouldn't have brought her back to the cell just now. So, making a small exception doesn't matter. Although the Central 46 issued strict orders, we're still Shinigami of the Godai 13. And Captain Hitsugaya isn't just any captain, he's the vice captain commander of the Godai 13, the next captain commander. If we offend him, we're finished. See? I'm right. All right, let's just keep watch outside here. Although the two guards spoke in the hallway outside, Toshiro in the cell could hear them clearly. However, he didn't bother with them. Now, since there are no disturbances, let's begin. Toshiro looked at the still unconscious Rukia in his arms. With that, Toshiro took out a test tube from his person. Inside was a liquid of unknown purpose. Sorry, Rukia. But this might not be a bad thing for you. Toshiro said, looking at Rukia in his arms. Then, Toshiro crushed the test tube in his hand. The liquid that flowed onto his hand immediately underwent a strange transformation. Toshiro's right hand became like dried wood, covered in intricate lines. Then, Toshiro slowly reached this wood-like right hand towards Rukia's chest. Schlick. Toshiro's right hand easily pierced through Rukia's body, creating a gaping hole straight through her chest. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. As expected of Urahara Kasuke's technology. It's amazing. Creating a hole like this without any bleeding, and the soul itself remains completely unharmed. Toshiro remarked, impressed. But for now, let's take that thing out first. Toshiro muttered to himself. With that, Toshiro's right hand probed around inside. Found it. Toshiro withdrew his right hand from Rukia's body. In his right hand, he held a glittering blue-black gem. Is this the Hogyoku? Gazing at the gem in his hand, Toshiro couldn't help but feel mesmerized. Chapter 272, Chapter 272 The Hogyoku's Function. The Hogyoku, shimmering with a blue-black light, seemed to possess a special magic that even Toshiro's mind was drawn to it, nearly getting lost within. Truly worthy of being the Hogyoku. Forcing himself to break free from the Hogyoku's influence with his willpower, Toshiro couldn't help but praise it. Now then, without the Hogyoku, let's see how much you can stir up. Aizen, Toshiro said. This time, Aizen had meticulously schemed, going through so much trouble just to obtain the Hogyoku. Naturally, Toshiro wouldn't let him have his way. An Aizen with the Hogyoku and one without it presented vastly different levels of difficulty to deal with. Without the Hogyoku, Aizen, relying on his Kyoka Suigetsu's ability along with his own strength, would still be troublesome but not undefeatable. Even without Ichigo's existence, Toshiro believed his own strength alone could handle Aizen. Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis was useless against Toshiro. So, discounting the hypnosis ability, when comparing raw power, Toshiro believed Aizen was no longer a match for his current self. Kyoka Suigetsu could be called the strongest illusion-type Zanpakuto. Its hypnosis ability was indeed unrivaled. However, if the hypnosis ability didn't work, then facing Toshiro, who wielded the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, Aizen would stand a high chance of defeat. After all, elemental-type Zanpakuto that are the strongest in their respective domains, like Toshiro's Hyarinmaru or Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka, undoubtedly possessed frontal combat power surpassing illusion-type Zanpakuto like Kyoka Suigetsu. Therefore, when Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis was ineffective against Toshiro, the likely victor in a battle between them would be Toshiro. Originally, over 2 years ago, when Toshiro's strength broke through again, reaching the same level as Yamamoto, he had planned to officially move against Aizen. But the reason Toshiro ultimately didn't act then was, first, because he wanted to use a borrowed knife to eliminate the Central 46. Second, Toshiro was well aware of how terrifying the power of someone at his level truly was. If they fought with all their might within the Soul Society, even if it didn't destroy the entire Soul Society, at the very least, the Siriidii would likely be reduced to ruins. In the original work, to allow a group of captains to fight freely, the Soul Society and Kisuke even specially created a fake Karakura town to serve as the battlefield. After the battle, that fake Karakura town was utterly devastated. Although the Siriidi's area is larger than Karakura town, if beings like Toshiro and Aizen fought with their full power, the outcome wouldn't be much better. So, after his breakthrough back then, Toshiro ultimately chose not to immediately confront Aizen. Even this time, Toshiro didn't plan to have an all-out battle with Aizen within the Siriidii. His ultimate goal was just to launch a surprise attack on Aizen. If he could take Aizen out in one fell swoop while he was unprepared, that would be ideal. If not, Toshiro didn't intend to fight Aizen to the death within the Siriidii. Instead, he planned to either carefully prepare a battlefield to fight Aizen after he left the Soul Society, or simply take the fight to Hueco Mundo for a decisive battle. However, although Toshiro didn't absolutely have to eliminate Aizen this time, regarding the Hogyoku, he was determined not to leave it for Aizen. Otherwise, if Aizen obtained the Hogyoku, Toshiro wouldn't be confident he could defeat Aizen. After all, an Aizen with the Hogyoku, even if defeated, would be extremely difficult to kill. Moreover, judging from Aizen's performance after fully fusing with the Hogyoku in the original work, his strength might have even surpassed the limits of a Shinigami, reaching the realm of a god. In the end, if not for Aizen's own will wavering, leading to his evolution's failure, even Ichigo, who had mastered the final Getsuga Tensho, might not have been able to defeat him. Facing an Aizen of such strength, even with Toshiro's current power, the chances of victory were slim. Therefore, to prevent Aizen from obtaining the Hogyoku, Toshiro chose to strike first, taking the Hogyoku from Rukia. For this purpose, before Rukia was captured and brought back to the Soul Society, and before the Central 46 was annihilated by Aizen, Toshiro had secretly infiltrated the Great Spirit Book Gallery located beneath the Central 46 meeting hall, the place that forcibly gathers all phenomena and information of the Soul Society. There, he studied Kisuke's research data and finally found the method to extract the Hogyoku from a soul. Then, Toshiro privately approached Mayuri and had him produce the liquid in the test tube from earlier. Of course, to ensure his secrecy, Toshiro had to agree to many of Mayuri's conditions. But compared to obtaining the Hogyoku, those conditions were insignificant. The Hogyoku can absorb and materialize the hearts of those existing around it. In short, it can help those nearby realize their inner desires. And when the host reaches their limit or their life is threatened, the Hogyoku can enable the host to evolve endlessly toward higher realms. So, if I use the Hogyoku, could I instantly break through the Shinigami's limits, step into the true god level, and obtain divine-like power? Looking at the Hogyoku in his hand, Toshiro couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Since awakening his Zanpakuto years ago, Toshiro had continuously broken through lieutenant level, captain level, advanced captain level, to the current demigod level. It had taken him several decades. Logically, this speed was unprecedented, an earth-shattering achievement. After all, even Yamamoto, who had lived for who knows how many years, was only at the same level as Toshiro now. But Toshiro wasn't satisfied with this. He was well aware that although his current strength was undeniably formidable, defeating an Aizen fully fused with the Hogyoku and the even more powerful Yhwach later on would still be very difficult. Only by advancing one more step, breaking the Shinigami's limits and entering the divine realm, would Toshiro have the confidence to defeat all enemies and truly stand unrivaled in the Bleach world. But from awakening his Zanpakuto to reaching the demigod level had taken Toshiro several decades. And to go from demigod to a true god would require far more time than all previous stages combined. Moreover, even after investing countless time, the chance of success was minuscule. Take Yamamoto, for example. According to what he once told Toshiro, he had reached the demigod level over 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years had passed, and he remained at the demigod level. Apart from having stronger Ryatsu, deeper accumulation, and further development of his Zanpakuto, there had been almost no qualitative breakthrough. Situations like breaking through from lieutenant level to captain level, resulting in a great leap in power, had hardly ever occurred. Thus, it showed how incredibly difficult it was to break the Shinigami's limits and achieve a rapid, massive increase in strength. Chapter 273, Chapter 273 Hyarinmaru's Dissuasion. According to Yamamoto, aside from the Soul King, he had never discovered the existence of any other true god-level beings. If Toshiro had to train on his own, forget whether he could break the Shinigami's limits and become a god-level being. Even if he could truly achieve it, who knows how much time it would take. Therefore, if there was a shortcut, Toshiro wouldn't mind using the Hogyoku. Can the Hogyoku really fulfill wishes and help me break through? Toshiro murmured to himself. Of course it can't. A voice suddenly rang in Toshiro's ear, startling him. Huh. Toshiro looked and saw it was the human form Hyarinmaru speaking by his ear. Hyarinmaru, it's you. I thought the Hogyoku was talking. Toshiro said, surprised. Originally, in the cell, besides Toshiro, there was only the unconscious Rukia. A sudden voice made Toshiro think the Hogyoku was speaking to him, since, based on the original work, the Hogyoku possessed its own consciousness. Huh, the Hogyoku talking. You're overthinking it. Have you forgotten? The Hogyoku in your hand isn't complete. Originally, there were two Hogyoku. One is the one in your hand, unintentionally created by Yhwach. The other was created by Aizen himself. These two Hogyoku fused to form the final, complete Hogyoku. With just the Hogyoku in your hand, although it possesses some consciousness, wanting to talk is impossible. Only after the two Hogyoku fuse, forming the final Hogyoku, could its consciousness possibly grow to the point of communicating with people. Otherwise, any single Hogyoku alone cannot directly communicate with people. At most, it can sense strong desires in the hearts of those nearby but cannot engage in direct communication. Hyarinmaru shook her head. Is that so? Toshiro said, understanding. By the way, Hyarinmaru, why did you suddenly appear? Can Zanpakuto materialize at will? Toshiro asked, puzzled. So far, Hyarinmaru actively materializing and appearing in the real world had only happened during Toshiro's first battle with Saraki and for a very brief period after that. But that was because Toshiro had just reached the peak of lieutenant level and could begin Bankai training. Upon reaching the lieutenant level's limit, when one can begin Bankai training, basically all Shinigami Zanpakuto can materialize. Who do you think I am? I am Hyarinmaru. Don't casually compare me to those ordinary Zanpakuto. Hyarinmaru smiled gracefully, speaking with some pride. All right, you're amazing, okay. Toshiro said helplessly. However, Toshiro had always felt Hyarinmaru was very mysterious, so it wasn't surprising she had unknown abilities. But why did you appear this time, Hyarinmaru? Toshiro asked. Hyarinmaru first materialized in the outside world to help Toshiro defeat Saraki. After that, aside from Toshiro's Bankai training, Hyarinmaru never materialized again, indicating she wouldn't appear casually without a reason. Hyarinmaru nodded slightly, then looked at Toshiro with her ice blue eyes. I appeared this time to advise you not to place your hopes of breaking through on the Hogyoku. Oh. Why? If I don't use the Hogyoku and rely solely on myself to break through, the difficulty is too great, isn't it? You know, Genryusai-sensei used over 2,000 years and still hasn't broken the Shinigami's limits, taken that final step into the divine realm. Even if my talent is higher than Genryusai-sensei's and I can take that final step, it's not something that can be accomplished in a short time, right? Toshiro asked. The reason I advise against using the Hogyoku mainly has 2 points. Hyarinmaru extended 2 slender, pale fingers. First, with your current immense strength, wanting to break through again cannot be achieved with just the Hogyoku in your hand. Unless you can also seize the one Aizen possesses and fuse the 2 Hogyoku into one, then it might help you break through again. Second, and most importantly, even if you just seize the Hogyoku from Aizen, which may be very difficult, but not impossible, the key issue is that seizing Aizen's Hogyoku and then fusing the 2, while indeed able to assist your breakthrough, comes with significant side effects. Hyarinmaru said with a serious expression. Side effects. Toshiro's heart skipped a beat. Correct. Using the Hogyoku to break through to a higher level, while indeed possible, is ultimately achieved through the Hogyoku, not trained step by step by yourself. Therefore, even if you ultimately break through to the true god level, you would be the weakest among true gods. Hyarinmaru explained. So that's it. No wonder Aizen, after fully fusing with the Hogyoku and even evolving to a higher level, was still easily defeated by Ichigo. Toshiro suddenly understood. It's like in those Chinese cultivation novels, where characters forcibly break through using pills, resulting in unstable foundations and low combat power. And if that were all, it might be acceptable. Although combat power is low, at least one becomes a god. However, using the Hogyoku has side effects beyond just that. Hyarinmaru continued. If you use the Hogyoku to break through, further progress after the breakthrough becomes essentially impossible. You'd be stuck at that one level for life. After all, although the Hogyoku is indeed somewhat extraordinary and can assist breakthroughs, in the end, it's just something invented by Yhwach and Aizen. Placing too much faith in it isn't a good thing. In her words and demeanor, Hyarinmaru showed no regard for the Hogyoku that Aizen had painstakingly sought, treating it as if it weren't precious, just an ordinary gemstone. Chapter 274, The Key to Breakthrough. After hearing Hyarinmaru's words, Toshiro couldn't help but fall into hesitation. Hyarinmaru was, after all, Toshiro's own Zanpakuto and wouldn't lie to him. So, what she said should be true. However, if using the Hogyoku would truly result in the situation Hyarinmaru described, then using it might not be worth it. After all, if breaking through with the Hogyoku resulted in low combat power and limited growth potential, it would be too unworthy. Seeing Toshiro's troubled expression, Hyarinmaru immediately comforted him, you don't need to worry. The so-called Shinigami's limit doesn't actually exist for you. Even without using the Hogyoku, you can still break through your own training. How so? Toshiro asked. A Shinigami is composed of soul and erasure. The so-called Shinigami's limit is essentially the soul's limit. Generally, each soul has an upper limit to its strength. When a Shinigami's power grows to the limit their soul can withstand, they reach the so-called Shinigami's limit. At that point, the Shinigami's power stagnates. To break the Shinigami's limit and step into a higher level, the most crucial thing is to break the limit of the soul's strength. Once that's done, breaking through to a higher level happens naturally. And you, Toshiro, are a new existence formed from the fusion of two souls. Your soul's strength is far greater than that of other Shinigami. Therefore, the Shinigami's limit that other Shinigami, even Yamamoto Genryusai, cannot break, is not as difficult for you as you imagine. As long as you train step by step, you will break through eventually. Hyarinmaru explained to Toshiro. So that's it. No wonder. Ever since his last breakthrough to the demigod level, although his power growth was very slow when he trained again, Toshiro hadn't experienced the near stagnation that Yamamoto had described. Yamamoto once said that when one's strength reaches his level, they fall into a near stagnant predicament. No matter how much they train, there's hardly any growth. But after Toshiro broke through to the demigod level, although his progress was extremely slow when training again, he could feel his strength indeed increasing bit by bit. Although the increase wasn't much, it wasn't nearly stagnant as Yamamoto had described. But if I train step by step, how long will it take for me to break through? Toshiro asked. Probably 50 years, Hyarinmaru said after some thought. 50 years. Toshiro couldn't help but frown. The threats of Aizen and Yhwach were imminent. Where would he find 50 years to train properly? Don't be ungrateful, Toshiro, Hyarinmaru said, displeased. Your current level is demigod. Breaking through from here would mean reaching the true god level. The true god level is an existence that transcends mortals, essentially becoming a true god. So, in any world, the true god level can be considered a strong existence. Even in your previous life's Earth, during the era when countless gods still existed, the true god level meant transcending the world, enjoying eternal life. If you truly break through to the true god level, you could truly stand at the pinnacle of the Bleach world. Hyarinmaru said. The pinnacle of the Bleach world. Toshiro felt somewhat yearning. But the most important thing right now is to defeat Aizen and Yhwach, right? If that's the case, even if I could break through my own training within 50 years, it would still be too late. So, with just my current strength, defeating Aizen and Yhwach would be quite challenging. Toshiro complained to Hyarinmaru. Well, that's true. If it were just Aizen, and Aizen didn't have the Hogyoku, your chances of victory against him would be quite high. But now, although you obtained Urahara Kasuke's Hogyoku, Aizen still has the one he created himself. Even without fusing with yours to form the final Hogyoku, it shouldn't be underestimated. Not to mention Yhwach's strength is probably greater than Aizen's, possibly even. At this point, even Hyarinmaru's expression couldn't help but turn grave. So, Hyarinmaru, do you have any method to help me break through quickly? Toshiro looked at Hyarinmaru expectantly. The current Hyarinmaru was already different from the original story's Hyarinmaru, even inheriting the Ice Dragon's legacy memories, making her incredibly mysterious and knowledgeable about many secrets Toshiro didn't know. So, if anyone could help Toshiro break through quickly, it was Hyarinmaru. Indeed, upon hearing Toshiro's words, Hyarinmaru showed a thoughtful expression. If you want to break through quickly, it's not without a method. Hyarinmaru said hesitantly. What method? Toshiro immediately grabbed Hyarinmaru's hand excitedly. Hyarinmaru opened her mouth, wanting to tell Toshiro the method she knew, but hesitated and didn't speak. What's wrong? What is the method? Hurry up and tell me, Hyarinmaru, Toshiro said somewhat urgently. Hyarinmaru glanced at her hand, tightly grasped by Toshiro in his excitement, and finally spoke, the method lies with the Ice Dragon Pearl. The Ice Dragon Pearl is the legacy left by that Ice Dragon upon its demise. It contains not only the Ice Dragon's divine power and true Dragon's Eye, but also the laws the Ice Dragon comprehended throughout its life. The reason the true god level can transcend mortals and be called gods is most importantly because they have mastered laws. Every world, heaven and earth, the universe, all exist within laws. Although the forms of power vary in each world, like martial arts, battle aura, magic, etc., they ultimately converge. Training to a certain level will eventually involve the issue of laws. In this Bleach world, Shinigami power exists in the form of Zanpakuto. As a Shinigami's strength grows to a certain point, they gradually begin to vaguely touch upon laws related to their Zanpakuto's attribute. Only by truly comprehending laws related to their Zanpakuto's attribute can they master greater power, reaching the true god level. But the power of laws is too ethereal. Without sufficient soul strength, comprehension is impossible. This is why soul strength becomes the key limiting factor for Shinigami breaking through to the true god level. For example, Yamamoto Genryusai Zanpakuto is the fire element. For him to break through to the true god level, he must master laws related to fire. But due to the limitation of his soul strength, he has yet to break through. As for you, Toshiro, since I, your Zanpakuto, am of the ice element, for you to break through to the true god level, you must master laws related to ice. Although your current soul strength is far greater than other Shinigami, it's still insufficient to comprehend the law of ice. But now there is a shortcut. Since the ice dragon itself was of the ice attribute, the laws it mastered were the most authentic law of ice. And within the ice dragon pearl remains the ice dragon's comprehension of the law of ice. So, as long as you can comprehend the law of ice within the ice dragon pearl, you can naturally break through. Chapter 275, Chapter 275 Please, Toshiro. The law of ice, huh? But I've studied the ice dragon pearl before. Currently, the most I can do is refine the divine power within it. As for the law of ice, why have I never discovered it before? Toshiro couldn't help but ask. That's because you haven't fully refined the ice dragon pearl yet. So, at most, you can only refine some of the divine power within it or use the true dragon's eye through the pearl. As for the law of ice, it lies hidden deep within the ice dragon pearl. Unless you fully refine the pearl and completely possess ownership of it, you cannot directly access the law of ice left by the ice dragon. But to fully refine the ice dragon pearl requires at least true god level power, which creates a deadlock. Hyarinmaru explained. So, you must have a way, right, Hyarinmaru? Toshiro smiled. Since Hyarinmaru brought it up herself, she surely already had a method to handle it. Hyarinmaru nodded. Correct. I indeed have a way. I myself was formed from the fusion of your soul and the ice dragon pearl's power, so I possess partial control over the pearl. And you, although not fully refined, still possess majority control over the ice dragon pearl. So, if both of us act together, we can temporarily gain complete control over the ice dragon pearl, allowing you to enter its depths to comprehend the law of ice. Hearing this, Toshiro couldn't help but laugh. What's this, Hyarinmaru? Why didn't you tell me about this method earlier? If you had, I might have already broken through and become a god. Hyarinmaru's expression darkened slightly, forcing a smile. I just thought of it recently. Besides, telling you earlier wouldn't have been much use anyway. Because this method isn't as easy as you imagine. You only broke through to the demigod level a little over 2 years ago. Even if I had told you back then, with your unstable condition just after breaking through, even with my help, you couldn't have immediately entered the ice dragon pearl's depths to comprehend the law of ice. Even now, after fully consolidating your demigod level realm and increasing your strength a bit, you only barely qualify to enter the pearl's depths to comprehend the law of ice. Is that so? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Since there's a way, I'll just work hard. Toshiro nodded nonchalantly, not noticing the abnormality in Hyarinmaru's expression. But in your opinion, if I can enter the ice dragon pearl's depths to comprehend the law of ice, how long will it take to break through? Toshiro asked. Hyarinmaru thought for a moment, then shook her head. That's hard to say. Comprehending laws depends on your personal talent. Moreover, luck and fate, those ethereal things, play a significant role. Your talent is undoubtedly top tier. If luck is on your side, it might not take long to comprehend the law of ice and break through to the true god level. But if you're really unlucky and fate isn't on your side, even spending a great deal of time might not lead to success. After hearing this, Toshiro first frowned, then optimistically smiled. Well, whatever. Although I'm not a child of the world like Kurosaki Ichigo, I'm at least a transmigrator. My luck can't possibly be that bad, right? But even though I have a method to quickly proceed, let's wait until the current matters are over. As for the Hogyoku, better keep it safe. Even if not used, it mustn't fall into Aizen's hands again. Toshiro glanced at the Hogyoku in his hand. Then, he applied several layers of seals to it and hid it close to his body. The 4th Division's people are coming. Although hindered by the Sekiseki stone, Toshiro's powerful senses detected a Ryatsu approaching the Senzekyu. Based on the Ryatsu, it was someone he knew, the 4th Division's lieutenant, Kotetsu Aizen. Hyarinmaru, I have things to attend to next. I'll return first, Toshiro. Hyarinmaru said preemptively. Then, before Toshiro could speak, Hyarinmaru transformed into shimmering ice blue light particles and vanished. Yar, though her appearance is aloof, her actions are still fiery. But since the 4th Division's people are coming and the Hogyoku is secured, it's time for me to continue my actions. Toshiro's inner world. On the endless icy plains, a towering, majestic iceberg pierced the sky. Atop the iceberg, Hyarinmaru, in her blue palace attire, stood overlooking the vast, desolate icy plains. A cold wind brushed against her face, causing her clothes to flutter noisily. However, Hyarinmaru paid no mind, remaining motionless. Toshiro, will you still need me in the future? After an unknown amount of time, Hyarinmaru suddenly murmured to herself. The matter of helping Toshiro enter the Ice Dragon Pearl's depths to comprehend the law of ice wasn't something Hyarinmaru hadn't thought of before. Nor was it because Toshiro had only recently broken through to the demigod level and couldn't immediately use this method that she hadn't told him. The reason Hyarinmaru didn't tell Toshiro from the start was simply because she didn't want Toshiro to break through to the true god level. Yes, Toshiro wholeheartedly wanted to break through to the true god level to have sufficient strength to protect everything he cherished. But Hyarinmaru, as Toshiro's Zanpakuto, didn't want Toshiro to break through to the true god level. No other reason. A Zanpakuto originates from a Shinigami soul and is itself the most important component of a Shinigami's power. Aside from Hakuta, Kido, etc., most Shinigami skills rely on the Zanpakuto to be performed. But when a Shinigami breaks their own limits and advances to the true god level, the Zanpakuto's power completely fuses with the Shinigami themselves. At that point, the Shinigami no longer needs the Zanpakuto and they can perform various abilities using their own power alone. From then on, the Zanpakuto is just a sword, no longer a companion fighting alongside the Shinigami, sharing life and death. The Shinigami could even casually switch to ordinary swords, spears, or staffs if they felt the Zanpakuto wasn't handy, and it wouldn't make much difference. Hyarinmaru obviously couldn't accept such a thing, which is why she hadn't revealed the method to help Toshiro quickly break through earlier. You're really awful, Hyarinmaru. For your own selfish reasons, you've been hiding this from Toshiro all along. Hyarinmaru mocked herself. But, can my wish not be realized? Hyarinmaru's greatest wish was to always be needed by Toshiro. That was the meaning of her existence. If one day, she lost her usefulness and could no longer help Toshiro, that situation, in Hyarinmaru's view, would be like the sky collapsing. And she herself would lose her reason for existing. But in the end, Hyarinmaru still chose to tell Toshiro the method to quickly help him break through to the true god level. Because Hyarinmaru knew Toshiro would face powerful enemies like Aizen and Yhwach in the future, and a single mistake could even cost him his life. For Toshiro's safety, even if she could no longer help him in the future, even if she lost her reason for existing, even if her beliefs crumbled, Hyarinmaru ultimately told Toshiro without hesitation. Please, Toshiro. Even if I lose my usefulness and can no longer help you, please let me continue staying by your side. As if feeling cold, Hyarinmaru hugged her shoulders tightly, murmuring to herself. Chapter 276, Chapter 276 I Need You. Sensekyu's cell. 4th Division's Lieutenant, Aizen walked in hurriedly. CA Captain Hitsugaya, greetings. Seeing Toshiro, Aizen quickly greeted him. Hello. Originally, I just intended to request the advanced medical team, but I didn't expect it to be you, Lieutenant Kotetsu, Toshiro said. Well, that. Initially, we planned to send the advanced medical team. But Kion was so worried about Rukia that she begged me to come. Aizen scratched her head, looking embarrassed. Kion, huh? Toshiro understood. Kotetsu Kion, one of the 2/3 seats of the 13th Division, Aizen's younger sister, respected or perhaps adored Yukitake. Earlier, she and the other third seat, Sentaro, had been secretly following Yukitake. Toshiro had noticed them before but didn't mention it. Otherwise, Yukitake would have had Kion and Sentaro go to the 4th Division to get someone, preventing Toshiro from sending Yukitake away to extract the Hogyoku from Rukia. That Kion, she was secretly following Captain Yukitake earlier and got accidentally discovered when Captain Yukitake came to our division. Then, she insisted I personally come to treat Rukia-san. Aizen explained to Toshiro. Is that so? Where's Jushiro? Toshiro asked. After Captain Yukitake came to the 4th Division and had us send someone to treat Rukia, he went with Captain Unohana to see Captain Aizen's body, saying he wanted to see Captain Aizen one last time. One last time, huh? Toshiro said in an unreadable tone. Then, Toshiro bid farewell to Aizen. Alright, since you're here, I'll leave Rukia in your care. I'll be going now. Yes, Captain Hitsugaya. Please take care. MHM. Toshiro nodded and left the Senseiku directly. 4th Division, a lounge. Zaraki, Yachiru, Ikaku, Yumachika, and Orihime were gathered here. Zaraki came to the 4th Division due to injuries from his earlier battle with Ichigo, accompanied by Yachiru. Yumachika also came to visit Ikaku. As for why Orihime was here, it was because she happened to run into Yachiru earlier. When they invaded the Siriidii from the sky using the flower crane cannon, Ichigo and the others got separated. Orihime had been acting together with Yuryu. But not long ago, Orihime and Yuryu, disguised as Shinigami, were discovered and encountered Mayuri. Yuryu stayed behind to fight Mayuri, while Orihime was forcibly taken away by an 11th Division's member present at the scene, Aramaki Makizo. Then, Makizo and Orihime happened to run into Yachiru. Thus, Orihime ended up in the hands of Zaraki and the others. Hey, in no way Orihime, right? Tell me, is Ichigo still alive? Ikaku was the first to ask. That. I don't know either. Orihime answered weakly. Hey, Ikaku, stop asking that. Ichigo is alive. I'm sure of it. Zaraki's mouth curved into a ferocious grin. And not just alive. He's probably gotten even stronger now. He's really an interesting guy. In their earlier battle, at the start, Zaraki stood still and let Ichigo slash him, yet Ichigo couldn't wound him. But during the fight, Ichigo grew stronger and stronger, finally becoming evenly matched with Zaraki. Although Ichigo ultimately lost, Zaraki wasn't much better off. Such a thrilling, all-out battle was something Zaraki hadn't experienced in a long time, so he was very interested in Ichigo now, even eagerly wanting to fight him again. Hey! Woman, I need you. Zaraki suddenly stood up and walked over to Orihime. Eek! Orihime screamed in fright. Chattering non-stop is so annoying. Woman, listen. I need your help. If I follow you, I can meet Ichigo again soon, right? Zaraki said with some excitement. Ah. Oh, so that's what you meant. Geez, Captain Kenpachi, you should have said it clearly. Orihime couldn't help but sigh in relief, patting the two little rabbits on her chest. Ah. What? Did I not say it clearly? Need me to say it again? Zaraki asked, puzzled. No need. Orihime said awkwardly. 5th Division. After leaving the Senzeikyū, Toshiro returned to the 10th Division, then brought Ranjaku and a few other members to the 5th Division. Earlier, after jointly issuing the Level 1 state of emergency with Yamamoto, Toshiro was entrusted by Yamamoto to fully investigate Aizen's death. As Captain Commander, Yamamoto needed to stay at the 1st Division. So, generally, major tasks needed to be handled by Vice Captain Commander Toshiro. However, Toshiro took a trip to the Senzeikyū to extract the Hogyoku from Rukia and only now began investigating Aizen's death. You all, go find members of the 5th Division. Have them guide you in carefully searching the 5th Division's barracks. Immediately report to me if you find any clues. Toshiro instructed his subordinates. Matsumoto, come with me to Aizen's room. Let's see if we can find any clues. Toshiro said to Ranjaku. Yes, Captain, Ranjaku nodded. Aizen's room. Toshiro searched carefully but found nothing. Nothing. Did Aizen not leave a letter like in the original work? Toshiro murmured to himself. In the original work, after faking his death, Aizen left a letter in his room for Momo, accusing Toshiro of being the mastermind behind everything and urging Momo to kill Toshiro to avenge him. But now, Toshiro didn't find any letter in Aizen's room, no letter or any other items that could be considered clues. Well, some things are already different from the original work. Now the 5th Division doesn't even have a lieutenant. Presumably, Aizen didn't have much need to leave a letter. Toshiro muttered. In this life, Momo didn't join the 5th Division and had no interactions with Aizen. Aizen also never found a suitable person to serve as the 5th Division's lieutenant, so for years, the lieutenant's position in the 5th Division, like the 13th Divisions, had been vacant. Captain, we found absolutely nothing. It seems Captain Aizen didn't leave any clues in his room. After searching, Ranjaku reported to Toshiro. If there's nothing, then forget it, Toshiro said indifferently. At that moment, other members came to report to Toshiro. Captain, we searched the entire 5th Division but found no clues. If nothing was found, then wrap it up, Toshiro said. Oh, right, Captain. Due to Captain Aizen's sacrifice, the 5th Division has accumulated a large amount of unhandled work. The 5th Division's members would like you to temporarily handle it. What do you think? A 10th Division member asked. Is that so? In that case, I'll handle it temporarily, Toshiro said after some thought. Toshiro wasn't kindly helping Aizen with work, he just wanted to see if he could discover any of Aizen's secrets through the 5th Division's duties. Chapter 277, Chapter 277 Deception. A vast, desolate wilderness. A little girl with golden medium-length hair, dressed in tattered clothes, lay weakly on the cold ground, starving. Here, eat. A boy passing by with light purple short hair bent down, offering a dried persimmon to the girl's mouth. You must be hungry, right? It looks like you have some. Ryoryoku, otherwise you probably wouldn't feel hungry. The boy asked. You, have it too, the girl said, barely audible. Yes, I have spiritual power too. Oh. I'm Ikamaru Jin. Nice to meet you. Your name is really special. The girl said. Matsumoto Ranjaku groggily sat up from the couch. You're awake, Ranjaku. Sitting at the desk, Toshiro spoke up upon seeing Ranjaku wake. Captain. Why are you in my room? Ranjiku asked, still fuzzy. Idiot, what, your room? This is the 5th Division's captain's office. Toshiro retorted. Since you're up, get to work. I'm exhausted. Toshiro had been busy alone until evening, handling a lot of the 5th Division's duties but hadn't discovered anything useful from them. Aizen has always been cautious. It seems thinking I could discover any secrets from the 5th Division was naive. Toshiro thought to himself. Working so hard yet finding nothing made Toshiro somewhat frustrated. Yar, after sitting for so long, my body's stiff. Toshiro complained. Serves you right. Who told you to take on all the 5th Division's work? Ranjiku walked over and said. Enough talk. Take these. Toshiro impatiently shoved the remaining documents into Ranjiku's hands. Is this all that's left? I remember there being a lot. Ranjiku looked at the few papers in her hand, puzzled. Stop chattering and get to work. Toshiro took a sip of tea. It seems. I really slept for a long time. Ranjiku muttered to herself. It's fine. I didn't have any expectations anyway. And, with so many things happening recently, you must be tired too. Toshiro instinctively wanted to mock Ranjiku but ended up comforting her instead. Ranjiku, talking in your sleep isn't a good habit. Be more careful next time. Toshiro suddenly said. Talking in my sleep. Captain, you actually eavesdropped on my sleep talk. I misjudged you. Ranjiku didn't react at first, but then remembered she had just dreamt about meeting Jin as a child. Idiot. I didn't eavesdrop. You were just too loud when you talked in your sleep. Toshiro retorted. Knock knock. Excuse me. A voice suddenly sounded outside, interrupting Ranjiku. I am 10th Division's 7th seat, Kusaka Sojiro. Are Captain Hitsugaya and Lieutenant Matsumoto inside? The person outside asked. Ah, Sojiro. Come in. Toshiro replied. Yes, pardon me. Sojiro slid the door open and entered. What's the matter, Sojiro? Toshiro asked. Sojiro, 10th Division's 7th seat. Toshiro had interacted with him even when he was the 3rd seat. He usually respected and admired Toshiro greatly, so after Toshiro became captain, he treated him as a trusted confidant. Reporting, Captain. It's about Lieutenant Hinamori. Sojiro said. What? Did something happen to Momo? Toshiro abruptly stood up. And no. Not exactly. It's just that Lieutenant Hinamori suddenly left the 10th Division earlier. But it's the middle of the night, and with intruders hidden in the Siriidii, there might be danger. So I tried to dissuade her, but Lieutenant Hinamori said her good friend, 3rd Division's Lieutenant Kira, needed to discuss something, so she insisted on going. However, since you previously instructed me to pay extra attention to Lieutenant Hinamori's movements and report any abnormalities to you immediately, I thought it best to inform you about this. Sojiro reported. Upon hearing the report, Toshiro's expression turned grim. Because of what happened in the original work, to prevent Momo from getting involved in this incident, Toshiro had always told her to stay within the 10th Division and not go out. But now, it seemed some things were inevitably happening. Damn it. I let my guard down. Although Toshiro had told Momo not to leave the 10th Division during this time, since in this life Momo and Aizen had no connection and Aizen had no particular reason to kill Momo, Toshiro had inevitably become somewhat lax about Momo's safety. Izuru. You, if anything happens to Momo, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship. Toshiro thought coldly. In the original work, although Kira didn't betray the Soul Society, he was still used by Jin, committing minor mistakes and causing some trouble for Toshiro. So now, hearing that Kira called Momo out, Toshiro instinctively thought Jin had used Kira to trick Momo into leaving. Ranjiku, Sojiro, I'm going out. You two stay here for now. This time, a confrontation with Jin was likely. Toshiro didn't want to put Ranjiku in a difficult position, so after speaking, he immediately ran out, not giving her a chance to speak. Captain. Ranjiku had just spoken when Toshiro's figure vanished. 3rd Division, a spacious training ground. Kira and Jin stood there. Captain, you won't do anything bad after having me call Momo here, right? Kira asked timidly. Of course not. Don't worry, Izuru. I just have something to discuss with Lieutenant Hinamori, that's all. Jin said with narrowed eyes, smiling. Kira said guiltily and uneasily, but if Captain wants to discuss something with Momo, couldn't you just call her yourself? And, for a discussion, couldn't it be at another time? In the middle of the night like this? Izuru. Don't you want to transfer to the 10th Division anymore? Jin's smiling face suddenly turned cold. I. After hesitating for a while, Kira ultimately chose silence. Back when Kira, Momo, and the others were still students at Shino Academy and went to the living world for training, they were attacked by hollows. Unlike the original work, the one who saved them was Toshiro. From then on, Kira no longer just saw Toshiro as a friend but wanted to become Toshiro's lieutenant, serve him, and assist him in his endeavors. But decades had passed. Although Kira indeed became a lieutenant, it wasn't for the 10th Division. Yet, Kira never gave up on the idea of becoming the 10th Division's lieutenant and assisting Toshiro. Earlier, Jin suddenly approached Kira, asking him to call Momo in his own name, without revealing it was Jin's idea at all. In return, Jin promised that after the matter was settled, he would find a way to transfer Ranjaku to the 3rd Division and then transfer Kira to the 10th Division as lieutenant. Although Jin's actions were very suspicious, Kira couldn't possibly imagine that Jin would later betray the Soul Society. So, in Kira's view, even if Jin acted suspiciously, he probably wouldn't do anything truly bad. Thus, Kira, tempted, agreed to Jin's request, accepting the task of calling Momo without even considering whether Jin could fulfill his promise. Although Kira now felt deeply guilty and uneasy about deceiving Momo and wanted to back out, it was too late now. Chapter 278, Chapter 278 Joining Forces Against the Enemy. She's here. Jin suddenly spoke. Tap, tap, tap. As footsteps approached, a figure appeared in the sight of Jin and Kira. Izuru, what exactly is so urgent you had to call me in the middle of the, Captain Ikamaru. Why are you here too? Seeing Jin also present, Momo immediately grew wary. Earlier, Kira had only said he had urgent business but never mentioned Jin would be there. Not to mention, Toshiro had recently specifically warned Momo to be very careful of Aizen and Jin. So, suddenly seeing Jin here, Momo felt a strong sense of foreboding. I'm sorry. Momo, I deceived you. It was actually Captain who told me to call you here. Kira apologized guiltily to Momo. Is that so? Sorry, I suddenly remembered some unfinished work. Since you have nothing important, Izuru, I'll be leaving first. Feeling something was wrong, Momo forcibly suppressed her panic and immediately prepared to leave. Lieutenant Hinamori. Since you're already here, why be in such a hurry to leave? Jin's lips curved into a fox-like smile. Tap, tap, tap. As he spoke, Jin walked step by step towards Momo. Captain Ikamaru, what do you want? Watching Jin approach, Momo couldn't help but retreat nervously. Oh my. Why do you look so scared? Could it be you already know something? A cold glint flashed in Jin's narrowed eyes. I don't understand what you're saying, Captain Ikamaru. Momo played dumb. Well, never mind. Lieutenant Hinamori, this time I had Izuru call you here, but it's nothing much. As a captain of the Godai 13, I just want to test your skills. I wonder if Lieutenant Hinamori would give me that opportunity. As he spoke, Jin's right hand grasped the Zanpakuto at his waist. I'm telling you, if you do anything reckless, Shiro-chan won't let you off. In her panic, Momo disregarded propriety and directly used Toshiro's name to threaten Jin. That really is scary. Although he said it was scary, Jin's face still had a smiling expression. Clang. Now then, come on, Lieutenant Hinamori. Let's have a friendly match. Jin drew his Zanpakuto, which is only slightly longer than a dagger, and addressed Momo. Clang. Knowing things couldn't be resolved peacefully, Momo didn't wait idly. She also drew her Zanpakuto and prepared for battle. Swish. Without another word, Jin directly slashed at Momo, his speed so fast that even Momo, as a lieutenant, was momentarily dazed. Clang. Just as Momo couldn't react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and swung a sword to block Jin's attack. Screech. Blades rubbed and pressed against each other, sparks flying. Captain, didn't you promise me you wouldn't do anything? Kira asked while struggling to hold back Jin's Zanpakuto. You dare block me? Do you know what you're doing, Izuru? Jin's expression turned cold. Momo is my friend and also someone very important to Toshiro. I won't let anyone harm her, even you, Captain. Kira said resolutely. Oh. Izuru, have you forgotten who called her here? If Captain Hitsugaya finds out you tricked Momo into coming, how do you think he'll view you? Jin showed a cold smile. Hearing this, Kira's face paled. Anyway. I won't let you harm Momo. Despite his pale face, Kira still firmly blocked Jin. Truly an ungrateful dog. After being the 3RD Division's lieutenant for so many years, you defy your direct superior because of the 10th Division's captain. Even the deep and calculating Jin felt a surge of anger from the bottom of his heart upon seeing Kira's actions. Ever since Kira was pushed to the 3rd Division by Aizen, Jin had spent considerable effort over the decades trying to win him over. Yet, faced with a choice, Kira unhesitatingly stood on the opposite side, which truly made Jin feel stifled. All right then, Izuru. Since you dare oppose me, let's see if you have the strength for it. With that, Jin exerted force with his hand holding the Zanpakuto. The seemingly short, weak blade actually pushed aside Kira's long, slender Zanpakuto, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Momo. I'll hold off Captain Ikamaru. You run, now. Kira suddenly shouted to Momo. But, what about you? Momo hesitated. This whole mess is my fault. I was tempted and deceived by Captain into tricking you here. So let me atone by holding him off. Kira stood in front of Jin again, speaking to Momo without turning his head. Oh. Hold me off. You're really arrogant, Izuru. Jin couldn't help but find it amusing. Swish. Jin flicked his wrist, sending a sharp slash directly towards Kira's head. Seeing this, Kira hastily raised his sword to block. Clang. Clang. Kira blocked, but two sounds of clashing blades rang out. It turned out Momo not only didn't run but appeared beside Kira, blocking Jin's Zanpakuto together. Momo. Why didn't you run? Kira said anxiously. Izuru, I'll settle with you later for tricking me here. But how can I abandon you now? Aren't we friends? Toshiro wouldn't like someone who abandons a friend and runs alone either. Momo said loudly. Kira, Momo. Enough talk. For now, let's fight together. Momo interrupted. Seeing Momo and Kira conversing as if he weren't there, Jin spoke up, Era, such touching friendship. But is it really okay for you to ignore me like this? Although fighting two with one, using a short blade against two long ones, Jin still appeared completely at ease. In contrast, Kira and Momo were struggling. Then, Jin exerted force with his hand, directly parrying Kira and Momo's Zanpakuto, then swung his blade repeatedly, attacking both. Swish swish swish. Jin slashed left and right, forcing Kira and Momo to retreat repeatedly. The difference in strength between lieutenant level and captain level was undoubtedly immense. Aside from Toshiro and the cheating Ichigo, probably no one else could defeat a captain level expert while at lieutenant level. Not to mention, Jin's strength wasn't merely captain level either. So, although Kira and Momo together were two lieutenants, under Jin's assault, they were still in imminent danger. Chapter 279 Within Expectations. This won't work. Release your Zanpakuto, Momo. Kira said to Momo while struggling to block Jin's attacks. I know. Momo responded loudly. Ha. Ha. Kira and Momo simultaneously shouted, clashing forcefully with Jin once, then using the recoil to rapidly retreat. Raise your head, Wabasuk. Kira immediately released his Zanpakuto. After Kira's Shirkai, his Zanpakuto's tip became hook-shaped. Its ability was to continuously double the weight of whatever it struck. The first strike doubled the weight, the next two strikes quadrupled it, and so on, until the enemy couldn't bear the weight and collapsed. Snap, Tobium. Accompanied by pink light and plum blossom petals, Momo's Zanpakuto also transformed dramatically. Like tree branches, 3 small blades grew from the main blade. Let's go, Izuru. Momo signaled Kira with her eyes. I understand. Kira nodded. Ha. Kira shouted and charged at Jin. Oh. Daring to attack me proactively. Your courage has indeed grown, Izuru. However, I'm fully aware of your Zanpakuto's ability. So as long as I'm not hit, your ability is useless. Watching Kira charge, Jin remained composed. As Kira reached him, Jin was about to swing when Kira suddenly halted and used Shuinpa to flash aside. Jin narrowed his eyes, looking puzzled. Then, Jin's pupils constricted. He saw Momo not far away pointing her Zanpakuto at him, then violently swinging it. Whoosh! A pink fireball shot towards Jin. Whether too surprised to dodge or for other reasons, Jin was directly hit by the fireball from Momo's Zanpakuto. Boom! Upon hitting Jin, the fireball exploded loudly, stirring up dust. Great! Momo couldn't help but cheer. Don't get careless, Momo. A captain-level opponent isn't so easily defeated. Kira quickly reminded. As the 3RD Division's lieutenant, although Kira hadn't seen Jin fight seriously, he knew Jin wouldn't be defeated so easily. So, after warning Momo, Kira didn't wait for the dust to settle and charged at Jin. Although Jin's figure was obscured by dust, a faint shadow was visible. As Kira closed in, he swung forcefully at the shadow. Swish! Kira's slash landed, but there was no feeling of impact. What? Where is he? Kira exclaimed. Izuru. Behind you. Momo suddenly shouted. Era, truly worthy of being friends for decades since the Shino Academy. Such coordination is indeed praiseworthy. Even an ordinary captain level might get injured if caught off guard. Jin's voice came from behind Kira, making his heart sink. Then, Kira stiffly turned his head. Jin stood leisurely behind him, looking completely unharmed except for his captain's Haori being slightly disheveled. How? Taking Momo's full power attack head-on and being unscathed. Is the gap between lieutenant level and captain level really this huge? Kira said incredulously. The fireball that hit Jin earlier was Momo's strongest attack after Shirkai. Seeing Jin completely unscathed after being hit by Momo's strongest move shocked Kira. Although Momo's strength among lieutenants wasn't particularly high, and she might even rank near the bottom if not for her exceptional Kido, she was undoubtedly lieutenant level. But now, a lieutenant level attack couldn't even break Jin's defense. The result would undoubtedly be their crushing defeat. Alright, Izuru. Although your coordination is indeed excellent, your strength is simply too weak. Too weak to even pique my interest slightly. So let's end this boring fight. Jin suddenly said seriously. Hearing this, Kira's expression changed. He shouted, "Run, Momo." Then, Kira actively swung his sword at Jin. Jin didn't use his Zanpakuto to block. He simply sidestepped casually, easily avoiding Kira's attack. Your Zanpakuto's ability is indeed somewhat interesting. Getting hit might actually be troublesome. But no matter how powerful the ability, it's useless if it can't hit the enemy. Jin said calmly. Swish. Jin suddenly swung his Zanpakuto at Kira. Squelch. Blood blossomed. A long, thin wound appeared on Kira's body, stretching from his left shoulder to his abdomen. Ah. Kira couldn't help but cry out. Izuru. Momo shouted worriedly. Era, no need to rush. You're next. Jin said with a cold smile. As he spoke, Jin prepared to walk towards Momo. Wait. The injured Kira suddenly grabbed Jin's clothes. Let go. Considering you've been the 3RD Division's lieutenant for so many years, I'll spare your life if you release me now. Jin said, narrowing his eyes. No. If something happens to Momo because of me, I won't have the face to see Toshiro again. Kira clung tightly to Jin's clothes. If you won't let go, then die. Jin said coldly. Essentially, Jin wasn't a bad person. Everything he did was for revenge for Ranjaku. That's why he hadn't aimed to kill Kira. But Kira, as the 3RD Division's lieutenant, repeatedly defied and obstructed him because of Toshiro, which annoyed Jin. Thud. Jin suddenly kicked Kira, who was clinging to his clothes, sending him flying. All right. Now that no one's in the way, let's have a proper match, Lieutenant Hinamori. Jin walked step by step towards Momo. I don't know what scheme you have, but I advise you to stop now, Ikamara Jin. Otherwise, you'll definitely be judged by the Central 46 and punished. Momo said, sweat covering her forehead. The Central 46, huh? Jin's lips curved into a mocking smile. What right do those decaying, stubborn old men of the Central 46 have to judge others? They should have long since. Jin suddenly stopped speaking and looked behind him. Finally here, huh? Kept me waiting, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Jin murmured meaningfully, as if everything was within his expectations. Chapter 280 Overwhelming Advantage. Whoosh. Like a flash of lightning, Toshiro, who had been some distance away, instantly appeared beside Momo. Glancing at Momo and confirming she wasn't injured, Toshiro turned to Jin. Ikamari Jin. Who gave you the nerve to lay a hand on Momo? Do you have a death wish? Toshiro's tone was icy. Whether an illusion or something else, as Toshiro spoke, Jin felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly in an instant. Even with his strength, he felt a chill. Could the captain of the 10th Division be misunderstanding? I just wanted to spar with Lieutenant Hinamori, nothing more. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Jin's forehead, but he still defended himself. Although he knew Toshiro was powerful and likely beyond him, just standing face to face and feeling such immense pressure, making his body feel heavier, was beyond Jin's expectations. Oh. Sparring. Just sparring led to bloodshed and injury. If I had been any later, would there have been casualties? Toshiro glanced at the injured Kira. Bloodshed. Injury. You mean Izuru? That's just because, as the 3RD Division's lieutenant, he disobeyed his captain's orders. So I gave him a little lesson. Jin said. Whatever happened to Izuru is irrelevant now. But you daring to lay a hand on Momo is absolutely unforgivable. Toshiro said coldly and mercilessly. Kira was definitely involved in this. After all, he tricked Momo into coming. So, Toshiro was extremely angry with Kira right now. A dragon has its reverse scale, touch it and die. A phoenix has its vulnerable neck, offend it and perish. Ikimara Jin, regardless of your purpose, daring to lay a hand on Momo means you die today. Toshiro stated firmly. Originally, for Ranjiku's sake, Toshiro hadn't planned to do anything to Jin. After all, everything Jin did was for revenge for Ranjiku, even infiltrating beside his enemy Aizen for over 100 years. Toshiro held some respect for that. But now, Jin targeting Momo had completely enraged Toshiro. Clang. Toshiro didn't waste more words. He directly drew the Zanpakuto from his back. Surrender, Ikimara Jin. Toshiro pointed his blade at Jin. Era, that won't do, Captain Hitsugaya. If you draw your Zanpakuto here, I'll have no choice but to stop you. Jin also pointed his Zanpakuto at Toshiro. Overestimating yourself. What gave you the courage to oppose me? Toshiro said disdainfully. Jin's strength was indeed very high, at least advanced captain level. His true Bankai was also formidable. Even Aizen, without the Hogyoku, would absolutely die if sneak attacked by Jin's true Bankai. But this meant little to Toshiro. As Jin himself said earlier, no matter how powerful an ability, it's useless if it can't hit the enemy. And the true Bankai that Jin kept hidden, only using it to sneak attack Aizen in the original work, Toshiro already knew about. By staying cautious, with the absolute gap in strength, Jin had no chance of victory against Toshiro. Era, although you, Captain Hitsugaya, might indeed be a bit stronger than me, such an attitude is really too dismissive, isn't it? Being so scorned by Toshiro made Jin somewhat angry. Toshiro snorted coldly, not bothering to argue, intending to speak with strength. Boom. Immense Ryatsu erupted from Toshiro. Ugh, such powerful Ryatsu, probably not inferior to Aizen's. No, possibly even stronger than Aizen's. He's truly a monster. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Although Toshiro's Ryatsu didn't cause substantial damage, Jin still felt his body grow heavy, needing more effort than usual to move, even finding it hard to breathe. Nearby, Kira couldn't even stand under Toshiro's Ryatsu, he was directly pressed to the ground. And that was because Toshiro's Ryatsu was primarily directed at Jin, while Kira only faced residual waves. If Kira faced Toshiro's Ryatsu head-on, he might be instantly crushed to death. This wasn't an exaggeration. In the original work, Nanao, facing Yamamoto, was directly overwhelmed by his presence. If not for Kairaku's timely intervention, Nanao might have died. Kira, like Nanao, was a lieutenant. And Toshiro's current strength might not be inferior to Yamamoto's. Therefore, even against lieutenant-level opponents, Toshiro need not directly attack, just his Ryatsu and presence alone could crush or even kill them. Such immense Ryatsu. Toshiro has already grown this powerful. Kira, lying on the ground, watched Toshiro not far away. Kira tried to stand but couldn't. Among those present, except for Momo, whom Toshiro deliberately shielded from his Ryatsu, Jin and Kira were affected to varying degrees. Ikimara Jin, die. Toshiro shouted and suddenly attacked. Whoosh. Toshiro's figure flashed, vanishing from Jin's sight, then appearing beside him in an instant, slashing down. Faced with this incredibly fast attack, Jin couldn't even block, only instinctively twisting his body to avoid vital spots. Rip. Jin's Captain Hayori was directly torn by Toshiro's slash, a bloody gash appearing on his body. What? Jin exclaimed in shock. Although he knew he was no match for Toshiro, he didn't expect to be injured in their first exchange. While Jin was shocked, Toshiro showed no mercy. His Zanpakuto slashed up and down, like a fluttering butterfly, delivering graceful yet lethal attacks. Whether in power, speed, or swordsmanship, Toshiro held absolute advantage. Under his assault, Jin retreated step after step, falling into an absolute disadvantage. Even if Jin wanted to counterattack, he lacked the strength. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch riskier. Jin's Zanpakuto was as short as a dagger, while Toshiro's was longer than average. Therefore, unless Jin could close the distance, his Zanpakuto couldn't even reach Toshiro. Not to mention, under Toshiro's onslaught, Jin could barely parry, appearing in imminent danger. Counterattacking was even more difficult. With the vast difference in strength, from the start of their battle, Toshiro held an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 281 Vanish from my sight. Squelch. 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 Under Toshiro's relentless assault, small wounds appeared one after another on Jin's body. Although not fatal, he was soon covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. Damn it. The gap in strength is too large. Jin thought angrily. In terms of talent, Jin considered himself unmatched by most, even if not quite on Toshiro's level. After all, graduating from Shino Academy in a single year was a feat achieved by only a handful in history. Coupled with starting his training many years earlier than Toshiro, Jin thought his strength, even if inferior, shouldn't be overwhelmingly so. But now, it seemed Jin had underestimated Toshiro's strength, or perhaps overestimated his own. Moreover, Toshiro looked completely at ease, clearly not using his full power. Jin even suspected Toshiro wasn't going all out to kill him immediately, but rather torturing him to vent his anger. Otherwise, if Toshiro fought seriously, Jin believed he could be instantly killed. Even if he's holding back, continuing like this will lead to my death from severe injuries. Against an existence like Hitsugaya Toshiro, I don't even have the qualification to make him get serious. Jin couldn't help but think. Realizing this, Jin decisively used his Shurikai. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Jin suddenly pointed his Zanpakuto at Toshiro and shouted. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, Jin's Zanpakuto instantly extended, thrusting towards Toshiro. Swish! Toshiro's figure flashed, vanishing from the spot, then reappearing before Jin in the next instant, slashing down. Squelch! Blood spurted. A wound deep enough to see bone appeared on Jin's body. What? Jin stared at the wound in shock. Even using Shurikai is useless. Jin said incredulously. Due to the immense gap in strength, Jin hadn't expected Shurikai to defeat Toshiro. But not even being able to slow Toshiro down with Shurikai was beyond his expectations. Too slow. Your attack speed, your blade's extension speed, all too slow. Toshiro said coldly. Then, without hesitation, he attacked again. Clang clang clang. Even with Shurikai, Jin remained at a disadvantage under Toshiro's assault. Rain of 1,000 blades. Jin used another Shurikai technique. Swish swish swish. Numerous blades shot towards Toshiro like a torrential downpour. Toshiro's Zanpakuto swung repeatedly, creating sword blossoms that blocked Jin's storm-like attacks. Clang clang clang. Blades clashed, sparks flying, but Jin's attacks couldn't touch Toshiro at all. Humph. Is this all? How disappointing, Ikamaru Jin. Toshiro suddenly spoke. Originally, Toshiro was quite interested in Jin's strength. Judging from the original work, Jin was at least advanced captain level. But now, even with Shurikai, Toshiro could handle him easily. Toshiro didn't know if he was too strong or Jin too weak. The captain of the 10th Division truly is powerful. As expected of the vice-captain commander, I suppose. Jin said with a wry smile. But defeating me won't be that easy. Jin's expression turned strange. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Jin used his Shurikai ability again. Whoosh. Jin's Zanpakuto extended once more, striking towards Toshiro. Humph. Running out of tricks, Ikamaru Jin. Toshiro mocked, preparing to dodge and then close in, but suddenly noticed a fox-like smile on Jin's lips. Seeing this, Toshiro's heart sank, a sense of foreboding rising. Momo. Toshiro's peripheral vision caught Momo behind him. Jin was using the same tactic as in the original work. So, Toshiro didn't evade but quickly swung his sword to block. Clang. At the last moment, Toshiro's Zanpakuto struck Jin's extended blade, the powerful force deflecting its trajectory. Rip. A piece of cloth fluttered to the ground. Although Toshiro managed to deflect the attack, that moment of hesitation allowed Jin's blade to slice off a piece of Toshiro's clothing. Though unhurt, this infuriated Toshiro. Originally, Toshiro had been toying with Jin like a cat with a mouse. But now, Jin had turned the tables. Good, very good, Ikamaru Jin. Toshiro said coldly. Any interest in seeing Jin's true strength was gone. What is it, Toshiro? Momo responded. Leave here immediately. The farther, the better. Toshiro ordered. Yes. Momo hesitated but finally nodded helplessly. She knew she would only hinder Toshiro's fight. All that hard training, and I still can only hold Toshiro back. Momo thought dejectedly as she ran into the distance. Momo's talent wasn't exceptionally high. Reaching lieutenant level was due to her determination to help Toshiro, pushing herself through relentless training. But against Toshiro's foes, lieutenant level strength truly couldn't help much. After Momo left the battlefield, Toshiro glanced at Kira. Kira had been pressed to the ground by Toshiro's Ryatsu and still couldn't get up. Vanish, Kira. Disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't die getting caught in the crossfire. Toshiro controlled his Ryatsu, releasing the pressure on Kira. Though Kira helping Jin trick Momo angered Toshiro greatly, they were friends of decades. Moreover, when Toshiro arrived earlier, he saw Kira fighting alongside Momo against Jin. Presumably, Kira deeply regretted his actions. So, Toshiro didn't want him to die here. Toshiro, I. Facing Toshiro, Kira felt utterly ashamed, not knowing what to say. Get lost. I'll settle with you properly later. For now, don't get in the way here. Toshiro said with a cold face. Yes. Kira responded and also left the battlefield, heading into the distance. Now then, regret it, Ikamaru-jin. Regret making me take things this seriously. Toshiro said coldly. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. Chapter 282, Chapter 282 Jin's Bankai. Boom. A pillar of Ryatsu shot into the sky. Dark clouds gathered, blotting out the moon hanging at the horizon. The Siriitii, which had been fairly bright under the moonlight, seemed swallowed by an ancient beast, plunged into boundless darkness. Simultaneously, Toshiro's immense Ryatsu formed a violent storm sweeping outwards. Jin's tattered captain's Hayori flapped wildly in the gale. Era, has it really reached this level? I'll probably regret this so much I won't sleep for 10 nights. But, just a little longer is enough. Jin muttered with a grave expression. At that moment, Kira, who had withdrawn from the battlefield and stood on the roof of a distant building, also watched the earth-shattering scene with awe. What a spectacular sight, and even altering the weather. This is the second time I've seen it. This is what Toshiro possesses, the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. Hyarinmaru. Kira murmured. Seeing this grand yet familiar scene, Kira couldn't help but recall their training mission in the living world. To this day, Kira clearly remembered when he, Momo, Renji, and the others were in danger, on the brink of despair. It was Toshiro who saved them. And to protect them and the other students, Toshiro, then only lieutenant level, fought a bloody battle against a captain level Ajuchas. The key was Toshiro won. That time, Kira first witnessed Hyarinmaru's Shirkai. That time, Kira began to admire Toshiro. First Division. This Ryatsu is Toshiro, and Ikamaru-jin. Yamamoto said, startled and puzzled. What happened? Why are Toshiro and Ikamaru-jin fighting? Yamamoto wondered, confused. Two captains of the Godii 13 fighting, one of them the vice-captain commander, and during this sensitive period with the captain murdered and intruders invading, this was no small matter. But right now, the most important thing is to stop them. Although as captain commander, he usually stayed at the first division overseeing everything, with this happening, Yamamoto couldn't remain seated. Then, Yamamoto immediately used Shuinpa, his figure vanishing from the spot. Simultaneously, the captain of the 2nd Division, the captain of the 4th Division, the captain of the 6th Division, etc., upon detecting Toshiro and Jin's Ryatsu, also rushed towards the battlefield. It's over. Ikamaru-jin. Toshiro shouted. Then, an ice dragon dozens of meters long, formed from Toshiro's Ryatsu, charged fiercely at Jin. Seeing the oncoming dragon, Jin instinctively tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Whoosh. Jin's Zanpakuto extended again, stabbing at the charging ice dragon. Clang. Jin's extended blade struck the ice dragon, producing a clear sound. But aside from some ice shards falling off, the dragon was unaffected. The immense impact force transmitted through Jin's Zanpakuto to his body, forcing him back continuously, his feet grinding shallow grooves into the ground. Crackle crackle. Jin was horrified to find his Zanpakuto covered in a thick layer of ice crystals, which were spreading along the blade towards him. Damn. Jin's pupils contracted. Unless he abandoned his Zanpakuto immediately, he'd be frozen. And once frozen by Toshiro's ice, Jin had no confidence of breaking free. But even with his Zanpakuto, he was no match for Toshiro. Abandoning it would be like surrendering to death. No choice. In an instant, Jin made his decision. Bankai. Kamishini no Yari. Jin decisively used Bankai. Boom. A powerful Ryatsu erupted from Jin's body, his strength instantly increasing more than 10-fold. The powerful Ryatsu directly shattered the ice, freezing his Zanpakuto. Ha! Jin shouted, stamping his right foot hard on the ground, finally halting his retreat. Then, his Zanpakuto retracted. His body instantly twisted right, sidestepping to avoid the ice dragon. Boom. The ice dragon crashed into a building behind Jin, but the powerful freezing force directly turned it into a massive iceberg. Although the dragon hit the building, it didn't vanish. Under Toshiro's control, it attacked Jin again. Dance of 1,000 blades. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless blade flashes flickered. In just an instant, Jin's Zanpakuto extended and retracted countless times. Clatter clatter clatter. Layers of ice fell from the dragon until it was completely pierced and shattered. Huff, huff, huff. Jin panted heavily, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. To think, just an ice dragon formed from Ryatsu, is already this powerful. I can't imagine how strong he'd be after using Bankai. Jin thought bitterly. Although he destroyed the ice dragon, Jin felt no pride. Because he only shattered it after using Bankai, and not with one strike, but after countless thrusts. I must find a way to delay. If Hitsugaya Toshiro goes all out, I definitely won't last more than a few moves. Jin thought to himself. Say, Captain Hitsugaya, do you know how far my Zanpakuto, Shinso, can extend? Jin suddenly spoke. Humph, that's irrelevant. No matter how far it extends, it won't change your fate of defeat and death today. Toshiro said coldly. In Shirkai, it's about the length of 100 swords. So, long ago, I was called 100 Sword style. Jin didn't mind Toshiro's attitude and explained on his own. And after Bankai, how far can it extend? In human units, it's 13 kilometers. Jin answered his own question. Then, Jin suddenly swung his Zanpakuto. Swish. Jin's Zanpakuto instantly extended, slicing a tall building a kilometer away in half. How about it? Is my Bankai worthy of Captain Hitsugaya's attention? Jin asked, as if showing off. Seeing this strike, Toshiro's pupils also contracted slightly, showing a hint of shock. Truly impressive extension speed. Toshiro praised. Oh. You immediately grasped the most crucial aspect of my Bankai. Jin said, surprised. As expected of Captain Hitsugaya. As you guessed, my Bankai's greatest strength isn't its length or destructive power, but its speed. Clap. Jin suddenly clapped his hands once, making a crisp sound. Hear that? After Bankai, my Zanpakuto's extension and retraction speed is 500 times the speed of sound. Jin declared proudly. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, a terrifying ability. So, Kamishini no Yari isn't the strongest Zanpakuto, but the fastest. Are you finished with your nonsense? Toshiro abruptly interrupted Jin. What? Jin was momentarily stunned. Toshiro wore an impatient expression. All that chattering is so annoying. 13 kilometers. 500 times the speed of sound. Who do you think I am? I am the Vice Captain Commander of the Godei 13, Captain of the 10th Division, one of the strongest Shinigami. How could I not see through your little tricks? Your Zanpakuto cannot extend 13 kilometers, and its speed isn't 500 times the speed of sound. Toshiro ruthlessly exposed Jin's lies. Hearing this, Jin's expression stiffened slightly. Era, you even saw through that. Truly terrifying, Captain Hitsugaya. Jin's eyes narrowed further. You're right. My Zanpakuto indeed cannot extend that far, and its speed isn't that fast. Jin admitted straightforwardly. All right, no more chattering. I know, you're stalling for time, right, Ikimara Jin? Toshiro said. Oh. How so? Jin's heart tightened, but his expression remained unchanged. In the middle of a battle, yet you talk so much, clearly not normal. Knowing you're no match for me, yet you don't flee immediately but choose to fight me here. So you're obviously stalling, waiting for something, right? Toshiro stated with certainty. Jin didn't respond. Well, whatever. I should indeed hurry and finish you. With such a commotion, Captain Commander and the others should be arriving soon. Toshiro said. Regardless of Jin's schemes, Toshiro planned to finish him immediately. Otherwise, in moments, Yamamoto and the others would arrive. After all, the distance to other divisions wasn't too far. If Yamamoto and other captains arrived, Toshiro wouldn't be able to act against Jin. Even with evidence of Jin's betrayal, given Yamamoto's character, he would subject Jin to Soul Society's legal judgment, not hand him over to Toshiro. So, Toshiro decided to finish Jin here. At worst, when Yamamoto arrived, he would fully explain Aizen and Jin's affairs. Before Aizen's scheme began, Toshiro had considered informing Yamamoto. With Yamamoto's help, the chances of success against Aizen would be higher. The reason he didn't was partly to use Aizen to eliminate the Central 46, but mainly due to lack of evidence. Given Yamamoto's somewhat rigid character, without evidence, even if he believed Toshiro, he might not act immediately, potentially alerting the enemy. From the current situation, Toshiro still lacked evidence. Although the Central 46 had been eliminated by Aizen, with Kyoka Soijetsu's power, Aizen could make everyone except Toshiro see the Central 46 members alive and well. As long as Aizen didn't expose himself, he could remain hidden safely. So, Toshiro originally planned to handle Aizen alone. But after Momo got involved, Toshiro realized being alone was insufficient. If Aizen targeted those close to him, Toshiro would struggle to protect them effectively. Therefore, Toshiro decided that after dealing with Jin, he would immediately explain Aizen's affairs to Yamamoto. Even without evidence, he believed Yamamoto would trust him. As long as Yamamoto believed him, even if not acting immediately, that was fine. Given the situation, Rukia's execution time would likely be moved up. During the execution, Aizen would inevitably appear, and the truth would come to light. As long as Yamamoto was prepared before Aizen revealed himself, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Since that's decided, for now, deal with Ikimara Jin. Toshiro thought to himself. Then, Toshiro tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto, adopting an offensive stance. Seeing this, Jin struck first. Swish. A silver flash. Jin's Zanpakuto extended at a terrifying speed, stabbing towards Toshiro. Toshiro's heart chilled. He hastily raised his sword to block. Clang. Jin's extended blade struck Toshiro's sword. The immense impact forced Toshiro back several steps. Such speed, it's terrifyingly fast. Toshiro couldn't help but praise. To be praised by Captain Hitsugaya is an honor. Jin wore a flattered expression. No need for modesty. That strike speed wasn't as exaggerated as 500 times the speed of sound, but dozens of times as accurate. Toshiro said with a grave expression. Jin's displayed strength somewhat exceeded Toshiro's expectations. Then, Jin aimed his Zanpakuto at Toshiro again and attacked. Swish. Again, lightning fast, extreme speed. This time, Toshiro didn't choose to block. Instead, he lightly tapped his feet, using Shunkuho to easily evade Jin's attack. Although Jin's Zanpakuto extension speed was indeed incredibly fast, its attack pattern was too singular. There were two ways to counter it. First, absolute speed. If one's speed surpassed the extension speed, evading was natural. Second, preemptive evasion. Since Jin's Zanpakuto could only attack in a straight line when extending, by paying attention to Jin's hand movements and evading the moment he aimed but before attacking, one could likely avoid it. Toshiro used the second method this time. Although Toshiro could handle Jin's attacks with absolute speed, he didn't plan to continue doing so. Kamishini no Yari's extension speed, while not as exaggerated as 500 times the speed of sound, was still dozens of times. Although manageable, Toshiro didn't intend to rely on that. Because Toshiro clearly knew the most terrifying ability of Jin's Kamishini no Yari. Poison. After Bankai, Jin's Shinso becomes Kamishini no Yari. At the moment of extension, it turns to dust, and within the blade appears a potent poison that dissolves cells. In the original work, after being sneak attacked by Jin, Aizen would have died from that poison if not for the Hogyoku. Therefore, even if Toshiro's speed could handle the dozens of times supersonic attacks, he didn't plan to take them head-on. Otherwise, if he accidentally got grazed or nicked, it would be disastrous. Chapter 284, Chapter 284 Captain's enemy is my enemy. Having decided on a countermeasure, Toshiro immediately acted. Shunkuho. Toshiro fully utilized his Shunkuho. His figure flickered continuously, after images appearing and disappearing as he rapidly closed in on Jin. Speed had always been Toshiro's forte. At full power, Jin couldn't even distinguish which shadow was the real Toshiro, let alone attack. Although Jin's Zanpakuto could extend at dozens of times the speed of sound, it didn't mean Jin himself could move that fast. Facing the countless approaching afterimages, Jin's grip on his Zanpakuto wavered, unsure where to aim. If I can't tell which is real, then destroy them all. Jin said fiercely. Swish swish swish. Jin's Zanpakuto extended and retracted countless times in an instant, piercing every afterimage. However, every attack missed because none of the afterimages were the real Toshiro. What? Jin said incredulously. At that moment, Jin suddenly felt a deadly sense of crisis from behind. At the last moment, Jin quickly turned. He saw Toshiro swinging Hyarinmaru at him. Hyarinmaru was concentrated with high-density Ryatsu, crackling with energy that clearly indicated immense power. Seeing this, Jin's heart chilled. He hastily gathered power into his Zanpakuto and met Toshiro's attack. Clang. Blades clashed. The immense force directly sent Jin flying. Although Jin had used Bankai and his Ryatsu was advanced captain level, caught off guard, he couldn't muster full power. Toshiro's Ice Dragon Flash, condensed without release, concentrated power greatly, enhancing its slashing force while consuming little Ryatsu. Swish. While Jin was still midair, Toshiro's figure flashed, appearing beneath him. Then, with an upward slash, he attacked Jin again. Midair, Jin could only hastily position his Zanpakuto in front to block. Clang. Unsurprisingly, Jin was sent flying again. Icicle birds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ice pellets shot towards Jin like swift birds. Dance of 1,000 blades. Blade flashes flickered again. Kamishini no Yari extended and retracted repeatedly, stabbing at the incoming ice pellets like a storm. However, mid-air and unable to maneuver easily, Jin was ultimately hit by the ice pellets. Thud. The powerful force of the ice pellets slammed Jin to the ground, his Zanpakuto flying from his grasp. Puffed. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, which froze into crimson ice crystals before hitting the ground. Crack crack crack. Jin struggled to stand, but the intense cold energy within the ice pellets instantly erupted, freezing his legs solid, rendering him immobile. Even with his full strength, he couldn't break free. Cough cough. Jin coughed up blood continuously. Yar, defeating me without even using Bankai. Should I say, as expected of Captain Hitsugaya? Jin said with a bitter smile. Humph, my power is beyond your comprehension. Do you regret it now, Ikamaru Jin? But even if you do, it's too late. Toshiro said indifferently. Truthfully, as an advanced captain-level expert, defeating Jin shouldn't have been so easy. Toshiro easily defeated Jin without using Bankai primarily due to his speed. Generally, aside from Zanpakuto that specifically enhance speed, a Shinigami speed doesn't increase much between Shurikai and Bankai. Because Shuinpa is just a technique utilizing Ryatsu, its consumption isn't that terrifying. So, whether released or not, a Shinigami can generally sustain Shuinpa's Ryatsu consumption during battle. Thus, whether a Zanpakuto is released doesn't greatly affect a Shinigami speed. With Shunkuho, Toshiro was likely the fastest Shinigami, and even Yoruichi wasn't his match. So, even without Bankai, Toshiro's speed far surpassed Jin's. As for Ryatsu, since Toshiro's overall strength far exceeded Jin's, even without Bankai, his Ryatsu wasn't much inferior. With comparable Ryatsu and overwhelming speed, Toshiro could easily triumph. If the opponent were Yoruichi, and Toshiro only used Shurikai, he could still defeat her, but achieving such a quick, easy victory would be very difficult. This wasn't to say Yoruichi was necessarily stronger than Jin. Although both were advanced captain level, Yoruichi's speed surpassed Jin's. While Toshiro's speed also surpassed Yoruichi's, it wasn't an overwhelming advantage that left her unable to react. Tap, tap, tap. Toshiro walked step by step towards Jin, his Zanpakuto dragging on the ground, creating sparks. Ikamaru Jin, remember this. In your next life, don't oppose me again. Toshiro said. Severely injured, Zanpakuto lost, legs frozen, even if Jin wanted to counterattack, he couldn't. Hearing Toshiro, Jin closed his eyes, appearing resigned to his fate. Mission failed. Aizen will surely be displeased. Well, whatever. I'm about to die anyway. Just didn't expect to die not in the fight to assassinate Aizen and avenge Ranjaku, but at the hands of Ranjaku's captain. How ironic. Whoosh. Just as Jin closed his eyes, a figure suddenly appeared on the scene. Hearing the commotion, Jin instinctively opened his eyes. Ranjaku. Ranjaku. Toshiro and Jin exclaimed simultaneously. Sorry, Captain. Although you told me not to come, I couldn't rest easy, so I hurried over. Ranjaku said apologetically. No, it's fine. Since you're here, you're here. Although saying this, Toshiro couldn't help but frown. With Ranjaku here, killing Jin in front of her would be problematic. Seeing Toshiro's troubled expression, Ranjaku shook her head. Captain, you needn't be troubled. I already asked Momo. This matter is entirely Jin's, no, Captain Ikamaru's fault. So I completely understand your feelings. Even if you want to kill Captain Ikamaru, I have no complaints. But Captain Ikamaru is still the captain of the 3rd Division. If you kill him, explaining to the captain commander would be difficult. So, let me do it. Ranjaku said, her voice trembling slightly. I am your lieutenant. So the captain's will is my will. The captain's enemy is my enemy, even if it's Captain Ikamaru. So, to prevent Captain Ikamaru's blood from staining your hands, let me end this. Ranjaku said, her voice sorrowful yet firm. Chapter 285, False Accusation. Ranjaku. Hearing Ranjaku's words, Toshiro hesitated momentarily. Captain, you needn't worry about me. Right now, the person here is just the lieutenant of the 10th Division, not the Matsumoto Ranjaku who knows Jin Ikamaru. With that, Ranjaku drew her Zanpakuto and walked towards Jin. Seeing the approaching Ranjaku, Jin couldn't help but call out sadly, Ranjaku. Captain Ikamaru, you shouldn't have angered Captain. Ranjaku forced down her emotional turmoil, her expression blank. Captain Ikamaru, huh? Jin's tone carried some disappointment. Well, whatever. Being able to die by your hand might be a fortunate thing. Do it, Ranjaku. Jin closed his eyes. Then, farewell, Captain Ikamaru. Ranjaku hardened her heart. Swish. Ranjaku swung her sword at Jin. Halt. A loud shout suddenly came from afar. Sensing someone's arrival, Toshiro instinctively tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto but hesitated and ultimately didn't stop the newcomer. Before the shout faded, the newcomer appeared beside Ranjaku, easily grabbing her Zanpakuto with his right hand. You are Captain Commander. Ranjaku exclaimed in shock. Lieutenant Matsumoto, as a lieutenant, why are you attacking the captain of the 3rd Division? Yamamoto asked. Ranjaku was momentarily at a loss. Don't trouble Ranjaku, Captain Commander. I ordered her to act. Toshiro stepped forward. Hearing this, Yamamoto frowned. Why? Why fight Captain Ikamaru, even to the point of killing him? Before arriving, Yamamoto sensed Toshiro and Jin fighting but didn't expect it to be so serious. From the scene, Toshiro clearly intended to kill Jin. Initially, although sensing their clash, Yamamoto thought it was just a dispute, at most a fight. He came to understand the situation and mediate. But now, it was clearly more than that. If he hadn't arrived in time, Jin would be dead. Captain level weren't common. With Aizen just dead, losing Jin would severely weaken the Soul Society's strength. So, even with Toshiro's status, without a proper explanation, he'd face punishment. Captain Commander. Whoosh. 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 Before Toshiro could explain, figures appeared one after another. Captains who had hurried over upon sensing Toshiro and Jin's clash. Suifeng, Unohana, Byakuya, Kamamura, Kairaku, Tozen, Zaraki, Mayuri, Yukitake, all looked at the scene with confusion. What happened? What's going on, Old Man Yama, Toshiro? Kairaku asked. Yukitake, Genryusai-sensei. Unohana, Captain Commander, Vice Captain Commander Hitsugaya, could you explain what exactly happened? The remaining captains, though silent, all looked at Toshiro, Yamamoto, and Jin. Seeing everyone's confusion, Toshiro spoke up, Captain Commander, and all captains, here's what happened. Earlier, Captain Ikamaru Jin used deceit to lure my division's Hinamori Momo here, then brazenly attacked, attempting to harm her. Captain Hitsugaya, is it really okay for you to falsely accuse me like this? Jin suddenly said. What? Toshiro frowned. I said, you are falsely accusing me, Captain Hitsugaya. Jin said, narrowing his eyes. What's going on? Yamamoto asked gravely. Captain Commander, and all captains, I wish to report that the Vice Captain Commander of the Godii 13, Captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro, intends to destroy the Siriidii and betray the Soul Society. Jin stated solemnly. What? How is that possible? Everyone exclaimed. Jin's words were like a heavy bomb, stunning them all. Toshiro's face darkened. Do you know what you're saying, Ikamaru Jin? Toshiro's tone was icy, his eyes fixed on Jin. Of course I know what I'm saying, Captain Hitsugaya. Jin looked at Toshiro fearlessly. Jin, Toshiro is the Vice Captain Commander of the Godii 13. Do you know the penalty for falsely accusing him? Yamamoto's tone was unfriendly. Clearly, compared to Jin, Yamamoto trusted Toshiro more. After all, Toshiro wasn't only the Vice Captain Commander, ranking above Jin, but also had excellent personal relations with Yamamoto. Yamamoto had always groomed Toshiro as his successor, diligently teaching him swordsmanship and more. Even the Vice Captain Commander position was created by Yamamoto for Toshiro. Yamamoto wholeheartedly nurtured Toshiro, hoping he would one day succeed him in protecting the Soul Society. So now, with Jin suddenly claiming Toshiro wanted to destroy the Siriidii and betray the Soul Society, Yamamoto instinctively thought Jin was spouting nonsense. Captain Commander, what I say is true. The reason Captain Hitsugaya wants to kill me is because I discovered his secret of betraying the Soul Society. He fears I'll expose his hypocritical true face, so he wants to silence me. Jin Ikamaru said righteously. However, both Yamamoto and the other captains watched him expressionlessly, unmoved by his words. Toshiro betraying the Soul Society. What a joke. Toshiro was the Vice Captain Commander of the Godii 13, the next Captain Commander, second only to one, above tens of thousands. Moreover, Yamamoto might pass the position to Toshiro anytime. Then, Toshiro would be the Captain Commander of the Godii 13, the true ruler of the Soul Society. No one believed Toshiro would betray the Soul Society. It seems none of you believe me. How troubling. Jin Ikamaru smiled. But I have evidence. A glint flashed in Jin's eyes. Hearing this, Toshiro felt a sense of foreboding. What evidence? Yamamoto asked. The evidence is. Chapter 286, Aizen's letter. Cough. Everyone was focused, waiting to hear what evidence Jin had to present, when he suddenly began coughing, occasionally spitting out mouthfuls of blood. My apologies. The injuries I sustained are quite severe. Captain Hitsugaya, could you please unfreeze my legs first? At this rate, your freezing power keeps eroding my body, and I might die before I can even present the evidence, Jin said with a smile. Earlier, Jin's legs had been frozen by Toshiro's ice, making it impossible for him to move. Moreover, the ice contained an extremely powerful freezing energy that continuously eroded his body. What are you so worried about, Captain Hitsugaya? If I am falsely accusing you, you can just apprehend me later, can't you? Even at my peak, I wasn't your match, let alone in this severely injured state. Or perhaps. You're afraid I'll reveal the evidence of your betrayal of the Soul Society, so you want me to die like this. Jin's words continuously prodded and provoked Toshiro. Fine. Letting you off for now won't change anything, Toshiro said with a cold snort. With that, Toshiro waved his hand. The ice encasing Jin's legs shattered into ice crystals with a crack and fell off. For someone of Toshiro's level, freely controlling his ice was a trivial matter. Ugh. As soon as the ice fell from his legs, Jin staggered, nearly collapsing. My legs are completely numb, Jin remarked. Enough, Ikamaru Jin. What exactly is this so-called evidence of yours? Spit it out quickly. If you're spouting nonsense and falsely accusing Toshiro, the consequences will be more than you can bear, Yamamoto said, frowning. All right, I'll let you all see my evidence then, Jin said, reaching into his robes and pulling out a letter. Upon seeing the letter Jin produced, Toshiro's pupils constricted involuntarily. A feeling of impending disaster surged in his heart. A letter. Seeing the letter in Jin's hand, Toshiro couldn't help but recall the letter Aizen had left for Momo in the original story, claiming he, Toshiro, was the murderer. Oh my. What's wrong, Captain Hitsugaya? You don't look so good. Could it be that you're scared after seeing I have evidence? Jin said with a beaming smile. That's enough, Ikamaru Jin. What is that letter? Don't beat around the bush, Yamamoto said impatiently. Yes, Captain Commander, Jin responded repeatedly. This letter was left behind by the late Captain Aizen, Jin said slowly, scanning the crowd. What? Left by Aizen? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Indeed. It is a letter written by Captain Aizen, accusing Captain Hitsugaya. So, let me read its contents for everyone, Jin said. Toshiro's expression turned grim. Even without hearing Jin read it, Toshiro knew what was inside. Jin opened the envelope, took out the letter, and began reading. When someone reads this letter, I should already be dead. Therefore, I have written the entire truth within. The truth of the matter begins with Kachiki Rukia. The execution targeting Kachiki Rukia this time is not intended to kill her, but because someone wants to see something. And that thing is the Sokayaku. The Sokayaku, whose seal is only released during execution. The tip of its spear possesses destructive power equivalent to millions of Zanpakuto, and the execution stand possesses equivalent defensive power. Moreover, during the execution, by severing and piercing the Shinigami's body, that destructive power instantly expands dozens of times. And the person intent on carrying out the execution plans to use this power to destroy the entire Serii, even the Soul Society. That terrifying individual, the mastermind behind it all, is named Hitsugaya Toshiro. Impossible. Toshiro could never harbor such intentions. Kairaku was the first to speak up before Toshiro could say anything. That's right. As Vice Captain Commander and Captain of the 10th Division, why would Toshiro want to destroy the Serii and the Soul Society? Yhwach also defended Toshiro. Captains of the 8th and 13th Divisions, I haven't finished reading yet. Can you wait until I'm done before questioning? However, the letter does address your doubts, Jin said with a smile. Shunsui, Jushiro, let him continue, Yamamoto suddenly interjected. Yes, sir, Kairaku and Yhwach nodded reluctantly. Jin continued reading. The reason Hitsugaya Toshiro wants to destroy the Serii and the Soul Society is because he is deeply dissatisfied with the Soul King. Hitsugaya Toshiro believes that as the Soul Society's unprecedented, immensely powerful genius, he should not be subordinate to anyone, not even the Soul King. Therefore, even though he is already the Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13, Captain of the 10th Division, and the next Captain Commander, he remains deeply discontent. Thus, he plans to first destroy the Serii and the Soul Society, then ascend to the Soul King Palace, kill the Soul King, and rule over everything in existence himself. However, although he stands at the pinnacle of Shinigami power, the Soul Society still has individuals like Captain Commander whose strength is no less than his. Combined with the skilled captains of the Godai 13, his ambition is difficult to realize. And tonight, I will summon him to the East Holy Wall. No matter what, I must stop him. If he remains obstinate, I am prepared to fight him with the resolve to die. If I die, no, if a battle occurs, then I will surely be the one to die. After all, that man's strength is far too terrifying. But even so, I will not yield to him. But if I truly die, please give this letter to the captain of the 3rd Division, Ikamaru Jin. Jin once served in the 5th Division as my lieutenant and is completely trustworthy. Therefore, after my death, the heavy responsibility of exposing Hitsugaya Toshiro's conspiracy falls to Jin. Reading up to here, Jin stopped, then said with a sorrowful expression, Captain Aizen, rest assured. I will definitely expose Hitsugaya Toshiro's conspiracy and avenge you. Hearing Jin's words, Toshiro couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it, this guy's acting skills are wasted not being in theater. Ikamaru Jin, may I see the letter for myself? Yamamoto said to Jin. Of course. If I can't trust Captain Commander, who can I trust? Jin said without hesitation, handing the letter to Yamamoto. This letter is indeed in Aizen's handwriting, Yamamoto said after examining it. But how did this letter come into your possession, Jin? Earlier, Hitsugaya Toshiro led a team to the 5th Division to investigate Captain Aizen's death and conducted an extensive search. Now it seems he wanted to seize the opportunity to destroy the evidence Captain Aizen had found. Fortunately, however, this letter was discovered first by a member of the 5th Division. After reading its contents, this member, following the instructions in the letter, came to the 3rd Division and gave the letter to me. But Hitsugaya Toshiro ultimately detected some traces of this. Then he came to the 3rd Division, intending to silence me and destroy the letter left by Captain Aizen, Jin explained. Chapter 287, Chapter 287 The Command. Toshiro, do you have anything to say? Yamamoto Genryusai asked. Slander. This is all slander from Ikamaru Jin. Previously, this guy lured Momo here, intending to harm her. If I hadn't arrived in time, Momo might have already been killed. Momo and the 3RD Division's Lieutenant, Kira Izuru, can both testify to this, Toshiro defended himself. Is that so? Then have the 3RD Division's Lieutenant Kira Izuru and the 10TH Division's Lieutenant Hinamori Momo come forward to explain, Yamamoto decided. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Toshiro called out into the distance. Momo, Kira, come here. Earlier, during Toshiro's battle with Jin, to prevent the two from being caught in the aftermath, Toshiro had told them to leave the battlefield. However, they didn't just leave and they watched the fight from a building in the distance. Now, hearing Toshiro's call, they immediately rushed over. Lieutenant Hinamori, Lieutenant Kira, what exactly happened? Can you please explain? Yamamoto inquired of the two. Yes, Captain Commander. Momo stepped forward first. I was at the 10th Division earlier, doing fine, when I suddenly received a message from Izuru, saying he had something important to tell me. Since Izuru and I are good friends, after receiving his message, I didn't think much and came over. But upon arriving, I discovered that besides Izuru, Captain Ikamaru was also here. Sensing something was wrong, I tried to leave. However, I never expected Captain Ikamaru to suddenly try to kill me. So, Kira and I joined forces to resist Captain Ikamaru, and Toshiro arrived in time to save us. After Momo finished speaking, Izuru stepped forward to add, Captain Commander, this matter is indeed my captain's fault. Today, my captain ordered me to summon Momo here in the evening, using my own name. Although my captain's order was very strange, I never thought he intended to harm Momo. So, in a moment of weakness, I agreed to this. Because of this, Momo nearly lost her life, so Kira deeply regretted and felt guilty about his actions. After hearing Momo and Kira's accounts, Yamamoto questioned Jin, Ikamaru Jin, what is your explanation for Lieutenant Hinamori and Lieutenant Kira's statements? Between Toshiro and Jin, Yamamoto clearly trusted Toshiro more. Not only did they have a very good personal relationship, but Kira's testimony also made Yamamoto suspect Jin. After all, Kira was Jin's lieutenant. If even his own lieutenant came forward to accuse him, it was highly likely Jin was at fault. I'm truly a failure as a captain, aren't I? Even my own lieutenant comes to slander me, Jin said self-deprecatingly. However, I believe the so-called testimonies of Izuru and Hinamori Momo cannot be taken seriously, Jin shook his head. Why not? Yamamoto asked. Isn't it obvious? Hinamori Momo is from the 10th Division, even the lover of the 10th Division's captain. Naturally, she would speak for him. As for Kira, although he is my 3RD Division's lieutenant, his relationship with the 10th Division's captain is extremely close. The two have been very close friends since their Shino Academy days. Even now, as the 3RD Division's lieutenant, Izuru has told me more than once that he wants to transfer to the 10th Division. Even my orders as the 3RD Division's captain don't carry as much weight as a single word from the 10th Division's captain. Therefore, given Lieutenant Hinamori's and Izuru's close ties to the 10th Division's captain, I believe their statements cannot be considered evidence at all, Jin stated. Yamamoto frowned upon hearing this. What Jin said did hold some truth. But relying solely on a letter to claim Toshiro wants to destroy the Siriitii and betray the Soul Society seems rather exaggerated, Yamamoto said, shaking his head. No. I believe this is sufficient to indicate a problem. Haven't you all forgotten how Captain Aizen died? Jin asked, narrowing his eyes. Then, without waiting for an answer, he continued, Captain Aizen was killed cleanly, with almost no signs of a struggle at the scene, not even a single sound. Keep in mind, Captain Aizen's death occurred at the East Holy Wall, which is very close to the 1st Division. Yet, on the night of the incident, the Captain Commander stationed at the 1st Division didn't detect any commotion. This suggests Captain Aizen was likely killed instantly by the perpetrator, without even time to call for help. But my question is, who in the entire Soul Society can instantly kill a captain-level figure? The answer is obvious. Within the entire Soul Society, only the Captain Commander, and the Vice Captain Commander and 10th Division's Captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, whose strength rivals the Captain Commander's, could accomplish this. How about it? Am I wrong? Jin swept his gaze over everyone. Even Yamamoto had to admit Jin's words were quite reasonable. The letter left by Aizen before his death, combined with Jin Ikamaru's analysis, made Toshiro killed Aizen appear very plausible. Humph. Toshiro let out a sudden cold snort. What does any of that prove? Besides Aizen's letter, everything else is just your own conjecture. And even Aizen's letter could potentially be forged. So, relying on just this to claim I killed Aizen is utterly ridiculous. Moreover, I could just as easily say you killed Aizen. I recall once, after a captain's meeting adjourned, I saw Aizen speaking with you, and his tone was far from friendly, Toshiro retorted. Oh. Is that so? I don't remember that at all, Jin played dumb. Enough. Both of you, stop arguing for now. I will have someone investigate this matter thoroughly. But until then, both of you will accompany me back to the First Division, Yamamoto declared solemnly. No matter what, one of them, Toshiro and Jin, was certainly lying. Regardless of who was telling the truth, this would be a major case that would shake the entire Soul Society. Jin was the captain of the 3rd Division, and Toshiro was not only the captain of the 10th Division but also the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13. If Toshiro's story was true, then this would be a major incident involving the 3RD Division's captain attempting to murder the 10th Division's lieutenant, frame the 10th Division's captain, and the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13. If Jin's story was true, then the matter was even more serious. The vice-captain commander and 10th Division's captain wanting to destroy the Siriiti and betray the Soul Society would become the most significant case in the history of the Godai 13. Therefore, before the investigation was concluded, Yamamoto intended to take both Toshiro and Jin to the First Division, where he could personally keep an eye on them. However, at that moment, something unexpected for Yamamoto occurred once again. Swish. Swish. Two figures suddenly appeared on the scene. Everyone. We are here under orders to convey a command from the Central 46. Chapter 288, Chapter 288 Aizen's Goal. Hearing the newcomers say they were conveying the Central 46 command, Toshiro immediately understood that Aizen was up to some new trick. The Central 46 had been completely annihilated by Aizen, so they naturally couldn't issue any commands. Therefore, calling it a command from the Central 46 was more accurately described as Aizen's command. The Central 46. What exactly is this command? Yamamoto frowned. The sudden appearance of the Central 46 messengers instantly gave Yamamoto an ominous premonition. The two messengers tasked with delivering the command exchanged a glance. One stepped forward and said, "The Central 46 has received a report from the 3RD Division's captain, Ikamaru Jin, stating that the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13 and 10th Division's captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, murdered the 5th Division's captain, Aizen Sosuke, and intends to destroy the Siriiti and betray the Soul Society. Therefore, the Central 46 orders the immediate confinement of Hitsugaya Toshiro to the 4th underground prison of the Senseiku to await sentencing." What? Confine Captain Hitsugaya to Senseiku? Everyone was incredulous. Yamamoto shot a highly displeased look at Jin. In Yamamoto's view, Jin not reporting to him first but instead taking the matter to the Central 46 was undoubtedly highly inappropriate and made Yamamoto even more dissatisfied with Jin. Moreover, if Jin's claims were false, then his reporting Toshiro to the Central 46 undoubtedly indicated some even more significant conspiracy. Even if Jin's story was true and Toshiro really intended to betray the Soul Society, he should have reported it to Yamamoto first. While the Godai 13 was required to obey the Central 46 commands and held a lower status, the Godai 13 still maintained considerable independence. The Central 46 could assign tasks to the Godai 13, but they could not directly interfere in the Godai 13's internal affairs. Now, Jin bringing this to the Central 46 undoubtedly gave them a legitimate excuse to meddle in the Godai 13's internal matters. Therefore, Yamamoto was undoubtedly very unhappy with Jin's actions. Captain Commander, don't look at me like that. I had no choice but to report directly to the Central 46 instead of reporting to you first, Jin said, putting on a pitiful expression seeing Yamamoto's extreme displeasure. Keep in mind, the 10th Division's captain also holds the position of vice-captain commander, making him extremely powerful and influential within the entire Godai 13, second only to you in status. If I had reported to you first, I was afraid the 10th Division's captain might detect something and destroy the evidence. So, I had no choice but to bypass you and report directly to the Central 46. Humph. Yamamoto snorted coldly and didn't say more to Jin. Instead, he addressed the two messengers, based solely on Jin's report, we cannot directly prove Toshiro killed Aizen and intends to destroy the Siriiti and betray the Soul Society. Therefore, confining Toshiro to Senzakyu immediately seems somewhat inappropriate. Captain Commander Yamamoto, while convicting the Vice Captain Commander based solely on Captain Ikamaru's report might be inappropriate, we cannot deny he is the most likely suspect, can we? The other party retorted. This. Yamamoto had no rebuttal. Indeed, Aizen's letter and Jin's testimony were highly detrimental to Toshiro. Furthermore, being able to swiftly kill a captain-level expert without giving them a chance to call for help or escape, the individuals capable of such a feat, on the surface, appeared to be only Toshiro and Yamamoto himself. So, all things considered, Toshiro was indeed the prime suspect in Aizen's murder. Moreover, we are not directly convicting the Vice Captain Commander. We merely ask him to stay in Senzakyu temporarily. Once we investigate and clarify the matter, if he is truly innocent, we can release him then, can't we? The messenger added. Ha ha ha. Toshiro suddenly burst into angry laughter. This is utterly ridiculous. This Vice Captain Commander of the Gotei 13 was appointed by the Soul King himself. Even if I had committed a crime, it's not something the old fools of the Central 46 can judge. You. How dare you show such disrespect to the Central 46? The messenger exclaimed indignantly. Is what I said incorrect? Toshiro retorted. This. The messenger was furious but couldn't refute it. Toshiro's words, though seemingly arrogant, were not incorrect. For an ordinary captain, the Central 46 indeed had the authority to try and punish them. For example, after Aizen was defeated, the newly formed Central 46 sentenced him to 20,000 years of imprisonment. But that only applied to ordinary captains. As for the Vice Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, Toshiro, and the Captain Commander, Yamamoto Genryosai, who are both directly appointed by the Soul King, the Central 46 could not directly try or punish them. This was a form of balance. Otherwise, if the Central 46 could simply find a pretext to convict Yamamoto and Toshiro whenever they pleased, their power would become too inflated, completely disrupting the balance with the Gotei 13. And this was not something the Soul King wished to see. You two, get lost. I will not be entering Senzakyu with you. Toshiro declared to the two messengers. Given Toshiro's pride, even if this were all Aizen's scheme, even if he had committed a grave mistake, he would never allow himself to be imprisoned. Such humiliation would never be part of his life. Vice Captain Commander Hitsugaya, as we've said, this is not a conviction. We merely ask for your cooperation in the investigation. There is nothing irregular about that. So even if this goes before the Soul King, we have nothing to fear, the messenger stated unflinchingly. These two were clearly trying to exploit a loophole. While the Central 46 couldn't directly try or punish Toshiro, they wanted to use the authority of investigation cooperation to restrict his movements. Ultimately, it came down to Toshiro's insufficient prestige. If it were Yamamoto, given his unparalleled authority in the Soul Society, they wouldn't dare do this. Seeing Toshiro remain resolute, the other party's attitude softened slightly. Of course, if the Vice Captain Commander does not wish to enter Senzakyu, we can choose another location. However, until the matter is fully investigated, we ask that you remain in one place under our supervision and refrain from moving about freely. Is that so? Hearing this, Toshiro finally understood Aizen's objective. Ultimately, Aizen went through all this trouble, having Jin step forward, even using the name of the Central 46 to try and imprison Toshiro. It was all to restrict Toshiro's movements. Within the Soul Society, the strongest were likely Yamamoto, Toshiro, and Aizen himself. Therefore, Toshiro and Yamamoto were the ones Aizen feared most in terms of strength. When Rukia's execution took place, if Toshiro, Yamamoto, and other powerful individuals were present, Aizen's attempt to extract the Hogyoku from Rukia would be extremely difficult. Therefore, Aizen needed to find a way to restrict the movements of powerful individuals like Toshiro and Yamamoto, preventing them from interfering with his retrieval of the Hogyoku. So, Aizen's elaborate trap for Toshiro today, having Jin frame him, likely wasn't intended to actually put Toshiro on trial. Its purpose was merely to have Toshiro temporarily confined, unable to act. That way, Toshiro wouldn't be able to obstruct Aizen's plans when the time came. Chapter 289, Chapter 289 Decision to Act. You two, get lost. I'm not going with you. Having understood Aizen's goal, Toshiro decisively rejected the messenger's demand. No matter what, Toshiro could not agree to their request to bind his own hands and restrict his freedom. Otherwise, if he were unable to act, how could he stop Aizen's schemes? If Aizen caused some major incident later, Toshiro would have nothing but regrets. Vice Captain Commander Hitsugaya, are you truly not reconsidering cooperating with our investigation? Even if you are the Vice Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, opposing the Central 46 would be. The other party's tone carried a hint of threat. What do you think you are, daring to threaten me? Toshiro scoffed disdainfully. You. Fine. Fine. Don't you regret it? The messenger said angrily. Captain Commander Yamamoto. Hitsugaya Toshiro's resistance to cooperating with the investigation clearly indicates he has something to hide. We ask you to immediately apprehend him and confine him to the 4th underground prison of Senzakyu. The messenger loudly addressed Yamamoto. What right do you two have to command me? Yamamoto snorted coldly. We are merely messengers conveying orders. Naturally, we have no authority to command you, Captain Commander. But what if it's the Central 46, one of them said with a thin smile. This is the Central 40 SIXS order. Hitsugaya Toshiro must, by all means, return with us to cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, he will be considered a traitor and apprehended immediately. As he spoke, the messenger pulled a document from his robes and handed it to Yamamoto. Yamamoto glanced at it and fell silent. Even the Central 46 has no authority to deal with the Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13, Yamamoto refuted after a moment's hesitation. Has the Captain Commander not thoroughly studied the Soul Society's regulations? While the Central 46 indeed lacks the authority to punish the Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13, if that individual harbors intentions or commits acts that threaten to destroy the Siriidii, betray the Soul Society, or otherwise endanger the entire Soul Society, then according to regulations, the Central 46 has the authority to temporarily restrict their freedom and report to the Soul King Palace, requesting permission to try them. Isn't that correct? The messenger retorted. Yamamoto was left speechless by this, as the regulations indeed stated as such. The Captain Commander and Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13 were indeed high-ranking and powerful. Even the Central 46 couldn't punish them. However, if they reported to the Soul King Palace and received permission from the Soul King, then it would be permissible. And during the period of reporting to the Soul King Palace and awaiting a response, the Central 46 had the authority to temporarily restrict their freedom of movement. Of course, it was only restricting movement. They could not conduct trials or punishments. The matter would likely develop to the point where the Royal Guard descended to personally investigate. However, individuals of Yamamoto's level generally wouldn't harbor thoughts or commit acts intending to destroy the Siriidii and Soul Society. So, the Central 46 had never invoked this regulation before. But what Yamamoto never expected was a captain reporting the Vice Captain Commander. Moreover, on the surface, it appeared there was ample evidence, making it impossible for Yamamoto to speak in Toshiro's defense. Toshiro, why don't you go with them first and cooperate with the investigation? I believe you would not betray the Soul Society. I will investigate this matter as quickly as possible to clear your name, Yamamoto advised somewhat helplessly. Apologies, Captain Commander. I will not go with them, Toshiro refused. Even though it was only cooperating with the investigation, not a trial or punishment, Toshiro would be unable to act freely during that period. If Aizen made any moves then, Toshiro would be too late to stop him. Why? It's just cooperating with the investigation. It's not a punishment, Yamamoto said, somewhat confused. In Yamamoto's view, it was merely cooperating with an investigation. As the Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13, even the Central 46 wouldn't dare to falsely accuse Toshiro. If Toshiro were truly innocent, then nothing would happen. Could it be, you really killed Aizen and intend to destroy the Siriidii and betray the Soul Society? Toshiro. Yamamoto's expression turned severe. Although, in his heart, Yamamoto believed in Toshiro, the evidence was heavily against Toshiro. Combined with Toshiro's strong resistance to cooperating with the investigation, Yamamoto couldn't help but waver, unsure whether to continue trusting Toshiro. Apologies, Captain Commander. I have my own pride and dignity. Even if it's just cooperating with an investigation, I cannot accept it. Toshiro said firmly. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that this was all Aizen's scheme. If Toshiro foolishly went along with the investigation, what about Aizen? Should he just let Aizen recklessly manipulate the entire Soul Society and then leave unscathed? But Toshiro couldn't immediately explain all this to Yamamoto. Although he had decided earlier to reveal Aizen's schemes to Yamamoto, doing so in front of everyone would undoubtedly alert Aizen. Once Aizen was on guard, it would be nearly impossible for Toshiro to deal with him. Captain Commander Yamamoto, Hitsugaya Toshiro's resistance to cooperating with the investigation clearly indicates a problem. Will you not apprehend him? The two Central 40 SIXS messengers pressed. After a moment's hesitation, Yamamoto finally stepped forward. Toshiro, listen to me. If you cooperate with the investigation properly, even the Central 46 can't do anything to you. But if you continue to resist, you'll only give them a handle to use against you. Yet, Toshiro remained unmoved by Yamamoto's words. No matter what, he would not cooperate with the investigation. Is that so? Is this your stance? Could you truly be the mastermind behind all this, Toshiro? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes. Alas. You have truly disappointed me. Yamamoto sighed deeply, forcefully tapping his cane on the ground. Clang. The wooden sheath of the cane shattered, revealing the Zanpakuto within. Old man Yama. Genryusai-sensei. Captain Commander. The captains couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Judging by Yamamoto's demeanor, they wondered if he about to attack Toshiro. The Captain Commander and Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13 fighting, that would certainly be explosive. All of you, stand down. Yamamoto ordered with a wave of his hand. Toshiro, since you refuse to cooperate with the investigation, I have no choice but to force you to comply. Yamamoto declared solemnly. Despite his close personal relationship with Toshiro, Yamamoto ultimately chose to take action against him. In a way, Yamamoto was a man who highly valued rules, somewhat rigid in his thinking. In Yamamoto's heart, the safety of the Seriitii and the Soul Society always came first. Now, Toshiro was a major suspect and unwilling to follow regulations and cooperate with the investigation. All of this ultimately led Yamamoto to decide to use force to compel Toshiro to cooperate. Chapter 290 Clash and Retreat. Tap, tap, tap. Yamamoto walks step by step towards Toshiro, his aura rising with each step. Tap. Finally, Yamamoto stopped 3 paces away from Toshiro. Provoked by Yamamoto's aura, Toshiro's own aura burst forth, clashing and confronting Yamamoto's. Do you intend to resist to the end, Toshiro? Yamamoto said gravely. Apologies, Genryusai-sensei, Toshiro couldn't help but apologize. Genryusai-sensei, is it? Yamamoto murmured. Although he had instructed Toshiro in the past, Yamamoto hadn't formally taken Toshiro as a disciple like he had with Kairaku and Yukitake. So, Toshiro usually only addressed him as Genryusai-sensei, in private or when they were alone. Since you are so obstinate, words are useless. Attack, Toshiro. Let me see how much you have grown. Yamamoto declared loudly. With that, Yamamoto flung off his Captain Commander Hayori, revealing his upper body. Though aged, his body was still corded with muscle and covered in numerous scars, silently recounting the battles of his life. Boom. Yamamoto unleashed his full aura, crushing towards Toshiro. Toshiro, without hesitation, also released his aura to resist. The air itself seemed to crackle under the collision of their auras. Everyone present besides Toshiro and Yamamoto couldn't help but change expressions. So hot. The captain of the 7th Division, Kamimura Sajin, standing not far from Yamamoto, broke into a profuse sweat. So cold. The captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng, standing not far from Toshiro, rubbed her hands together. Yar, influencing captain-level experts to this degree with just their auras. Is this the level of strength possessed by Old Man Yama and Toshiro? Kairaku remarked with awe. The 4th Division's captain, Unohana Retsu, glanced at everyone. She noted that besides herself, Kairaku, Yukitake, and a few other veteran captains, all other captain-level experts were affected to varying degrees by the auras of Yamamoto and Toshiro. Everyone, we cannot intervene in the battle between the Captain Commander and the Vice Captain Commander. It would be best to withdraw to a safer distance for now, Unohana suggested. True enough. Upon hearing this, Kairaku was the first to retreat, not forgetting to take Momo with him. Yukitake, sharing the same thought, took Kira and followed. If it weren't for Kairaku and Yukitake shielding Momo and Kira from Yamamoto and Toshiro's auras earlier, given their strength, the two might have collapsed under the pressure. Seeing Kairaku and Yukitake retreat to a distance, the other captains didn't stubbornly stay behind to suffer. They followed suit, withdrawing to observe from afar. As for the 2 messengers from the Central 46, they had already fled far away before the aura clash between Yamamoto and Toshiro began. Clang. Yamamoto drew his Zanpakuto. Now that there are no distractions, come at me. Toshiro. Yamamoto said, assuming a superior stance, allowing Toshiro to attack first. Oh. Is that wise, Genryusai-sensei? Although I was slightly inferior to you in our battle in the Dangai over 2 years ago, that was only because I had just broken through. Now, do you truly believe you are still my match? Toshiro said with an air of confidence. Though his words were bold, Toshiro's hand involuntarily tightened its grip on his Zanpakuto. Humph. Brat, have you become so arrogant after others praised your strength as comparable to mine? Today, I'll show you that you're still 100 years too early to defeat me. Yamamoto declared proudly. Well, who knows? Toshiro said noncommittally. Perhaps irritated by Toshiro's attitude, Yamamoto no longer held back, waiting for Toshiro to attack first. Instead, he chose to take the initiative. All things in the universe turned to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto immediately released his Zanpakuto, aiming to end the battle quickly. Given their power, the longer they fought, the greater the damage to the Seriitii and Soul Society. So, Yamamoto wanted a swift resolution. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. Earlier, against Jin, Toshiro had seemed completely at ease, only releasing his Shirkai at the very end. But now, facing Yamamoto, Toshiro had no choice but to release his Zanpakuto from the start. After all, Yamamoto and Jin were not on the same level. Facing Yamamoto's Shikai, Toshiro wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could handle it without releasing his own Zanpakuto. Ha! Yamamoto let out a light shout. Flames erupted on Ryujin Jaka, and he slashed towards Toshiro. Toshiro, not to be outdone, chose to meet force with force. Hyarinru emanated bone-chilling cold as it met Yamamoto's attack. Clang! Blades clashed, a dull metallic ring echoing, and the tremendous force sent both combatants reeling backwards. Thud! 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 Yamamoto retreated 3 steps, and Toshiro did the same. Witnessing this, a gleam flashed in Yamamoto's eyes. Has he grown to this extent already? Yamamoto thought, shocked internally. Over 2 years ago, shortly after Toshiro's breakthrough, they had sparred in the Dongai. That very battle solidified Yamamoto's decision to officially designate Toshiro as the next captain commander and recommend him as vice captain commander. Although that battle didn't have a clear winner, Yamamoto knew he held the upper hand. After all, even though Toshiro was in the same realm, he had just broken through, so his strength was still slightly inferior to Yamamoto's. Yet now, merely 2 years later, Toshiro could face him head-on without showing any disadvantage. This truly couldn't help but shock Yamamoto. Ice Dragon Flash. While Yamamoto was stunned, Toshiro gripped his Zanpakuto with both hands, compressing all his power into the blade. He condensed the energy without releasing it and slashed towards Yamamoto. Yamamoto, seeing this, hurriedly raised his sword to block. Boom. Unfortunately, under this strike, Yamamoto was directly sent flying by Toshiro. This didn't mean Yamamoto was weaker than Toshiro. Rather, this strike was Toshiro's full power, condensing Ice Dragon Flash without releasing it, greatly enhancing its cutting force. Yamamoto, shocked by Toshiro's strength, couldn't muster his full power in his hasty defense and was thus sent flying. However, after this successful strike, Toshiro didn't press his advantage. Instead, he immediately turned and left. Genryusai-sensei, I will prove my innocence. But for now, I must take my leave. Toshiro spoke with his back to Yamamoto. Toshiro had never intended to continue fighting Yamamoto. Whether he won or lost was meaningless and would only allow Aizen to benefit from their conflict. So, seizing the opportunity, Toshiro decided to leave immediately. Then, with rapid steps, he used Shunkuho to vanish into the distance. Chapter 291, Chapter 291 instantly defeating Captain Level. Stop him. Caught off guard and sent flying by Toshiro, Yamamoto, seeing Toshiro about to escape and unable to stop him in time, urgently ordered the observing captains surrounding the battlefield to block Toshiro. Upon hearing Yamamoto's order, the captains hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to obstruct Toshiro's path. Although Toshiro was the vice-captain commander, he was now a suspect in Aizen's murder and of intending to destroy the Siriidii and betray the Soul Society. Moreover, the one giving the order, Yamamoto, wasn't just the captain commander, he was also the founder of the Godii 13, with unparalleled authority in the Soul Society. None of the captains dared openly defy his command. Therefore, even though most of them were on good terms with Toshiro, they had no choice but to try to stop him. Hitsugaya Dano. Please cease your resistance. Obey Genryusai Dano's words and cooperate with the investigation peacefully. The first to step forward and block Toshiro after the order was given was Yamamoto's loyal subordinate, the captain of the 7th Division, Kamamura Sajin. Kamamura held immense respect for Toshiro, usually insisting on addressing him as Hitsugaya Dano. However, this was because Yamamoto valued Toshiro, and Kamamura, loving the crow for the sake of the rook, extended that respect to Toshiro. Now, with Yamamoto's order issued, the loyal Kamamura immediately stepped forward to block Toshiro. While no one could match Toshiro in speed, during Toshiro and Yamamoto's battle, the captains had dispersed around the battlefield's perimeter. Now, for Toshiro to leave, he first had to break through the encirclement formed by the captains. Kamamura happened to be positioned on Toshiro's retreat path, making him the first to intercept Toshiro. Bankai, Kakujo Tengen Myo-o. Knowing his strength was far inferior to Toshiro's, Kamamura immediately released his Bankai. Instantly, a giant, black-armored samurai towering like a colossus appeared behind him. Move aside, Kamamura. Seeing Kamamura blocking his path, Toshiro shouted. I must refuse, Hitsugaya Dano. This is Genryusai Dano's command, so I will not retreat a single step. If you wish to pass, you must defeat me first. With that, Kamamura swung his Zanpakuto in a slashing motion. Simultaneously, the giant black-armored samurai behind him mirrored the action, swinging its 40-meter-long blade down at Toshiro. Whoosh! The giant's massive blade whistled through the air as it descended towards Toshiro's head. Seeing this, Toshiro paid it no mind. He simply and casually raised his left hand to meet it. Ting! The giant's 40-meter-long blade was effortlessly blocked by a single finger from Toshiro. Wadash! Kamamura was instantly shocked. Although he knew Toshiro's strength was immense, even capable of easily killing a captain-level opponent, witnessing his Bankai blocked by a single finger firsthand left Kamamura utterly stunned. Swish. While Kamamura was stunned, Toshiro slashed out, striking the giant black-armored samurai. Crack. The giant black samurai was instantly frozen into a massive ice sculpture. Kamamura, connected to it, suffered the same fate, frozen solid on the spot. The force of Toshiro's Kanatsu wasn't particularly strong, it was imbued with immense freezing power. Therefore, the giant and Kamamura weren't slain outright but frozen instead. After all, Kamamura was a captain-level expert, an important asset to the Soul Society. Toshiro had no intention of killing him, so he merely froze him. The freezing energy didn't penetrate his body's interior, ensuring he wouldn't shatter along with the ice. After instantly freezing Kamamura, Toshiro prepared to seize the opportunity to leave. However, the captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng, and the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi, closed in. Shunkuho. Toshiro's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Sui Feng. Without a word, he threw a punch, showing no regard for her being female. Sui Feng, accustomed to using Hakuda, met Toshiro's attack with a palm strike. Boom. Unsurprisingly, Sui Feng was sent flying by Toshiro's punch. An ordinary captain level was no match for Toshiro, let alone Sui Feng, who specialized in Shuinpa and Hakuda, engaging Toshiro in direct combat without using her Bankai or Shunko. That she was only sent flying and not killed was Toshiro showing mercy. After sending Sui Feng flying, Zaraki's attack finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Toshiro turned his body, evading Zaraki's strike. Kendo, bisection. Toshiro gripped his Zanpakuto with both hands, using his full power to slash at Zaraki. Ha ha ha. Facing Toshiro's attack, Zaraki laughed loudly, gripping his own sword with both hands and using the same technique to slash back at Toshiro. Kendo, bisection was a technique created by Yamamoto and later taught to both Zaraki and Toshiro, so both knew it. Clang. The blades collided with a clear ring. Then, Toshiro's Zanpakuto cleanly severed Zaraki's sword and struck his body. Schlick. Scorching blood sprayed from Zaraki's wound. Toshiro then added insult to injury, kicking him away. Toshiro showed no restraint against Zaraki. First, because this guy's strength was formidable. Second, because Zaraki was somewhat of a masochist, the more injured and bloodied he became, the more excited he grew. Other captains obstructed Toshiro largely due to Yamamoto's order. Zaraki, however, didn't care about Yamamoto's commands. His enthusiasm likely stemmed solely from wanting to fight Toshiro. But Toshiro had no desire to be entangled by this troublesome individual now, so he dealt with him swiftly and decisively. After swiftly dealing with Kamamura, Sui Feng, and Zaraki, Unohana, Kairaku, and Yhwach arrived. The situation is looking unfavorable, Toshiro thought, his heart tightening. Unohana, Kairaku, and Yhwach were no ordinary captain level, they were century captains, individuals who had been captains for at least 100 years, most possessing formidable strength. Among the Godai 13's captains, Unohana, Kairaku, and Yhwach were the strongest three after Yamamoto, Toshiro, and Aizen. Even Toshiro would find it difficult to defeat these three quickly, especially since he could sense Yamamoto closing in from behind. No other choice. I'll have to force my way out. Toshiro thought with determination. Chapter 292, Breaking Through the Siege. Ha! Toshiro let out a light shout. Instead of retreating, he advanced, actively charging towards Kairaku and the other two. Swish. A flash of blade light. Toshiro attacked Kairaku first. Kairaku crossed his two swords in front of him to block. Clang. A clear metallic clang rang out. The tremendous force transmitted from the Zanpakuto caused Kairaku's body to involuntarily step back. Ice Dragon Tail. After repelling Kairaku, Toshiro's Zanpakuto changed direction, sweeping towards Yhwach and Unohana. Boom. Following the path of Toshiro's blade tip, a massive ice wall rose, freezing everything around it. Had Yhwach and Unohana not retreated promptly, they too would have been frozen. After Yhwach and Unohana fell back, a voice suddenly sounded not far from Toshiro. The flowery winds become disturbed, the god of flowers sings, the heavenly winds become disturbed, the devil of heaven sneers. Kaiten Kayakatsu. Shunsui released his Shirkai. Toshiro's expression grew serious. Given Kairaku's strength, even his Shirkai's power was not to be underestimated. Bushigoma. Swish. Swish. Kairaku Shuinsui's two Zanpakuto simultaneously unleashed whirlwinds resembling spinning tops, hurtling towards Toshiro. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A transparent barrier instantly materialized in front of Toshiro. Hiss. Kairaku's attack struck the barrier like stones landing on a lake, creating ripples before vanishing without a trace, showing no sign of breaking through the Danku barrier. Swish. While Toshiro defended, Kayaraku's figure flickered, appearing directly behind Toshiro. Then, Kayaraku swung both Zanpakuto in his hands at Toshiro from the left and right. Seeing this, Toshiro immediately turned. Moving later but arriving first, his Zanpakuto first met the blade attacking from the right, then his wrist flicked, using Kayaraku's own sword to block the other. Clang! 3 blades clashed and tangled. Kayaraku's palms instantly split, blood staining his Zanpakuto. The immense force transmitted from the blades caused Kayaraku to stagger back 2 steps. Toshiro, however, stood firm as a rock, unmoving. The difference in their strength was evident. At that moment, Toshiro suddenly sensed a powerful surge of Ryatsu. Looking closely, he saw Yamamoto, who had been sent flying earlier due to a moment of carelessness, was now in pursuit and would arrive in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Toshiro's heart sank. Held up by Kayaraku, and with Yamamoto about to catch up, the situation was extremely unfavorable for Toshiro. Although defeating Kayaraku wasn't difficult for Toshiro, and if he's going all out, it would take mere moments, the key issue was Yamamoto had already caught up. There was no time for Toshiro to defeat Kayaraku and leave calmly. At this point, if Toshiro wanted to break through the encirclement quickly, the power of his Shirkai alone wouldn't suffice. Do I have to use Bankai? Toshiro couldn't help but hesitate internally. If he used Bankai, Toshiro believed he could force back even Yamamoto and leave at his leisure. But Toshiro was acutely aware of how terrifying his Bankai's power was. If he used it, it could cause massive damage to the entire Soul Society's environment, let alone the captains present. Even during his earlier clashes with those blocking him, Toshiro had been carefully controlling his power, afraid of accidentally killing a few captains. If Toshiro truly fought without restraint, at least 2 captain-level individuals would have died by his hand in that brief skirmish. But if that happened, and Godai 13's captains died not in battle against an enemy but by Toshiro's hand, that would be a huge scandal. My Bankai's power is too great, I can't use it here. But my pseudo-Bankai. If I control it carefully, there shouldn't be major issues, Toshiro thought. Just as Toshiro prepared to use his pseudo-Bankai to force his way out, Kayaraku suddenly gave Toshiro a meaningful look. Huh. Toshiro was taken aback, not understanding what Kayaraku meant. While Toshiro was puzzled, Kayaraku suddenly slashed at him. Toshiro instinctively countered with his blade. This old schemer. Toshiro originally thought Kayaraku was pulling a dirty trick after giving him a look, then suddenly attacking. However, upon clashing with Kayaraku's Zanpakuto, he realized the force on Kayaraku's blade was extremely weak. As Toshiro stood bewildered, Kayaraku suddenly let out a cry of pain and was sent flying backwards in an extremely exaggerated manner, as if Toshiro's blade contained utterly terrifying power. Yet Toshiro knew perfectly well that while his strike wasn't weak, it wasn't exaggerated to that degree. Then, Toshiro noticed that Kayaraku, flying back so dramatically, coincidentally crashed right towards the pursuing Yamamoto. Seeing Kayaraku hurtling towards him, Yamamoto frowned but had no choice but to catch him. To catch Kayaraku, Yamamoto's originally rapid pursuit faltered, pausing for a moment. When Yamamoto caught Kayaraku, Kayaraku gave Toshiro another meaningful look. This time, Toshiro finally understood. Kayaraku was helping him. With Yamamoto blocked by Kayaraku, other captains either repelled by Toshiro or still closing in, Toshiro's path of retreat was now clear. Seizing the opportunity, Toshiro immediately used Shunkuho at full power, vanishing into the distance. Swish. 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 In an instant, Toshiro's figure completely disappeared from sight. Toshiro. Seeing Toshiro vanish, Yamamoto couldn't help but roar in anger. The various division captains approached Yamamoto. Captain Commander, shall we pursue? Suifeng asked. Before Yamamoto could answer, Kayaraku suddenly spoke up, I don't think we need to pursue. Toshiro's speed is unparalleled in the entire Soul Society. Even you, Captain Suifeng, probably can't match it. So, let's not waste our efforts. It would have been better if we could have entangled him earlier and not given him the chance to use his full speed. Humph. And whose fault do you think that was? Shunsui. Yamamoto glared at Kayaraku in extreme annoyance. If Kayaraku hadn't crashed into him, Yamamoto might have stopped Toshiro. Ah. My apologies, old man Yama. But you know how terrifying Toshiro's strength is. I simply couldn't resist him, so he sent me flying. I just never expected to fly right towards you, sir, Kayaraku explained with an awkward laugh. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto gave Kayaraku a meaningful glance but didn't say anything more, as if accepting Kayaraku's explanation. Chapter 293, Chapter 293 Yamamoto's handling. Everyone, how are the casualties? Is anyone injured? Yamamoto asked the group. Unohana shook her head in response. Besides Captain Kamamura being frozen by Captain Hitsugaya's ice, the other captains are essentially unharmed. Kamamura, is it? Yamamoto frowned slightly. Although Kamamura's strength ranked near the bottom among the captains, he was extremely loyal to Yamamoto, who therefore valued him somewhat. Hearing Kamamura was frozen by Toshiro's ice, Yamamoto immediately went to the ice-encased Kamamura. Frozen, but not in mortal danger. After sensing Kamamura's condition, a gleam flashed in Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes, his expression showing a trace of surprise. As a powerhouse on the same level, Yamamoto understood exactly how terrifying Toshiro's strength was. That Kamamura was frozen by Toshiro's ice yet survived couldn't be attributed to Kamamura's own strength, it could only mean Toshiro had shown mercy. But if Toshiro truly was the mastermind behind Aizen's murder and intended to destroy the Shinigami, then all Gotei 13's captains would be his enemies. In that case, why would Toshiro spare Kamamura? Thinking this, Yamamoto glanced subtly at Jin. If Toshiro wasn't the culprit, then Ikamaru Jin's words were all false, everything was Ikamaru Jin slandering Toshiro. However, this is just conjecture, not evidence. Based on this alone, it's not enough to take action against Ikamaru Jin, Yamamoto thought to himself. In a way, Yamamoto Genryusai's personality was somewhat rigid. Whatever he did, he considered whether it followed procedure and if there was evidence. Without evidence, even if he knew someone had committed a crime, he wouldn't act. Of course, part of this was due to the Central 46. Because Yamamoto's authority in the Soul Society was too high, to suppress him, the Central 46 could only resort to regulations. Whatever Yamamoto wanted to do, if it didn't comply with Soul Society regulations, the Central 46 absolutely would not agree. So, even though he knew this incident might not be Toshiro's fault but Jin's doing, Yamamoto didn't apprehend Jin on the spot. Then, Yamamoto slashed at the ice encasing Kamamura. Boom. The ice layer imprisoning Kamamura shattered, revealing him inside. Achoo. Kamamura couldn't help but shiver violently and sneeze. Captain Commander Dano, my deepest apologies. Not only did I fail to stop Hitsugaya Dano, but I was instantly defeated. And to have you rescue me in the end. I truly. Remembering being the first to block Toshiro and being instantly defeated, Kamamura felt immensely ashamed. No need for self-reproach, Kamamura. I am fully aware of Toshiro's strength. Losing to him is no disgrace, Yamamoto rarely offered comfort proactively. Captain Commander, how should we handle the matter regarding Captain Hitsugaya? Unohana inquired. Regarding Toshiro. Yamamoto pondered for a moment, then declared solemnly, immediately issue an order to everyone, the Vice-Captain Commander of the Gotei 13 and 10th Division's Captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, is suspected of murdering the 5th Division Captain, Aizen Sosuke. If anyone discovers his whereabouts, report immediately. Then, all division captains are to pair up in groups of 2 and conduct strict searches within the Shinigami for Hitsugaya Toshiro. Upon discovering him, avoid direct confrontation. Just hold him off briefly until I or other captains arrive. Yamamoto knew perfectly well how strong Toshiro was. If Toshiro went all out without holding back, aside from himself, even the other captains combined might not be his match. Therefore, Yamamoto only wanted them to delay Toshiro upon finding him, not capture him. Yes, Captain Commander. No one objected to Yamamoto's words or felt he looked down on their strength. The brief battle had shown them just how terrifying Toshiro's power was. Earlier, despite their combined efforts, Toshiro had easily repelled them one by one. Almost no one could withstand a single blow from him, and hardly anyone could receive his attack without retreating. The captains then paired up in twos and dispersed to search for Toshiro within the Shinigami. Lieutenant Kira, Lieutenant Hinamori, please accompany me back to the 1st Division for questioning. After the captains left, only Yamamoto, Ranjaku, Kira, and Momo remained. Among them, Kira and Momo had spoken in Toshiro's defense earlier, making them suspects of giving false testimony. Captain Commander Dano. Toshiro. Toshiro couldn't possibly have killed Captain Aizen. This must be false. It's Ikamaru Jin slandering Toshiro. Momo cried out emotionally. When Jin framed Toshiro earlier, forcing Toshiro to flee, Momo realized she had been used by Jin. If not for her, Toshiro wouldn't have come here and might not have been framed. The thought that she had implicated Toshiro filled Momo with deep guilt and self-blame. When Toshiro broke through the encirclement earlier, if Ranjaku and Kira hadn't restrained her, Momo would have tried to help Toshiro fight the captains and escape with him. Captain Commander. Please believe me. This entire incident is Ikamaru Jin's fault. It has nothing to do with Toshiro. In her agitated state, Momo began speaking somewhat incoherently. Momo. Calm down. Ranjaku quickly tried to soothe the emotional Momo. My deepest apologies, Captain Commander Dano. Momo is just too agitated. Please forgive her, Ranjaku hastily apologized to Yamamoto on Momo's behalf. Never mind. There's no need for that, Vice Captain Matsumoto. Currently, Hitsugaya Toshiro is suspected of murdering Aizen and has fled. Hinamori Momo is also suspected of helping Toshiro give false testimony to frame Ikamaru Jin. I need to take her and Lieutenant Kira for investigation. Therefore, the 10th Division will be leaderless. I need you to temporarily manage the 10th Division and ensure no chaos erupts, Yamamoto instructed Ranjaku. Yes, sir. I will manage the 10th Division properly. Please rest assured, Captain Commander Dano, Ranjaku promised. In truth, Ranjaku's feelings were extremely complex at this moment. As Toshiro's lieutenant, she knew perfectly well Toshiro couldn't have killed Aizen or betrayed the Soul Society. But that also meant Jin was framing Toshiro. The men she loved had framed the captain she respected. Ranjaku's heart was in agony. Guilt towards Toshiro, confusion towards Jin, all of this tormented Ranjaku immensely. But with Toshiro gone, no matter how much she suffered, Ranjaku had to pull herself together. Although usually appearing lazy, in critical moments, Ranjaku proved unexpectedly reliable. In the end, Momo and Kira were taken to the 1st Division by Yamamoto for questioning, while Ranjaku returned to the 10th Division to manage the situation. Chapter 294, Chapter 294 Hello, Kurosaki Ichigo. Siri-iti, a remote location. After breaking through the encirclement, Toshiro picked a random direction and aimlessly ran until he ended up here. Yatter, to think I'd be outplayed like this. That Aizen guy really can't be underestimated, Toshiro said with a hint of self-mockery. However, even as he said this, Toshiro wasn't overly disheartened. Although he had been forced to flee, Aizen's goal wasn't fully achieved. Aizen's plan was to frame Toshiro, forcing him to cooperate with the investigation, thereby restraining one of the Soul Society's strongest combatants and preventing Toshiro from obstructing his plans later. But even Aizen probably didn't anticipate Toshiro's attitude would be so unyielding, preferring to clash with the Central 46 and the Godai 13 and be forced to flee rather than have his freedom restricted to cooperate with an investigation. Although Toshiro was now at odds with the Godai 13, this also meant he had moved from the open to the shadows. Hidden, Toshiro could act more covertly and unpredictably. Moreover, Rukia's execution date was approaching, and Aizen's schemes would soon surface. When that happened, the truth would come to light, and Toshiro could resume his positions as Vice Captain Commander and 10th Division's captain. So, this incident wouldn't have a major long-term impact on Toshiro. Precisely because of this, even in his fugitive state, Toshiro wasn't particularly worried. The Vice Captain Commander and 10th Division's captain of the Godai 13 is now on the run. Thinking about it carefully, it's rather amusing, Toshiro suddenly muttered to himself with a wry smile. But for now, I should find a place to stay. Where should I go? Toshiro pondered. Oh, right. Why not go meet Kurosaki Ichigo? Toshiro suddenly thought. Since arriving in this world, Toshiro had only seen Ichigo once, earlier today in front of Senzekyu. At that time, Ichigo's entire focus was on Byakuya, and he hadn't paid much attention to Toshiro and Yukitake. So, Toshiro and Ichigo hadn't really had a proper conversation yet. Well, Kurosaki Ichigo is the protagonist of the Bleach series I once liked. Meeting him should be an interesting experience, Toshiro thought, a playful smile appearing. In a way, I'm a senior to Ichigo. And I think Ishin even mentioned wanting me to be Ichigo's godfather. Imagining Ichigo calling him godfather, Toshiro momentarily lost himself in the thought. Pity. It seems Ishin doesn't want me to tell Ichigo about that for now, Toshiro thought, returning to reality with a hint of regret. Ah well. Since I'm on the run anyway, I might as well go see Kurosaki Ichigo. At this time, if I remember correctly, Kurosaki Ichigo should be training his Bankai in the underground space beneath the Sokayaku Hill, Toshiro reasoned. In that case, I'll go take a look. Then, Toshiro headed towards Sokayaku Hill. Beneath Sokayaku Hill lay a massive underground space. However, this huge space wasn't officially excavated by the Godai 13. In fact, the Godai 13 wasn't even aware such a vast cavern existed underground at Sokayaku Hill. To be precise, this underground space was dug out by Kisuke when he was young. Kisuke excavated this massive cavern beneath Sokayaku Hill to serve as a secret base for himself and Yoruchi, a hidden base, so to speak. Therefore, Kisuke and Yoruchi often played here from childhood. After Kisuke and Yoruchi left the Soul Society, this underground space essentially became forgotten, rarely visited by anyone. But at this very moment, Ichigo was here, soaking in a hot spring with Yoruchi. Of course, Yoruchi was in her black cat form, so Ichigo didn't get any service scenes. Yoruchi-san. What is it? I've been wanting to ask, this place looks very similar to the underground space under Urahara shop, Ichigo said, glancing around at the surroundings again. Of course. The underground space at Urahara shop was modeled after this place, Yoruchi replied. Is that so? Ichigo said. Originally, Kisuke and I wanted a secret base, so we secretly dug this place out, Yoruchi explained. Secretly, dug out such an unbelievably huge place. Ichigo said, speechless. It was from our childhood. Kisuke always liked secretly doing mischievous things since he was little. After this secret base was built, we often played here. Later, after we grew up, he joined the Godai 13, and I joined the Onmitsukido. Wait. Yoruchi-san. You said the Godai 13. Was Urahara really a Shinigami? Ichigo suddenly interrupted Yoruchi excitedly. Yes, Yoruchi stated matter-of-factly. No wonder he knows so much about the Soul Society and Zanpakuto. Yoruchi-san, please tell me. Who exactly is he? Ichigo asked earnestly. Yoruchi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Him? That guy didn't tell you. Really, he's hopeless. Well, fine. Given the situation, it's time you knew. That guy is the former captain of the 12th Division of the Godai 13 and the founder and first director of the Technological Development Bureau. Hearing this, Ichigo's heart jolted, not just from shock at Urahara's identity, but also because the voice explaining this wasn't Yoruchi's. Someone had entered this place. Realizing this, Ichigo instinctively stood up and grabbed the Zanpakuto placed beside the hot spring. Who's there? Ichigo shouted. Yar, no need for such alarm. I mean no harm, the voice said as Toshiro's figure appeared within Ichigo and Yoruchi's line of sight. Toshiro carefully observed Ichigo. He stood in the hot spring, gripping his Zanpakuto, staring at Toshiro nervously. Well, Ichigo was soaking in a hot spring, so naturally, he wasn't wearing clothes. Fortunately, the water wasn't too shallow. Ichigo was only exposed from the waist up, so no eye-searing scenes appeared. Though Toshiro felt a slight regret that Yoruchi was in her black cat form, denying him any fan service scenes. It's you. Who are you exactly? Why did you come here? Ichigo asked, full of vigilance. Ichigo found Toshiro somewhat familiar, having seen him in front of Senzeikyuu earlier in the day. But it was just a vague familiarity. At that time, Ichigo's attention was entirely on Byakuya, and as for Toshiro, he was completely treated as an extra. Hello, Kurosaki Ichigo. It's our first time meeting. No, I suppose this is our second meeting. Let me introduce myself. I am Hitsugaya Toshiro, Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13 and Captain of the 10th Division. Chapter 295, Soaking in the Hot Spring. So you're Hitsugaya Toshiro? Ichigo exclaimed in surprise. Although he had heard the name Hitsugaya Toshiro more than once before and had even seen him in front of Senzeikyuu, Ichigo never imagined the real Toshiro would be like this. He's way too young. No, too small. In Ichigo's mind, the Vice Captain Commander and 10th Division's Captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, should be a rigid old man or a stern middle-aged man. But the guy claiming to be Hitsugaya Toshiro before him. Ichigo even suspected his age might be less than his own sisters, Karen and Yuzu. Yep, that's right. I'm the genuine, 100% authentic Hitsugaya Toshiro. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yoruchi-san here, Toshiro said. No need to doubt, Ichigo. He is Hitsugaya Toshiro. Kisuke mentioned him to you before, the Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13, Yoruchi said leisurely from the hot spring. Initially, when she sensed someone intruding, Yoruchi had tensed up. But upon seeing it was Toshiro, she relaxed her guard. It wasn't that Yoruchi trusted Toshiro immensely, but after their previous encounter, she clearly understood that Toshiro's overall strength and Shuinpa were superior to hers. If he truly intended them harm, they would have been finished long ago. Meanwhile, Ichigo, having confirmed Toshiro's identity, glared at Toshiro with anger. Hey, what's with that look? As if I have some kind of father-killing grudge against you, Toshiro couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Seeing Toshiro's feigned ignorance, Ichigo grew even more furious. You. It was you who injured Chad. Whoa. You've got it wrong. Although I did spar with Chad for a couple of moves, I didn't actively injure him, Toshiro explained. Then why was Chad's Ryatsu so faint, almost undetectable earlier? If I hadn't sensed his Ryatsu later, I'd have thought he was dead. And I asked Ikaku, who was fighting me at the time, and he said the owner of the Ryatsu fighting Chad was you. Ichigo demanded loudly. Well, I did test his strength, but I didn't harm him. He overexerted himself, continuously pushing his power beyond his limits until he collapsed from exhaustion. Of course, I bear some responsibility too. But my main concern was for him. His actions were too reckless, charging headlong through the Siriidii without any flexibility. So, I planned to take him to the 10th Division to prevent further recklessness. But who knew he'd be so stubborn, treating me like some archvillain, vowing not to stop until he defeated me, and ending up exhausting himself. In a way, it was lucky for him. He was fortunate to run into me. If he'd encountered other captains, he might be dead. Anyway, I took him to the 4th Division, so he's fine now. No need to worry. Only because it was Ichigo did Toshiro take the trouble to explain the details. Is that so? Ichigo seemed half convinced, half doubting Toshiro's explanation. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Besides, Urahara Kasuke must have mentioned me to you, right? Toshiro countered. Well, Urahara-san did say that if we encountered any insurmountable difficulties, we could seek your help, Ichigo admitted. All right, Ichigo. Captain Hitsugaya is someone we can trust. No need for further suspicion. If he truly meant us harm, we would have been captured by the Soul Society long ago, Yoruichi advised. I guess so. Ichigo hesitated but ultimately chose to temporarily trust Toshiro based on Yoruichi's words. By the way, Captain Hitsugaya, as Vice Captain Commander and 10th Division's Captain, you must be very busy. Why do you have time to visit us? Yoruichi asked curiously. Logically, although Toshiro promised Ishin to help them if they were in danger, that was only if they were in peril. After all, Toshiro was part of the Soul Society, not aligned with intruders like them. Excessive contact wouldn't be good for Toshiro. Hearing Yoruichi's question, Toshiro sighed helplessly. Sigh. Actually, I'm currently on the run. The titles of Vice Captain Commander and 10th Division's Captain are pretty useless right now. Oh. I wonder what interesting incident could cause our Captain Hitsugaya such a headache. Yoruichi asked, intrigued. Given Toshiro's status and strength in the Soul Society, Yoruichi couldn't imagine what could make him suffer a setback. Ikamaru Jin framed me for murdering Aizen and wanting to destroy the Siriidii and Soul Society. And he made it quite convincing, at least on the surface. The Central 46 even ordered me to cooperate with an investigation. But I have things to do during this period, how could I go along with their investigation? So, I simply ran away, Toshiro explained to Yoruichi. Ikamaru Jin, that little guy by Aizen's side back then. But to accuse you of killing Aizen. Ha! That's truly laughable. Yoruichi's tone turned icy. Back then, it was because of Aizen that Yoruichi and Kasuke were forced to flee the Soul Society and hide in the living world, and the Wizards nearly died. So, Yoruichi naturally held no goodwill for Aizen or his accomplice, Jin. So, what are your plans next, Captain Hitsugaya? Yoruichi inquired. Plans? I plan to soak in this hot spring first. With that, Toshiro swished off his captain's Hayori, then, bare-chested and wearing only pants, plopped into the hot spring. Ah. So comfortable. This hot spring Urahara Kasuke created is truly different from ordinary ones, Toshiro said, closing his eyes, feeling utterly relaxed. Ichigo. Yoruichi. Chapter 296, Chapter 296 A Midnight Visit. Seeing Toshiro's casual attitude, both Ichigo and Yoruichi felt a bit speechless. However, they didn't say anything more. Their wariness towards Toshiro's arrival had faded. As long as Toshiro didn't intend to attack them or hinder their actions, letting him stay here didn't affect them. Moreover, if they truly encountered any difficulties, they could directly ask Toshiro for help. A free laborer was better left unused. Then, none of the three spoke further. They closed their eyes, soaking in the hot spring, trying to relax as much as possible. After a while, Ichigo was the first to rise from the hot spring pool and resume his Bankai training. Ichigo hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming to the Soul Society. To achieve his goal of saving Rukia, the most important thing was strength. That's Zangetsu, right? Toshiro opened his eyes, looking at the handsome middle-aged man that Ichigo's manifested Zanpakuto had become. That's right. Ichigo's Zanpakuto holds great potential. If he can develop it properly, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds, Yoruichi replied. How long do you think it will take Ichigo to master Bankai? Yoruichi's words showed great confidence in Ichigo, as if she never considered the possibility that Ichigo might fail to achieve Bankai. Ichigo. At most 2 or 3 days, Toshiro stated. Oh. Similar to Kasuke's prediction. I thought you might not believe Ichigo could master Bankai in a short time, Yoruichi said, somewhat surprised. Although she was also confident in Ichigo, or rather, in Kasuke's judgment, she didn't expect Toshiro to be so optimistic about Ichigo. Typically, going from the peak of lieutenant level to mastering Bankai and reaching captain level took at least several decades, and that was for individuals with outstanding talent who had the potential to become captains. In reality, most people lacked the talent to reach captain level. As for someone like Ichigo, who became a Shinigami only a few months ago and reached lieutenant level less than a few days ago, to say he could master Bankai and become a captain level existence in a short time, basically no one would believe it. Even Yoruichi wouldn't believe Ichigo could achieve this if not for Kasuke's confidence in him. Heh. Keep in mind, Ichigo is the son of Captain Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki, inheriting both Shinigami and Quincy bloodlines. His talent isn't inferior to mine, it might even be better. In that aspect, hardly anyone can compare to him. So, mastering Bankai in 2 or 3 days isn't impossible for him. Plus, with the aid of a special spiritual tool like the Tenshintai, his chances of success are naturally greater, Toshiro analyzed point by point. Of course, the most important factor was that Ichigo Kurosaki was a cheat character with protagonist plot armor. That's true, Yoruichi nodded, quite agreeing with Toshiro's points. After chatting with Yoruichi for a few more hours, Toshiro got up and left the underground space. Yoruichi didn't ask why Toshiro was leaving. 2 a.m., First Division, duty room. Although it was very late, Yamamoto wasn't resting. He sat cross-legged before a low table, reviewing reports concerning the intruders in the Siriidi and Toshiro's situation. Swish. Without any warning, a black-clad, masked figure suddenly appeared before Yamamoto. Yet, Yamamoto didn't even look up, as if unaware of anyone's presence. The suddenly appearing black-clad, masked person also didn't disturb Yamamoto. They simply knelt on one knee, quietly waiting for Yamamoto to finish reading the report. Well? Yamamoto asked abruptly after a while, having finished the report. Reporting to the Captain Commander, Captain Ikamaru's behavior has been completely normal, with nothing unusual, the black-clad figure said respectfully. Is that so? Yamamoto's tone was calm, yet he couldn't help but frown slightly. What about the specifics? Yamamoto inquired again. Earlier, the captains paired up in groups of 2 to search the Siriidi for Captain Hitsugaya. Captain Ikamaru partnered with the 4th Division's captain, Unohana Retsu. They searched the Siriidi for Captain Hitsugaya for several hours but found no trace. As it grew very late, Captain Ikamaru and Captain Unohana returned to their respective divisions. During this period, whether during the search or after returning to the 3rd Division, Captain Ikamaru showed no abnormal behavior whatsoever, the black-clad figure recounted every detail meticulously. All right. You may withdraw. Continue monitoring Ikamaru-jin. If he shows any signs of abnormality, report to me immediately, Yamamoto instructed after pondering for a moment. Yes, sir. The black-clad figure acknowledged and vanished from the duty room as silently as he had appeared. Truly nothing unusual, or... After the figure left, Yamamoto murmured to himself. Between Toshiro and Jin, Yamamoto naturally trusted Toshiro more. Therefore, even though Jin claimed Toshiro murdered Aizen and intended to destroy the Siriidi and Soul Society, presenting so-called evidence, in his heart, Yamamoto was still inclined to believe Toshiro. Similarly, believing Toshiro meant Yamamoto suspected Jin. Since Toshiro and Jin's statements directly contradicted each other, one of them must be lying and framing the other. Yamamoto leaned towards that person being Jin. So, even though earlier Yamamoto had been forced by circumstances to act against Toshiro, deep down, he still suspected Jin. That's why Yamamoto had someone monitor Jin to see if he would reveal any clues. But unfortunately, Yamamoto gained nothing. Sigh. Yamamoto sighed helplessly, no longer in the mood to read reports. He even tossed the report onto the table. Yamamoto suddenly seemed to sense something. Since you're here, you might as well show yourself, Yamamoto said to the seemingly empty duty room. Silence. It appeared as if no one else was present besides Yamamoto. Playing tricks before me. Do you think I'm so old I can't even sense your presence anymore? Yamamoto snorted coldly. Yar, as expected of you, Genryusai-sensei. As the words fell, a figure appeared silently before Yamamoto, yet without any sense of abruptness, as if that figure had been there all along. Toshiro, so you have come after all. Chapter 297 Secret Discussion. Just as Yamamoto expected, the visitor was Toshiro. Oh. So, Genryusai-sensei, you anticipated my arrival. Toshiro couldn't help but feel curious. Yamamoto seemed completely unsurprised by his appearance. It was just a guess. Murdering Aizen, intending to destroy the Siriidi, you don't strike me as someone who would do such things, Yamamoto said, standing up and walking over to Toshiro, patting his shoulder. Moreover, I believe the successor I carefully chose wouldn't disappoint me. So, if you were framed, I believed you would find an opportunity to explain things to me. Genryusai-sensei. Honestly, hearing Yamamoto trust him so much moved Toshiro deeply. Even his earlier displeasure at Yamamoto trying to stop him was forgotten. Enough, no need for polite words. In my heart, you're not just the successor I selected, you're also like Shunsui and Jushiro, my disciple. So, no need for formalities. First, sit down and tell me what exactly is going on this time. Yamamoto waved his hand, dismissing Toshiro's polite words, then simply sat cross-legged on the floor. All right, that's fine. Toshiro also sat cross-legged opposite Yamamoto. Genryusai-sensei, first, I must correct you, the phrase, murdering Aizen, isn't quite right, Toshiro said. Oh. How so? Yamamoto asked, puzzled. Aizen is not dead. Toshiro dropped a bombshell. What? Even the seasoned Yamamoto couldn't help but be shocked by this news. Not only is Aizen not dead, but he's alive and well. Moreover, he's the mastermind behind all recent incidents in the Soul Society, such as Rukia's trial and the Ryoka invasion, Toshiro stated gravely. You're saying all these events are Aizen's doing? Then what about the body hanging on the East Holy Wall? I had Captain Unohana examine it carefully, and it was indeed Aizen's body. And regarding Kachiki Rukia's trial, wasn't that the Central 40 SIXS order? Yamamoto questioned. If Aizen isn't dead, then the body on the East Holy Wall is naturally fake. As for how it could deceive even Captain Unohana, we must start with Aizen Zanpakuto. Do you recall the ability of Aizen Zanpakuto, Genryusai-sensei? Toshiro asked. Of course, Yamamoto affirmed. As Captain Commander of the Godai 13, overseeing all its affairs, I naturally must be clear about my Captain Zanpakuto abilities. I recall Aizen Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, is a water-type Zanpakuto. It disturbs the enemy sight through mist and water refraction, causing them to fight each other. I personally witnessed him demonstrate his Zanpakuto's ability during his captaincy exam, Yamamoto said without hesitation. However, Toshiro shook his head. That's just Aizen's lie. Kyoka Suigetsu's true ability is complete hypnosis. Complete hypnosis. Yamamoto struggled to understand what complete hypnosis meant. Complete hypnosis means controlling the target's 5 senses, making them mistake a specific object for the enemy. Once affected by Kyoka Suigetsu, the victim completely becomes its captive. Whenever Aizen releases his Zanpakuto, he can make people fall into the illusions he creates. For example, even though I'm the one sitting before you now, if Aizen wished, he could use Kyoka Suigetsu's ability to make you perceive air or something else as me. Even if you, Genryusai-sensei, observed carefully, it would be difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood, Toshiro explained. Such a terrifying ability. Even Yamamoto felt a chill upon hearing about Kyoka Suigetsu's power. According to Toshiro, once affected by Kyoka Suigetsu, everything one sees could be false, making one question the reality of the world. According to you, then I was also affected by Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu long ago. When? During Aizen's captaincy exam. Yamamoto suddenly recalled feeling something unnatural when Aizen demonstrated Kyoka Suigetsu during his exam. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but now it seemed. Was that perhaps Aizen's ritual for complete hypnosis? Yamamoto speculated. Such a heaven-defying ability like complete hypnosis should have limitations. It couldn't affect enemies without any restrictions, otherwise, Aizen would be unstoppable. You are correct, Genryusai-sensei. That was indeed Aizen's ritual for complete hypnosis. In fact, only those who have witnessed Aizen's Shirkai with their own eyes can have their 5 senses controlled by him, Toshiro confirmed. I see. So that's why he was so eager to demonstrate his ability to others, for this purpose. Yamamoto suddenly understood. Within the Soul Society, Aizen often acted like a good-natured person, even enjoying demonstrating his Zanpakuto's ability to lieutenants, Shino Academy students, and even captains when possible. Previously, Yamamoto thought Aizen was simply a good teacher, fond of instructing lieutenants and students. Now, it seemed Aizen was performing his hypnosis ritual to control everyone's 5 senses with Kyoka Suigetsu. Wait. You said earlier that one must see Aizen's Shirkai to be affected by Kyoka Suigetsu. Yamamoto suddenly asked, his expression turning serious. That's right, Toshiro nodded. If one must see it to be affected, then if one cannot see. Yamamoto seemed to think of something, his expression darkening. According to Toshiro, if seeing is required, then not seeing means not being affected. Among the Godai 13's captains, there happened to be one who was blind, unable to see. Captain of the 9th Division. Tozen can aim. Yamamoto said through gritted teeth. If Toshiro's words were true, then Tozen knew Aizen's body was fake but showed no intention of revealing it. Withholding such information undoubtedly made Tozen Aizen's ally. And Jin, who framed Toshiro, also seemed highly likely to be Aizen's men. Jin, Tozen, and Aizen himself, there are 3 traitors among the 13 captains of the Godai 13. How could Yamamoto not be enraged? Among the Godai 13's captains, besides Aizen, Ikamaru Jin, and Tozen can aim, there are no others who have betrayed the Soul Society, right? When asking this, Yamamoto couldn't even look at Toshiro, fearing a negative answer. Apart from those 3, no other captains have betrayed the Soul Society, Toshiro replied. Phew. Yamamoto couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although having 3 captains turn traitor was enough to severely injure the Godai 13, at least it wasn't a devastating blow. Oh, right, Toshiro. How do you know about Aizen's schemes? Could it be you weren't affected by his Kyoka Suigetsu? Yamamoto asked curiously. Many people saw the body of Aizen hanging on the East Holy Wall, yet no one noticed anything amiss. This indicated that the Godai 13's captains, lieutenants, and most Shinigami were affected by Kyoka Suigetsu. So, there was no reason for Aizen to make an exception for Toshiro. Chapter 298, Chapter 298 The Plan. I was indeed affected by Kyoka Suigetsu's ability before. However, when my strength broke through over 2 years ago, I awakened a new ability called Dragon's True Eye. The Dragon's True Eye can see through all falsehoods, discern the truth and falsehood of all things. So now, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu can no longer affect me. When Aizen faked his death earlier, I always felt something odd about his corpse. After using the Dragon's True Eye, I discovered Aizen's corpse was completely fake. But besides me, no one else noticed. So, I began investigating secretly and finally uncovered the truth. Toshiro explained to Yamamoto. Of course, this was just a story Toshiro fabricated for Yamamoto. He couldn't very well say he was a transmigrator who knew the plot. Yamamoto had some doubts about Toshiro's explanation, as Toshiro didn't specify how he investigated and uncovered the truth. However, seeing Toshiro unwilling to elaborate, Yamamoto didn't press further. So, what is Aizen's purpose behind all this? Yamamoto asked. After all, Aizen was a Godei 13's captain, at the top of the pyramid in the Soul Society, holding significant power and status. Yet now, instead of being a proper captain, he chose to betray the Soul Society, faking his death to stir trouble in the shadows. Yamamoto found this rather incomprehensible. Aizen's goal is the Hogyoku, Toshiro said. Yamamoto, Hogyoku. What's that? Hearing Yamamoto's question, Toshiro pulled out a bluish-black orb from his robes. This is the Hogyoku Aizen wants. The Hogyoku was accidentally invented by the former 12th Division's captain, Urahara Kasuke. Because it was too dangerous, Urahara Kasuke hid the Hogyoku within Kachiki Rukia's soul. The reason the Central 46 wanted to execute Kachiki Rukia using the Sokayaku was to extract the Hogyoku. After checking some materials Urahara left in the Great Spirit Book archive, I found a method to extract the Hogyoku without harming the soul itself. Then, I found an opportunity to extract the Hogyoku from Rukia's soul. Aizen wants the Hogyoku because it can break the limits of a Shinigami, allowing one to evolve to a higher state. Hearing Toshiro's explanation, Yamamoto couldn't help but look at the Hogyoku in Toshiro's hand with awe. So, this is the Hogyoku. To think it can break a Shinigami's limits and allow evolution to a higher state, truly incredible. Yamamoto had trained for an unknown number of years yet remained unable to break the Shinigami's limits and reach a higher state. Now, Toshiro told him a so-called Hogyoku could achieve this, leaving Yamamoto with mixed feelings. Of course, there isn't just one Hogyoku. Besides this one created by Urahara Kasuke, Aizen also has one he created himself. A single Hogyoku isn't that miraculous. Only when two Hogyoku merge to form a complete Hogyoku can it help a Shinigami break their limits and evolve to a higher level. However, even if one gathers two Hogyoku, it's best not to use them. The Hogyoku is too dangerous. Using it to break through could lead to serious consequences. Toshiro's tone carried a hint of regret. No need to tell me. I wouldn't seek power through the Hogyoku like Aizen, Yamamoto shook his head. All right. Since you've obtained the Hogyoku, keep it with you for now, Yamamoto said. Though the Hogyoku's power was miraculous, Yamamoto harbored no covetous thoughts. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Toshiro put the Hogyoku away again. After discussing the Hogyoku, Yamamoto said to Toshiro, well, since we know Aizen is the mastermind behind all this, let's not waste time. Arrest Aizen immediately, Toshiro. Since almost everyone in the Soul Society was affected by Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, Yamamoto could only assign the task of capturing Aizen to Toshiro. No, it's not as simple as you think, Genryusai-sensei, Toshiro couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Didn't you say you awakened a new ability and aren't affected by Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis? Since you're unaffected, with your strength, defeating Aizen and arresting him shouldn't be difficult, right? Yamamoto asked, puzzled. Hey, Genryusai-sensei, you underestimate Aizen's strength. Didn't I tell you earlier? Aizen wants the Hogyoku to break the Shinigami's limits and reach a higher state. Breaking the Shinigami's limits, is that something an ordinary captain level would consider? Only those like you, and me Genryusai-sensei, whose strength stands at the Shinigami's peak, unable to progress much further through training, would consider such things, right? Toshiro said wryly. Yamamoto's expression turned grave. You're saying Aizen? Toshiro nodded. Yes, that's right. Aizen's strength is on the same level as ours. Perhaps among the three of us, one is slightly stronger, another slightly weaker, but overall, we're on the same level. Defeating him won't be easy. Although Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis no longer affects me, and I'm confident I could defeat Aizen in a direct confrontation if I went all out, you should understand the kind of damage a full-power battle between beings of our level would inflict on the Siriidii. Hearing this, Yamamoto frowned, recalling his battle with Yhwach 1,000 years ago. That battle took place within the Soul Society. The two fought fiercely at full strength. Although Yamamoto ultimately won, the Soul Society suffered severe damage, with countless deaths. A significant portion died from the aftermath of their battle, which once filled Yamamoto with deep remorse. So, I don't intend to fight Aizen at full strength within the Siriidii. Even if I confront him, I plan to launch a surprise attack when he least expects it, aiming for a one-hit kill, Toshiro stated. That seems wise. Then, tell me your specific plan, Toshiro, Yamamoto agreed. My plan is. Chapter 299, Renji's arrival. Sokayaku Hill, underground space. Clang. 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 Ichigo was training his Bankai, constantly fighting against the manifested form of Zangetsu. Ah. So annoying. Toshiro, who was leaning against a rock nearby trying to sleep, couldn't help but say irritably. After his secret discussion with Yamamoto and returning around 3 a.m., Toshiro wanted to close his eyes for a nap, but the noise from Ichigo and Zangetsu made it impossible to sleep. Now, don't mind it. You know time is running out for Ichigo. He must seize every minute to train and master Bankai as soon as possible. Otherwise, with his current strength, he can't save Rukia. So, bear with it. Besides, going without sleep for a bit is no big deal for you, Yoruchi, in Black Cat form, advised. Although going a few days without sleep has no effect, I just went through a series of battles and wanted to rest properly, Toshiro said. But fine. Ichigo does need to master Bankai quickly. His current strength is still too weak. I'll find a place deeper inside to rest. With that, Toshiro walked deeper into the underground space until he couldn't hear the sounds of Ichigo and Zangetsu's battle anymore, then leaned against a rock to rest. 7 a.m. Toshiro, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone's approaching, he thought, sensing something. This Ryatsu. Renji. Toshiro murmured. So he comes after all. Clang. Blades clashed. Ichigo and Zangetsu were locked in a stalemate, each exerting force. While Toshiro slept, Ichigo had been fighting Zangetsu continuously, only resting when completely exhausted. Yoruchi, standing nearby with her arms crossed, frowned and muttered, though there's no leap-like progress, the advancement is quite good, but... For a while now, I've had a bad feeling. As if something ominous is approaching. Boom. Before Yoruchi finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The entrance to the underground space was blasted open, and a figure walked in leisurely. I was wondering where you were hiding. So that's your Zanpakuto's manifested form. Sneaking away for intensive training. That's pretty interesting. Count me in. The newcomer walked closer, looking at Ichigo with a smile. Renji. Ichigo looked at the newcomer in surprise. You've got a big question mark on your face. Why are you here? That's what you want to say, right? Actually, nothing much. Because there's little time left, I wanted to find a place to focus on training. That's all, Renji said casually. Little time left. What do you mean? Hearing Renji's words, a bad feeling surged in Ichigo's heart. I'll tell you. Regarding Rukia's execution time, it's been changed again, Renji hesitated but ultimately told Ichigo. What? Ichigo's expression turned heavy. The new execution time is, tomorrow at noon. Upon hearing Renji's words, Ichigo and Yoruchi felt their hearts tighten. To be honest, it's a pity. With my current strength, trying to save Rukia is nothing but a pipe dream. Don't worry. I'm not here to fight you. I've also reached the stage of manifesting my Zanpakuto, just one step away from mastering Bankai. That's why I came here. I'm going to train hard here. Renji said with a solemn expression. At this moment, Yoruchi's face turned grim. You just said tomorrow. Impossible. If that's the case, there's only a day and a few hours left. Excluding preparation time, there's only about 1 day for actual training. But judging by Ichigo's progress, mastering Bankai within a single day now is simply impossible. Although Ichigo's training progress was fast, it would take at least a few more days based on the timeline. Now, only 1 day of training time remained, completely insufficient. Hey! Is that all right, Yoruchi-san? Ichigo suddenly spoke up. Weren't you the one who approached me, asking me to train for Bankai? If so, how can you be the first to give up? Yoruchi said emotionally, but Ichigo, if you can't master Bankai before tomorrow. I already said I don't want to hear that now. Since the time is tomorrow. Smack. Ichigo clapped his hands together. Then I'll just master it today. Good spirit. With the belief of do or die, I'm sure you can master Bankai within today, a voice suddenly interjected. Toshiro walked leisurely from the depths of the underground space. Captain Hitsugaya. Why are you here? Seeing Toshiro appear suddenly, Renji exclaimed in shock. What? Only you can come, but I can't. Toshiro put on a serious face, pretending to be stern. No, no, no. I didn't mean that, Captain Hitsugaya. Seeing Toshiro seemed angry, Renji hastily explained. Alright, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. And how many times have I told you? Outside work hours, just call me Toshiro, Toshiro said helplessly. Yes, Captain Hitsugaya, Renji responded reflexively. Good grief. Toshiro couldn't help but feel speechless. By the way, Renji, weren't you imprisoned earlier? You must have escaped this time, right? Toshiro asked. Ah, yes. I figured it out. No matter what, even at the cost of my life, I must save Rukia, Renji said with unwavering determination. Good resolve, Toshiro praised. Captain Hitsugaya. I mean, Toshiro, why are you here too? Renji asked. Chapter 300, come with me. Renji had been imprisoned earlier for acting without authorization and losing, so he wasn't aware of Toshiro's situation. Nothing much. Just some incidents. I was framed by Ikemura Jin, accused of murdering Aizen, so I had to escape, just like you. Now I'm in a wanted state. My vice captain commander and 10th division's captain titles aren't much use now. So, you don't need to mind my status, feel free to call me Toshiro, Toshiro said with a hint of self-mockery. What? Framed by Captain Ikemaru. Renji found it unbelievable. Alright, there's no time for detailed explanations now. You should focus on training. Toshiro had no intention of explaining everything to Renji now. It wasn't that he didn't trust Renji, but he was afraid Renji might show some flaw, alerting Aizen to his plans beforehand. Well, alright. I'll go train first, Renji hesitated but didn't press further. As Toshiro said, the most important thing for Renji now was to master Bankai. Sunrise, sunset. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Senzaku, 4th Underground Prison. Rukia, imprisoned here, was being escorted towards Sokayaku Hill, as the execution time was approaching. Sokayaku Hill, underground space. Clang. Renji sheathed his Zanpakuto. Alright, I'm leaving, Renji said with his back to the others. In just a day and a night, Renji had managed to master Bankai before Ichigo. Ichigo responded flatly, not looking back at Renji, continuing his battle with the manifested Zangetsu. Hey! Toshiro, can that guy really do it? Renji asked Toshiro with some concern. Don't worry, Toshiro said, glancing at Ichigo, who was covered in wounds but still fighting Zangetsu. You say I'm worried about him. Don't joke. I'm not asking if he'll die. I'm saying, with his current training progress, can he really achieve Bankai? Renji said somewhat sunderily. Toshiro. Yesterday, Ichigo confidently boasted he would master Bankai before today. Now, with only a few hours left until Rukia's execution, Ichigo still hadn't achieved Bankai. Renji, hey. Renji. Toshiro suddenly said. Do you remember the first time you stood up and walked? Huh? Who could remember something like that? Renji said, speechless. Toshiro said seriously, if you can't remember or weren't aware, then why did you stand up? Everyone knows to stand up after birth, just like birds fly and fish swim, it's an instinct. Because it's instinct, everyone desires that power without hesitation. I think the reason Ichigo can stand up again and again after being knocked down, without a moment's hesitation, is precisely because of that instinct. Instinctively, he knows he possesses. So, I believe. He is someone capable of achieving Bankai. Hearing Toshiro's words, Renji fell silent for a moment, then said nothing more and turned to leave. Abarai Renji, that guy's talent is truly impressive. To master Bankai in just a day and a night, even less time than Kasuke took back then. Almost catching up to you, Yoruchi remarked, watching Renji's departing figure with some emotion. T/N, from what I know, in the original work, Renji has been training Bankai for a long time, and at this time, he is already just one step away from learning Bankai, that's why it only took one day. Kasuke was also a rare genius. Back then, he mastered Bankai in less than 3 days, setting a record in the Soul Society. Although aided by the Ten Shintai, his own talent and intellect couldn't be ignored. Then Toshiro burst onto the scene, mastering Bankai in less than a day, also breaking Kasuke's record. Now, Renji took a day and a night to master Bankai, a few hours more than Toshiro. If not for Toshiro, the record for fastest Bankai mastery might have belonged to Renji today. The time taken to master Bankai doesn't really mean much. It's not like shorter time equals stronger Bankai power, Toshiro said dismissively. As he said, Toshiro knew the time taken to master Bankai wasn't proportional to strength. Although Renji took less time than Ichigo, who could say Renji was stronger than Ichigo? Well, you're right. The time taken to master Bankai isn't necessarily linked to strength. But with only a few hours left until the execution, can Ichigo make it in time? Yoruichi couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. He will make it. Definitely. Toshiro affirmed. But even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter. Toshiro didn't voice this thought. In fact, Toshiro knew even if Ichigo mastered Bankai, aside from his destined battle with Byakuya, he wouldn't play a major role in this incident. Since the execution time is near, I should act, Toshiro murmured. Then, bidding farewell to Yoruichi, Toshiro also headed out. Thud, thud, thud. Zaraki was running wildly through the Siriidii like a headless chicken. This time, besides Ichiru on his shoulder, he also carried Orihime, with Ikaku and Yumachika following behind. Hey! Which way now, woman? Zaraki's terrible sense of direction kicked in, forcing him to ask Orihime on his shoulder. Orihime mumbled, Zaraki and his group were searching for Yuryu, Chad, and the others. I think it's that way. Orihime couldn't answer, but Yuichiro pointed in a random direction with a giggle. Let's listen to Inoue. You have no sense of direction at all, Lieutenant. Ikaku firmly objected. Shut up, you little steel ball head. Yuichiro gave Ikaku another nickname. You. Ikaku trembled with anger, about to draw his sword. Yumachika quickly mediated. Now, that's enough. After all, what you said just now was quite rude too. TCH. So troublesome. Might as well rely on my intuition. Zaraki said impatiently, choosing a direction based on his gut feeling. Woo. Charge. Kenchan. Yuichiro cheered. 4th Division, Medical Prison. Yuryu, Chad, and Ganju, after receiving treatment from the 4th Division, were imprisoned here. After all, they were intruders into the Soul Society. Getting treatment was generous enough, and letting them roam free naturally wasn't an option. Boom. A loud noise rang. The ceiling of the medical prison was suddenly smashed open, and Zaraki's group descended directly from above. Hey! Are you Ichigo's companions? Then come with me. Kenpachi said to the three bluntly. Chapter 301, Chapter 301 The Impending Execution. 6th Division. Inside a room, Byakuya stood before the memorial tablet of his Anna, gazing silently at her photograph. Byakuya-sama, it's almost time. Please prepare to head to Sokayaku Hill. The steward of the Kuchiki clan spoke from outside the room. Yes, I understand. Byakuya replied in a calm tone. I'm leaving now, his Anna. With that, Byakuya turned and left. 7th Division. This is bad. 7th Division's Lieutenant, IBA Tetsuzeman hurriedly rushed towards the captain's quarters. Captain. I'm sorry. IBA Tetsuzeman, a real man, fell asleep on the toilet. Now I have no choice but to atone with seppuku. Upon entering the captain's room, IBA immediately prostrated himself on the floor to apologize. It's fine. Everything is already prepared. 7th Division's captain, Kamamura Sajin said indifferently. Is that so? IBA hesitated for a moment. Yes. Don't overthink it, IBA. Kamamura reassured him. I'm not over. You don't need to hide it. I know you're worried. You're concerned that I might have doubts about this execution. Because of that worry, you want me to think it through carefully, which is why you deliberately delayed the time, isn't it? Kamamura interrupted IBA. IBA bowed his head in admission, yes. I truly cannot hide anything from you. Kamamura was usually a man overflowing with a sense of justice, wanting to intervene whenever he encountered an injustice. And the punishment Central 46 had decided for Rukia this time was excessively harsh. Therefore, IBA was afraid his captain might get hot-headed and do something irrational. Don't worry. I have no doubts whatsoever regarding this matter. Every action I take is solely to repay Yamamoto Dano for his kindness. He took me in back when everyone ostracized me. Therefore, I can only do my utmost to repay his great kindness. I have no hesitation in this matter. As long as he says it is right, even if it means my death, then that too is right. Kamamura stated firmly. And you, Tozen? Kamamura suddenly asked. Of course, I too have never changed. 9th Division's captain, Tozen Kaname walked slowly in from outside. What these blind eyes of mine see is always the path with the least sacrifice. And I believe, I walk the same path as you, Kamamura. 2nd Division. So troublesome, such a pain. First it's an invasion by Ryoka, then a murder incident, then the vice-captain commander's betrayal. That alone is annoying enough, and now there are people arguing about whether the execution should even happen. That's a decision from above. Arguing about it is completely meaningless. They're really stupid, aren't they, Captain? 2 ND Division's Lieutenant, Omida Marekio, complained to his captain, Sui Feng, while eating a green onion pancake as they headed towards the execution site. Boring. Right and wrong, good and evil, I have absolutely no interest in them. For me, there is only my duty as a captain of the Godi I-13 and my pride. Anyone who gets in my way is an enemy. And if you're an enemy, you must die. That's all there is to it. Sui Feng said with an indifferent expression. Hey, is that so? Omida picked his nose. That goes for you too, Omida. Don't stand on the wrong side. Remember, if you hinder me, you're also the enemy. Sui Feng glanced coldly at Omida. Yes, I'll keep that firmly in mind, Captain. Omida replied, sweating profusely. 8th Division. Phew. Phew. Kayaraka lay on the rooftop, a blade of grass in his mouth, eyes closed. It was unclear if he was asleep. Ah. So this is where you were, Captain. Ise Nanao climbed onto the roof and finally found Kayaraku. Please stop sleeping and get moving. Nanao urged. Nanao. I'm feeling troubled right now. Can you listen to me? Kayaraku said with a troubled expression. Seeing his expression, Nanao couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. Troubled. Feel free to tell me. I am your lieutenant, after all. Actually, I thought putting a blade of grass in my mouth would look cooler. But maybe it's a poisonous grass, because now my mouth feels all tingly, and it's troubling me quite a bit. Kayaraku explained his trouble to Nanao with a completely straight face. Idiot. Throw it away immediately. Nanao swiftly slapped the blade of grass out of Kayaraku's mouth. Even though she knew he might be joking, Nanao was still afraid the grass might actually be poisonous. Nanao. What should I do? Now Toshiro is being called a traitor to the Soul Society and is wanted. And Rukia shouldn't have to die either. Besides, Toshiro and Rukia seem to be friends, right? There's a high chance Toshiro will show up during the execution, isn't there? So, what should I do? This time, Kayaraku was genuinely troubled. Nanao adjusted her glasses and said, Don't worry. I'll try to avoid trouble and keep a sufficient distance from you. Nanao knew her captain was willful and would definitely act according to his own thoughts. All she could do was stay far away and not hinder him. Yar, what a headache. If that's the case, won't I be the only one getting scolded by old man Yama again? Kayaraku stood up, his expression turning serious. Since Nanao said she would keep her distance, Kayaraku no longer had any worries and decided to act willfully according to his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Zaraki Kenpachi was also heading towards Sokayaku Hill with Madarame Ikaku, Ayasegawa Yumachika, Ishida Yuryu, and Inoue Orihime. However, they got lost again along the way, wandering aimlessly around the Siriidii like headless flies. Zaraki suddenly stopped. Come out. Hiding and skulking around like that is pretty shameful, you know. Hiding your Ryatsu and concealing yourselves, that's not behavior befitting captains. Zaraki spoke to the seemingly empty space ahead. You've got a big mouth. Do you know what you're doing? As the voice came, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Zaraki and the others. They were Kamimura, Tozen, and their respective lieutenants. Where do you think you're taking these Ryoka, Zaraki? Arbitrarily releasing Ryoka from the 4th Division's recovery prison. Have you abandoned all dignity as a captain? Tozen accused self-righteously. Ha ha ha. Zaraki laughed wildly, completely ignoring Tozen's accusation. Let me count. Kamimura, Tozen, Iba, Hisagi. 2 captains and 2 lieutenants. 4 in total. 4 against 1. Perfect. Just right for me to test my blade. Zaraki grinned, revealing a fierce and terrifying smile. Chapter 302, Biting the Moon. Crack. With the sound of a Zanpakuto breaking, a Shinigami blocking the way was sent flying by Renji. While Zaraki was fighting Kamimura, Tozen, and the others, Renji, wanting to save Rukia, also encountered resistance from members of the 6th Division. He chose to fight them without hesitation. Please don't. Lieutenant. Please sheath your sword. Bang. Renji swatted away the shouting Shinigami with his sword and walked past the people groaning on the ground. Renji, Sama, why? An injured 6th Division's member on the ground asked incredulously, staring at Renji's retreating back. But Renji's footsteps didn't pause for a moment, continuing forward resolutely. It's so close now. Almost there. Just wait a little longer, and I'll save you. I won't let you be executed. Rukia. Suddenly, a powerful Ryatsu enveloped Renji. Renji, who had been running forward, abruptly stopped. Drip. A bead of cold sweat slid down Renji's forehead. This Ryatsu is. Renji looked up with a grim expression. That man stood atop a tall building, looking down at him from on high. Captain Kuchiki, Renji said, word by word. Where are you going, Renji? Byakuya asked expressionlessly. I'm going to save Rukia. Renji looked back at Byakuya without backing down. You're not allowed to go. Byakuya commanded. I've already decided, Renji said firmly. You're not going to let me pass, no matter what, are you? Renji asked. A cold gleam flashed in Byakuya's eyes. I don't want to repeat myself. Shuinpa. Byakuya's figure flickered and vanished from Renji's sight. Senka. Renji's heart tensed, and he immediately turned and swung his sword without hesitation. Clang. Renji perfectly blocked Byakuya's attack from behind. Seeing his attack blocked, Byakuya couldn't help but show a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Using rotation combined with unique Shuinpa to circle behind the enemy, then using a thrust to destroy the enemy Seketsu and Hakusui, that's your specialty, Senka. I've seen that move countless times. Based on its principles, my brain can now predict your movements. My body can finally keep up with your speed. Captain Kuchiki. Your tricks don't work on me anymore. Renji shouted at the men he most desperately wished to surpass. You're talking too much. What makes you so arrogant? You think that paltry skill of yours can restrain my swordsmanship? Byakuya withdrew his Zanpakuto, which Renji had blocked, and said solemnly. Scatter, Senbon. Just as Byakuya was about to use his Shirkai, without any warning, Renji's Zanpakuto suddenly elongated and struck Byakuya's Zanpakuto, preventing its release. I told you, your tricks don't work on me anymore. This didn't start when I became lieutenant. Long before I joined the Goti I-13, the only person I truly wanted to surpass was you, Captain Kuchiki. Renji said, looking at the men before him with mixed emotions. But Byakuya, unconcerned with Renji's words, stared at Renji's Zanpakuto in shock, releasing it without calling its name. Could it be that you've already? I will surpass you, Captain Kuchiki. Bankai. Hihio Zabumaru. Renji's powerful Ryatsu erupted, whipping up dust from the ground like a whirlwind. His Zanpakuto transformed into a massive, earth-yellow serpent composed of countless snake-bone joints, coiled around him. When did you master Bankai? Byakuya asked. Someone as proud as you would never notice, Renji taunted. I'll repeat myself, I'm going to save Rukia. You'd better get out of my way. Renji assumed an attacking stance. I told you, I don't want to repeat myself, Byakuya said coldly. Looks like you're not going to let me pass no matter what. Then don't blame me for not holding back. Renji's expression hardened. Ridiculous. As if you could lay a single finger on me. Byakuya's tone was dismissive. Even though Renji had learned Bankai, Byakuya still didn't take him seriously. Basically, most captains can use Bankai, but not everyone who can use Bankai can become a captain. Hearing Byakuya's words, Renji didn't waste any more breath. He immediately controlled the massive earth-yellow serpent to bite at Byakuya. Shuinpa. Byakuya's figure flickered, easily dodging Renji's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Although Byakuya dodged, the buildings behind him bore the brunt, collapsing one after another under the serpent's rampage. Byakuya evaded Renji's initial attack, but Renji relentlessly attacked again, controlling the serpent to continuously bite at Byakuya. Finally, as Byakuya was midair, the serpent caught up, forcing him to raise his sword to block. Clang. Byakuya firmly blocked the serpent's massive maw with his Zanpakuto, but his body was being pushed rapidly towards the ground. Despite facing such danger, Byakuya showed no sign of panic, instead speaking calmly, I see. You do have Ryatsu comparable to Bankai. But, this ends now. Scatter. Senbon Sakura. In an instant, Byakuya's Zanpakuto dissolved into countless tiny blades like cherry blossom petals, slicing into the massive yellow serpent. Thump. 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 Beneath the blades, the massive yellow serpent shattered into countless snake-bone joints, falling to the ground. But then, something surprising happened. Swish. 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 The countless scattered bone joints suddenly returned to Renji and reassembled. Senbon Sakura breaks down into 1,000 blades invisible to the naked eye. Those dancing blades, illuminated by light, look like countless scattered petals. I know that all too well. Unfortunately, Hihio Zabumaru's joints are held together by my Ryatsu. Your blades cannot sever them. I deliberately let the joints separate just now to evade your 1,000 blades, Renji said proudly. Chapter 303, Chapter 303 The Monkey's Attempt to Catch the Moon. Why so surprised? I'm just stating the facts. Seeing the shock and surprise on Byakuya's face, Renji spoke again in a deep voice, I've seen through your tricks. With that, Renji attacked again. The massive yellow serpent instantly split into countless bone joints, shooting explosively towards Byakuya. Swish, swish, swish. The bone joints attacked with incredible speed. Byakuya quickly dodged. Bam. 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 The explosive power of the bone joints blasted deep craters into the ground. Whether because shock slowed Byakuya's reaction or Renji's attack was too fast, this time Byakuya, though dodging at the last moment, ended up kneeling on one knee somewhat awkwardly. Well, down on one knee, Captain Kachiki, Renji taunted. Seeing the men he once could only look up to, the men he desperately wanted to surpass, now kneeling on one knee before his attack, Renji felt a surge of intense satisfaction. I will defeat you. It ends now, Kachiki Byakuya, this duel between us. Renji once again assumed an attacking posture. Ends now, is it? Byakuya pushed himself up from the ground with one hand. Very well. I'll use my blade to end this fight. Byakuya gripped his Zanpakuto tightly. Hearing this, Renji couldn't help but get angry. Didn't I just tell you? Have you forgotten so quickly? I can see your blade clearly now. So the one ending this fight will be my blade. Renji stamped his right foot hard on the ground and swung his arm violently. The massive yellow serpent lunged at Byakuya once more. This time, facing Renji's attack, Byakuya's expression was utterly calm. He calmly extended his right hand. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. Boom. A surge of blue-white flame shot out like a bolt of cloth, its power so great it demolished the surrounding buildings. Even Renji's attack was momentarily halted by the shockwave. Simultaneously, the smoke and dust made it impossible for Renji to see Byakuya's figure clearly. Ugh. Incantationless. An intermediate Kido used without the incantation, and it has this much power. Renji was horrified. Ridiculous. You think this will stop me from seeing your movements? Renji roared. Then, Renji swung his arm repeatedly, manipulating the massive yellow serpent like a whip, attacking wildly in all directions within the smoke. Bam. 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 The ground and buildings were ravaged hideously under Renji's indiscriminate assault, but he never once touched Byakuya. Crack. A sound of breaking suddenly came. Damn. A mistake. Renji was horrified. Because the serpent's body was so large and difficult to control, and because Renji had just learned Bankai, he made a critical control error. This error caused the massive serpent, composed of countless bone joints, to actually break apart at one section. The ridiculous one is you. Byakuya's taunting voice suddenly rang out. I used Kido not to obscure your vision or distract you, but simply to disrupt your Bankai. The flaw of Bankai is its proportional increase in power. Because its shape and size are vastly different from an ordinary sword, fully controlling Bankai and wielding it freely requires at least a decade of training. It's still too early for you to fight using Bankai, Renji. Byakuya stated calmly. Enraged, Renji retorted, so what? It's only one broken section. It doesn't matter. With that, Renji prepared to attack again. But Byakuya simply pointed at him, Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Swish, swish, swish. 6 bands of light shot out, binding Renji's body. Not good. Renji struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. I suggest you stop. You're not still holding out hope, are you? Have you forgotten? Bankai. I can use it too. Byakuya suddenly released his Zanpakuto, letting it fall towards the ground. Bankai. The ground rippled like a lake, and Byakuya's Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, sank into the surface and vanished. At the same time, 2 rows of massive blades rose from the ground on either side of Byakuya, like orderly guards flanking a majestic king. Scatter, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. With that, the massive blades on either side of Byakuya instantly transformed into hundreds of millions of tiny, cherry blossom-like blades, fluttering down upon Renji, still bound by Rikujikoro. SHLK. 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 Bright red blood sprayed from Renji's body. Thud. Renji's body crashed to the ground. Let me tell you where the gap lies. It's in our level. The difference in our levels is far too great. While most captains can use Bankai, that doesn't mean using Bankai makes you a match for a captain. Byakuya looked down at Renji impassively. The monkey reaches for the moon's reflection. The beast sees only the illusory moon on the water's surface. The hand reaching for it only sinks into the water. Your fangs can never touch me. Never. Byakuya turned his back on Renji and began walking away, speaking calmly as he went. 1,000 blades rise from beneath your feet. The countless blades they produce are as numerous as hairs on a cow. Without a trajectory, there is nowhere to dodge. Like a gentle breeze passing by, then all return to dust. You are truly remarkable. To still maintain your human form after being hit by my blades, not being torn to pieces. The victor, Byakuya, proudly praised the fallen Renji. Byakuya suddenly stopped. Still breathing. Byakuya said, seemingly a little surprised. Renji, originally lying on the ground covered in blood, slowly lifted his head. He struggled to crawl towards his Zanpakuto and grasped it once more. You'd better not move. You'll die faster. Byakuya said calmly. But Renji, ignoring Byakuya's warning entirely, painfully stood up. It's not over yet. I can still keep fighting. Renji roared and prepared to charge at Byakuya again. I told you not to move. Didn't you hear me? Byakuya's expression turned cold. He pointed his right hand at Renji and gently flicked his fingers. Swish, swish, swish. Blades shot towards Renji like arrows. Ayah! Renji's agonized scream rang out. While most of the blades stuck into the ground beside him, several pierced his body, pinning him to the earth. Tap, tap, tap. Byakuya walked back to Renji's side. He drew one of the blades from the ground and placed it against Renji's neck. I should commend you. To still be alive after being hit by my Bankai. But if you move again, don't blame me. I will use this blade to turn your entire body to dust. Chapter 304, Chapter 304. A Shaken Heart. You should be well aware, your Bankai has already disappeared. If a Bankai vanishes against its master's will, it means the master's death is near. You will soon breathe your last. If you try to stand again, I will kill you. I'll ask you once more, even so. Do you still dare to clamor about saving Rukia? Byakuya looked down coldly at Renji kneeling before him. Such strong Ryatsu, even breathing is difficult. It feels like my body is turning to ash. I can't move a single finger now. No use. The gap is too great. As I thought, I still can't defeat him. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful Byakuya, Renji, kneeling on the ground, felt despair regarding his desire to surpass him. However, even so. Of course. Renji suddenly spoke with difficulty. What? Byakuya asked. I swore. I would definitely save Rukia. Renji struggled, trying to stand once more. You speak of swearing. To whom? Byakuya raised an eyebrow, somewhat curious. Not to anyone. To my own soul. Renji roared, suddenly lurching to his feet. And in one motion, he slashed at Byakuya. SHLK. A flash of the blade, blood splattered. Yet it wasn't Byakuya who bled. Although the attack was sudden, Renji's slash did indeed land on Byakuya. However, due to the severity of his injuries, Renji's attack was feeble. While it struck Byakuya, it couldn't even penetrate his defenses. Instead, the recoil split the webbing of Renji's own hand, and the movement caused blood to gush from all his wounds. At this moment, Renji, drenched in blood, looked utterly pitiful. Crack! The Zanpakuto that had struck Byakuya developed cracks and then shattered into several pieces. Clatter! The broken blade fragments fell to the ground. Renji gritted his teeth. I'm not satisfied. Thud! His strength spent and injury severe, Renji crashed to the ground again, filled with extreme unwillingness. Byakuya stared at the blood on his own clothes for a long moment, stunned. The blood on his clothes wasn't his own, but Renji's, splattered onto him. Yet even so, Byakuya was somewhat incredulous. Renji's attack had actually touched him. After a long pause, Byakuya praised, remarkable. Your fangs have indeed touched me. Shuinpa. Byakuya suddenly tore the scarf from his neck and draped it over Renji, then drifted away. Renji. Rukia, about to be escorted to Sokayaku Hill, had just left the fourth deep prison and stepped onto the bridge connecting the Repentance Palace to the outside world when she suddenly stopped. No way. I couldn't identify whose incredibly powerful thing it was before. But the Ryatsu that just vanished was clearly Renji's. Why? Why did you? Renji. Rukia suddenly shouted, her emotions agitated. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps suddenly came. Rukia turned to look and felt a chill. Captain of the 3rd Division, Ikamaru Jin, was leisurely walking towards her across the bridge. Good morning. How are you feeling today, Rukia? Jin said with a smile, his eyes narrowed. Ikamaru Jin. Rukia said with some fear. Era, that won't do. Your tone is too rude. What's with Jin? It's Captain Ichimaru Ugin. That's how you should address me. Jin said, enunciating each syllable. If you're always this rude, you might get scolded by your big brother. Jin curled his lips into a chilling smile. My apologies. Captain Ikamaru. Rukia apologized, sweating profusely. Ha. I'm just joking. Don't worry about it. I won't tell your brother. That would ruin the relationship between you and me. Jin waved his hand dismissively. Why? Why is Captain Ikimura here? Rukia asked. Ha. It's nothing really. I was just out for a walk and thought I'd come tease you a bit. Jin made a mischievous expression. Looking at his malicious grin, Rukia felt a mix of disgust and fear. I don't like this man. Before I joined the Godai 13, my brother had already become captain of the 6th division, and at the same time, he became captain of the 3rd division. Whenever I walked with my brother and we ran into him, he would always come over and talk. To others, it was just casual conversation between captains, the topics were very ordinary. But for me, it felt completely different. The first time I met him, I was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. His fingers, his lips, even the slightest change in his eyes, everything seemed like a snake flicking its tongue. Although he was talking to my brother, I felt as if he had his hand around my throat, not even blinking. I just couldn't like him. Poison gas dissolves the small cracks in daily life, seeping in unnoticed like an illness. I sensed this kind of fear from this man. For some reason, from the very beginning, something inside me rejected everything about him. This hasn't changed even after talking with him several times. Until now. You all right? You suddenly look like you spaced out. Jin asked Rukia, who stood there dumbfounded. Right. Rukia snapped out of her memories. Still hasn't changed. Oh, right. Looks like he's still breathing, that Abarai. Jin suddenly said, seemingly casually. Hearing his words, Rukia immediately became agitated. What? You mean? Concentrating, Rukia did indeed sense Renji's Ryoryoku, though faint, she could feel it. But at this rate, Rukia couldn't help but worry. He probably doesn't have long to live. Jin spoke as if reading her mind. Seeing his gloating expression, Rukia glared fiercely at him. Undeterred, Jin said, Abarai is really pitiful, insisting on coming to save you, Rukia. Exclamation point. Rukia's expression instantly turned to shock. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. Renji wouldn't come to save me. Are you afraid? Jin narrowed his eyes. Rukia's expression showed fear. What do you mean? You don't want them to die, do you? Abarai and the others. When you don't want others to sacrifice themselves, the fear of death erupts instantly. Isn't that right? Jin spoke smoothly, as if he had completely seen through Rukia's heart. Rukia didn't refute further, just glared fiercely at this man who toyed with people's hearts and filled her with disgust. Do you want me to save you? Jin suddenly said. What? Rukia's expression shook. Captain Ikimura, what did you just say? The few previously invisible escorts quickly asked. If Jin just talked with Rukia, they wouldn't say anything given his status as captain. But if he intended to rescue Rukia, they couldn't ignore it. How about it? If I wanted to, I could rescue you right now. Jin paid no attention to the escorts, just looked at Rukia. Not just you, but Abarai and the others too. Jin added. What? What is he really saying? Could it be true? What benefit would saving me bring him? What benefit would saving Ichigo and Renji bring him? No. Maybe it is true. Thinking this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Rukia's heart. Suddenly, Jin placed a hand on Rukia's head, leaned close to her face, and gave an extremely malicious grin. Just kidding. In an instant, Rukia's expression turned to despair, frozen in place. Bye-bye, Rukia. See you at Sokayaku Hill. Jin waved and walked away. I should have been in despair long ago, long since lost my reason to live, with no attachments, no fears. Yet my heart is so shaken. Just that faint glimmer of hope easily shattered my will to continue living. Wah. Rukia let out an agonized, despairing wail. Chapter 305, Chapter 305 Merely Compassion. Hearing the wail behind him, Jin curled his lips into a smile of satisfaction. The truth was, Jin's visit to Rukia wasn't out of boredom. He wasn't that bored. The reason he came to torment Rukia was entirely on Aizen's orders. Although Aizen himself saw no flaws in his plan, to be safe, he sent Jin to completely destroy Rukia's will to live. Only if Rukia fell into complete despair, stopped resisting, and willingly accepted execution by Sokayaku, could Aizen naturally extract the Hogyoku from her soul. Hence this unnecessary move of sending Jin. Sokayaku Hill. After Jin's departure, no further incidents occurred. Rukia, her faith shattered and plunged into despair, was successfully escorted to Sokayaku Hill. Now, Rukia stood beside the Sokayaku. Not far away were Captain Commander of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Genryusai, Captain Suifeng of the 2nd Division, Captain Unohana of the 4th Division, Captain Kairaku of the 8th Division, and other captains and their lieutenants. Now then, it will begin. Activate the ritual. Yamamoto ordered. As the Sokayaku's release was prepared, Suifeng couldn't help but wonder, why are so few people here? Only the captains of the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 8th divisions are present. The captains of the 5th, 10th, 11th, and 12th can't make it for various reasons. But where are the others? Suifeng counted and found only 4 captains including herself. Besides those absent for various reasons, attendance was still severely lacking. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as Suifeng spoke, footsteps suddenly came. Everyone instinctively turned to look, including Rukia about to be executed. Seeing who it was, Rukia's heart shook, and she said bitterly, "Nisama, it's you." In this life, due to Toshiro's influence, Byakuya had been extremely kind to Rukia. So Rukia was very grateful to Byakuya as her brother. She even felt some shame for bringing disgrace to the Kuchiki clan's name because of her matter. Therefore, seeing Byakuya now, she didn't resent him, she just felt a complex mix of pain, shame, and other emotions. Rukia. Hearing her call, Byakuya closed his eyes in sorrow and murmured, unable to look at her. He feared his hard-won resolve would waver again. "Kuchiki Rukia, is there anything you wish to say at the end?" Yamamoto asked. "Yes, just one thing. I hope the Godii 13 can let Ichigo and the others go. They only wanted to save me, not invade the Siriidii. So I hope after the execution, you will let them return." Rukia pleaded. "Very well. As you wish, after the execution, let those Ryoka return." Yamamoto said expressionlessly. Thank you so much." Rukia said happily. However, after their conversation, Kotetsu Aizen, lieutenant of the 4th division not far away, couldn't help but complain, "That's so cruel. They clearly didn't intend to let the Ryoka return alive." Unohana shook her head, "That's not cruelty, Aizen. It's compassion. Since the ending is fixed, at least let her have no attachments, let her depart peacefully." As she spoke, Unohana revealed a gentle, compassionate expression like that of the Virgin Mary. Just then, the release of the Sokayaku was complete. Release the Sokayaku. After defeating Tozen, Zaraki, who was fighting Kamamura, suddenly stopped. Kamamura didn't press the attack either. Both looked towards Sokayaku Hill. They both sensed the Sokayaku's Ryatsu. "Kamamura, this is..." Zaraki, looks like. It's about to start soon. 13th Division. Damn, Kion. The execution is about to start. Where's Captain? Katsubaki Sentaro said frantically. Shut up. I can hear you. Stop yelling your head off, you smelly, goateed monkey. Kotetsu Kion, equally anxious, snapped irritably. Captain. Kion called out. You're yelling and screaming too. Sentaro muttered discontentedly. Ignoring Sentaro, Kion went to Yukate's door and knocked. Captain. Are you ready? They're about to execute Kuchiki-san. If we don't hurry. Swoosh. The door slid open. Yukatake stepped out, holding a special rectangular artifact. Yukatake said solemnly, let's go. To destroy the Sokayaku. Kion and Sentaro shouted in unison, yes, Captain. Injured by Byakuya's Bankai, covered in blood and utterly miserable, Renji slowly opened his eyes. I'm still alive. Am I? You are. Renji suddenly saw a somewhat familiar face appear in his vision. Hello. Yamada Hanataro greeted Renji weakly. Aren't you the 4th Division's member who was with Ichigo? Why save me? Renji asked. I called him here. A voice suddenly sounded beside him. Renji turned his head and saw another person there. Riki. This Shinigami named Riki appearing here surprised Renji greatly. This was one of the 6th Division's members who had blocked Renji earlier and been beaten down by him. Renji asked, puzzled, you. Riki explained voluntarily, I heard Hanataro was locked up for trying to save Kuchiki-san, and you're also trying to save her, so I thought he would treat your injuries. Hanataro added, the 11th Division turned the combined relief station upside down. He took the chance to sneak into the cell and open the door. Riki said emotionally, I joined the Godii 13 because I admired you, Renji-san. No matter what, I want you to live. That's why I brought Hanataro here. Riki. Renji couldn't help but feel grateful and guilty. Renji-san, I'll leave saving Kuchiki-san to you. Hanataro bowed deeply. No problem. Renji promised solemnly. Chapter 306, Chapter 306 I know everything. Central 46 Compound. Since faking his death and escaping, Aizen had spent most of his time in the Central 46 compound. First, because Central 46 forbade outsiders from approaching easily. It was one of the safest places in the Siriidii, and hiding here meant almost no risk of discovery. Second, and most importantly, Aizen needed to impersonate Central 46 to issue various orders, facilitating his plans. It's about to begin, isn't it? Aizen glanced towards Sokayaku Hill. Though he couldn't see it, he was confident everything was proceeding according to plan. Saijoto Kairan. Toshiro stood atop a tall tower. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling his silver hair and causing his long captain's haori to sway slightly. However, Toshiro was gazing thoughtfully at the nearby Central 46 compound. Saijoto Kairan was the location of Central 46, surrounded by numerous stone towers, bamboo groves, and a lake, resembling a paradise on Earth. As the seat of Central 46, the environment was naturally excellent, and its members certainly didn't treat themselves poorly. On ordinary days, few could see such a picturesque scene besides Central 46's members. Even Toshiro hadn't been here many times. The execution is about to start. Aizen should be making his move soon. Toshiro murmured to himself. Toshiro had come here after leaving the underground space beneath Sokayaku Hill this morning. Knowing Aizen was here, staying here would allow him to better monitor Aizen's actions. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from afar, passing right by the stone tower where Toshiro stood, yet utterly failing to notice him. Oh my. Where are you going, Captain of the 3rd Division? Toshiro suddenly spoke. Tap. Jin stopped in his tracks and looked up at the tower top. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Jin's pupils contracted. Ikamaru Jin, are you heading to Central 46? But Rukia's execution is about to start. Why come here instead of going to Sokayaku Hill? Toshiro asked knowingly. Well, it's just the execution of an ordinary Shinigami. My presence or absence doesn't matter. Besides, I have some matters to report to Central 46. Jin answered naturally, but his right hand unconsciously tightened on the zanpakuto at his waist, so much so that his knuckles whitened. Jin suspected Toshiro was here specifically to kill him. Framing him, attacking Momo, either reason was enough for Toshiro to kill him. But I can't die yet. At least not before avenging Ranjaku. Matters to report to Central 46. More like reporting to Aizen, I'd say. Toshiro spoke in a casual tone, yet his words shocked Jin. You. Shocked, Jin couldn't help but open his eyes wide. For the first time outside the anime, Toshiro saw the color of Jin's irises. Light blue, beautiful, and cool like crystal. Truly beautiful eyes. Although it said almighty narrow-eyed folks, it's a shame you always keep them closed and don't let people see. Toshiro said with an intrigued expression. Jin, however, ignored Toshiro's teasing and asked incredulously, you already know. That's right, I know. Everything. Toshiro admitted frankly. Is that so? Then telling me so casually, is that really wise? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Captain Aizen? Jin wondered. So what if you tell him? Aizen is nothing special. I'll defeat him sooner or later. Toshiro said dismissively. Jin narrowed his eyes again. Seems you don't know Captain Aizen's strength yet. You're too arrogant, Toshiro Hitsugaya. Though you're the Vice Captain Commander of the Godi I-13, strong enough to rival Captain Commander Yamamoto, Captain Aizen's strength is no less than yours. Add to that Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, and I'm no match. Toshiro interrupted. Oh. Seems you do know quite a lot. A gleam flashed in Jin's eyes. Didn't I say? I know everything. Toshiro smiled mysteriously. But knowing doesn't help. Once you're under Captain Aizen's complete hypnosis, knowing is useless. You can never escape Kyoka Suigetsu's influence. And you've long been under its complete hypnosis, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Jin stated. Hey, don't worry about that. I'll find a way to deal with Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis myself. You don't need to know. I stopped you this time for another reason. Toshiro didn't tell Jin how he planned to counter Kyoka Suigetsu. Another reason. To kill me. Though I'm no match for you, Captain Aizen is nearby. If you act, he'll sense it immediately and come. So you won't succeed. Despite his words, Jin was tense, staring at Toshiro, his right hand gripping his zanpakuto. If Toshiro moved, Jin would fight with all his might to hold out until Aizen arrived. Hey, I've set up a barrier around us. No matter what happens here, Aizen won't notice. Toshiro looked at Jin teasingly. Oh. So Ikamaru Jin, you can feel fear too. Toshiro couldn't help but find it amusing. Relax. I'm not going to kill you. Not only will I not kill you, I'll even help you. Toshiro said. Oh. Not only won't you kill me, you'll help me. Do you take me for a fool, Hitsugaya Toshiro? I framed you and attacked Hinamori Momo, the one you value most. Now you say you won't kill me, you'll even help me. You expect me to believe that? Jin retorted. Humph. I don't really care about you framing me. But attacking Momo earlier did make me angry enough to want to kill you. But after calming down, I realized you're not completely evil, still redeemable. At the time, it looked like Momo and Izuru together held off your attack until I arrived. But thinking carefully, that was actually impossible. The difference between captain and lieutenant is only one rank, but in strength, it's heaven and earth. If you wanted, you could have killed them instantly. And your strength has surpassed ordinary captain level. Though your main goal was to lure me out, when I was about to arrive and your goal was achieved, you had the chance to kill Momo and Izuru, but you didn't. If it were Aizen, he'd probably kill them after they'd served their purpose. But you didn't. So, though you're with Aizen, you still have some conscience. This was one reason Toshiro, after calming down, no longer wanted to kill Jin. Jin wasn't truly a bad person. Heh. Jin chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying Toshiro's words. So, what help do you intend to give me? I don't recall needing any help from you. Jin asked. Yes, you do. For example, killing Aizen. Toshiro stated firmly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jin shuddered, his expression darkening. Chapter 307, Chapter 307 Farewell. Didn't I already tell you? I know everything, all of it, and naturally, that includes your situation too. The reason you're by Aizen's side, your objective, your actions, all of it, I know perfectly well. Toshiro looked down at Jin from on high, his expression as aloof as a god. Drip. A bead of cold sweat traced down his cheek, and a feeling of fear involuntarily rose within Jin's heart. For the first time, this was the first time Jin genuinely feared Toshiro from the bottom of his heart. Although he had been extremely wary of Toshiro before, it was because Toshiro's strength far surpassed his own. But this time, it came from the bottom of his heart, an involuntary fear of Toshiro. That gaze, which seemed to see through everything, pierced straight to the heart, and was as indifferent as a god's, made Jin's whole body tremble involuntarily. Oh. Then go ahead and tell me, just what exactly do you know about me? Despite sweating profusely, Jin still asked with feigned ease. Ranjaku. Toshiro softly uttered the name. Hearing the name, Jin's expression instinctively changed, and then his gaze turned as cold and sinister as a viper's, fixed on Toshiro. But Toshiro acted as if he hadn't noticed, continuing, your guiding principle in life, everything you've done, including leaving Ranjaku, joining the Godai 13, colluding with Aizen, and so on, it was all for Ranjaku. No, to be precise, it was to avenge Ranjaku. Back then, to create the Hogyoku, Aizen hunted souls containing Ryoryoku everywhere. Countless souls suffered because of this. Even if they weren't completely annihilated and managed to survive by chance, their souls were severely damaged. And Ranjaku was one of the victims of that incident. And you, who witnessed all of this firsthand, in order to avenge Ranjaku against Aizen, voluntarily left Ranjaku's side, joined the Godai 13, then got close to Aizen, biding your time for revenge. To this end, even when you happen to encounter Ranjaku in daily life, you deliberately put on an indifferent act, ignoring her. Enough. Jin suddenly roared. I am well aware that you know all of this, you don't need to say any more. Jin breathed heavily, forcefully suppressing his emotions. Every word Toshiro spoke was akin to tearing open the scar hidden deep in Jin's heart. If Toshiro continued, Jin was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back from exploding. All right. Just tell me directly what you want. No need to beat around the bush. If you want to kill me, do it now. If you want to tell Aizen about my true purpose for being by his side, go ahead and tell him. No more nonsense. After calming down, Jin said expressionlessly. What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you? I won't kill you, and of course, reporting you to Aizen is even more impossible, Toshiro said. Then what exactly do you want? Jin asked impatiently. You really are forgetful. Didn't I already say it? I'll help you kill Aizen. Of course, it's also for myself, and for the Soul Society. Since our goals are the same, why not cooperate? Jin had been lurking by Aizen's side for many years. If Jin helped, then when Toshiro moved against Aizen, the chances of success would naturally be greater. This was also a significant reason why Toshiro decided not to kill Jin anymore. Cooperation, huh? Jin said noncommittally. So, what's your plan? How are you going to deal with Aizen? And what do I need to do? Jin fired off a series of questions. As for my plan, you don't need to know. What you need to do, if Aizen reveals an opening after I make my move against him, you should take the opportunity to strike with your Bankai. I mean, of course, your Bankai's true ability. Toshiro didn't directly tell Jin his plan. Although he wanted to cooperate with Jin, that didn't mean Toshiro completely trusted him. Of course, if you really can't find an opportunity to strike, then don't force yourself. You can continue to stay hidden by Aizen's side, Toshiro added. Humph, you don't need to tell me that. I'll do it that way anyway. Jin snorted coldly. Just as Toshiro didn't fully trust Jin and lay out his entire plan, Jin wouldn't completely trust Toshiro either, pinning all his hopes of revenge on him. If there was truly no opportunity to act, Jin naturally wouldn't. After all, he had endured for so many years. Without a chance to strike, Jin naturally wouldn't mind waiting a while longer for the right moment. If you have nothing else, then I'll be going first. If I delay too long, Aizen will get suspicious, Jin said. Go ahead. Toshiro waved his hand, dispelling the barrier he had set up. A layer of transparent partition suddenly appeared and then suddenly vanished. Jin gave Toshiro one last, deep look, then turned and walked towards the distant Central 46 compound. Oh, and... After taking a few steps, Jin suddenly stopped. Ranjaku. I leave her in your care. Absolutely don't let anything happen to her. Also, please don't tell her about my real purpose for lurking by Aizen's side, about wanting to avenge her. Jin's voice carried a pleading tone. Toshiro nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll look after Ranjaku's safety. After all, she's my lieutenant. No matter what, I won't let anything happen to her. As for your situation, I won't tell her either. Besides causing her unnecessary worry, it wouldn't serve any purpose. I see, that's good then. With that, Jin lingered no longer, turned, and strode away. As Jin's figure faded into the distance, Toshiro seemed to hear a word of thanks carried on the wind. Sokayaku Hill. Look. The Sokayaku is being released. Seeing the Sokayaku released, some Shinigami couldn't help but murmur among themselves. After all, most Shinigami had never even witnessed the release of the Sokayaku. And Rukia, seeing the Sokayaku released and her own impending execution, wore a calm expression. It's truly amazing. The heart that Ikamaru Jin had disturbed is now gradually becoming calm. Is it because of the promise with the Captain Commander, or because of my brother's indifference towards me, who wavered and desperately wanted to live? Thank you for your many years of care. Nisama. Rukia spoke to Byakuya again. But Byakuya remained silent, eyes tightly shut. Then the power of the Sokayaku erupted, and Rukia was involuntarily bound to it. Nanao, don't look so sad. Otherwise, I'll feel sad too, Kayaraka said to his companion, Nanao beside him. If I were sad, it wouldn't be like this. Nanao turned her head away, as if unable to bear watching the impending execution. Screech, colon. A bird's cry suddenly rang out. One of the spears comprising the Sokayaku suddenly coalesced into a huge hawk, its entire body ablaze with blazing flames. Wah, what is that? Seeing the immense power emanating from that huge hawk, the 2 ND Division's lieutenant, Omida Marekio, couldn't help but feel terrified. He was so startled that the green onion pancake in his hand dropped to the ground. Firebird King. The Sokayaku spear reveals its true form, transforming into the final executor of the capital punishment. When it pierces through the sinner, the execution is over, Yamamoto stated solemnly. Screech. Firebird King let out a piercing cry and then flew towards Rukia. Seeing Firebird King flying towards her, Rukia's heart remained calm, without a trace of fear. I am not afraid. I am content to have lived this long. Meeting Rinji and the others. Being adopted by my brother. Receiving guidance from Mr. Kaien. Being saved by Ichigo. I am not in pain. Nor am I sad. I have no regrets. Nor do I have any lingering attachments in my heart. Thank you, everyone. Farewell. Chapter 308, Chapter 308 Ichigo appears again. Whoosh. Just as Firebird King, formed from the Sokayaku, was about to pierce Rukia's body, a figure appeared before Rukia in the nick of time. The figure held the Zanpakuto on their back with one hand, not even turning their head, and precisely blocked Firebird King's sharp beak with the broad back of the blade, preventing it from advancing an inch. Rukia looked at the newcomer with an expression of utter disbelief. Yo. The newcomer greeted with a smile. Ichigo. Rukia exclaimed in shock. Yo, Rukia. I'm here to save you. No need to elaborate, the newcomer was naturally Kurosaki Ichigo. Just before the execution was about to begin, Ichigo had finally mastered Bankai and rushed over without stopping. Fortunately, Ichigo and the others' hiding place was in the underground space right beneath Sokayaku Hill, located directly below the Sokayaku itself. It was extremely close, just a few steps away. Otherwise, even if Ichigo had mastered Bankai, he might not have made it in time. You idiot. Why did you come again? Seeing Ichigo come to rescue her, Rukia didn't show a happy expression at all. Instead, she shouted angrily. Huh. Ichigo looked at Rukia dumbfounded. You should know very well that you can't beat my brother. Coming here rashly will only get you killed. Go back immediately. I don't need you to save me. Rukia shouted anxiously. While Rukia was telling Ichigo to go back, the others in the distance were staring at the sudden appearance of Ichigo in shock. How is this possible? He actually blocked it. The Sokayaku with destructive power equivalent to millions of Zanpakuto, he blocked it with just one Zanpakuto. Who is he? Suifeng said incredulously. Actually, what most people don't know is that although the Sokayaku is claimed to have the destructive power of millions of Zanpakuto, which sounds terrifying, those millions of Zanpakuto refer only to Asachi. Although millions of Asachi is still a frightening number, their power isn't as amazing as imagined, because an Asachi is just an Asachi. Although it has great growth potential, it isn't much stronger than an ordinary blade. Therefore, the destructive power of Firebird King formed from the Sokayaku is only at the captain level. Of course, as the Sokayaku, it naturally possesses some special abilities. For instance, it can completely burn away the soul of the person being executed. When it pierces a Shinigami's body, its power instantly expands tens of times. Moreover, once the Sokayaku is released, unless it is sealed again, Firebird King formed from the Sokayaku spear will not stop attacking until it exhausts the power of the millions of Zanpakuto it possesses. Most others were as shocked as Suifeng by the sudden appearance of Ichigo. Only Yamamoto quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After communicating with Toshiro, Yamamoto naturally knew that Rukia's execution was just a plot orchestrated by Aizen, and Rukia herself, regardless, did not deserve death. The reason the execution proceeded as planned was simply because it was part of the plan to deal with Aizen. Toshiro had also told Yamamoto that when the time came, someone named Kurosaki Ichigo would appear to stop it, so Rukia herself would be safe. Of course, if something went wrong with the plan and Ichigo didn't appear on time, Toshiro had suggested stopping the execution. Although Yamamoto had agreed at the time, he knew very well that if an accident occurred and Ichigo didn't appear in time, he would still choose to carry out the execution. In Yamamoto's view, although Rukia was a member of the Kuchiki clan, she was ultimately just an ordinary Shinigami in terms of strength, not even a lieutenant. Her death, even if it happened, wouldn't affect the Soul Society much. But Aizen was a threat to the Soul Society's very existence. So, if sacrificing Rukia was necessary to deal with Aizen, Yamamoto would not hesitate to abandon her. Although this approach was too heartless, as a leader considering the big picture, it couldn't necessarily be called wrong. Of course, this was only in case of an emergency, a last resort. And if Yamamoto did that, it would be hard to explain to Toshiro. So now that Ichigo had appeared on time and everything was proceeding according to plan, Yamamoto couldn't help but feel relieved. Oh. So he was the first to arrive, huh? Seeing Ichigo appear, Kayaraku couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Kayaraku and Yukitake had also planned to save Rukia this time, but Yukitake was preparing spiritual tools to counter the Sokayaku, which took some time. Kayaraku hadn't expected Ichigo to be the one who showed up in time. Screech. When Firebird King was blocked by Ichigo and couldn't break through for a long time, it suddenly let out a fierce cry, then retreated sharply, preparing to muster an even stronger attack. But just then, Yukitake, along with Sentaro and Kion, also suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two black ropes shot out from the spiritual tool Yukitake was carrying, tightly wrapping around Firebird King's enormous body, binding it firmly and preventing it from moving. See Captain Yukitake. Kion. Seeing the sudden appearance of Yukitake and her younger sister, Aizen showed a bewildered expression. Whoosh! Kayaraku's figure flickered and he appeared beside Yukitake, standing opposite Yamamoto and the others. Although Nanao didn't know about Kayaraku's plan beforehand, she unhesitatingly stood by his side at this moment. Hey, handsome, you sure kept me waiting. Kayaraku teased his companion Yukitake beside him. Sorry, preparing the spiritual tools to counter the Sokayaku took a little extra time. Yukitake apologized. Aizen looked at Kayaraku and the others with a pained expression. Captain Kayaraku, Captain Yukitake, and Kion, what are you trying to do? Yamamoto's expression darkened. Shunsui, Jushiro, excellent. The two of you are excellent. That emblem is the Shihoin clan's crest. Suifeng's pupils suddenly constricted as she recognized what the spiritual tool Yukitake was carrying. Stop them. They're going to destroy the Sokayaku. Suifeng shouted. Boom. No sooner had Suifeng's words fallen than a beam of rapier suddenly shot out from the spiritual tool Yukitake was carrying, directly blasting the bound Firebird King to pieces. In the end, only feathers fell fluttering from Firebird King's huge body. Ha! After Firebird King was destroyed, Ichigo also shouted loudly, raising his blade to strike the remaining execution stand that bound Rukia. Bang! With a loud noise, under the shocked gaze of everyone, the execution stand was also severed by Ichigo. As soon as the stand broke, Rukia was naturally freed. Ichigo quickly stepped forward and tucked Rukia under his arm with one hand. Rukia, I will definitely get you out of here. Ichigo said firmly. You idiot. I'm not going to thank you, you know. Rukia said tearfully. Stuff like that doesn't matter. Ichigo dismissed. Chapter 309, Chapter 309 Chaos begins. Ichigo, let me ask you, what are you going to do next? Do you have a way to disappear from in front of them? Rukia asked worriedly, looking down at Yamamoto and the others. A way? What way is needed? Can't we just run away directly? Ichigo said casually. Don't be ridiculous. The opponents are all captains. There's no way we can escape. Rukia shouted. Then we'll beat them down and then escape. Ichigo said nonchalantly. And not just you, but Orihime, Chad, Ganju, Hanataro, any companion who helped me. I'll rescue them all. You've really gotten stronger, Ichigo. Ichigo's gaze and words all made Rukia clearly feel his growth. Thud, thud, thud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, the sound of footsteps and rapid breathing suddenly appeared. And this sudden commotion once again drew everyone's attention. It's you, Renji. Rukia exclaimed incredulously. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Renji. That was why Rukia was surprised. She had clearly felt Renji's Ryatsu earlier, it was extremely weak, almost undetectable. In that state, it was lucky he wasn't dead. She never expected him to appear here again. Rukia. Renji called out. That's great, you're still alive, Renji. That's truly wonderful. Seeing Renji alive, Rukia couldn't help but feel overjoyed. And just then, Ichigo suddenly lifted Rukia with one hand. Huh. Rukia looked dumbfounded. Hey. Ichigo, what are you doing? Catch. Renji. Ichigo shouted loudly, then suddenly threw Rukia with force towards the Renji below. Ah! Rukia couldn't help but shout in panic. You bastard. Renji cursed, then scrambled to catch Rukia. Bang. Rukia collided with Renji. Ichigo. You idiot. Renji's complaint was cut off by Ichigo before he could finish. Take her and leave. Ichigo interrupted. Ichigo said solemnly, I'll hold them off. You take Rukia and run like crazy. Remember, this is your mission. Don't let go even if it means death. Hearing Ichigo's words, Renji was momentarily stunned, then gave Ichigo a deep look, before decisively turning, hugging Rukia, and using all his strength to execute Shuinpa, running towards the distance. Renji. Rukia disagreed with this approach, but Renji just held her tightly, preventing her from breaking free, and ran towards the distance without a word. Watching Renji and Rukia run away, Suifeng couldn't help but shout, What are you all standing there for? Chase them. All lieutenants, move out. Hearing Suifeng's command, the lieutenants present all gave chase towards Renji. Whoosh. Ichigo's figure flickered, blocking their path. Get lost. Ichigo said coldly. Seeing Ichigo's arrogant attitude, the lieutenants were instantly angered. Aizen, run, Itegimo. Sasakaibe, pierce, Ganryamaru. Omida, crush, Gejitsuburi. Each of the three was full of fighting spirit, planning to unleash their special moves immediately. But then. Bang. 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 In short order, Ichigo directly punched each of the three, knocking them all to the ground. And that was that. The three fell unconscious directly, knocked out. But if Toshiro were present, he would definitely suspect Sasakaibe of holding back. Even if Aizen and Omida were easily defeated by Ichigo, it was normal. But Sasakaibe possessed hidden captain-level strength. Moreover, his Zanpakuto, like Toshiro's, had the power to change the weather. Sasakaibe's strength was probably even greater than an average captain. To be similarly floored by one punch from Ichigo, besides holding back, there was really no other reason. Just as Ichigo had defeated the three, another figure instantly appeared behind him. Sensing the movement behind him, Ichigo immediately turned to defend. Clang. Swords clashed, sparks flew. I told you, I can see your attacks now, Kachiki Byakuya. Ichigo said to the person before him. Nei-san. While Ichigo and Byakuya were fighting, the 13th Division's third seat, Kion, ran towards her sister Aizen, who had been knocked down by Ichigo. Whoosh. Suifeng's figure flickered, directly appearing beside the running Kion, then raised her leg to kick Kion. Seeing this, Yukitake in the distance quickly shouted, Wait! Suifeng. Seeing Suifeng completely unmoved, Yukitake moved to rush over. But just then, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Don't move. Yamamoto said sternly. Genryusai-sensei. Yukitake couldn't help but stop. It's fine if lieutenants are killed while capturing the criminal, others can naturally take their place. We'll settle accounts with them slowly later. But what I cannot forgive is you two. As captains, to do such a thing is absolutely unforgivable. Yamamoto glared angrily at Yukitake and Kairaku. Yamamoto's anger wasn't entirely feigned. Although the situation was developing more smoothly than planned, with Ichigo and the others appearing in time to disrupt the execution, and even Kairaku and Yukitake's actions being quite favorable to the plan. This didn't mean Yamamoto wasn't angry. Although Kairaku and Yukitake's actions were, to some extent, beneficial to the plan, Yamamoto didn't remember telling the two of them the truth about this matter. Thinking of this, Yamamoto couldn't help but feel furious inside. As Yamamoto said, he wasn't very concerned about lieutenants. He thought that even if a few lieutenants died, the Soul Society's reserve could easily replenish them. But captains were different, because their most important combat power was these captains, not to mention that Kairaku and Yukitake were disciples close to him. That's why Yamamoto was so angry about their betrayal. Oh dear, the old man's anger is still terrifying. It seems the only option is to make a run for it, Jushiro. Kairaku said, pretending to be scared. Then Kairaku suddenly grabbed his good friend Yukitake and jumped off the cliff. Oh no, he pulled Yukitake to jump down from Sokayako Hill. Shunsui. Jushiro. Yamamoto watched meaningfully as the two fell towards the bottom of Sokayako Hill, then flickered and disappeared. Shunsui. Wait. My subordinates are still up there. During the descent, Yukitake couldn't help but shout to Kairaku. Calm down. If we clash with the old man now, we'll all die. Kairaku shouted. And don't worry, you should have sensed it too, right? There's someone else rushing over right now. Just as Suifeng was about to deliver the killing blow to Kion, a figure suddenly rushed from afar at extreme speed. After sensing the movement, Suifeng had just turned around when the newcomer had already reached her, then grabbed her and fell down Sokayako Hill as well. Let go. Who are you? During the fall, Suifeng couldn't help but shout. Oh dear, your temper is still so impatient. The newcomer pulled off the cloth covering their face. It's you. Yoruchi. Yo. Long time no see, Suifeng. Chapter 310 Toshiro's acting skills. Aizen groggily woke from her unconscious state. You're finally awake, Aizen. A gentle voice sounded from beside Aizen. Captain Unohana. After waking up, Aizen found herself lying on the gigantic flat creature that was Unohana Zanpakuto, Minazuki, transformed, and Unohana was looking at her with concern. Then Aizen remembered that she had been taken down in one blow by the Ryoka earlier, and couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed, saying, Don't speak, Aizen. Although the impact you received was the smallest, you shouldn't push yourself too hard either. Unohana advised. Then Unohana continued to direct Minazuki to fly towards the 4th Division. Descend, Minazuki. Upon arriving at the 4th Division, Unohana controlled Minazuki to land from the sky. Are you alright, Captain Unohana? Lieutenant Kotetsu. Seeing the two return, members of the 4th Division gathered around. I'm fine. Unohana replied, then looked at Minazuki and said, Release them, Minazuki. Hearing Unohana's command, Minazuki directly opened its large mouth and spat out two people. They were Sentaro and Kion, who had been injured by Suifeng. However, the two were covered in Minazuki's mucus, looking utterly disgusting. Minazuki's internal organs should have healed their injuries, so you can take them both to the infirmary to rest for a while. Unohana instructed the 4th Division's members. Unohana Zanpakuto, Minazuki, could transform into a gigantic flat creature, then swallow injured people into its stomach for treatment. Although this method looked disgusting, it was unexpectedly effective. Well, Toshiro had also personally experienced this feeling back in the day. Such a strong Ryatsu. Is it the Ryoka fighting Captain Kachiki? Aizen said, looking towards the direction of the Sokayako Hill. Yes, that's right. And the other captains are also fighting their own battles. Unohana said with a serious expression, Come with me, Aizen. Now, I want to go somewhere. At the Siriiti, in the Saijoto Kairin, standing atop a stone tower, Toshiro gazed into the distance towards the Sokayako Hill. They've started fighting already. Then it's time for me to act too. Toshiro murmured to himself. Saying this, Toshiro leapt from the tower top, landed on the ground, and then, in a swaggering manner, walked towards the nearby location of the Central 46 compound. In front of the gate of the Central 46 compound. Looking at the tightly closed gate, Toshiro directly drew the Zanpakuto from his back. Slash. A flash of reflected light passed, and the gate was neatly cut in two. An opportunity like this, to openly cut down the gate of the Central 46 compound, doesn't come often. Toshiro said with a scoff. Then Toshiro strode boldly and openly inside. Whoosh. 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 Behind the main gate were numerous smaller doors, and as Toshiro passed, each small door actively opened, whether by design or due to Aizen's manipulation from the shadows. But Toshiro, fearless due to his skill, walked inside without any qualms. Central 46 Compound, Underground Assembly Hall. This is. Seeing the corpses strewn about in the underground assembly hall, Toshiro couldn't help but show a look of shock. Not a single survivor among the 6 judges and 40 wise sages. And it looks like they've been dead for quite some time. Toshiro carefully examined the scene, then began to demonstrate his acting skills, acting as if he had been completely unaware of the slaughter of Central 46. At that moment, a figure suddenly flickered and vanished in another doorway. Who's there? Toshiro demanded. Although the figure vanished in an instant, Toshiro still clearly saw it was Jin. However, even knowing it was Jin, Toshiro still pursued. In a spacious hall connected to the underground assembly hall, Aizen stood on a high platform, looking calmly at the pursuing Toshiro. Jin, who had lured Toshiro here, ascended the platform and stood behind Aizen. Then Toshiro, with a face full of disbelief, looked at the two, Ikamaru Jin and... Hi, Toshiro. Aizen waved with a smile, greeting Toshiro. Aizen, how can this be? Are you really Aizen? Toshiro asked in disbelief. Of course. Haven't you seen it with your own eyes? Aizen waved his hand and asked in return. Aizen, weren't you dead? But why are you mixed up with Ikamaru Jin now? Toshiro questioned. Dead? How could I die? My ambitions haven't been realized yet, how could I possibly die? Aizen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Ambitions. Toshiro glanced at Jin behind Aizen, then pretended to scratch his head in annoyance, saying, I don't know the specifics, but it looks like you've colluded with Ikamaru Jin, and all the recent events in the Soul Society, the mastermind behind them is you. My, colluded sounds so unpleasant, Toshiro-kun. Aizen complained, as if chatting between friends. When did you conspire together? Toshiro asked. From the very beginning. Aizen answered directly. Toshiro continued asking, was that before you played dead, Aizen? Didn't you understand, Toshiro-kun? I said from the very beginning. Ever since I became captain, besides Jin, I never considered anyone else for my lieutenant. Aizen glanced affectionately at Jin beside him. Seeing this intense bromance scene, Toshiro couldn't help but shiver, covered in goosebumps. Hey! Aizen, not just me, but your subordinates, and all the Shinigami, have you been deceiving everyone all along? Toshiro suddenly asked. I don't actually like deceiving people. It's just that none of you could understand my true form. Aizen said expressionlessly. Oh. Your true form? What is your true form like? And what were you like before? What exactly did you experience to become what you are today? Toshiro suddenly threw out a series of questions. Honestly, Toshiro was very curious about what kind of person Aizen used to be, and what he experienced to become what he is today. Thinking about how Aizen used to smile warmly as he helped others celebrate his birthday, how he used to enthusiastically guide students in calligraphy at the Shino Academy, how he used to enjoy teaching others about training problems in front of his squad members. Toshiro really couldn't understand what was going on inside the mind of someone who spent his life deceiving everyone he met. No one is born a villain, everyone is the protagonist of their own life. Perhaps Aizen was once an innocent, kind ordinary person, and only after experiencing certain things did he become this ruthless person who stops at nothing to achieve his goals. Perhaps it was due to other reasons that Toshiro didn't know about. Hearing Toshiro's words, Aizen couldn't help but pause for a moment, then a trace of recollection flashed in his eyes, and his expression became somewhat dazed. Just as Toshiro's heart stirred, thinking whether to take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, Aizen snapped back to reality. His daze had lasted only an instant, offering Toshiro no chance to strike. After a long silence, Aizen actively spoke to change the subject. Let's not talk about that, Toshiro-kun. Let's discuss other matters. Your coming to the Central 46 compound this time was entirely within my expectations. But although I guessed you would come here, it seems you arrived a bit earlier than I anticipated. Oh. You mean you had long guessed I would come here? Toshiro's eyes narrowed. Aizen adjusted his glasses and then smiled, that's right. Chapter 311, Chapter 311 Toshiro gets one shot. Toshiro-kun, although you are the youngest captain in the Godai 13, your strength and intelligence are among the very top tier. Earlier, I had Jin frame you, then issued orders in the name of Central 46, wanting you to cooperate with the investigation, thereby achieving the goal of temporarily confining you, in order to disperse the Godai 13's combat power. But should I say, as expected of Toshiro-kun? I never expected you would completely refuse to cooperate with the Central 46 investigation, and instead choose to go into hiding. This greatly exceeded my expectations. You must have sensed that there was a significant hidden secret behind this matter, right? And after going into hiding, it was only natural that you would want to find out the truth and prove your innocence. Moreover, with your intelligence, it wouldn't be hard to guess that your framing was related to Central 46. After all, you are at least the Vice Captain Commander of the Godi 13 and the next Captain Commander. Although Central 46 is usually dissatisfied with your assertive attitude, they wouldn't dare easily make a move against you out of fear of your identity and status. However, this time, Jin merely reported you to Central 46, and they directly issued a stern order for you to cooperate with the investigation, wanting to temporarily confine you. This reaction was a bit excessive. Although there was the letter I left behind as the so-called evidence, it was just a letter after all. Falsifying it would not be difficult. And for Central 46 to take such drastic action against you without sufficient evidence seemed abnormal no matter how you looked at it. So, with your intelligence, it wasn't hard to see the abnormality in Central 46. Therefore, I guessed you would eventually come here wanting to find out what was wrong with Central 46. And as it turned out, I was right. You eventually came, Toshiro-kun. Aizen boasted smugly to Toshiro about his deductions. Toshiro did not refute Aizen's guesses either. Just looking at the confident Aizen, Toshiro suddenly spoke, "Hey. Aizen, have you heard this saying? The villain dies from talking too much." What? Aizen frowned. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots are futile. You can scheme all you want, but today you will ultimately die by my hand. Toshiro's right hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his zanpakuto on his back. Oh. It seems my usual low profile has made you underestimate my strength, Toshiro-kun. Aizen smiled. Although you and Ikamaru Jin are in cahoots, it looks like you are the leader, which means your strength might be even greater than Ikamaru Jin's, right? Well, if that's all you're relying on, then let me show you firsthand the gap between you and me, like heaven and earth. Toshiro said with a contemptuous tone. Clang. Hyarinmaru was drawn. My Bankai's power is too great, to avoid causing damage to the Soul Society, I won't use it. Of course, you're not worthy of me using Bankai either. But considering you were once a captain, I'll be a little serious and defeat you with my pseudo-Bankai. Toshiro pointed his zanpakuto at Aizen. Pseudo-Bankai. Daiguren Hyarinmaru. Boom. Powerful Ryatsu burst forth from Toshiro's body, sweeping through the surroundings like a violent storm. At the same time, Toshiro's appearance changed dramatically. His right arm was covered in ice crystals, resembling a mighty dragon. A pair of massive frost wings behind him almost covered his entire body. Next, 3 petals, each divided into 12 smaller ones, appeared behind him, making him look sacred and majestic. Then, a bone-chilling cold aura emanated from Toshiro's body, permeating the entire hall. Crack, crack. Everything the cold aura touched froze. In an instant, the entire spacious hall was covered in a thick layer of ice crystals, as if carved from a massive ice block, looking magnificently beautiful. However, the remaining Aizen and Jin remained unharmed, seemingly not greatly affected. Prepare to die, Aizen. Toshiro shouted. Don't shout so loudly, Toshiro-kun. It makes you look like you're bluffing. Aizen chuckled. Ryusenka. Without further ado, Toshiro's massive frost wings behind him suddenly flapped, instantly launching him towards Aizen. He then thrust his sword straight ahead, his speed rivaling instant teleportation. Faced with such a rapid attack, Aizen seemed completely unable to react, getting pierced directly by Toshiro. Then, the immense power contained within Hyarinmaru exploded. Aizen was instantly frozen into a huge cross-shaped block of ice. Humph, all talk, but in the end, is this all the strength you have? Toshiro said, sounding disappointed. Then Toshiro added with some regret, but it's over, Aizen. Both your ambitions and your schemes will end with your death. Yes, it's over. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Toshiro. At the same time, the Aizen frozen in the ice block suddenly dissipated. Swish. A flash of sword light passed. Boom. With a resounding crash, the massive ice wings on Toshiro's back shattered into countless ice fragments. Gush. Blood spurted from Toshiro's back like a fountain. Thud. Toshiro's body crashed to the ground. Indeed, it's over. It's just that the one ending is you, Toshiro-kun. Aizen said calmly, his back turned to Toshiro. Then Aizen looked at the hall, now covered in a thick layer of ice like a work of art carved from ice crystals, and couldn't help but sigh, what a beautiful sight. Although the season is wrong, it's not bad to see ice at a time like this. Oh my, how impressive, Captain Aizen. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro, the Vice Captain Commander of the Godi 13 whose strength rivals Captain Commander Yamamoto, was easily killed by you. Jin walked over from the side, a smile on his face as he praised. But although his face was all smiles, Jin was inwardly cursing, and the target of his curses was Toshiro. Earlier, when Toshiro swaggered into the Central 46 compound, Jin thought Toshiro had some way to deal with Aizen. But he ended up putting on a big show only to be directly one-shot by Aizen when it came to the actual fight. Faced with Jin's praise, Aizen shook his head and said, "No, this is nothing to praise. It was only relying on Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnotic ability. In a fair fight, even I am not confident I could defeat him. And, honestly, although I used Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, winning this easily still feels a bit unreal. After all, he is the Hitsugaya Toshiro." Saying this, Aizen unconsciously walked towards the corpse of Toshiro lying on the ground, wanting to examine it carefully. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came through. "So you were here after all, Captain Aizen." "No, I should no longer call you Captain, should I? The great traitor, Aizen Sosuke." Aizen turned around and casually greeted, "Yo, hello there, Captain Unohana." The sudden arrival was indeed the 4th Division Captain, Unohana Retsu, and her lieutenant, Aizen. Chapter 312, Ice Double. "I thought you'd be here soon. Did you guess it was here so quickly?" Aizen asked. "A place completely forbidden entry for any reason. In the entire Siri, there's only the Saijoto Kairan where the Central 46 compound are located. You went to such lengths to create an elaborate corpse puppet and hide yourself, so you'd definitely come to the safest, hardest to discover place in the Siri. Isn't that right, Aizen Sosuke?" Unohana asked in return. However, Aizen shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, your judgment is quite sharp, but you got 2 things wrong. First, I didn't come here to hide. And second, this isn't a corpse puppet either." Without any warning, in Unohana and Aizen's line of sight, Aizen suddenly held in his hand an existence identical to himself, like a twin. Unohana's eyes widened in disbelief, exclamation point. Aizen was even more shocked. When did you? When? What a strange question. I've been holding it all along, haven't I? It's just, until a moment ago. I didn't want you to see it. Aizen said indifferently. Unohana. Aizen, what on earth is this? Aizen said with a mocking expression, "Let me reveal the mystery for you. Watch closely, the mystery is about to be solved." Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Crack. As if glass were shattering, the puppet, identical to Aizen in his hand, suddenly dissipated and transformed into the shape of a sword. Seeing this, Unohana and Aizen's expressions changed instantly. Aizen slowly began to speak, "My Zanpakuto. Kyoka Suigetsu. Its ability is complete hypnosis." Aizen still couldn't believe it. How can that be? As a water-type Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. It uses the diffused reflection of mist and water flow to confuse the enemy, making them fight each other. Isn't that what you yourself said, Captain Aizen? You even gathered us lieutenants, and personally demonstrated it. Aizen exclaimed loudly. Heh. Aizen scoffed contemptuously, as if mocking Aizen's ignorance. But Unohana understood. "I see. So that was actually the ritual for the hypnosis." Aizen nodded. "Correct. Complete hypnosis can dominate the 5 senses, causing misjudgment of appearance, form, mass, touch, and even taste, allowing you to perceive targets as enemies. That means you can perceive a fly as a dragon, a swamp as a flower garden, or even the air as an enemy. And Toshiro-kun has already proven this with his life. But the condition for activating all this is having someone see the moment Kyoka Suigetsu is released. Having seen it just once, from that moment on, you are hypnotized. Thereafter, every time I release Kyoka Suigetsu, you will fall into complete hypnosis." Hearing Aizen's words, Unohana's heart stirred. She seemed to realize something, and her expression turned grim, having seen it just once. Aizen said with some surprise, "Oh my, it seems you've discovered it." "That's right, having seen it once is enough to be hypnotized. And blind people cannot see. In other words, from the very beginning. Tozen is my subordinate." On a certain road in the Siri, Renji was desperately fleeing while carrying Rukia. However, after turning a corner, Renji suddenly stopped. "C.A. Captain Tozen. Why, are you here?" Renji became extremely nervous upon seeing Tozen suddenly appear blocking the road. Without a word, Tozen directly took out a bandage and, with a flick of his wrist, wrapped himself, Renji, and Rukia inside. Meanwhile, inside the Central 46 compound, Jin, standing beside Aizen, also suddenly took out a bandage. With a flick of his wrist, the bandage danced, enclosing himself and Aizen inside. Finally. "I must compliment you, Captain Unohana. Due to your examination duties, you were the one in contact with my corpse the longest. Yet, despite being under complete hypnosis, you still noticed the subtle problems with my corpse. Although his words were complimentary, Aizen's demeanor was arrogant, as if receiving his praise was an extremely fortunate thing. "We part ways here. From now on, we shall never meet again." As he spoke, a dazzling light suddenly flared around Aizen and Jin. Wait. Aizen gripped her Zanpakuto, wanting to rush forward and stop them, but the light faded, and Aizen and Jin had vanished. After Aizen and Jin disappeared, Aizen immediately began to use Kido, trying to track their whereabouts. Heart of the south, eye of the north, finger of the west, foot of the east, arrive with the wind and depart with the rain. Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. I've pinpointed their location. East 332, north 1566. That location is the Sokayaku Hill. Aizen's expression changed suddenly. I understand. Immediately search for and lock onto the locations of the captains and lieutenants, then relay to them everything we know about Aizen Sosuke. At the same time, let the Ryoka know as well. Unohana remained calm and composed, issuing orders methodically. You understood. Aizen hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Then Unohana spoke again. I'll leave things here to you for now. I'll go and collect Captain Hitsugaya's remains. No need for the trouble. Before Unohana could finish her sentence, a voice she found very familiar sounded leisurely. Unohana followed the sound and saw a figure emerging from the ice wall. Captain Hitsugaya. Unohana was shocked, as this suddenly appearing figure was indeed Toshiro. If you are Captain Hitsugaya, then who was the one killed by Aizen earlier? As she spoke, Unohana couldn't help but glance at the remains of Toshiro that had been lying on the ground. However, the so-called remains had somehow transformed into a human-shaped ice sculpture. What on earth is going on, Captain Hitsugaya? Unohana asked, puzzled. How should I put it? Toshiro scratched his head and said, in short, the one killed by Aizen earlier wasn't me. It was just an ice double. This is a newly developed technique. You know I have a move called Ice Puppet, right? Well, Ice Double is an upgraded version of Ice Puppet, derived from it. But its effectiveness is far superior to Ice Puppet, to the point where it can almost be mistaken for the real thing. Chapter 313 News of Death. And during the earlier fight with Aizen, the moment I pierced the puppet he created with Kyoka Suigetsu using Hyarinmaru, I immediately used Ice Double on the spot to create a fake Hitsugaya Toshiro, and then my true body hid within the ice walls of the hall. Toshiro went to some trouble to explain to Unohana why he wasn't dead. During the earlier battle with Aizen, when Toshiro used his pseudo-bankai, the bone-chilling cold aura he emitted had covered the entire hall in a thick layer of ice. Then, during the fight with Aizen, after piercing the fake Aizen in one strike, he instantly moved next to one of the hall's walls and froze himself into ice as well. Moreover, the ice Toshiro created this time was special. It could utilize the diffused reflection of light to achieve a kind of invisibility, and furthermore, Toshiro's ice could even freeze his own Ryatsu fluctuations. Invisible to the naked eye, undetectable by Ryatsu, coupled with the cover provided by the ice crystals ubiquitous in the hall, even Aizen couldn't discover that Toshiro was hidden nearby, and that the one he killed was just a double. Of course, while this method of hiding was very effective, it wasn't without flaws. First, regarding the ice double itself. Although Toshiro's ice double could reach a level of being indistinguishable from the real thing, if an opponent as unfathomable as Aizen were to carefully examine it, he might still be able to detect that the ice double was just a double, not the real Toshiro. Naturally, Toshiro had considered this as well, which is why he timed his confrontation with Aizen to coincide with Unohana's impending arrival. Then, when Aizen wanted to approach and examine Toshiro's corpse, Unohana happened to arrive, forcing Aizen to abandon the idea of a careful inspection. The second flaw was that while Toshiro was hidden using this method, although it was hard for enemies to find him, it was also very difficult for Toshiro to use this method to sneak attack the enemy. To launch a surprise attack, Toshiro would first have to break out of the ice, and then attack the enemy. If it were someone else, it might be fine, but against an opponent of Aizen's caliber, the moment Toshiro broke free from the ice, Aizen would become alert and prepared to defend himself. In that case, Toshiro's attack would lose its element of surprise and become just an ordinary attack. That's why Toshiro had all along stayed hidden, not rashly launching a reckless surprise attack on Aizen. After listening to Toshiro's explanation, Unohana, although understanding why Toshiro wasn't dead, still had some doubts. Captain Hitsugaya, since you were fine earlier, why did you go out of your way to hide nearby, letting Aizen believe he had killed you? And why didn't you stop him when he left just now? Well, it's a long story. There's no time to explain the details now. In short, just know that the reason I went to all this trouble was to deal with Aizen. Toshiro said. I see, very well. Unohana didn't probe further. Now was indeed not the time for slow explanations. Then, Captain Unohana, now that you generally understand the situation regarding Aizen, you should also know that the accusations of murdering Aizen, intending to destroy the Siriidii, and betraying the Soul Society were all slander against me by Ikimara Jin. So, my positions as Vice Captain Commander of the Godii 13 and Captain of the 10th Division should still count, right? Toshiro asked. Unohana nodded solemnly, of course, Captain Hitsugaya. In that case, after you convey the message to everyone, please immediately rush to the Sokaiku Hill and join the battle to encircle and destroy Aizen. Toshiro said in a commanding tone. Yes, Vice Captain Commander Dano. Unohana nodded in acknowledgement, also adopting a businesslike manner. Of course, regarding my situation, for now, please temporarily treat me as if I have been killed by Aizen. Do not let Aizen sense anything unusual. Toshiro added. I understand. Unohana replied, then looked towards Aizen, who had been standing dazedly nearby ever since Toshiro suddenly came back to life a moment ago. Aizen, you should know how to notify everyone, right? Unohana asked. Ah. Yes. Aizen hastily responded, then once again began to use her Kido. Silken net of black and white. 22 bridges, 66 crowning sash, footprints, distant thunder, pointed peaks, revolving grounds, nightly prostrations, sea of clouds, the pale ranks of troops, complete the grand circle and surpass the heavens. Bakudo number 77, Tentikura. Boom. Cerulean blue ryatsu spread through the air like a spider's web. Successful. At the same time, important figures such as the captains and lieutenants within the Soul Society also sensed Aizen's Tentikura, involuntarily pausing their respective actions to listen carefully. Aizen took a deep breath and said, to all captains, lieutenants, and acting lieutenants of the Godai 13, as well as the various Ryoka. I am Aizen, lieutenant of the 4th Division. Can everyone hear my voice? The situation is urgent. Below is an emergency message from myself and Captain Unohana of the 4th Division. Please pay attention. What I am about to say is the truth. Captain Aizen Sosuke of the 5th Division is not dead, and as for the Vice Captain Commander of the Godai 13, Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro of the 10th Division. Saying this, Aizen couldn't help but glance at Toshiro, then continued, has been killed by Aizen Sosuke. Within the Siriidai, Eastern District. Ranjaku had originally been leading a patrol, maintaining order amidst the chaos, and helping to capture the Ryoka. With Toshiro absent and Momo confined in the 1st Division, Ranjaku was the only one left in the 10th Division to take charge. But now. What? The captain is dead. Thud. Ranjaku seemed to lose all her strength in an instant, collapsing to her knees. How can this be? The captain is the strongest, the most genius Shinigami. How could he die? Drip, drop, drip, drop. Tears involuntarily slid down from Ranjaku's eyes, shattering on the ground like crystals. No way. Toshiro is dead. And killed by Aizen. On the battlefield of Yamamoto, Kairaku, and Yukitake stood stunned in place, a look of disbelief on his face as he murmured to himself. Kairaku picked up his straw hat, which had fallen to the ground during the fight, dusted it off, and put it back on. Hey! Old man Yama, stop this. We shouldn't be fighting anymore. Now, I'm going to avenge Toshiro, and kill Aizen. Kairaku's expression was gloomy, a far cry from his usual lazy demeanor, almost looking grim. Yes, indeed, we should no longer be fighting. Yamamoto said in a deep voice. However, his expression was calm. He did not show anger or sadness like Kairaku, as if he didn't particularly care about Toshiro's death or the betrayal of Aizen and the others. Chapter 314 Then leave your hands behind before you go. 3 captains have betrayed Siriidai, and the entire Central 46 were killed. And even Hitsugaya Dano has been killed. Tozen, you. Upon hearing the information sent by Aizen, the various captains and lieutenants who received the news reacted in different ways, some shocked, some sad, some angry. 12th Division, Technology Development Bureau. Splash. Mayuri, naked, stepped out of the bath, water droplets sliding down his body. After removing the mask he always wore, Mayuri revealed a head of short blue hair and a surprisingly handsome face. Earlier, Mayuri had been defeated by Yuryu and forced to escape in liquid form, but he had now fully recovered. For him, physical damage didn't affect his life like it would for ordinary people. No matter how severe the damage to his body, he could always just build a new one. You heard all that, didn't you, Mayuri-sama? Kuratsuchi Nimi walked over and handed Mayuri a towel. Nonsense. Do you even need to ask? Of course I heard. Mayuri roughly took the towel and wiped his body. I see. So this is why the captain commander suddenly asked me to, he. Mayuri suddenly smiled with understanding. What will you do now? Will you head to the Sokaiku Hill? Nimue asked. I'm not interested in any of this. I'm not going to get involved. Besides, don't you know? I have to stay here and complete the mission the captain commander gave me. Mayuri snorted. Although he didn't particularly like Yamamoto, he didn't dare to openly refuse the task assigned by him. By the way, Nimue, how are the preparations coming along? Mayuri suddenly inquired. They are ready. It can be activated at any time, Mayuri-sama. Nimue replied respectfully. Good. Somewhere below the Sokayaku Hill. What was that just now? Was that 46 or 40-something? And something about hypnosis? Couldn't they say it in a way I can understand? Upon hearing the message from Aizen, Ichigo complained dissatisfiedly. Ah. I didn't hear anything, Ichigo. Orihime said puzzledly. The one who spoke just now was from the 4th Division. Orihime, you haven't interacted with anyone from the 4th Division before, so they probably couldn't capture your Ryatsu. Chad explained. Earlier, after Ichigo defeated Byakuya, Ichigo, Chad, and the others had gathered together again. And what she probably meant was that a captain killed a captain, and something major has happened in the Shinigami. Chad explained to Ichigo. Huh? Then why is she telling us this? Ichigo was full of question marks. They were the ones who had invaded the Shinigami to save Rukia, they were enemies of the Shinigami. Ichigo's simple mind really couldn't comprehend why they would tell their enemies something like this. She probably thinks we also have a right to know. Yuryu suddenly said. Ichigo, huh? Don't you get it yet, Ichigo? That captain named Aizen slaughtered the Central 46. And according to what she said, the Central 46 seems to be the highest judicial organ of the Shinigami, right? If you kill them all and then issue orders in the name of Central 46. What do you think his goal is? Yuryu asked with a serious expression. Hearing Yuryu's words, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Shiba Ganju, the execution. Exactly. Ever since we entered the Soul Society, Rukia-san's execution date has been repeatedly brought forward. You should have noticed something was wrong by now, right? And all of this is related to that message just now. Captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. His goal is to kill Kachiki-san. Yuryu stated assertively. Rukia. Hearing this, Ichigo shouted loudly, and then, disregarding his battered and bruised body, immediately rushed towards the Sokayaku Hill. Sokayaku Hill. A few minutes earlier in time. Previously, because Rukia was to be executed here, many members of the Godai 13 had gathered here, but due to Aizen's plan, they had been drawn away one by one. What is going on? Renji looked at Tozen beside him and the surrounding scene. Originally, Renji had already escaped the Sokayaku Hill with Rukia, but unexpectedly, Tozen suddenly appeared and used some unknown technique, and in the blink of an eye, they were back at the Sokayaku Hill. Welcome back, Renji. A voice suddenly came from behind Renji. Renji turned around and saw Aizen and Jin suddenly appearing out of nowhere, walking towards him. Put down Rukia, and then you can leave, Renji. Aizen said gently. See Captain Aizen. Renji couldn't help but sweat profusely. How are you still alive? No, the point is, how are you now? Oh my. Strange, you should have heard what I said, right? Stop asking. I said, put down Rukia and get lost. Aizen still showed a smile. But this smile, which once made people feel as warm as a spring breeze, now made Renji's hair stand on end. And at that moment, the message sent by Aizen via Tentikura arrived, and Renji finally understood what was really going on. I refuse. Having understood the truth, Renji unhesitatingly rejected Aizen's demand. What? Aizen asked, as if he hadn't heard clearly. I said I refuse. Captain Aizen. Renji repeated. Is that so? Aizen's eyes flashed coldly, and the smile vanished from his face. Seeing this, Jin beside him began to draw his sword to attack Renji, but Aizen waved his hand to stop him. You really do love playing the hero, Renji. Since you're unwilling to put down Rukia and leave on your own, don't blame me. I'll be considerate. Go ahead and keep holding Rukia. And then leave your hands behind before you go. Aizen drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and walked step by step towards Renji. Slash. A flash of sword light passed. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Blood dripped from Renji's shoulder. Renji. Rukia looked worriedly at Renji holding her. Oh my, you managed to dodge my attack quite nicely. Your Shuinpa has improved considerably, Renji. Aizen flicked his Zanpakuto, shaking off the blood, and then continued, you've finally grown. As your former calligraphy teacher, I'm very pleased. However, if possible, I hope you won't be too stubborn. You must understand that carefully controlling your strength to avoid stepping on an ant to death is a very difficult thing. Alright, Renji. Be good and put down Rukia. After all, we do have some history. I would hate to see you die. Aizen looked at Renji with a compassionate expression. Chapter 315, Chapter 315 Ichigo gets one shot. What do you mean, we have some history? I would hate to see you die. If that's the case, then why did you kill Toshiro? Renji shouted loudly in accusation. Yar, it seems that Ryatsu fluctuation just now was indeed Tentikura from Aizen. Aizen said, as if helpless, actually, killing Toshiro-kun was unavoidable. I originally didn't plan to kill him, which is why I had Jin use Kira and Hinamori to lure him to the 3rd division and then frame him. I originally planned to use the name of Central 46 to have him cooperate with the investigation, in order to temporarily confine him. But Toshiro-kun was too clever. He immediately sensed something abnormal about this matter and resolutely chose to flee. Later, he even investigated and found out that something was wrong with Central 46, discovered the truth, and even wanted to make a move against me. I had no choice but to defend myself and was forced to kill him. Aizen explained innocently to Renji, as if he were the victim. You toyed with Hinamori, Kira, and everyone else, manipulating them like puppets. Renji said through gritted teeth. You too, Renji. Aizen added indifferently. I finally understand. You are no longer the Captain Aizen I once knew. Even if I die, I will not hand Rukia over to you. Renji said. I am no longer the Aizen Sasuke you once knew. I'm very sorry, Renji, but that was just your illusion. The Aizen Sasuke you once knew never existed from the very beginning. Aizen scoffed. How? Zabumaru. As soon as Aizen finished speaking, Renji suddenly used his Shirkai. His Zanpakuto, like a serrated blade, suddenly extended, then fell from the sky, attacking Aizen from above. Shirkai. I wonder how much power it still has, given your battered condition. Aizen calmly held his Zanpakuto horizontally above his head. Clang. Zabumaru struck Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. The powerful recoil directly bounced Renji's Zabumaru back, while Aizen remained as calm and composed as ever. Ha! Renji shouted loudly and, unwilling to give up, again controlled Zabumaru to attack Aizen. Seeing this, Aizen said helplessly, can't be helped. Then, he casually reached out his hand towards Renji's extended Zanpakuto. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Renji's Zabumaru was tightly gripped in Aizen's hand. The sharp blade rubbed intensely against Aizen's palm, even producing sparks. With his bare hands. Renji looked at the scene in shock. Although Renji knew that the captains of the Godai 13 were very strong, and that even though he had mastered Bankai and broken through to the captain level, he was still no match for them, but to casually catch his Shirkai attack with his bare hands, wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? When did captains become so powerful? Crack! Just as Renji was stunned, Aizen exerted force with his hand, and Renji's Zanpakuto directly snapped into over a dozen pieces. Swish! A flash of sword light passed. Squelch! Blood spurted from Renji's back. Thud! Renji involuntarily collapsed to his knees. I'll say this one last time. Put down Rukia and get lost. Aizen's voice was icy cold. He had lost interest in toying with Renji and no longer wished to play the game of cat and mouse. Seeing this, Rukia, who was in Renji's arms, quickly said, Wait. Captain Aizen, I refuse. Before Rukia could finish, Renji suddenly interrupted her, I won't put her down again. Although it was a critical moment, Renji couldn't help but think back to what happened back then at the Shino Academy. Whenever he thought about how his own actions had led to them becoming strangers for 10 long years, Renji was filled with anguish. Now that they finally had a chance to reconcile, Renji was determined not to give up again, even if it meant dying. Who said I was giving up, you bastard? Renji roared at Aizen. Is that so? Then I'm sorry. Aizen's expression turned cold. Saying this, Aizen swung his Zanpakuto towards Renji. Aizen seemed to suddenly sense something. Clang. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Renji, holding a sword horizontally to block Aizen's Zanpakuto. Hey! Why are you kneeling? Is Rukia that heavy? The newcomer joked, his back turned to Renji. Ichigo. Renji looked at the newcomer in surprise. The figure wore a black trench coat-style shihakusho and held a black, swastika-shaped Zanpakuto. It was Ichigo in his Bankai state. Yo, Renji. I'm here to help. Ichigo greeted. Then Ichigo exerted force with his hand and pushed Aizen's Zanpakuto aside. Aizen, for his part, looked at the suddenly appearing Ichigo with great interest. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Captain Aizen. I thought it would be inconvenient to interfere, so I let him pass. Jin apologized. Ah, it's all right, Jin. Clearing away one speck of dust or two makes no difference to me anyway. Aizen said nonchalantly. Is that Aizen? Ichigo asked Renji. Even Ichigo couldn't help but feel anger at Aizen's tone, which completely disregarded them. Yeah, that's him, Aizen. Renji replied. Renji, do you still have the strength to run? Ichigo suddenly asked with a serious expression. I do, but I'm not going to run anymore. You. Listen to me. Renji interrupted Ichigo, the other side has 3 captain-level existences. Running is useless, you should know that very well. So, I'm going to fight too. Zabumaru is broken, but it's still usable. And although I can't beat them, I can at least hold them back. This time, I'm going to walk down from the Sokayaku Hill with dignity, not escape like a coward. Humph, I give up. Then let's fight together. Ichigo's confidence soared. Defeating Byakuya earlier had given Ichigo immense confidence. So now, facing Aizen, who was also a captain, Ichigo still believed he could defeat him, especially with Renji's help. So, at this moment, Ichigo felt his fighting spirit boiling throughout his body. Ichigo, I have a move I can only use once. But if it hits the target, it will definitely leave an opening. However, Captain Aizen is extremely powerful, so the opening might only last an instant. You must seize the opportunity and charge in. Renji said solemnly. Understood. Ichigo nodded. Let's go. Zabumaru. Higazeko. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The over a dozen blade fragments of Zabumaru that had broken and fallen to the ground suddenly flew up under Renji's control, surrounding Aizen from all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under Renji's control, these broken blades shot towards Aizen like arrows. Bang. 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 The attack of the broken blades caused a violent explosion. Aizen, at the very center of the explosion, unavoidably bore the full force of the attack. The stirred-up smoke and dust obscured Aizen's figure. Chance. Ichigo shouted loudly and charged at full speed towards Aizen. Whoosh. 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 Moving at full speed, Ichigo was so fast he even left afterimages in his wake. I can win. Running at full speed, Ichigo felt like he could hear the BGM playing in his ears. And with this, he was invincible. He could defeat Aizen just like he defeated Byakuya. Then Ichigo charged forward. Then Ichigo swung his sword to slash. Then. Ding. Aizen extended one finger and casually blocked Ichigo's slash. Then. Swish. A flash of the sword appeared. Then. Squelch. Blood spurted. Then. Ichigo hit the ground. Chapter 316, Chapter 316 The Truth Under the Strings. How naive. Did you think that just learning Bankai and reaching the captain level would make you my match? Aizen said expressionlessly, looking down at the fallen Ichigo. Renji, not far away, saw Ichigo, who had been defeated in one blow, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, How is this possible? He blocked Ichigo's full power strike after his Bankai with just one finger. This is impossible. Whoosh. Before Renji could finish his sentence, Aizen suddenly vanished from his sight. He disappeared. Renji exclaimed in surprise. Squelch. Before he could figure out what was happening, Renji only felt a sharp pain in his body, and then blood sprayed wildly from his back. When Renji tried to turn around and look back, but before he could move, he suddenly felt the world spinning. Damn it. Thud. Renji's body heavily fell to the ground. Ichigo. Renji. Rukia looked at the two fallen figures, unable to get up, and couldn't help but show a look of despair on her face. Tap, tap, tap. Aizen slowly walked up to Rukia. Come, stand up, Rukia. Aizen gently extended his hand to Rukia, who was sitting on the ground. But just as he reached his hand in front of Rukia, Aizen suddenly grabbed her by the neck and roughly lifted her off the ground. Then, when Aizen let go, Rukia's body involuntarily fell back towards the ground. Aizen frowned, reached out again, and grabbed Rukia, saying, Can you stand properly? Rukia. Oh, I see. Looking at Rukia, covered in cold sweat and trembling all over, Aizen suddenly realized, Is it my Ryatsu that's too strong, making your whole body weak, right? But it's okay. Although it will take a bit more effort, I'll just drag you along. A heavy breathing sound came. Aizen turned around and saw Ichigo, lying on the ground, struggling desperately, trying to stand up again. Rukia said worriedly, Ichigo. How pitiful. You're still conscious. What tenacious vitality. But vitality that doesn't match your strength can become a flaw instead. Aizen said. Looking at Ichigo, who was struggling desperately to get up, Aizen couldn't help but continue, I advise you not to push yourself too hard. Right now, your spine is probably only barely maintaining its connection. No matter how hard you try to get up, it's futile. No matter how strong your will is, it's useless, because from a human structural standpoint, it's simply impossible. That's enough, Kurosaki Ichigo. You have already fully exerted yourselves and brought out your greatest value. Now just lie there obediently. Finally, let me praise you one last time. You performed your task very well. Aizen praised. Wah, what task? Ichigo asked with difficulty, looking at Aizen. Yes, I knew you would invade the Soul Society, and the location would be the West Rakongai. So I sent someone to monitor the White Road Gate. As soon as your tracks were discovered, I immediately lowered the Sekiseki wall, and then had Jin drive you away. This way, your only way to enter the Siriidii was through the Flower Crane Cannon. With such an exaggerated method of invasion, combined with your strength to escape from the captains, just as I expected, you easily attracted the attention of the entire Siriidii. Thanks to you, even when a captain suddenly died, there wasn't much chaos. This allowed me to escape by feigning death and carry out my plan more conveniently. Having said this, Aizen paused, looking coldly at Ichigo. Wait. How did you know we would enter from the West Rakongai? Ichigo suddenly thought of something and quickly asked Aizen. Oh my, what a strange question. Isn't it obvious? The West Rakongai was once Urahara Kasuke's base in the Soul Society. The Senkamen he created can only enter through the West Rakongai. Aizen explained. Hearing Aizen's explanation, Ichigo felt a chill in his heart. Seeming to think of something, his expression turned ugly. Heh, what's with that expression? Aren't you his subordinates? Didn't Urahara Kasuke order you to come and retrieve Rukia? Aizen raised an eyebrow and asked meaningfully. Hearing this, Ichigo was struck as if by lightning, freezing in place. What are you saying? Ichigo asked, his face pale, his expression wavering. Kasuke had been helping Ichigo selflessly without asking for anything in return. Although Kasuke was always mysterious and hid many things from him, Ichigo was still very grateful to him. But now, according to Aizen's words, Kasuke was simply using them, not genuinely wanting to help them. Thinking of this, Ichigo couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Is that so? It seems you don't know anything. Very well, finally, let me tell you. Shinigami have 4 basic combat methods, Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Shuinpa, Kido. But no matter which one, there is a so-called limit. No matter how strong your ability, no matter how outstanding your talent, once you reach the soul limit, you can never advance another step. In other words, that is the limit of a Shinigami. Throughout history, for countless years, no one has ever been known to break the limit of a Shinigami and evolve to a higher realm. Not even Yamamoto Genryusai, known as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, or Hitsugaya Toshiro, the most genius Shinigami in the history of the Soul Society, have achieved it. Yamamoto Genryusai has been stuck at the limit of a Shinigami for who knows how many thousands of years. It can be said that relying solely on his own training, he has little hope of breaking the Shinigami limit. As for Hitsugaya Toshiro, although he is very young, his strength has already reached the Shinigami limit. However, this is actually not a good thing for him. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even until death, he will remain in place, forever unable to enter a new world. Speaking here, Aizen's emotion seemed somewhat excited, and he appeared to empathize. Ah, I'm sorry. You probably can't understand this feeling. Let me continue with other things. Aizen said apologetically. To break the limit of a Shinigami, after in-depth research, I finally discovered a method, and that is the hollowification of a Shinigami. The hollowification of a Shinigami, the Shinigamification of a hollow. I conducted countless experiments, but in the end, they all failed. Just then, Urahara Kasuke created something that could instantly touch the boundary between Shinigami and hollow. Its name is Hogyoku. Speaking here, a hint of dread flashed in Aizen's eyes. Of course, it wasn't fear of the Hogyoku itself, but fear of the men who surpassed him in intelligence. After the Hogyoku was created, Urahara Kasuke immediately realized it was a very dangerous thing. He wanted to destroy it, but in the end, he was unable to do so, so he could only choose to seal it and hide it within the soul of a Shinigami. Now do you understand? Aizen lifted Rukia, his expression indifferent. The hiding place he chose back then was you, Rukia. Hearing Aizen's words, Rukia remembered Kasuke, and her hair stood on end, filled with fear. Do you know why your Ryuryoku couldn't recover in the living world before? Without waiting for Rukia to answer, Aizen continued, because the Jigai he created for you can continuously decompose Ryuryoku. If it continued, you would have gone from being a Shinigami to an ordinary soul. Do you understand? He wasn't trying to help you, but wanted to sacrifice you to hide the Hogyoku. Aizen's words pierced Rukia's heart like sharp swords. Rukia couldn't help but recall the scene when she met Kasuke that day. Oh my, you seem to be in trouble. Do you need me to lend you a Jigai? Back then, Rukia was in a desperate situation, and Kasuke suddenly appeared, extending a helping hand. But now, looking back. Chapter 317 Assassinating Aizen. However, although Urahara Kasuke painstakingly tried to hide you in the Hogyoku, fortunately, months later, I found you again in the living world. I immediately killed the Central 46. Bang. Just as Aizen was explaining to Rukia and the others, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, landing behind Aizen. His tall stature even shook the ground. Aizen. The newcomer roared angrily, then suddenly swung his Zanpakuto, which was several sizes larger than an ordinary Shinigami's, taking advantage of his height to slash down at Aizen from above. Aizen, calm and composed in the face of danger, turned around and, with an air of unruffled ease, reached out with his bare hand to meet the Zanpakuto, which was almost as big as his own body. Clang. The enormous Zanpakuto struck Aizen's hand but couldn't harm him at all. Instead, it was firmly grasped by Aizen. It's been a while, Kamamura. It seems you've experienced something that has changed your state of mind, enough to show your true face. Aizen greeted Kamamura as if chatting about everyday matters. The sudden arrival was none other than the captain of the 7th Division, Kamamura Sujin. And unlike before, he wasn't wearing that barrel-like mask, hiding his appearance, which was completely different from an ordinary Shinigami. You can still laugh. Aizen. Kamamura couldn't help but roar angrily. You betrayed the Soul Society and deceived all of us. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Then Kamamura looked angrily and disappointedly at Tozen, who stood silently beside Aizen, and said, "And you, Tozen? Do you have anything to explain?" Although he already knew that Tozen had also betrayed them, Kamamura still hoped that Tozen, his best friend, would explain himself clearly, and even hoped he would say he was forced by Aizen, that he had no choice. However, facing Kamamura's accusation, Tozen remained silent and unmoved. Is that so? You have nothing to say, Tozen. Kamamura couldn't help but feel disappointed. In that case, then, I'm sorry, Tozen. Kamamura roared angrily. Bankai. Kakujo Tengen Myo-o. What? Just as Kamamura was about to use his Bankai to attack Aizen and the others, he suddenly discovered that the Aizen in front of him had become illusory and then completely dissipated. How can this be? He was right in front of me, how could he suddenly disappear? Just as Kamamura was stunned, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. As Aizen's voice fell, a black light curtain rose around Kamamura, enveloping him from all sides like a black coffin, completely trapping him inside. Clang, 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 clang. Countless black shadow blades pierced through the Kurohitsuji. Then, as a gentle breeze passed, the Kurohitsuji dissipated, and Kamamura's figure appeared again. However. Squelch. 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 Blood gushed from Kamamura's body like a fountain. Thud. Kamamura, nearly 3 meters tall and as burly as a small mountain, crashed heavily to the ground. Moreover, covered in blood, he looked utterly miserable. But Kamamura's sacrifice was not meaningless. At least, as a supporting character, he perfectly highlighted Aizen's image as a powerful and invincible villain boss. Wow, what immense strength. Also a captain of the Gotei 13, yet completely no match for Aizen. Not far away, Ichigo, lying on the ground, watched the shocking scene of Aizen defeating a fellow captain in one blow and muttered absent-mindedly to himself. Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis is flawless. Even if you know you are hypnotized, you cannot escape it. Aizen glanced contemptuously at the fallen Kamamura and then turned around. Oh my, even skipping the incantation for a 90-level Kido. How terrifying. When did you learn that? Jin couldn't help but marvel. Aizen shook his head somewhat disappointedly. No, it failed. It didn't even achieve 1/3 of its original destructive power. As expected, Kido above level 90 is difficult to master precisely. Then Aizen looked back at Rukia and Ichigo. I'm sorry, we were only halfway through our conversation. Let's continue. After discovering your whereabouts in the living world, the first thing I did was eliminate the Central 46. Then, I used Kyoka Suigetsu to envelop the underground assembly hall of Central 46, making it appear as if Central 46 was still in session. Even if someone went in, they wouldn't find anything unusual. Moreover, without permission from Central 46, even captain-level figure of the Gotei 13 cannot enter the underground assembly hall, so there was basically no worry of being discovered. Then, one of us three always stayed there, issuing various orders in the name of Central 46. Among them was, executing you with the Sokayaku. Aizen said, smiling at Rukia. Because the Hogyoku was hidden within your soul, I thought of using the Sokayaku to evaporate your soul and then extract the Hogyoku. However, even if my plan was thorough, there was always the risk of unexpected accidents leading to failure. So, just in case, I considered whether there were other methods to extract the Hogyoku. And fortunately, after looking through the research materials left by Urahara Kasuke in the Great Spirit Book Gallery, located beneath the Central 46 Underground Assembly Hall, which forcibly gathers all information in the Soul Society, I finally discovered another method to extract the Hogyoku. Saying this, Aizen took out something like a test tube from his bosom. This is it. Crack. Aizen clenched his fist, shattering the test tube in his hand. The liquid inside flowed out, and Aizen's right hand suddenly began to change drastically, becoming like withered wood. Then, come here, Rukia. Aizen grabbed Rukia by the neck and lifted her up. Don't be afraid. Even if it hurts, it will only be for an instant. Aizen looked at Rukia with burning eyes, his breathing even becoming a little heavy. Then he slowly extended his evil hand towards Rukia's chest. Well, don't misunderstand, Aizen just wanted to extract the Hogyoku. And thinking that he was about to obtain the Hogyoku and evolve to a higher level, even with Aizen's calm and composure, a hint of excitement couldn't help but appear in his heart. Consequently, inevitably, most of Aizen's attention was focused on Rukia, and his vigilance towards the surrounding environment dropped to its lowest point. However, at that very moment, just as Aizen's right hand was about to touch Rukia, a figure suddenly appeared. Then, with speed even faster than instant teleportation, like lightning, the figure appeared behind Aizen. The sudden appearance of the figure, the rapidity of the movement, caught everyone present, including Aizen, completely off guard, unable to react in time. Swish. A flash of silver light passed. Squelch. The sound of a blade piercing a body rang out. Aizen lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the blade that had pierced through his body from behind, with a section protruding from his chest. You let your guard down, Aizen. The voice came from behind Aizen. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hearing the voice from behind, Aizen's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 318, Chapter 318 The Most Feared Person. Ah, that's right, it's me. Toshiro's voice came from behind Aizen. In fact, Toshiro had arrived not long after Ichigo got there. However, Toshiro had been hiding in the shadows, not revealing himself. In order to find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Aizen, even though he saw Ichigo and Renji being thoroughly beaten by Aizen, and Kamimura being defeated in one blow, Toshiro forcefully restrained himself from acting hastily. He waited until the moment Aizen was about to extract the Hogyoku from Rukia, when his mind was relaxed, his vigilance lowered, and an opening appeared. Only then did Toshiro exert all his strength, instantly bursting forth at the fastest speed of his life, delivering a fatal and earth-shattering strike against Aizen. Thud. Rukia fell from Aizen's hand, collapsing to the ground. With Aizen's body pierced by Toshiro's Zanpakuto, his body weakened, and he naturally lost the strength to support Rukia, whom he was holding. Rukia, are you all right? Toshiro asked with concern. I'm fine. But weren't you killed by Aizen? Rukia looked at Toshiro with great confusion. I'll explain this to you later. You should go over to Ichigo and Renji for now. Toshiro said. Then all right. Be careful yourself. Having said this, Rukia staggered towards Ichigo and Renji, who were lying on the ground not far away. Although Rukia was weak now and her Ryatsu hadn't recovered, she could still walk a few steps. The reason she couldn't move before was simply because Aizen's Ryatsu was too overwhelming. Now that Aizen was severely wounded by Toshiro, and Toshiro had shielded her from the influence of his Ryatsu, although her steps were unsteady, she could barely walk. Cough, cough. So you really didn't die after all, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Aizen couldn't help but cough up mouthfuls of blood, speaking intermittently. Oh. Judging by your expression, did you perhaps anticipate that I wasn't dead? Toshiro asked with some curiosity. I wouldn't exactly say I anticipated it. It's just that, in my view, your strength and intelligence are among the most top tier in the entire Soul Society. Yet, during our earlier fight, you were easily killed by me. Although Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis is flawless, and you didn't know about Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities, it's not impossible that you were killed due to carelessness. However, it was too easy. You are, after all, the vice-captain commander of the Gotei 13, an existence whose strength rivals Yamamoto Genryosai's. Being killed like this inevitably felt a bit unreal. Moreover, if the opponent's strength is too great, even if they still cannot shake off the influence of Kyoka Suigetsu, when attacked, they might, more or less, sense a little abnormality. Otherwise, I wouldn't have delayed taking action due to fearing the strength of you and Yamamoto Genryosai. I would have eliminated the Gotei 13 long ago. But your performance earlier seemed to perceive no abnormality at all, and you were easily killed by me. So, deep down, I still had some doubts about your death. However, just as I was about to carefully examine the corpse, Captain Unohana's arrival was earlier than I anticipated, so I couldn't continue inspecting your corpse. And besides, I only had a shred of doubt. I didn't truly believe you were still alive. After all, Kyoka Suigetsu's ability is flawless, and you had been hypnotized by me back in the Shino Academy. In theory, it should have been impossible for you to deceive me and feign death. Now it seems, I ultimately placed too much faith in Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, which allowed me to be fooled by you and end up in this situation. Hey, Toshiro-kun, why were you able to deceive my eyes and feign death to fool me? Having said this, Aizen couldn't help but turn his head with difficulty and look intently at Toshiro behind him. That's of course because I have a way to deal with your Kyoka Suigetsu, so your complete hypnosis has no effect on me at all. Toshiro snorted coldly. I see, so that's how it is. Aizen said with understanding. Aizen wasn't too surprised by Toshiro's statement, because only if Toshiro was unaffected by Kyoka Suigetsu could he deceive Aizen's eyes and feign death. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant Toshiro's method of concealment, if his 5 senses were manipulated by Kyoka Suigetsu, it would have been impossible for Aizen not to perceive any abnormality. So, when did you obtain the method to counter complete hypnosis? And what exactly is this method? Aizen suddenly asked with a serious expression. Speaking here, Aizen couldn't help but think back to the brief fight he had with Toshiro in the living world back then. About 20 years ago, Aizen was conducting holification experiments in the living world, which led to the death of the 10th Division's member stationed there. At that time, the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin, secretly went to the living world to investigate, and Toshiro followed closely behind. As a result, they had a brief fight with Aizen, who was in disguise. During that fight, Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, believing he had influenced Toshiro's 5 senses and that Toshiro's attack wouldn't hit him. He then calmly prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, he was hit by Toshiro's attack. At that time, Aizen had wondered if Toshiro could counter Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis. But because Aizen believed too much in Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, and Toshiro had used a large-scale attack technique, Aizen didn't think much of it, assuming Toshiro had just gotten lucky. But now that he thought about it, and if Toshiro had been unaffected by Kyoka Suigetsu since then Aizen couldn't help but think that his subsequent series of actions, and even his earlier feigned death, had been clearly seen by Toshiro. But if Toshiro had been able to counter Kyoka Suigetsu's ability as early as 20 years ago, then why hadn't he revealed the truth to the Soul Society? Could it be that he had some deeper scheme? Thinking of this, Aizen couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread rising from the bottom of his heart. Previously, Aizen had feared Toshiro more for his strength. But now, compared to Toshiro's strength, Aizen feared his intelligence even more. In Toshiro, Aizen seemed to see Kisuke, the only man who surpassed him in intelligence. And Toshiro's strength was far greater than Kisuke's. Exceptional intelligence, immense power, and unaffected by Kyoka Suigetsu. With so many factors combined, Aizen's fear of Toshiro reached its peak, surpassing that of any other existence. Consequently, Aizen desperately wanted to know when Toshiro had obtained the method to deal with Kyoka Suigetsu, and what exactly this method was. Toshiro, on the other hand, hadn't expected Aizen to imagine so many things. He had possessed the method to deal with Kyoka Suigetsu since his time at the Shino Academy. As for why he didn't immediately expose Aizen's true colors, it was naturally because he knew that doing so would be meaningless. At that time, Toshiro's strength was far inferior to Aizen's. Even without Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, Toshiro was no match for Aizen. Yamamoto, on the other hand, had the strength but couldn't shake off the influence of Kyoka Suigetsu. So, in this situation, it was better to let things develop naturally. At least this way, he wouldn't disrupt the development of the plot, and Toshiro could maintain the advantage of foresight. You ask me when I obtained the method to counter Kyoka Suigetsu, and what that method is. Alright, listen carefully, Aizen. Hearing Toshiro's words, Aizen's expression became serious, ready to listen attentively. Listen carefully, the method to counter Kyoka Suigetsu is. I'm not telling you. Just as Aizen was listening intently, Toshiro suddenly burst out with a scoff. Chapter 319 Assembly. The strongest Shinigami Legion. Your personality is really quite nasty, Toshiro-kun. Aizen's expression stiffened for a moment. Take your doubts to hell with you, Aizen. Although telling Aizen wouldn't have mattered much, Toshiro was more than happy to annoy him. Hell. That's where only the most heinous criminals go when they die, right? But if someone like me died, I would probably go to hell as well. However, I don't plan on dying so easily, Toshiro-kun. Kukuku. Aizen suddenly laughed meaningfully. What do you mean by that? Hearing Aizen's words, Toshiro felt a sense of unease. What do I mean? I mean. Whoosh. Just as Aizen was speaking, Byakuya's figure suddenly appeared on the scene. Although seeing Toshiro alive, not killed by Aizen as Aizen had said, and instead seeing Aizen seemingly about to be killed by Toshiro surprised Byakuya somewhat, he only glanced at Toshiro. Then Byakuya looked coldly at Aizen. Was everything your scheme, Aizen? Byakuya's tone was icy cold, as if it could freeze someone. God knows how much pain and suffering Byakuya had endured during this time. His promise to his deceased wife, his vow to his departed parents, Byakuya had wandered in confusion and pain between the two for a long time, finally resolving to abide by his parents' oath, cruelly giving up on Rukia and upholding the rules of the Soul Society. But it turned out all of this was Aizen's scheme. Byakuya's anger was understandable. If he hadn't seen Aizen pierce through the body by Toshiro's sword, severely wounded and seemingly about to die, Byakuya would have wanted to slash Aizen a few times himself to vent his anger. "Ah, is that you, Captain Kuchiki?" "You're right, I did it all. Unfortunately, the Sokayaku execution I specially prepared for Rukia didn't get used. That's really quite regrettable." Aizen replied with a light laugh. "You bastard." Provoked by Aizen's words, Byakuya's expression turned even colder. "Humph, let me personally cut off your head and wash away the shame of the Kuchiki clan being fooled by you." Perhaps angered by Aizen, Byakuya immediately drew his Zanpakuto and began to walk towards Aizen. "Jin, I'll leave Captain Kuchiki to you," Aizen instructed Jin, who was not far away. "Ah, no problem, Captain Aizen." In fact, Jin had been in a state of utter confusion throughout this sudden series of events. Originally, just as Aizen was about to extract the Hogyoku, Toshiro, who had supposedly been killed by Aizen, suddenly appeared, launched a surprise attack, and pierced Aizen's body with his sword. To be honest, when Jin saw this scene, his feelings were complex, both the joy that his great revenge might be achieved, and the regret that he couldn't personally avenge Ranjaku. But the subsequent events left Jin somewhat unable to understand. For now, setting aside why Toshiro wasn't dead, Aizen's behavior was also very strange. Clearly pierced through by Toshiro's sword, severely injured, and seemingly about to die at any moment, yet instead of trying to save his life, Aizen actually had the presence of mind to have him deal with Byakuya. Jin felt his brain was almost insufficient, truly unable to comprehend the actions of two big shots like Toshiro and Aizen. However, despite being utterly confused, after hesitating for a moment in his heart, Jin decided to continue following Aizen's orders and deal with Byakuya. Because Jin had spent so many years by Aizen's side and knew well the terrifying ability of Kyoka Suigetsu. Just as Aizen himself said, Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnotic ability was flawless. Even if you knew you were under Kyoka Suigetsu's power, you still couldn't escape its control. So Jin couldn't even judge whether the scene he was seeing, of how Aizen pierced by Toshiro's sword, severely wounded, and about to die, was real. Perhaps the scene he was seeing was just an illusion, and Aizen might just be testing his loyalty. Therefore, out of caution, to be on the safe side, Jin still decided to temporarily obey Aizen's order and deal with Byakuya. That way, even if the scene of Aizen being severely wounded and about to die was real, it wouldn't matter, fighting Byakuya could just be considered some light exercise. That's right, Jin only planned to go through the motions with Byakuya, putting in minimal effort, not intending to fight to the death. Moreover, if the scene of Aizen being severely wounded and about to die was fake, just Jin's illusion, then it would perfectly demonstrate his loyalty and make Aizen trust him more. So, thinking this, Jin immediately reached out and grasped the hilt of his Zanpakuto at his waist. However, just then, another turn of events occurred. Whoosh! 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 Three figures flashed into view. They were Ranjaku, Yoruchi, and Suifeng. Then, Ranjaku directly used Shuinpa and appeared right behind Jin. "You'd better not move." Ranjaku placed her Zanpakuto against Jin's neck and said, oh dear, I'm sorry, Captain Aizen. I've been restrained." Jin said to Aizen as if helplessly. "Forget it, it doesn't matter, Jin," Aizen said nonchalantly. Then Aizen looked at Yoruchi and said, "Long time no see." "What a nostalgic face, Shihoin Yoruchi." "Yeah, it's been over 100 years, Aizen. This is our first meeting after so many years, but it's probably also our last. I originally planned to deal with you personally, but it looks like you're going to die without me having to lift a finger. That's really quite regrettable," Yoruchi said with some emotion. "Heh, I've already said, I haven't yet achieved my goal. How could I just? Humph. Your schemes are doomed to fail, great traitor." Aizen Sosuke. A cold snort suddenly came, interrupting Aizen's words. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. As footsteps sounded, captains like Yamamoto, Unohana, Kairaku, Zaraki, Yukitake, as well as lieutenants like Chojiro, Omida, Aizen, Hisejai, Nanao, Yuichiro, walked forward step by step. Adding Toshiro on the scene, Suifeng, Byakuya, and the fallen Kamamura, aside from Mayuri and the traitors from Aizen's side, all the captains of the entire Godai 13 were assembled here. This could be called the strongest Shinigami Legion in the Soul Society. Chapter 320, Chapter 320. Success and failure both hinge on this one factor. "Toshiro, you really aren't dead. That's great." Among Yamamoto's group, Kairaku's emotions were somewhat stirred upon seeing Toshiro. Yukitake beside him also looked very happy, but Yukitake, being of a calm disposition, didn't express it as directly as Kairaku. Honestly, Toshiro had a very good relationship with Kairaku and Yukitake. The two had always been very considerate towards Toshiro. Moreover, since Toshiro had once studied kendo under Yamamoto, he could be considered a junior fellow disciple to Kairaku and Yhwach, so the three of them had always been very close. That's why Shunsui had been so furious upon hearing that Toshiro was killed by Aizen, wanting to kill Aizen to avenge him. I'm sorry. I faked my death earlier to deceive Aizen. I'm really sorry for causing everyone so much worry. Toshiro said apologetically to Kairaku, Yhwach, and the others. Well, forget it. The important thing is that you're all right. Yhwach waved his hand. Then Yhwach looked at Aizen. Aizen. Facing Aizen, his former colleague and now enemy, Yhwach Jushiro's emotions were very complex. He didn't know what to say. Sigh. Anyway, it's all over, Aizen. Dying by Toshiro's sword might not be a bad ending for you. Yhwach said with some emotion. Heh, ha ha ha. Aizen suddenly laughed. Humph. What's so funny? Toshiro, standing behind Aizen, snorted coldly and abruptly twisted the zanpakuto piercing Aizen's body. Ugh. Aizen couldn't help but groan in pain. Heh, I'm laughing at you all. Do you all really think that I, Aizen Sosuke, will die like this? Aizen said mockingly. Oh. Aren't you going to? I said before, your Kyoka Soijetsu has no effect on me. So I can be sure that the one I stabbed is you, Aizen Sosuke, not some illusion. And judging by your injuries, you can't survive, can you? Toshiro frowned. Toshiro was certain that when he attacked Aizen earlier, although Aizen subconsciously twisted his body, Toshiro's zanpakuto still pierced Aizen's body and even damaged his heart. Although Aizen's subconscious movement caused Toshiro's blade to only graze the outer layer of his heart when piercing through, even with this kind of injury, no matter how strong Aizen's body was, unless he was an immortal being, he could at most hold on for a few more minutes before eventually dying. However, although his words were confident, upon hearing Aizen's words, the bad premonition in Toshiro's heart grew even stronger. Aizen's expression turned sinister. Hey, Toshiro-kun, you said before that I was too careless and that's why you succeeded in your surprise attack. That's not wrong. In fact, I did let my guard down, relaxing my vigilance the moment I was about to extract the Hogyoku, allowing you to seize the opportunity and severely wound me. But this time, I'll also say this to you. You were too careless. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Aizen's words made Toshiro's heart skip a beat, and his bad premonition reached its peak. So Toshiro decided not to waste any more words with Aizen. He made a prompt decision and abruptly withdrew the zanpakuto piercing Aizen's body. Squelch. Toshiro's sudden withdrawal of his sword caused Aizen's wound to spurt out a large amount of blood like a fountain. Then Toshiro swung his sword towards Aizen's neck. No matter what tricks Aizen still had, Toshiro didn't believe he could still live after he cut off his head. However, to Toshiro's surprise, despite being severely wounded and losing a lot of blood, Aizen still acted as if nothing was wrong. He lightly stepped and instantly dodged Toshiro's attack. Although Toshiro's speed could be said to be unmatched, Aizen, being a same-level opponent, dodging one or two of Toshiro's attacks wasn't too difficult. But that was under the condition that Aizen was completely unharmed and at the peak of his strength. Logically, with such a severe injury, Aizen should either die immediately or be completely weakened, with barely a fraction of his strength remaining. Yet now he easily evaded Toshiro's attack. Aizen, what the hell is going on with you? Toshiro's expression turned ugly. Hey, Toshiro-kun, didn't I say? You were too careless, making the same mistake I did earlier. Aizen chuckled lightly. If, after piercing my body with your sword, you had immediately followed up with a few more strikes to my vital points, then no matter what, I would have died. Unfortunately, you didn't do that, which is why I had the opportunity to temporarily suppress my injuries with the power of the Hogyoku. Saying this, Aizen took out a blue-black orb from his bosom. Damn it. I should have thought of that. Toshiro was furious with himself. Although the Hogyoku created by Kisuke that was inside Rukia had already fallen into Toshiro's hands, Aizen also had his own self-created Hogyoku. Considering intelligence and scientific research level, the Hogyoku created by Kisuke should be far superior to Aizen's. Otherwise, Aizen wouldn't have gone to such lengths to obtain Kisuke's Hogyoku. But even so, Aizen's Hogyoku was still a Hogyoku. Regardless, it possessed abilities unimaginable to ordinary people. Even if it couldn't make Aizen immortal, spending some time to temporarily suppress, or even heal, his injuries wouldn't be difficult. The reason Toshiro hadn't thought of this initially was because the original work didn't describe in detail what special abilities Aizen's Hogyoku had before merging with Kisuke's. So Toshiro had also subconsciously overlooked this point. It was a case of success and failure both hinge on this one factor. Toshiro had always been able to anticipate the enemy's moves by relying on his knowledge of the original story, but today, because he paid too much attention to the original plot, he overlooked certain things, causing his surprise attack on Aizen to end in failure. Yar, this world is, after all, a real world, not just a simple anime. Anime has limited space and can't describe everything in detail. Toshiro smiled bitterly in his heart. Seeing Toshiro's annoyed and bitter expression, Aizen couldn't help but feel pleased and said, "Actually, I understood your feelings at that time. Earlier, when I initiated a conversation with you, it was just to buy time to use my own Hogyoku to treat my injuries. Instead of thinking much about it, you nonchalantly chatted with me and even teased me. In fact, I knew very well that you were just showing off at that moment, showing off your intelligence, your strength, showing off that you could defeat me and trample me underfoot. That's why you said some unnecessary words. Isn't that right, Toshiro-kun?" Aizen asked. "Ah, that's right. This time, I indeed became proud," Toshiro admitted frankly. Just as Aizen said, seeing the original work's great villain on the verge of death under his own scheming, Toshiro couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, and thus lost his vigilance. "Is that so? Then it seems we are somewhat similar, because when facing an enemy, I also can't help doing this," Aizen said with a sense of mutual appreciation. "Humph, enough of this useless talk. Although you got lucky and escaped once, I won't be careless this time, Aizen." Toshiro pointed his sword at Aizen, his expression extremely serious. "Oh. Is that so? But in a head-on confrontation, not a surprise attack, I'm not afraid of you, Hitsugaya Toshiro," Aizen replied forcefully. Instantly, the atmosphere between them became tense, as if a great battle was about to erupt at any moment. Chapter 321, Come and Defeat Me, Aizen. Clang. Aizen slowly drew his Zanpakuto. "Come on, Aizen, let me see what skills you have besides those petty tricks," Toshiro shouted loudly. "Heh." Aizen chuckled lightly, then lightly stepped on the ground, his figure instantly vanishing. "Here he comes." Just as Toshiro was bracing himself, preparing to go all out against Aizen's attack, he discovered that Aizen's target was not him, but Rukia not far away. "Damn it!" Toshiro shouted in anxiety, and immediately used Shunkoho at full power. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Toshiro, moving at full speed, arrived before Rukia and immediately swung his sword to meet Aizen, who arrived almost simultaneously on his heels. Clang! Their Zanpakuto clashed. "Aizen, you bastard, attacking Rukia. Don't you have any dignity as a strong one?" Toshiro said angrily. "Humph, I had no choice, Toshiro-kun. If I can't capture Rukia, I won't be able to obtain the Hogyoku." Stopped in time by Toshiro, Aizen's expression also darkened. "Ha!" Toshiro shouted loudly, exerting force with his hand to push aside Aizen's Zanpakuto, temporarily repelling him. "Rukia, go over to the Captain Commander and the others for now. I'll handle Aizen. Don't worry, I won't let him hurt you." Toshiro kept his eyes fixed on Aizen, speaking without turning back to the frightened Rukia behind him. "Oh okay, please be careful." Having been caught by Aizen earlier, and finally saved by Toshiro, only to have Aizen suddenly attack her again, Rukia was terrified. If Toshiro hadn't stopped Aizen in time, she would certainly have been caught again. After saying a word to Toshiro, Rukia quickly left the scene and headed towards where Yamamoto and the others were. Seeing Rukia leave the scene, Aizen did not stop her, but looked at Toshiro with a confident expression and said, "Hey, Toshiro-kun, although your strength is great, if I were determined to capture Rukia, do you really think you could stop me?" "Aizen, you want to capture Rukia for the Hogyoku, right?" Toshiro suddenly asked. "Of course, isn't it obvious? Why ask again unnecessarily?" Aizen said dismissively. "Then, what do you think this is?" Toshiro suddenly took out a blue-black orb from his bosom, identical to the one Aizen had shown earlier. "That's Hogyoku," Aizen exclaimed in shock. "That's right, this is the Hogyoku created by Urahara Kasuke that you've been arduously pursuing." Toshiro nodded. Aizen asked puzzledly, "But wasn't it hidden by Urahara Kasuke within Rukia's soul? How did it come into your hands? Could it be?" "That's right, it's just as you think. The Hogyoku was already extracted from Rukia. I have already investigated your actions in detail regarding the Hogyoku. Then, I also obtained the method to extract the Hogyoku from the Great Spirit Book Gallery. Moreover, to avoid you detecting that I had infiltrated the Great Spirit Book Gallery, I went out of my way to completely eliminate any traces I left. Then, I had Captain Kuratsuchi help me create a device capable of extracting foreign objects from a soul. Finally, I went to the Repentant Cell Deep Prison. After sending the others away, I extracted the Hogyoku from the soul of the unconscious Rukia. So, if you really want the Hogyoku, then come for me. Let me see if you have the strength to take the Hogyoku from me." Aizen. Toshiro looked at Aizen challengingly and, in full view of everyone, put the Hogyoku back into his bosom. The reason Toshiro did this was mainly to make Aizen focus his goal on him, and stop targeting Rukia. Otherwise, if Aizen were determined to capture Rukia, although Toshiro was confident he could stop him, it was better to be safe than sorry. If, by some chance, Toshiro was momentarily careless and Aizen broke through his defense to capture Rukia, then who knows what might happen. In the original work, Rukia was saved from Aizen by Byakuya, but that was because Aizen had already obtained the Hogyoku and no longer cared about Rukia, so he allowed Byakuya to take her back. Otherwise, there's no explanation for how Byakuya, battered from his fight with Ichigo, could have taken Rukia from Aizen. But the current situation is different from the original story. The Hogyoku has already been extracted by Toshiro. If, by some chance, Aizen went to great lengths to break through Toshiro's defense and captured Rukia, only to find that Rukia didn't have the Hogyoku, then an enraged Aizen would be very likely to either kill Rukia in anger or take her as a hostage. So, to avoid involving Rukia, Toshiro actively showed the Hogyoku, letting Aizen know that the Hogyoku was on him. If he wanted it, the only way was to defeat Toshiro. Is that so? I see. It seems that to obtain the Hogyoku, I have to defeat you, Toshiro-kun. Aizen's expression turned serious. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Toshiro said assertively. Aizen said noncommittally, hey, you're quite confident, Toshiro-kun. But enough talk. Let's settle this with our swords, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. A purple-black light flashed in Aizen's hand and vanished, then a huge black light curtain enveloped Toshiro from all sides, trapping him inside like a black coffin. Heido number 91, Senju Koten Taiho. A deep voice suddenly sounded from within Aizen's Kuro Hitsuji. Boom. 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 Countless beams of pink light suddenly shattered Aizen's Kuro Hitsuji, and then, with undiminished force, shot straight towards Aizen. Seeing this, Aizen quickly defended himself. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A transparent barrier appeared in front of Aizen. Bang. 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 The Senju Koten Taiho beams from Toshiro struck Aizen's Danku barrier, causing a violent explosion that directly shattered Aizen's Danku, and the explosion instantly affected Aizen. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, Aizen's figure reappeared. However, apart from his captain's Hayori being somewhat disheveled and damaged, Aizen didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Although the 91-level Heido was extremely powerful, it first broke through the 90-level Kuro Hitsuji, then shattered the Danku, which could completely defend against Heido below level 89. The remaining power was naturally unable to harm a strong one of Aizen's level. Quite surprising. I consider myself relatively skilled in Kido, but after many years of training, I can only manage to use 90-level Kuro Hitsuji while skipping the incantation, and even then with less than one-third of its original power. But I never expected that you, Toshiro-kun, so young, could easily skip the incantation for a 91-level Heido, and its power seems even greater than the original. Aizen couldn't help but marvel. Humph, stop using these boring little tricks. Show me your true strength, Aizen. Toshiro snorted. Although 90-level and 91-level Heido were extremely powerful, enough to instantly kill a captain level if hit, Toshiro and Aizen were far beyond ordinary captain level. For strong ones of Toshiro and Aizen's level, their body's racial density was extremely high. Not necessarily impervious to swords and spears, but the power of 90 or 91-level Heido alone might not even be able to break through their bodily defense. To injure them purely with Kido, one would need Heido above level 95. And to instantly defeat a strong one of Toshiro and Aizen's level like Kamimura was defeated, even 99-level Kido wouldn't suffice. That's why Toshiro said Aizen's Kuro Hitsuji was just some boring little tricks. Yes, indeed, some little tricks won't work on you, Toshiro-kun. To obtain the Hogyoku, it seems I'll have to go all out. Aizen suddenly said seriously. Chapter 322, Chapter 322 Forced Fusion. Aizen was also very clear in his heart that if he continued to delay any longer, the situation would undoubtedly be disadvantageous for him. If he wanted to obtain the Hogyoku, he had no choice but to fight Toshiro. Thinking of this, Aizen hesitated no longer. The immense Ryatsu within his body rapidly converged onto his Zanpakuto. Then, he kicked off the ground and suddenly charged towards Toshiro. Seeing this, Toshiro did not show any weakness and met him head-on. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. Both of them simultaneously strode forward, rushing towards each other. Then, they both swung their Zanpakuto with force. Boom. Boom. Just swinging the swords, before even touching each other, a terrible explosive sound rang out in the air. This showed the immense power contained in their Zanpakuto. Clang. A loud, piercing sound of clashing swords rang out, and even the lieutenants present couldn't help but instinctively cover their ears. Ugh. Aizen groaned painfully, and his body involuntarily stepped back. Aizen took 3 steps back before barely managing to stop himself. The wound, is it bleeding again? Aizen looked down and saw blood continuously flowing from the wound. After clashing head-on with Toshiro, Aizen was not only pushed back in one blow, but his injuries also couldn't help but begin to recur. After all, the Hogyoku that Aizen himself created was just a flawed product. Before merging with the one created by Kisuke, it didn't have the imagined great power. And the injury Aizen had sustained earlier was fatal. He had only temporarily suppressed it using his own Hogyoku, not fully recovered. After the head-on clash with Toshiro, the suppressed injury inevitably began to show signs of acting up. Although Aizen could completely heal his injury using his own Hogyoku, it would take some effort and time. And now, Toshiro obviously wouldn't give him time to recover properly. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? I'm really being underestimated. Toshiro suddenly slashed a Kanatsu towards Aizen. Sensing the danger, Aizen quickly sidestepped to avoid Toshiro's attack. Boom. After Aizen dodged, Toshiro's Kanatsu struck the ground behind him. Then, a section of ground nearly 100 meters long was cut off by Toshiro's Kanatsu and fell down from the Sokayaku Hill. The Sokayaku Hill, as its name suggests, was a hill that protruded above the average elevation of the Siriidii. The ground was a mixture of earth and stone, very hard. Now, Toshiro had cut off a piece nearly 100 meters long with one slash. Rumble. A huge crashing sound came from below the Sokayaku Hill, and even the people on top of the hill could feel the tremor. Seeing this exaggerated scene, Ichigo in the distance was dumbfounded. So strong. And he hasn't even used Shirkai, let alone Bankai, yet he can unleash such a terrible attack. I'm afraid even my Getsuga Tensho after Bankai couldn't achieve this level. This is the strength of the vice-captain commander of the Godai 13, captain of the 10th division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Ichigo was completely shocked by Toshiro's strength. Such powerful and terrifying power. If I could have power like this, I could protect my companions, right? Ichigo looked at Toshiro's figure, a gleam of longing flashing in his eyes. After achieving Bankai and defeating Byakuya, Ichigo's confidence had soared. He even thought that if all 13 captains of the Godai 13 were on Byakuya's level, then rescuing Rukia wouldn't be too difficult. It wasn't until he encountered Aizen that Ichigo was doused with cold water, and his confidence suffered an unprecedented blow. His powerful strike in Bankai state was easily blocked by Aizen with just one finger, and then he was effortlessly defeated on the spot. Aizen's immense strength once plunged Ichigo into despair. But now, Aizen, whose strength was enough to make Ichigo despair, was being suppressed by Toshiro. This couldn't help but make Ichigo long to reach that level of power. Aizen. It's not over yet. Again. Toshiro shouted loudly, pressing forward again, launching continuous attacks. Aizen also showed no weakness and counterattacked. Although in terms of head-on combat power, Aizen was slightly inferior to Toshiro, coupled with the effect of his injuries, Aizen completely fell into the disadvantage in the battle. However, Toshiro couldn't do anything to Aizen for the time being. Clang, 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 clang. Bang. 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 The sounds of swords clashing, air exploding, ground shaking. Wherever the two went, the places affected were all in utter chaos, worse than ruins. And if this continued, the entire Sokayaku Hill might disappear from the map of the Siriidii. Hey, old man Yama, are we just going to watch Toshiro fight Aizen alone? Shouldn't we go up and help? Outside the battlefield, Kayaraku watched the intense battle between Toshiro and Aizen and asked Yamamoto. Don't you already know, Kayaraku? Among those present here, besides Toshiro who can counter Aizen's Kyokusui-jetsu and those Ryoka who haven't been hypnotized by Aizen, all of us have been hypnotized by Aizen's Kyokusui-jetsu. Now, if we rashly go up to help Toshiro, we might not only be unable to help, but might even be used by Aizen. Yamamoto watched the battle between Toshiro and Aizen with a calm expression, looking composed. But Kayaraku was still worried. I understand what you're saying, but what if Toshiro gets injured, or even? Although Toshiro was gaining the upper hand in the battle, the strength Aizen showed was not much inferior to Toshiro's. Even if Toshiro ultimately won, he would definitely be seriously injured, or even die together with Aizen. Calm down, Kayaraku. You have to trust Toshiro. Toshiro has the advantage in the current fight, so the ultimate winner will definitely be Toshiro. And, if we can eliminate Aizen, even if he gets injured, it's worth it. I believe Toshiro thinks so too. Although he said this, Yamamoto couldn't help but clench his fists. His nails even pierced his flesh, and blood flowed freely without him knowing. Clang. Aizen struggled to force Toshiro back with a slash, then created distance, standing opposite Toshiro. Pant, pant. Pant. His chest heaved violently, and Aizen stood there breathing heavily. In terms of head-on combat power, Aizen was indeed slightly weaker than Toshiro. More critically, the high-intensity battle affected his injuries, which were gradually becoming impossible to suppress. At this rate, not only will I not obtain the Hogyoku, but I'll also end up here. There's no choice. Although forcibly fusing it will have great consequences, now, I have to do this. Thinking this, Aizen hesitated no longer. He suddenly took out the Hogyoku he had created from his bosom and directly embedded it into the wound on his chest. What? Seeing this, Toshiro thought of something, his expression suddenly changed, and he instinctively wanted to stop Aizen, but it was too late. Boom. A vast, surging Ryatsu instantly erupted from Aizen's body. Crack, 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 crack. The earth cracked, and bottomless chasms appeared on the ground of the Sokayaku hill. Buzz, 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 buzz. Even the space of the Soul Society buzzed, like glass under too much strain, seeming ready to shatter at any moment. Ryatsu of this level is actually stronger than mine when I release my full power in Bankai. Toshiro exclaimed in shock. Is Aizen's strength really this strong? No, it's probably Aizen's own Hogyoku combined with his full Ryatsu that achieves this level. Looking at the Hogyoku embedded in Aizen's wound, Toshiro immediately understood what was happening. Although he knew what was happening, he still had to figure out how to deal with it. Otherwise, if Toshiro also went all out, although he might be able to handle the current Aizen, the entire Siriidii would be affected by their battle. Now, the only option is. Chapter 323, Chapter 323 Second Plan. At the same time, Aizen's situation was not very good either. The Hogyoku he himself created was, after all, just a flawed product, not perfect. Moreover, he had made no preparations beforehand. Now, under pressure from Toshiro, rashly embedding the flawed Hogyoku into the wound on his chest for forced fusion placed an immense burden on his already injured body. Aizen's face flushed red, and the veins on his exposed skin bulged. His originally gentle and refined image now looked somewhat ferocious. Furthermore, the suddenly increased Riryoku rampaged within his body, extremely difficult to control, as if it might go berserk and explode him at any moment. However, Aizen gritted his teeth and persevered, barely suppressing those unruly spiritual energies within his body. Then, feeling the vast power within him, Aizen couldn't help but want to indulge in it. But Aizen was, after all, a man of strong will. He snapped out of it in an instant, and then showed a hint of dissatisfaction. How regrettable. Although this power is very powerful, it ultimately hasn't surpassed the limit of a Shinigami's peak. It seems that relying on this flawed Hogyoku in my hand to break the limit of a Shinigami and evolve to a higher level is impossible. Now, it seems the only way is to try and seize the Hogyoku created by Urahara Kasuke from Hitsugaya Toshiro, and then fuse them into a complete Hogyoku to achieve that. Thinking of this, Aizen looked at Toshiro again, then walked step by step towards where Toshiro was. Come on, Toshiro-kun, show me your true strength. Aizen's confidence soared, and he challenged Toshiro with full confidence. At this moment, after forcibly fusing with the Hogyoku, Aizen was filled with confidence. Although he had only fused with his own flawed Hogyoku, in Aizen's view, it was enough to defeat Toshiro. What's wrong? Why won't you use your Bankai to fight me? You don't think you can defeat me without releasing your Zanpakuto, do you? Seeing Toshiro standing there unmoved, Aizen frowned. Ah, I see. Without waiting for Toshiro to answer, Aizen showed a look of sudden understanding. You're worried that if you use Bankai and fight me with all your strength, it will affect the Siriidii, right? Aizen easily guessed what Toshiro was worried about. Hee. Don't worry about it, Toshiro-kun. I don't care at all about our battle damaging the Siriidii or even the Soul Society's environment. Heh, ha ha ha. Seeing Toshiro's worried expression, Aizen couldn't help but laugh heartily. He didn't care at all if the battle damaged the Siriidii or even the Soul Society. After all, he was going to leave the Soul Society anyway, so even if the Soul Society was destroyed, he wouldn't mind. Moreover, if Toshiro was hesitant because of concerns about damaging the Siriidii and fought with his hands tied, that would undoubtedly be even more advantageous for Aizen. Since Toshiro-kun has concerns, let me make the first move. Saying this, Aizen prepared to actively attack Toshiro. After all, he was only in a state of forced fusion with his Hogyoku. This state couldn't be maintained for long. And once he exited the fusion state, his already injured body would undoubtedly be even worse. Humph. Do you think I haven't prepared anything, Aizen? Looking at the smug Aizen, Toshiro suddenly snorted coldly. Activate Plan 2. Toshiro looked at the sky and suddenly shouted. What? Plan 2. Boom. 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 Before Aizen could finish his words, 4 huge stone pillars suddenly fell from the sky, scattered in the east, south, west, and north. The pillars were covered with densely carved mysterious runes. Then, a light flashed on the pillars, and a spherical transparent barrier enveloped an area of several hundred meters around Toshiro and Aizen, completely enclosing them, while completely blocking everyone else outside. What is this? Seeing this unexpected development, Aizen felt a sense of unease in his heart. This is the second plan I carefully prepared for you, Aizen. Toshiro slowly began to speak. After discovering your scheme, I thought about how to deal with you. After discussing with the Captain Commander, the first plan we decided on was. Surprise attack. Although this method is a bit underhanded, if it could eliminate a troublesome guy like you, I wouldn't mind doing it. That's why I faked my death earlier, made you let your guard down, and then secretly looked for an opportunity to launch a sudden attack on you. But unfortunately, it failed. However, considering you are such a troublesome opponent, we did consider the possibility of the first plan failing. So, just in case, we specifically prepared a second plan. And the second plan was to create a special battlefield where I could go all out without worries and defeat you. It seems like it's come in handy now. Toshiro said somewhat thankfully. Hehehe. Aizen, let me explain what these 4 pillars are. After Toshiro finished speaking, a somewhat strange voice suddenly came from all directions, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Oh. Isn't that Kuratsuchi Mayuri's voice? I remember you were never interested in anything outside of research. I didn't expect you to come this time too. Aizen instantly recognized it as Mayuri's voice, but that was precisely why Aizen was somewhat surprised. Don't bother trying to find me. It's a waste of effort. I'm not on the Sokayaku Hill. As for now, I'm just transmitting my voice to the scene through some equipment. At the 12th Division, Technology Development Bureau. Mayuri looked at a screen showing Aizen trying to find him and let out a smug laugh. Aizen, let me explain it to you properly. These 4 pillars are the space stabilizing pillars I specifically crafted for you. They can form a special barrier. The strength of this barrier is extremely powerful. Even someone of Captain Commander Yamamoto's level would find it very difficult to break it with all their strength. Moreover, it can temporarily isolate the connection with the external space and greatly enhance the spatial strength within the barrier. Well, in short, no matter how much you fight inside, it won't affect the outside situation. Aizen understood. I see. No matter how you fight, it won't affect the outside. You did this to protect the Siriidii and the Soul Society, right? You really went to a lot of trouble. And also, maintaining the space-stabilizing pillars requires a huge amount of high-density Ryuryoku. So, Captain Commander and the other captains, please input your Ryuryoku to maintain the barrier. Mayuri's voice came again. Hearing Mayuri's words, the captains outside the barrier looked at each other and nodded. Yamamoto, Retsu, Kairaku, and Yukitake flashed and each appeared in front of a pillar. They placed their hands on them and began to input their Ryuryoku. Meanwhile, Suifeng, Zaraki, and Yoruchi stood in front of Jin and Tozen to prevent them from taking the opportunity to destroy the space-stabilizing pillars from the outside. Although Ranjaku had her sword at Jin's neck, seemingly having captured him, the others obviously didn't think that would be enough to make Jin obedient. As for the remaining captains, they were all seriously injured and couldn't easily act, so they could only obediently watch. And the lieutenants were even more out of the question. At this point, they couldn't even participate anymore. Then, Aizen, come on. From now on, let's fight with all our might. With his worry solved, Toshiro's fighting spirit soared. Ah, by the way, Captain Hitsugaya. Mayuri's voice suddenly sounded inopportunely. Based on my analysis of the Ryatsu intensity Aizen just released, considering the material of the space-stabilizing pillars, they can only last for 3 minutes at most. Chapter 324, Chapter 324 A 3-minute battle. Hwach. Hearing Mayuri's words, Toshiro, who was just about to charge out and fight Aizen, forcibly stopped his movement and asked with a forehead full of black lines. I'm saying that the space-stabilizing pillars can only last for 3 minutes. So if you want to defeat Aizen, you'd better make good use of the time. Otherwise, after the barrier formed by the space-stabilizing pillars disappears in 3 minutes, the battle between you and Aizen will inevitably cause serious damage to the Siriidii. Mayuri explained. Toshiro's expression turned ugly. After forcibly fusing with the Hogyoku, Aizen's Ryatsu alone was probably even stronger than his. Toshiro wasn't even sure if he could defeat Aizen in this state, let alone kill him within 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Ha! Do you think I'm Ultraman who can blow up a little monster in 3 minutes? Hey, Captain Kuratsuchi, aren't the space-stabilizing pillars supported by the Ryuryoku of the Captain Commander and the others? How can they only last 3 minutes? Toshiro frowned. The existence of the space-stabilizing pillars was mainly to prevent the aftermath of the battle between Toshiro and Aizen from damaging the Siriidii and the Soul Society's environment. And if Toshiro and Aizen went all out, the destructive power they would cause was indeed very terrifying. But remember, the space-stabilizing pillars were supported by the Ryuryoku of 4 people, Yamamoto, Unohana, Kairaku, and Yukitake. Not to mention Yamamoto and the unfathomably powerful Unohana, even Kairaku and Yukitake were beyond captain level, even at the peak of beyond captain level. These 4 were the strongest in the Goti I-13 besides Toshiro and Aizen. If one doesn't count Kyoka Suigetsu's heaven-defying ability, the combined strength of these 4 might not be weaker than Toshiro and Aizen fighting together. It might even be stronger. But now, with the Ryuryoku of these 4 maintaining the space-stabilizing pillars, it could only last 3 minutes. This left Toshiro very puzzled. Hearing Toshiro's doubt, Mayuri was very displeased. Hitsugaya Toshiro, are you doubting my words? If someone questioned him in his area of expertise, scientific research, he would dare to talk back to even the Captain Commander Yamamoto, let alone the Vice Captain Commander Toshiro. But although he would talk back, Mayuri also knew the current situation, so he still explained. Precisely because their Ryuryoku is supporting the pillars, they can only last 3 minutes. Ryuryoku isn't simply, more is better. When high-purity Ryuryoku maintains the operation of the space-stabilizing pillars, it itself places a tremendous burden on the materials composing the pillars. Furthermore, with you and Aizen fighting inside the barrier, the internal and external parts are simultaneously subjected to the impact of high-intensity power. It's already very remarkable that the space-stabilizing pillars can last 3 minutes. Even if it were Urahara Kasuke, or anyone else, they couldn't do better than me. After hearing Mayuri's explanation, Toshiro was displeased, but he had no choice but to accept it. Although the hope of defeating Aizen within 3 minutes is very slim, right now, the only option is to grit my teeth and go for it. Toshiro thought to himself. However, before Toshiro could act, Mayuri's voice sounded inopportunely again. Oh, and one more thing, Toshiro-kun, I have to remind you. You'd better start as soon as possible. The time I spent explaining this to you is also counted. So, your time is limited. You still have 3 minutes left. Oh, no, now there are 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Toshiro's eyebrow twitched violently. Damn it. If the talking time counts, then why the hell did you waste time blabbing? Just tell me to start fighting. 2 minutes 29 seconds, 2 minutes 28 seconds, 2 minutes 27 seconds. Bankai. Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Without waiting for Mayuri to continue his countdown, Toshiro directly used his ultimate move and went Bankai. If he procrastinated any longer, the time would be up. What would be the point of fighting then? Might as well just wait for the barrier to disappear and let Aizen leave safely. So Toshiro directly exploded. Boom. A Ryatsu that dimmed the world erupted from Toshiro's slender body. Although it was slightly weaker than Aizen's after forcibly fusing with the Hogyoku, Toshiro's Ryatsu was very pure and was trained bit by Toshiro himself. It couldn't be compared to Aizen's temporarily boosted Ryatsu from forced fusion. Then, Toshiro's height increased rapidly, from 1.33 meters to 1.80 meters, and his appearance transformed into that of a handsome young man. At the same time, a suit of armor formed from ice crystals covered Toshiro's body, making him look even more heroic and extraordinary. Ha! Toshiro shouted loudly, stamped his foot on the ground, leaped into the air, soared above Aizen, and then, using the force of his descent, instantly slashed down. Aizen's expression remained unchanged. He swung his arm and directly met Toshiro's Zanpakuto head-on. Clang! The swords clashed. The immense forces collided, and then the terrifying recoil force instantly traveled back along their swords to their bodies. Toshiro's expression changed. Then, using the recoil force, he directly executed a backflip in midair and landed gracefully. Aizen, however, did not retreat at all. He just shook his numb right hand a couple of times. Toshiro's expression was extremely solemn. Although he flipped in the air and landed gracefully, appearing very composed and elegant, there was no doubt that Toshiro was completely at a disadvantage in that brief exchange. After forcibly fusing with the Hogyoku, Aizen's Ryatsu had undoubtedly surpassed Toshiro's. In a head-on confrontation, Toshiro would definitely suffer. Ice Dragon Tail. Toshiro's immense, unmatched Ryatsu instantly compressed and converged into his Zanpakuto, then he fiercely slashed out. Whoosh! An ice blue, high-concentration Racier slash instantly flew towards Aizen. Aizen, equally simply and directly, slashed out a Kanatsu. Boom. Toshiro's slash and Aizen's Kanatsu instantly collided. Like a meteor hitting the earth, the terrifying force exploded and swept in all directions. Rumble. The ground instantly collapsed and sank. The surging shockwave rampaged wildly, destroying everything in its path, like the apocalypse. Of course, blocked by the barrier formed by the space-stabilizing pillars, this apocalyptic scene was confined to the inside of the barrier and did not affect the outside. Otherwise, if such an apocalyptic scene appeared in the Siriidii, who knows how many casualties it would cause. Although the barrier formed by the space-stabilizing pillars blocked the aftermath of their battle, the impact of the aftermath on the barrier directly caused it to shake violently. Chapter 325, Chapter 325 Bloody Battle. Is your strength only at this level? How disappointing, Toshiro-kun. After the aftermath, Aizen looked at Toshiro as if disappointed. Just now, Aizen casually slashed out a Kanatsu, not using all his power, while Ice Dragon Tail was one of Toshiro's powerful techniques, but the power of the two was about the same. No, maybe it's not that you're too weak, but that I'm too strong in this state. Analyzing the strength Toshiro had just shown, Aizen couldn't help but add. Judging from the strength Toshiro had just shown, it was actually a bit stronger than Aizen's true strength. However, after forcibly fusing with the Hogyoku, although Aizen's strength had not yet broken the limit of a Shinigami and entered the level of a true god, his Ryatsu had drastically increased in a short time, surpassing Toshiro's by a notch. Humph, it seems that defeating you and obtaining the Hogyoku from you won't be difficult. Aizen chuckled lightly, gathered powerful Ryatsu into his Zanpakuto, and then slashed another Kanatsu, even stronger than before, towards Toshiro. Seeing this, Toshiro reversed his grip on his Zanpakuto and lightly tapped the ground. Boom. 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 One ice wall after another rose from the ground, blocking in front of Toshiro. Bang. 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 Aizen's Kanatsu, like a smasher of rotten wood, destroyed Toshiro's ice walls one after another, then struck the last ice wall. Bang. The last ice wall also failed to stop Aizen's Kanatsu and directly shattered with a loud crash. Then Toshiro directly swung his sword to meet Aizen's weakened Kanatsu. Boom. After Aizen's Kanatsu shattered Toshiro's layers of ice walls, its power was greatly weakened, so it was directly dispersed by Toshiro's sword. SSHHKK. Aizen's Kanatsu scattered in all directions, but one remnant force quietly grazed Toshiro's cheek. Drip, drop. Blood dripped along Toshiro's face, but Toshiro remained unmoved. Shunkuho. Toshiro's figure flashed, instantly disappearing from the spot, then suddenly appearing beside Aizen. Whoosh. 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 One sword strike after another, containing a special artistic conception, was executed by Toshiro, attacking Aizen. Moreover, just seeing the sword light gave one a feeling of being captivated and chilled to the heart, let alone dealing with it. And seeing Toshiro's attack, Aizen instinctively felt a dangerous feeling rise in his heart, and then instinctively wanted to dodge. But strangely, no matter which direction Aizen dodged, Toshiro's sword light followed him like a shadow. So this is your kendo. Such a sharp sword move was obviously not an ordinary slash, but a special sword technique Toshiro had comprehended after reaching the highest level of kendo, the 10th level. So although Toshiro's attack this time was a kendo technique, Aizen still dared not underestimate it. Seeing no way to avoid it, Aizen directly swung his sword to meet Toshiro's attack head-on. Also at the highest level of kendo, the 10th level, Aizen feared Toshiro's attack, but he was not afraid of it. Ding, 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 ding. In an instant, the two clashed swords dozens or hundreds of times. For a moment, sword lights flashed, sparks flew, and the battle was very intense. Both sides were equally matched, hard to determine a winner. True Eye of the Dragon. An ice blue light flashed into Toshiro's eyes, and then Aizen's attack trajectory, direction, weaknesses, and flaws were one by one displayed in Toshiro's eyes. Toshiro immediately seized the opportunity, his Zanpakuto flying up and down, specifically targeting the weaknesses in Aizen's moves. SSHHKK. 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 Aizen's clothes tore, and even shallow bloody scratches appeared on his body. For a time, Toshiro gained absolute superiority in the kendo exchange. Toshiro-kun's kendo is truly impressive. It's probably comparable to Captain Unohana's, right? While barely defending against Toshiro's kendo offensive, Aizen praised. Well, compared to Captain Unohana, my kendo level amounts to nothing. Toshiro humbly said, but his offensive became even more fierce. SSHHKK. Blood flowed, and another not shallow wound appeared on Aizen's body. But perhaps the pain of the wound stimulated Aizen, instead making him more clear-headed. Humph, attacking my weakness with your strength, I've really been led into a trap by you, Toshiro-kun. Since your kendo is better than mine, wouldn't it be fine to simply not compete in kendo? Aizen suddenly snorted coldly. Speaking thus, a sword strike containing powerful Ryatsu was directly slashed out. Boom. Aizen simply swung his Zanpakuto, directly causing a burst of air to explode. Then, carrying a strong wind pressure, Aizen's sword shattered Toshiro's countless sword lights and slashed towards Toshiro. As Aizen's Zanpakuto was about to strike him, Toshiro only had time to hurriedly hold his sword horizontally in front of him. Bang. Toshiro's body was directly blasted away and slammed into the barrier formed by the space-stabilizing pillars. Guh. Toshiro directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Damn it. The gap in Ryatsu is still a bit too big. Toshiro supported his body with his Zanpakuto and stood up again. It seems that to win, I have to rely on my Zanpakuto's abilities. In a Shinigami battle, firstly, it depends on Ryatsu. If the gap in Ryatsu is not too great, then what determines victory or defeat is the skills of the Zanpakuto. Toshiro's Zanpakuto is the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, clearly the most suitable type for combat. Aizen's Zanpakuto, on the other hand, is an illusion type, not skilled in direct combat. Although the complete hypnosis ability is very overpowered, it has no effect on Toshiro. Aside from that, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu basically has no other skills. In short, it has no ultimate moves. Even in normal battles, apart from Kido, Aizen simply uses his powerful Ryatsu to overwhelm his opponents. So, with Ryatsu weaker than Aizen's, if Toshiro wants to win, he can only hope that Hyarinmaru's powerful skills can make up for the gap in Ryatsu between them. Thinking of this, Toshiro no longer relied on Kendo to entangle Aizen. Ryusenka. A blue light flashed behind Toshiro, and a pair of huge frost wings appeared. Then, the frost wings suddenly flapped, and Toshiro's body, like an arrow leaving the string, thrust his sword straight at Aizen. Danku. With a wave of his hand, Aizen formed a transparent, glass-like shield of Ryatsu in front of him. Ding! Toshiro's sword stabbed into Aizen's transparent shield. Crack, crack, crack. The moment Toshiro's sword tip touched the transparent shield, it directly froze it into ice. Bang! The ice shattered, and Toshiro's Zanpakuto continued thrusting towards Aizen with undiminished force. Squelch! Although Aizen twisted his body at the last moment, he was still stabbed in the abdomen by Toshiro. Instantly, blood blossomed, but before it could fall, it was affected by Toshiro's power and turned into blood-red ice crystals, giving off a beautifully desolate feeling. Chapter 326, Chapter 326 Barrier Shattered. Crack, crack, crack. The ice power contained in Hyarinmaru suddenly erupted, instantly freezing half of Aizen's body. Boom. Before Toshiro could feel triumphant, powerful Ryatsu instantly erupted from Aizen's body, directly shattering the ice on his body, and even sending Toshiro flying. Aizen did not hesitate, decisively seized the opportunity. With a Shuinpa, he directly appeared beside the airborne Toshiro and raised his sword to slash at him. Ha! At the critical moment, Toshiro, airborne in midair, forcefully flapped the frost wings behind him, forcibly changing his direction in midair. Squelch! In the end, Aizen's Zanpakuto directly cut off the huge frost wings on Toshiro's back, and even left a long wound on Toshiro's back. Fortunately, because Toshiro changed direction in time to evade, the wound was not deep. Ha, ha, ha. At this rate, let alone defeating Aizen within 3 minutes, I'm afraid I'll be the one defeated instead. After landing safely, Toshiro distanced himself from Aizen, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Oh my. You still have time to rest, Captain Hitsugaya. You know, there are only 30 seconds left. Mayuri's voice sounded in Toshiro's ears again like a death knell. 29, 28, 27. Amidst Mayuri's countdown, Toshiro had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge at Aizen again. Ice Dragon Tail. While striding towards Aizen, Toshiro simultaneously began to build up power. By the time he reached Aizen, he directly greeted him with an Ice Dragon Tail strike. And although it was also Ice Dragon Tail, its power was worlds apart. At the very least, this one was much stronger than the previous one. Because the power of Ice Dragon Tail depends on the amount of Ryatsu. Toshiro's charging time for this strike was obviously much longer than before, so its power was far from comparable to the previous one. Danku. With a wave of his hand, Aizen formed another transparent Ryatsu shield in front of him. Bang. Without a doubt, Toshiro's Ice Dragon Tail directly shattered Aizen's transparent shield. However, the moment the transparent Ryatsu shield was shattered, Aizen took the opportunity to set up another Ryatsu shield. Hyakumen Danku. Hyakumen Danku was a skill Aizen developed using his own Hogyoku. It consisted of 1,000,000 layers of Ryatsu, and its defensive power was extremely powerful. However, it couldn't be used at any time, it needed to be prepared in advance before it could be used in battle. Aizen generally wouldn't easily use this move. After all, using it meant that next time he wanted to use it again, he would need to prepare it in advance, which was too troublesome. But Toshiro's attack this time was not to be underestimated, so Aizen had no choice but to use it. Boom. This time, Toshiro's Ice Dragon Tail slash struck Aizen's Ryatsu shield, but it didn't directly shatter it. Instead, it deadlocked with it. Crack, crack, crack. After deadlocking for a moment, cracks began to appear in Aizen's Ryatsu shield. Boom. Aizen's Ryatsu shield completely shattered, but Toshiro's Ice Dragon Tail slash had also exhausted its power and dissipated. Then Aizen slashed again, and Toshiro met him without showing any weakness. Clang. 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 For a time, sword lights and shadows continuously flashed, dazzling the eyes. Boom. 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 Sword against sword, blade against blade, Ryatsu against Ryatsu, they constantly collided. For a time, the earth shook, the mountains moved, the heavens overturned, and the earth was turned upside down, a scene of doomsday. After a fierce battle, Toshiro kicked Aizen, and Aizen also struck Toshiro on the shoulder with his palm. Bang. Bang. Both of them simultaneously flew backwards and then fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Toshiro coughed violently, and a trickle of crimson blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Toshiro looked up and saw Aizen spitting blood, not much better off than Toshiro. After forcibly fusing with the Hogyoku, Aizen's Ryatsu was a notch stronger than Toshiro's. Toshiro's Zanpakuto was the strongest ice type, with very powerful techniques and skills, far better at direct combat than Aizen's Zanpakuto. So at this moment, the battle between the two was roughly evenly matched, likely ending in mutual destruction. Moreover, Aizen's Ryatsu fluctuated, looking very unstable. It seemed that the state of forced fusion with the Hogyoku couldn't last much longer. Unfortunately, the time left for Toshiro was even shorter. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of something breaking rang out. Toshiro followed the sound and saw cracks appearing on the barrier of the space-stabilizing pillars. What? At the same time, Mayuri's countdown, which Toshiro didn't want to hear, sounded again. Last 10 seconds left, Captain Hitsugaya. 10, 9. Damn it. Is it too late? 8. Calm down, calm down. In times like this, I need to be even calmer. 7. Unfortunately, there are several trump cards I can't use, otherwise I wouldn't be so passive right now. Because the barrier of the space-stabilizing pillars completely severed contact with the outside world, it could almost be considered a completely independent small space. So Toshiro's powerful skills like Hyaten Hayakaso and Daiguren Jigaku were not very suitable to use. If he forced to use them, it wasn't impossible. However, one of these two moves controlled the weather, using falling snowflakes to attack, and the other needed to communicate with the Guren Jigaku in another space. Regardless of which move, to hit Aizen, it would first have to pass through the barrier of the space-stabilizing pillars. If Aizen used this momentary gap to break the barrier, then all efforts would be in vain. As Toshiro's mind raced, time continued to flow. I'll bet everything on this one move. 5. Whoosh. Toshiro's figure flashed and vanished, instantly appearing before Aizen. Ice Dragon Flash. Toshiro frantically poured all his Ryatsu into his Zanpakuto. Then, with a flash of ice blue light, Toshiro's blade touched, and earth, water, fire, wind, everything was instantly frozen. Crack. Even Aizen, who was just about to swing his sword to counterattack, suddenly felt his body stiffen. Then, before he could react, a thin layer of ice froze his legs and began to spread throughout his body. Humph. The Ryatsu within Aizen's body instantly erupted, trying to shatter the ice on his body. Toshiro also overloaded himself, frantically outputting his power. For a time, the ice blue light flourished. Finally, after a period of deadlock, Toshiro gained the upper hand. Crack. Aizen completely turned into an ice sculpture, frozen in place. It's over, Aizen. Toshiro slashed his sword towards Aizen, who was frozen and unable to move. Aizen, due to forcibly fusing with the Hogyoku, possessed immense Ryatsu within his body, so he hadn't lost consciousness, only the surface of his body was frozen. Seeing Toshiro's attack approaching and the crisis of death descending, Aizen's pupils contracted, and his heart beat violently. Am I going to die like this? I'm not willing. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. Suddenly, the Hogyoku embedded in Aizen's chest suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then Aizen only felt a power, powerful enough to approach the level of a true god, suddenly surge into his body. Boom. Ryatsu like a vast ocean suddenly erupted, directly shattering the ice on his body. Squelch. As Aizen shattered the ice on his body, Toshiro also slashed across Aizen's chest. Ugh. Aizen, enduring the pain, suddenly kicked Toshiro. Bang. Toshiro's body flew backwards. 1, 0. Mayuri's countdown sounded simultaneously. Bang. The barrier completely shattered.